Chapter 386 Castrate Yourself, Zhenghu, 26, Yizhannan drew out his sword, a look of confusion on his face. I was stunned for a moment. He suddenly squatted on the ground and burst into tears. At this moment, he felt no joy of revenge, only endless pain. Why Yizhannan could no longer deceive himself that the Qilin child he was counting on was not of the Yi family's bloodline. This was a huge blow to him. The audience had a great time eating the melon. The family annihilation case finally came to an end, but it ended up involving a romantic affair of a famous figure in the underworld. Judging from the performance of several people at the scene, this is almost certainly true. How will this develop next? Everyone was extremely curious. Zhang Qing was also very curious. This matter was not mentioned in the plot. I didn't expect that Yi Tianming's mother was indeed related to Master Wang of Pyumiao Peak, and judging from Dui Jin's tone, it seemed that he also had some feelings for her. This is such a big show. He turned the telescope's view towards Yizhannan, and saw that this master who had dedicated everything to reviving the Yi family and for his legitimate son was crying without any image at all. For some reason, Zhang Qing felt like laughing. This is so fucking interesting. Master Wang Feng is here too. The gossipy voice of the system rang in his head, and he finally laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, what kind of Shura field is this? Two fathers fighting for their son? I wonder if Yizhannan still has the courage to continue deceiving himself. In fact, Yizhannan really has the courage. He cried for a while, then stood up suddenly and looked at Yi Tianming with red eyes. Tianming, you are my Yi family's child. You were before, and you are now. Right? Although he was asking, his tone was extremely certain, and he held the sword tightly in his hand, as if he was going to chop it down if the answer was not satisfactory. Why Yi Tianming was stunned. How should he answer this? Moreover, although he looked down on the man in front of him, he had called him father for so many years, so it was not easy for him to fight with him. There are so many people from the martial arts world here. If a junior like him were to fight with Yizhannan, it would be hilarious. Everyone held their breath and looked at the stage nervously, waiting for Yi Tianming's choice. Why Yi Tianming opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Yizhannan suddenly let out a strange cry and rushed forward. However, before he could touch Yi Tianming, he was blocked by a huge force. Tianming, you are too tired, go down and rest. The person who came was actually Master Wang Feng. At this moment, he had taken off his veil, revealing his gaunt face. Yes, father, master. Yi Tianming quickly clasped his fists, his voice stuck for a moment, and he didn't know how to address him. This made Master Wang Feng burst into laughter. There's nothing wrong with you calling me father, because I am your father. He didn't hesitate and admitted it openly. Yi Tianming was about to say something when he was sent off the stage by a gentle force. Why Yizhannan on the stage was already trembling all over at this moment. He pointed his sword at Master Wang Feng, and the fire in his eyes seemed to be overflowing. Tianming is my son. Don't even think about taking him away from me. Yizhannan looked crazy. His son is his pride and the hope for the revival of the Yi family. He will not allow anyone to take his son away. However, Master Wang Feng obviously did not take him seriously, and his facial expression did not change at all. Captain Yi, Tianming has only been raised in your Yi family for 3 years, while I have raised him for nearly 20 years, and he has inherited my legacy. What's the point of you saying this? He smiled. I don't mind if he takes care of you in your old age. It's fine if he keeps the last name Yi, but you can't deny that I'm his father. The blood relationship between father and son cannot be severed. He was very graceful and his tone was full of magnanimity, and the people listening nodded secretly. I don't want to talk about the past anymore, but I hope we can resolve the elders' affairs among ourselves and not let the child be caught in the middle and feel difficult. After all, Tianming came here to avenge the Yi family, and this filial piety is worthy of your kindness. Evergreen, this old man is very bad. His words are both righteous and show his fatherly heart. It's so scary that it makes people stunned. This is indeed the case. Mr. Wang Feng is a well-known figure in the righteous path. His initiative to admit his past has made many people think that he is an upright person. These words revealed his broad-mindedness. He did not mind that the child had the surname Yi, and he fully considered the child's perspective, showing a very loving fatherly heart. Master Wang Feng is so generous that he has the guts to admit such a thing in public. I don't think he can be blamed for this. That's right. He raised Yi Tianming for many years with all his heart and soul. He even gave him the Misty Sword. He deserves to be called a father. Yizhannan, on the other hand, forced the child in public. He has no fatherly heart at all. What he values most is the revival of the Yi family. Otherwise, why wouldn't he pay attention to the second young Master Yi? Hush. Second young Master Yi's bones are already damaged, and he's now a useless person. Of course he doesn't like him. Changqing, do not see Yui. Chapter 387 Castrate Yourself, Zhenghu, 27. The sound of discussion on the stage reached the audience, and Yizhannan became even more furious. What's going on? Why does it seem like this old man has the upper hand? He was a man good at speaking, but at this moment he didn't know how to refute, because even he himself found it difficult to get over the issue of blood relationship. Wow, without any warning, he suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat and a mouthful of blood spurted out. So angry. I'm going to kill you. He suddenly roared, turned into a stream of light and attacked directly. The audience had been looking forward to this scene for a long time, and their eyes widened at this moment. The soul calming sword technique in the hands of the Yi family, although the moves are the same, they seem to have a different feeling compared to Dui Jiansta. I can't say, I just feel that this is the real soul calming sword technique. Master Wang Feng had seen Dui Jian's swordsmanship, but he obviously did not expect that Yi Jiannan's swordsmanship would be different. I was thinking of giving up 3 moves first to show my composure. As a result, he couldn't catch his breath and was forced to retreat again and again. Everyone in the audience was stunned. Is this the true soul calming sword technique? Although both of them have the cultivation level of Grandmaster, Master Wang Feng is at the peak of Grandmaster, being at a disadvantage? Yi Tianming also widened his eyes, somewhat incredulous. In his eyes, the soul calming sword technique required self-injury to practice, which was inherently inferior and he had always looked down upon it. However, he never expected that even his master, whom he had always regarded as a god, could not resist it. Master, take the sword. Seeing that Yi Jiannan's sword moves were becoming more and more intense, he became anxious. He drew out the Piaomiao sword in his hand and threw it towards Master Wang Feng. When Yi Jiannan saw his action, his eyes became even darker. He felt as if his heart was being stabbed by a knife, and the pain that pierced his soul made his eyes confused for a moment. In addition to the pain, he also felt boundless anger. Why? All my efforts and hard work over the years have just gone to waste? The Yi family's revival is about to fail. Suddenly, murderous intent filled his eyes. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, he launched 8 consecutive sword strikes, forcing Master Wang Feng to retreat quickly. Seeing Master Wang Feng roll up his long sleeves and the Piaomiao sword was already in his hand, Yi Jiannan didn't care. His figure suddenly jumped up. If you don't want to be the son of my Yi family, you will die. Man and sword became one. He turned into a meteor and pounced directly towards Yi Tianming. There was chaos in the audience. Even Chang Qing, who was far away, was shocked by this sudden change. Is Yi Jiannan really crazy? Yi Tianming even felt the murderous intent attacking his body. This move was used with full strength, and he really wanted to kill him. He was a swordsman, but he had no sword in his hand at the moment, so he subconsciously dodged, but the opponent was so fast that he didn't have any chance to dodge. Division, don't hurt my son. Yi Tianming dodged quickly. Master Wang Feng pushed his power to the extreme. Sword 13, 9 provinces. The vigorous sword intent instantly spread, and his sword came out like thunder, hitting Yi Jiannan's back, intending to force him to draw his sword to save himself. But at this time, Yi Jiannan didn't care about so many things. He had lost his mind. His son, who had high hopes for him, was sending his sword to the enemy, which was beyond his ability to bear. Puff. Puff. There were 2 consecutive sounds of iron entering flesh. Yi Tianming let out a heart-wrenching scream as one of his arms was cut off. The violent sword energy scraped the right half of his body into a bloody mess. Yi Jiannan was pierced through the chest by the Piaomiao sword and fell directly to the ground. Chang Qing put down the telescope. Shook his head. The war has ended. He saw that Yi Jiannan seemed to wake up for a moment at the critical moment, and turned his body to avoid the heart, but this move would definitely cause him serious injury or even death. Yi Tianming had already fainted at this moment. Dawn. Master Wang Feng shouted loudly, and a huge force blew away all the people surrounding Yi Tianming. Dr. Mu has some friendship with Master Wang Feng, so he hurried over to check. After a round of examination and bandaging, his face still looked heavy. Your life is safe, but even if you reattach this hand, it will affect your sword skills. If you want to reattach it, you need to get down the mountain quickly. I don't have any tools with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Master Wang Feng picked up Yi Tianming and Dr. Mu, and rushed down the mountain like an arrow. He didn't even pay any attention to Yi Jiannan lying on the ground, and the Piaomiao sword still stuck in his body. Everyone. How is this going to end? The disciples of Piaomiao Peak were also stunned. The leader just left like that. Should we kill Yi Jiannan and take back the Misty Sword? Or should we just leave? Ahem. Yi Jiannan, who had been motionless like a corpse, suddenly coughed twice, and large mouthfuls of blood came out of his mouth. He staggered to his feet. He reached out, pulled out the sword from his body, and threw it to the ground. Without even dealing with the blood gushing out of his body, he raised his head and looked at the large rock in front of him. Their empty Chang Qing had already withdrawn. Yi Jiannan smiled bitterly and dragged his feet down the mountain. A path naturally made way for him among the crowd. Even the disciples of Piaomiao Peak did not stop them. Chapter 388. Castrate yourself. Zhanghu, 28. Chang Qing packed up and ran away the moment the war ended. The melon was full and most of the fruits and vegetables on the table had been eaten. If he continued to watch, he would be in trouble. So, get out of here quickly. At this moment, he has arrived at the Sword Alliance. Master Yi, do you need more bodyguards? There was a rare smile on Niezhua's face. There is no way. We must be polite to a big customer like Mr. Yi who pays so readily. Most people would just invite 1 or 2, but this person invited more than it can be seen how big the disaster is. However, he was destined to be disappointed today. Chang Qing shook his head. Today, I'm not here to add bodyguards, but to withdraw them. From now on, only 1 annual package will be enough. There was a sense of ease on his face that he had never had before, and Niezhua couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Master Yi, has the enemy been dealt with? Chang Qing nodded. I guess so. Dui Jin is dead, and Yi Jianan already knows that Yi Tianming is not his son, so he probably won't come to kill him. And Yi Tianming, he heard from the system that although his arm was reattached, his right hand was completely unable to hold a sword, and even his cultivation level had regressed. I'm afraid he has no time to care about Changqing now, but Changqing changed the subject. I'm quite interested in your position as elder of the Sword Alliance. I wonder. Before he finished speaking, Niezhua laughed. Master Yi, our elders must have reached the late Xiantian stage at least. Changqing directly took out a thick stack of banknotes. 1,000,000 taels. Is that enough? Niezhua, when he came out with the token of the Elder of the Sword Alliance, it was already dusk, the setting sun shines on the earth, dyeing the distant mountains and nearby buildings golden. Jianghu. Changqing sighed and got on the carriage. After returning home, he simply closed the purification shop and started to live a leisurely life. His health was not very good, so he usually traveled by carriage that day. When passing by Rongqing, I was attracted by the hustle and bustle ahead. Host, there's a 9-sect competition going on up ahead. Do you want to go and take a look? The system said. Let's go and have a look. Changqing stopped the carriage and got off. There are so many talented people in the martial arts world nowadays. Each young man is more powerful than the other. What was that guy's name just now? It seems like he has won 15 consecutive games. He heard someone say this. Bah! They're just eunuchs. This competition is so unfair. Androgynous people are also participating. Some people are indignant. Shoo! Keep your voice down. You can't discriminate like this. Men can participate, and women can participate. Don't be so strict about gender. Changqing, he leaned over and asked, excuse me, is Yi Tianming here to participate in the 9-sex competition? The people who were discussing enthusiastically paused. Why Yi Tianming? Are you talking about the one at Pyongyang Peak? He came and met Niezhua in the first round and was eliminated directly. Suddenly the person who was speaking lowered his voice. Besides, he was ambushed by his former father at the scene and had his arm chopped off. I heard he's gone crazy now. Chang, are you talking about Yi Jianan? The man nodded repeatedly, a profound. Changqing understood. I didn't expect Yi Jianan to be alive, however. His extreme personality makes him do such a thing. The son who was given high hopes became someone else's son. This must have driven him crazy. There's nothing to see anymore, let's go back. He stood up. Chapter 389. Castrate yourself. Jianghu, 29. Pyongyang Peak Hall. Yi Tianming finally woke up. His left arm had been reattached, but the numbness, itching, and pain continued to come, causing him to sweat uncontrollably. Am I not the leader of the righteous path? How could I be injured? He stretched out his right hand with some difficulty and found that the movement was not flexible at all. What's going on? He clearly remembered that he had led the 9 sects of the righteous path and had just fought a great battle with the demonic path, killing the demonic path leader Hui Feiyang. Why did you suddenly return to Pyongyang Peak? A sudden sharp pain came over my head. He couldn't help but let out a dull sound. Countless images flooded into my mind. This is a completely different life. Someone come. Someone come. Yi Tianming shouted in panic. A young disciple in green clothes ran over in a panic. Brother Yi, what's wrong with you? Your left hand just received it, don't move it. There was pity in his eyes and his voice was full of sympathy. Yi Tianming's throat choked. What era is it now? The green-clothed disciple was stunned, but quickly told the time and era. Then, he saw that senior brother Yi was completely stunned and didn't move at all. Senior brother Yi, senior brother. He shouted in panic. Yi Tianming smiled bitterly and said, I'm fine, you go down first. He was already certain in his heart. I am no longer the person I remember, but have returned to a previous point in time. But why is the situation so different at this point in time? Both hands are disabled. Isn't this the same as being a useless person? Besides, didn't Yi Jianan die at the hands of Yi Changqing? How come they are still alive? And you're still working against yourself? He couldn't accept it. Hadn't Yi Changqing gone astray and been killed by me long ago? Why isn't he practicing the soul-calming sword technique now? Instead, is Yi Jianan practicing it? He felt dizzy. Could it be that, did someone go back in time and change their destiny? Yi Changqing. He thought of the name immediately. It must be him. He went back to the past early. He announced the soul-calming sword technique, causing chaos in the martial arts world. He himself avoided the consequence of going astray, but he ended up hurting everyone. Yi Tianming only felt a fire burning in his heart. How could that person be so selfish? His bones are already damaged and he won't live for many years, so why does he still have to do so many things? As he was thinking, he suddenly felt the taste of rust spreading in his mouth. While a mouthful of blood spurted out, the young disciple immediately rushed over in panic. Brother! I'll go get a doctor right away. Yi Tianming stretched out his hand to stop him. Father, where is the headmaster? Where is he? The young disciple was stunned for a moment. Brother, the sect master is in seclusion, striving to reach the grandmaster level. He seemed a little confused as to why his senior brother would ask such a question. Yi Tianming's heart trembled. As far as he could remember, the headmaster had always placed high hopes on him. He was both a master and a father, strict and kind, and had always been the person he admired the most. How could he not come out to take a look when he was seriously injured? When did the master start his retreat? He forced himself to stand up and asked anxiously. The young disciple was startled by his distorted expression. Yesterday, I was in seclusion yesterday. He took 2 steps back and said, I'll go get a doctor. Watching the little disciple run out in panic, Yi Tianming smiled bitterly. Even his father gave up on him. Yesterday, he should have just been sent back to Pyamiao Peak yesterday. She is so impatient to go into seclusion. It seems she doesn't want to see him at all. Is it because my hands are broken that I can no longer practice sword? He is not convinced, so he started practicing sword skills before his injury was fully healed, but the hands that were reattached could no longer move as smoothly as he wished, and the ethereal sword technique that he had memorized by heart could no longer display its ethereal and immortal spirit. Aha! Why is this happening? Yi Tianming threw his sword heavily to the ground and squatted down with his head in his hands. The key to the Pyamiao sword technique is the word immortal. It can be said that a slight mistake can lead to a huge error. If a movement is not precise, the artistic conception will disappear without a trace, and if the artistic conception is lost, the soul of the sword technique will be lost. Half a month passed, and Yi Tianming had to admit that he could no longer unleash the power of Pyamiao sword technique. He can no longer be the successor of the Pyamiao sword technique. Even martial arts skills are difficult to improve and remain at the grandmaster level for life. This is not what he wants. He should obviously be the leader of the righteous path. At the peak of grandmaster status, it is even believed that there is a possibility of breaking through to the level of grandmaster. He wanted to complain to the headmaster, but was told to stay away from him because he was in seclusion. Chapter 390. Castrate yourself. Jianghu, 30. Yi Tianming walked on the snow-covered road of Pyamiao Peak in a daze, as if all the hustle and bustle of the world had drifted away from him. Suddenly, he felt many disciples running past him. What happened? He stopped a disciple and asked. Senior brother Zhao has achieved a grandmaster level breakthrough. We're going to congratulate him. Senior brother Yi, are you coming too? Senior brother Zhao? Is that Zhao Ziyang? I'm going too. Yi Tianming followed everyone to Zhao Ziyang's residence, where many disciples had already arrived. Senior brother Yi. When Zhao Ziyang saw Yi Tianming, he took 2 steps forward and clasped his fists. Although his aura is still unstable, it is true that he has already reached the grandmaster level. Junior brother Zhao, didn't you suffer a hidden injury and your martial arts skills have stagnated for many years? How come? Yi Tianming asked with some confusion. These somewhat depressing words made Zhao Ziyang stunned for a moment, but soon he smiled. I tried to break through and establish myself, and I practiced the soul-calming sword technique. I never thought it would actually work. Yi Tianming was stunned at castrating oneself to practice swordsmanship? And he said it so openly, and saw the envious looks on the other disciples' faces. When did castration become so trivial? He remembered that in the world when he was still the leader of the martial arts world, Yi Chongqing castrated himself to practice swordsmanship, but was regarded as an evildoer and was condemned by everyone. How come at this point in time, castration has become so justified? If Chongqing knew what he was thinking, he would definitely be willing to explain. That's because the group of people who castrate themselves to practice sword skills is too large now, and there is also the Sword Alliance, which is making a big splash in the 9-sex competition. No, it should be called the 10-sex competition now. IT has attracted many people to follow suit. In today's martial arts world, castration to practice sword skills is no longer a rare thing. There is even less hostility in the martial arts world, because if you offend someone and hate him, he might castrate himself to practice sword skills and then come to seek revenge on you. There have been sporadic suggestions to ban this evil sword technique, but in the end, nothing came of it. Yi Tianming returned to his residence with doubts and could not fall asleep for a long time that night. More than 10 days later, the system told Chongqing that Yi Tianming had castrated himself to practice swordsmanship. Yi Tianming castrated himself? Chongqing didn't react for a moment. Yes, his hands were crippled, so he can no longer practice the misty sword technique. The system is a little excited. Evergreen, Tonzi, who loves to eat melons, always appears quietly at the scene. He's used to it. However, Yi Tianming was so proud and arrogant that he actually chose to castrate himself. He must have been greatly shocked. He stared at the system. The system felt a little guilty when he looked at it. I gave him Yi Tianming's memories from my previous life. Those were the memories of him breaking through to become a grandmaster, becoming the leader of the righteous alliance, and defeating the demonic path. The system sneered. Evergreen, Tonzi, do you still have this ability? One person and one unification were chatting when someone came to report. Master Yi, that person is here to see you again. Tell him to get out. Chongqing's face darkened. He bought a house in Rongqing, but he didn't expect that Yi Jinnan had found out about it. Now he comes to visit every once in a while. They are counting on him to carry on the Yi family's lineage. Several times women were stuffed in here. They were all driven out by Chongqing. However, he is now an elder of the Sword Alliance, and Yi Jinnan also knows his temper, so he is always polite and humble every time he comes. Before, if you had a legitimate son, you could kill or abandon the concubine's son. Now that you have castrated yourself, and you have no legitimate son, you are thinking about the concubine again? Who are you disgusted with? The original owner had no intention of continuing the Yi family's lineage, so Changqing would not interfere. Ahem. Suddenly he started coughing again. Host. The system screamed. It's okay, just a little cough. Changqing took a sip of tea and swallowed the fishy and sweet taste in his throat. At this time, Yi Jiannan's voice came from outside. Changqing, Dad knows I've been unfair to you in the past, but you are a descendant of the Yi family, and it is your responsibility to carry on the family line. Dad was also blinded by Yi Tianming. Don't worry, he is useless now. Dad will not let him master our Yi family's soul-suppressing sword technique. Changqing ignored him. Why Yi Jiannan's extreme temper remains the same as before. Half a year later, Yi Jiannan's voice was heard again. This time he was weak and obviously had suffered a serious injury. Changqing, Yi Tianming is dead. Just go see your father. Yi Jiannan was wearing a green robe and carrying a sword, with some bloodstains on his clothes. His hair was a little gray, his back was slightly bent, and he looked a little old. After a long time, a servant finally opened the door. Master Yi, right? The young master wants to see you. Yi Jiannan immediately became excited. Does he really want to see me? Even though he was a master, he was at a loss at this moment, and he kept wiping his hands on his robe. The servant nodded. The master has given such instructions. Yi Jiannan followed the servant to an elegant room, which contained only a box and a letter. He was shocked. A pair of hands instantly grabbed the servant by the collar. Where is your son? The Grandmaster's aura burst out instantly, and the servant trembled with fear. Sir, the young master passed away 3 days ago. His ashes are in a box. He left a letter for you. He finished his words tremblingly, and the moment Yi Jiannan wouldn't let go of his hand, he fled the room in panic. Why Yi Jiannan opened the envelope tremblingly, and there was only one sentence inside. Yi Changqing died a long time ago. He was forced to death by you and Yi Tianming, father. He sat down dejectedly. The heart-wrenching howls echoed far away from the house. Chapter 391, The Educated Youth Who Stayed Behind for Love. 1. It's midsummer and the heat is rolling. In the fields of Nanhangling village, countless people are sweating. Planting rice seedlings under the scorching sun lasted for several days in a row. Not only did the educated youth feel tired, but even the villagers who had been doing this work for many years could not bear it anymore. Damn it, what kind of weather is this? My throat is smoking. The man in coarse clothes wiped the sweat from his head and complained loudly. After hearing what he said, others also started complaining. There's nothing I can do, the weather is too hot. The water in the kettle was scalding hot, and after working for half a day, it didn't quench my thirst at all. Zhang Jiqing is still the best. Someone brings water to me. Amidst the complaints, someone suddenly sighed sadly. The young man who was bending over to plant rice in the crowd raised his head and a friendly smile appeared on his dark face. Uncle Yang, let me bring you some water too. The cool water fresh from the well is the best way to cool down in the summer. After hearing this, the man waved his hands repeatedly. Come on, she has to earn work points too, so she doesn't have the time. Everyone was silent. Yes, these days, no family is well off, and everyone is scrambling to earn work points. If there are fewer work points, there will be less food distributed at the end of the year. Compared to being hungry, it is easier to bear not drinking cold water for a while. Changqing didn't say anything else, just bent down and continued working. Hey, Zhang Jiqing, your wife is here to bring you some water. After a while, I suddenly heard someone shouting. Changqing paused while cutting rice. He looked up and saw a graceful figure on the distant path. It was his newly married wife Lin Meishou. Zhang Jiqing married a good wife. I love her. The woman next to her, wearing a gray cloth belt, wiped the sweat from her forehead. Inside, everyone nodded silently. The captain's daughter is still in junior high school, so she is a good match for you. She was raised in a pampered family and all she had to do every day was bring water to the working man. Hearing everyone's teasing, Changqing also showed a perfect smile on his face. I'll go pick it up. He put down the sickle in his hand and walked quickly towards the ridge of the field. Another burst of teasing laughter came from behind. Soon, Changqing met his wife in this life, Lin Meishou. She was wearing a straw hat, and her two braids were neatly draped over her shoulders. Her face was fair, and her eyes were tender when she looked at people. She was a very beautiful girl. However, when she saw Changqing approaching, there was no joy on her face. Instead, there was a bit of impatience and her eyes were cold. Changqing was feeling a little thirsty, so he naturally didn't care about her attitude. He took the kettle, poured a full enamel pot of water, and drank it in one gulp. Meishou, thank you. This is water freshly drawn from the well, still with the coolness of mountain spring water. After taking a sip of water, he felt that the heat in his body had dissipated a lot. The way he smacked his lips made Lin Meishou frown again. He is an educated youth, but he drinks water just like the other men in the village. It's really disgraceful. However, there were many people working in front, and many eyes were looking over here, so she ended up saying nothing. He silently took the kettle, then picked up the box and went to deliver water to other family members. Be careful on the road and don't fall. Changqing gave him some careful instructions before going back to work. Returning to the fields, Changqing was naturally teased again. As usual, he smiled shyly, lowered his head and worked silently. This is an extended world of a fictional novel, similar to China in the 1960s and 1970s. The original owner, Jiang Changqing, was an educated youth from Nanhangling village. Well, just a general notice to the young people. He doesn't have any impressive background, nor any special talents, and his appearance is just average. There are many brothers in the family and no one can take care of him. Fortunately, he is quite hardworking and never slacks off when doing his work in the village, so he can still make a living. It would be difficult for such an insignificant person to marry an ordinary village girl. Who would have thought that he would marry Captain Lin's daughter, Lin Meishou, the most beautiful girl in Nanhangling village? This result not only surprised the villagers, but also the educated youth. Captain Lin is a powerful figure in the village who has the final say. Lin Meishou is the only girl in the family and has been spoiled since childhood. She even went to junior high school, making her one of the few educated girls in the village. What is even more enviable is that when Captain Lin married his daughter, he organized people to build 3 houses for her. This meant that the original owner no longer had to squeeze into the educated youth center, but instead lived in a spacious and bright new house. Everyone in the village said that Jiang Jiqing was lucky. Moreover, his wife was particularly good to him. She often came to see him when he was working, bringing him water and food, which made others envious. But how can outsiders know the truth behind this? In fact, the reason why the original owner married Lin Meishou was very dramatic. He attended a banquet hosted by the eldest brother of the Lin family, got drunk, and woke up lying on Lin Meishou's bed. In this era, reputation is the most important thing. If you commit a hooliganism, you can be shot. Fortunately, the Lin family did not care and after some deliberation, allowed the two to get married as soon as possible. The original owner was not a big drinker, and he had no memory of what happened in his days. It was his first time experiencing such a thing, and he was already panicking. Besides, Lin Meishou is one of the women that the young men in the village most want to marry, so how could he refuse? I followed all the arrangements and accepted the marriage. In the 2 months since they got married, although Lin Meishou appeared to be very affectionate in front of outsiders, in fact, the two had never slept together. Lin Meishou's reason was that they got married too hastily and needed to cultivate their relationship. The original owner didn't care either. I thought it was a lifetime, so there was still a lot of time. But 3 months later, Lin Meishou's belly grew bigger and after a check, she found out that she was pregnant. The original owner was a little confused at first, but soon accepted it. After all, it's possible that he did something while drunk that time. It just so happened that the village primary school was recruiting teachers at that time, so Captain Lin got the original owner a teaching position. It allowed him to spend more time with his pregnant wife. The original owner was naturally extremely grateful and vowed to let his family live a good life. In addition to teaching, he also took on all the housework so that Lin Meishou could rest assured and take care of her pregnancy. Chapter 392, Educated Youth Staying Behind for Love. 2. In October, news came that the college entrance examination would be resumed. The original owner had good academic performance and was one of the few educated youth who went to the countryside with books. Naturally, he did not want to miss this opportunity. Yet he was lucky and was admitted to the normal university in the provincial capital. On his first attempt at the college entrance examination, she was already ready to go to school, but something happened to Lin Meishou. She accidentally fell and ended up giving birth prematurely. After giving birth to 2 sons, she passed away. The original owner was heartbroken. Looking at the 2 newborn children, he could no longer bear to abandon them. So he gave up the opportunity to study and chose to stake. The educated youth in the village left one after another, but he was the only one who continued to teach in the village primary school. More than 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. He raised 2 children in Nanhangling village and taught many students. I saved money to send my 2 children to school. The original owner thought that his life would go on peacefully like this, raising children, teaching and educating people, and finally spending his old age on this land. But unexpectedly, one day, a car drove into the village. The visitor was the big boss of a factory, named Li Feng. He brought explosive news that completely changed the original owner's life. It turned out that many years ago he worked as a film projectionist in the town and had a brief affair with Lin Meishou. Now he is successful, but he has no children, so he thinks of the woman he once knew. As soon as he saw the 2 children raised by the original owner, he confirmed that they were his sons because they looked so similar. He wants to take his child away, and is willing to pay the original owner's maintenance fees. Over the years, the original owner naturally could not accept such an outcome. What he is paid cannot be covered by child support. He has given up his own life. Besides, he raised the 2 children by himself, so naturally he has feelings for them. How can people take it away at will? But Li Feng took the child to the hospital for an examination, and it was indeed his child. Blood ties cannot be severed. Moreover, he is a big boss and has promised to invest and build a factory in the village. So the original owner's opinion was ignored. Everyone advised him not to be a bad person and sever the blood relationship between father and son. Captain Lin even went to his home many times to persuade him to be a magnanimous person and fulfill the father-son relationship of the child. He also said that only in this way would it be better for the child, who would receive a better education and even inherit the huge family business. The original owner refused to agree, and he gave the choice to his 2 children, hoping to build on his long-term relationship with them. But the final result disappointed him greatly. The children were hesitant at first, but after following Lin Feng to live in the city for a while, they changed their minds. When they came back, both of them expressed their desire to live with their biological father and persuaded the original owner to accept compensation. The original owner's heart turned cold. This time, He also roughly understood that his marriage was a scam from the beginning. The Lin family had known about Lin Meisho's pregnancy for a long time. He was just an honest man who was chosen. But what can we do at this time? Lin Meisho has long been a pile of bones. And Lin's parents are also grey-hair. As for the children know nothing and are innocent. The original owner suffered all the damage and had no place to vent his resentment. It just so happened that at this time, the country implemented rural teacher reform, and he was optimized even though he did not even have a high school diploma. The double blow of losing his son and his job drove him crazy. Fortunately, there are still many good people in the village. With the villagers' occasional care, the original owner lived for several more years, just a few years. Because of this, Nanhangling village has been established as a model, being a benchmark for humanity and caring for vulnerable groups. But at this time, the original owner had completely lost his mind. I was manipulated and a lot of photos were taken, became a little famous. Ironically, not long after this incident, he slipped and fell into a pond and drowned. After watching the plot, Chongqing worked much harder to cut the rice. This is really infuriating. Tell me, is this bullying an honest person? He said to the system in his mind. That's right. The system showed an angry look and waved its short hands vigorously. Host, kill them. Its expression was exaggerated, and its indignation was obvious. Chongqing, this system is too exaggerated. However, he was indeed very angry. First of all, the original owner had no grudges against them and was simply caught in an unprovoked disaster. He just worked, read books, and lived his own life. He never thought of marrying the captain's daughter. Even with his personality, he would avoid pretty girls when he saw them. Why should such an honest man be treated like this? Chongqing just felt that the Lin family's actions were really disgusting. The original owner didn't notice it, but today he saw that Lin Meisho's belly was slightly bulging, and she was at least 3 months pregnant. The two got married just a month ago. The story about falling and giving birth prematurely was clearly a made-up excuse to fool the original owner. The bully took advantage of the fact that the original owner had no experience and couldn't tell the difference between a full-term baby and a premature one. His bright future was confined to the small mountain village just for the sake of someone else's son. He devoted everything like a workhorse, but ended up living a miserable life. There was another point that made Chongqing feel extremely heartbroken. With so many experienced elders in the village, they could naturally tell whether the child was premature, but no one tried to tell him the truth. Perhaps the Lin family had already made arrangements, perhaps the village needed a teacher, or perhaps they couldn't bear to leave the child unattended. No matter what the reason, Chongqing found it hard to accept. The original owner was kind to others. He would help the villagers whenever he could when they had problems, and he also tried his best to educate the children in the village. Doesn't he deserve the truth? What made him even more heartbroken was that after Lin Fong came to the village, the villagers all stood on his side and persuaded the original leader to be magnanimous, just because he promised to invest in a factory in the village to increase the villagers' income. Haha, they are all sophisticated egoists. Chongqing exerted force with his hands and pinched off a bunch of seedlings. Lin Fong, on the other hand, didn't have to worry about anything and just left after having fun. He was admitted to university, met some important people, and started a business. Chongqing was very sure that if Lin Meisho had not died in childbirth, she would have thrown herself into his arms again the moment Lin Fong came back, because he could not see any affection in Lin Meisho's eyes. The original owner was a complete victim. Host, what are you going to do? On the way home from work, the system sat leisurely on Chongqing's shoulders, swinging its short legs and asked. The original owner's wish was to go to school. This is easy to do. Just make sure Lin Meisho doesn't die in childbirth. Chongqing narrowed his eyes. Whoever pollutes should clean up, whoever develops should be responsible. He doesn't want to be taken advantage of. Today, Lin Fong is still working as a projectionist in the town. It's better to raise your own children. Chapter 393, Educated Youth Staying Behind for Love. 3. When I got home, it was completely dark. People in the village work until dark before going home, so dinner is very late. The Lin family built 3 houses for them, which were very close to the Lin family home, so Lin Meisho would often go home for dinner. She didn't work. The Lin family had never asked her to work. When she was at her parents' home, she only brought food and water to the men who worked at home. The same is true now that I am married. The original owner never cared about anything and was satisfied that he could marry such a beautiful girl. Chongqing didn't care because he didn't intend to continue this for a long time. The original owner was embarrassed to go to the girl's parents' home for dinner. Generally speaking, no matter how late he came back, he would cook something for himself. Evergreen will not. Since you want to cheat me, eating 2 meals of yours is nothing. Looking at the dark room, he turned around and went to his father-in-law's house next door. Hey, Chongqing, why are you here? The Lin family was having dinner. Captain Lin was surprised for a moment when he saw him coming. Lin Meisho was busy picking up food without even looking at it. Chongqing didn't feel embarrassed and pulled a stool and sat down. Hey, there's no one at home to cook. It's so quiet. It's more lively at my parents' place. There was something sarcastic about these words, and Lin Meisho's face immediately turned ugly. Is this because he dislikes her for not cooking? She must be tired from being pregnant, right? As soon as she put down her chopsticks, she was about to have a fit, but her mother pulled her back and she held herself back. Come and eat together. It's really troublesome to cook for just the 2 of you. Lin's mother handed over a bowl of rice with a smile and tried to smooth things over. Chongqing came here to eat, so naturally he wouldn't be polite at this time. Thank you, Mom. A huge grin spread across his face, and he took the bowl and chopsticks and sat down at the table. This rude look made the Lin family stunned for a moment. Did this kid take the wrong medicine today? Captain Lin glanced at his daughter's belly calmly. I wondered in my heart, could it be that he knew that my daughter was pregnant? However, he quickly dismissed the idea. This guy is stupid. How could he be so careful? Besides, he is busy working in the fields every day and has no experience in this area. Changqing picked up the food silently, not missing any of the expressions on everyone's faces. He sneered in his heart. It turns out that the Lin family knows everything. He really doesn't treat the original owner as an outsider. He drank 3 bowls of rice in a row and was not polite at all when picking up dishes. Seeing this, the Lin family members frowned. Is this a starving ghost reincarnated? He eats so much. Seeing him pick up several pieces of meat with his chopsticks, the eldest sister-in-law of the Lin family frowned and muttered. She had always disliked her sister-in-law having affairs outside, and in order to find someone else, she asked the family to pay for the house renovations. I'm so angry. As a result, even after getting married, she still often goes home for dinner, and now she brings someone with her. This is simply unbearable. If the original owner were here, he would probably pretend not to hear it. Changqing won't tolerate it. He raised his head and looked the other person in the eye. Sister-in-law, what you said is wrong. My parents and my 2 brothers all love Meisho, so why don't they love me a little bit too? You can't stop blood relatives from getting close to each other. This was a reaction that no one had expected, and Mrs. Lin's face immediately turned ugly. Changqing was not saying this nonsense. In the original plot, Mrs. Lin said the same thing when she advised the original owner to be magnanimous and let his 2 sons recognize their biological father. Changqing just said it back. She was not a person with a good temper, and now she saw several men from the Lin family nodding silently, which made her even more angry. After putting down the dishes, he went straight back to his room. Changqing smiled secretly. I am the Lin family. Lin Meisho is the darling of everyone. Her parents and 2 brothers all dote on her. She has never suffered any grievances since she was a child. Whenever Lin Meisho is mentioned, several members of the Lin family will show partiality for her without any reason. Captain Lin stared at Changqing for a while, feeling a little surprised. This kid used to be very reserved and rarely spoke at home. Why are you confronting him now? However, he also felt that it was nothing wrong for his daughter to come home for a meal. His Lin family only had this one precious daughter and they could afford to raise her, or maybe the eldest daughter-in-law is not sensible enough and cares about this. Seeing his daughter eating and picking up food by herself, he felt helpless. A girl is no longer under the control of her father when she grows up. Li Fong had a family, but he took advantage of his daughter. He couldn't swallow this and wanted to put him in jail, but the daughter threatened to commit suicide, and still said it was for love. Alas, children are a debt, and how can parents win over their children? You have to swallow this anger even if you don't want to. However, he was quite satisfied with the son-in-law he chose. If you don't take care of your family, it will be easier to control them. They will be honest and won't cause any trouble. He was also willing to take better care of their family and make their lives better. This can be considered as compensation for him. After dinner, Changqing and Lin Meisho walked home one after the other. It was already dark at this moment, and Changqing was holding a torch to illuminate the way. The evening breeze blew, bringing a hint of coolness, causing Lin Meisho to shrink involuntarily. She subconsciously covered her stomach with her hands. This child is the fruit of her love. She can't leave him alone. The sound of the man's footsteps behind her made her irritated. This guy is very dull and not romantic at all. How can he be worthy of the beauty of her village? But why is it so quiet today? Usually this person always tries to find something awkward to talk about. She glanced at him a little strangely. Watch the road carefully. The other party noticed her look and reminded her. Lin Meisho snorted in response. For some reason, she felt that the man's voice today was a little different from usual. Normally, he cared about her very much, and his voice was eager and flattering, but today, his voice and tone did not change, but she felt that they seemed to have become much colder. This made her look sideways. Well, he still has a skinny body and a haggard face, and doesn't look good at all, but those eyes, illuminated by the dancing flames, seemed somewhat deep, which suddenly gave her a strange feeling. Be careful. There are rocks ahead. He opened his mouth to remind him. Lin Meisho was startled and quickly turned around to look at the road. The strange feeling disappeared. After returning home, Changqing automatically went to the side room to sleep. This was what the original owner and Lin Meisho had agreed upon, that they would not sleep in the same room while developing their relationship. Evergreen is naturally what we desired. He doesn't want to have too much to do with the Lin family anyway. The news of resuming the college entrance examination will be out in 3 months. I will leave after resolving the issue. Chapter 394, Educated Youth Staying Behind for Love. 4. Lin's son-in-law has become shrewd. This is the feeling of everyone in Nanhangling village. He never picked and chose when doing work, and even if some jobs were not his, he would never refuse to help, and now, he would always go to his father-in-law to complain, and if anyone gave him an unreasonable charge, he would definitely tell Captain Lin. In the past, after finishing his own work, he would help others. Now, after finishing his work, he just rests and neither goes home nor helps others. It's a bit confusing. The Lin family felt his changes even more. In the past, I rarely went to the Lin family for dinner. Only Lin Meisho often came home to eat, and now the couple comes to eat together, and the food is very rude. Captain Lin didn't care, but Lin's eldest sister-in-law couldn't stand it and had quarreled with brother Lin several times about it. But what can we do? The Lin family is still headed by Captain Lin. He has the final say and no one can stop him from taking care of his daughter and son-in-law, but Changqing was unconscious, so Sister Lin said it several times, both explicitly and implicitly, but he pretended not to understand. You should still eat and drink. Changqing doesn't want to be a dedicated person who works himself to death, does the most work, and eats the least. What's the point of having a good face? Having enough food and drink is the most important thing. After 2 months, he gained a lot of weight, his sunken cheeks had gained some flesh, and his skinny body had grown taller. In addition, he pays attention to exercise on a regular basis, and his overall complexion has changed a lot. That's when everyone discovered it. Wow, the son-in-law of the Lin family is quite handsome. He has sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and he is tall. Now he has become stronger. He walks with a breeze and has a unique demeanor. Even Lin Meisho's eyes changed when she looked at him. She had never expected that her roommate actually had such a good-looking appearance. He seemed to be no worse than Li Fang, and even had a hint of youthfulness, making him look more energetic. However, Li Fang is the town's film projectionist. He can read poetry and understands romance, which this person cannot compare to, she thought to herself, especially when she saw him taking out those yellowed textbooks. She felt that he was not well educated. Li Fang is reading Catherine the Great and Wuthering Heights, which are foreign books, but this guy only knows how to read textbooks. Changqing noticed Lin Meisho's disdainful look, but he didn't care. Why should he care about people who have nothing to do with him? After finishing work every day, he would go home to read, and even used a kerosene lamp to study at night. The original owner was a book lover, but farm work was really tiring, and he loved helping others, so he was always busy and had little time. Now, he only does his own work and doesn't get involved in anything else, which makes him feel much more relaxed. No one dared to cause trouble for him, after all. His status as the captain's son-in-law held some weight that day. I was working in the fields. Lin's mother ran over with an exaggerated look of joy on her face. Changqing, go back quickly, there's good news. Changqing looked up in confusion, and someone next to him laughed. What are you staring at? Your wife must be pregnant. You're amazing. You've only been married for less than half a year. Changqing remembered that Lin Xiaomei's pregnancy had become quite obvious recently. Is she going to confront her cheap husband? He had just the right amount of confusion on his face. But, we didn't sleep together. Xiaomei said she wanted to cultivate her relationship. Everyone was stunned. No sex after 6 months of marriage? This is a big deal. Jiang Jiqing, you're not kidding, are you? And is this something you can say in public? Young people really don't know how to control their words. Lin's mother was also stunned. This kid is having a seizure. She reacted quickly and took 2 steps forward and slapped Changqing in the face. What nonsense are you talking about, kid? You can't just talk nonsense about a young couple. Go back and see your wife. Changqing opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but was pulled away by Lin's mother. He caught a glimpse of everyone's look of anticipation, but he didn't pay any attention and followed Lin's mother back home. Along the way, Lin's mother taught him not to talk nonsense, but he was still confused. Mom, Meisho, and I really didn't. He seemed to really suspect that the doctor had made a mistake, and his brows were deeply furrowed. This made Lin's mother feel a little uneasy. She didn't expect that she would not be allowed to touch her daughter even after she got married. What a sin. However, as a mother, I still have to make some corrections for my daughter. You child, a look of disapproval appeared on her face. Don't you remember that time when Big Brother got married and you were drunk? Maybe that's when she got pregnant. I think the month is right too. Seeing that Changqing seemed to believe it, she slapped him on the back again. It's normal for young men to feel a little confused when they become fathers for the first time. Don't worry, your parents will help you. Changqing said nothing more. When the two returned to the Lin family, they saw that the whole family was in high spirits. Even Lin Meisho's usually stern face was filled with a gentle smile, revealing her maternal radiance, adding a bit of charm. Uncle Yang, how many months has Meisho been pregnant? It's my fault for not noticing it earlier. As soon as Changqing entered the door, he put on a nervous and excited expression. He rubbed his hands and asked the doctor loudly. Dr. Yang is an old doctor in the village. He prescribes medicine for headaches, fevers, pregnancy and fetal preservation, and he is very prestigious in the village. Seeing the guy so nervous, he also laughed. About 4 months. It's not obvious in the early stages, so it's normal that you didn't notice it. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene became silent. Cough, cough, cough. Captain Lin coughed continuously. Dr. Yang immediately realized what he had just let slip, reflecting the young man's puzzled expression. His face remained unchanged. The pulse isn't very accurate in predicting the time. If it's twins or the baby is developing well, it could be 2 months. The old doctor is an old doctor, and his response is indeed very quick. Changqing couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. He seemed to accept the explanation quickly, a delighted smile on his face. Ah! I'm going to be a father. He even dared to grab Lin Meisho's hand and looked at her sincerely. Meisho, thank you. Even though Lin Meisho silently withdrew her hand, he didn't care at all, and thanked his father-in-law and mother-in-law sincerely. During this period, I have relied entirely on my parents to take care of me and my son. Otherwise, I don't know what my life would be like. Now Meisho is pregnant with our Jiang family's child again. Don't worry, I will definitely treat Meisho well and work hard to live a good life. The young man's resounding voice and firm assurance moved the two elders. Moreover, Changqing is not just talked that same day. He went to town, sold the only watch he had, and bought a lot of supplements. He also brought a gift to each member of the Lin family to express his gratitude. This sincere attitude softened the attitude of the eldest sister-in-law of the Lin family by 2 octaves. When Captain Lin suggested that Lin Meisho stay at her parents' home to take care of her pregnancy, her expression didn't turn ugly. It's quite rare. Meisho is pregnant and needs more nutrition. I'll go to the woods more often during this time to see if I can get some wild game. After dinner, Changqing said this again. This made everyone laugh. The villagers live off the mountains and the water. When they are hungry, they don't care whether anyone is digging into the corners of socialism or not. There are many people watching them, and many of them sneak into the mountains, but few people can actually get anything. In those days, everyone was short of food and clothing. Captain Lin's family could basically just eat enough, but they definitely couldn't eat well. As long as you have the intention, it will be fine. Captain Lin said with a smile. Mrs. Lin sneered and continued to pick up food. However, they didn't expect that Changqing was not bragging. Chapter 395, Educated Youth Staying Behind for Love. 5. In the following days, Changqing went into the mountains every few days and always came back with something. Either you get a few pheasant eggs, or you shoot a pheasant or a rabbit. One night he even came back in the middle of the night carrying a small wild boar weighing 40 or 50 kilograms. Oh my goodness, you dare to touch a wild boar? Aren't you afraid of danger? Lin's mother was so scared that she patted her chest. 1 pig, 2 bears, and 3 tigers is no joke. Villagers are most afraid of encountering wild boars when going into the mountains, especially sows with piglets. They have bad tempers and may hurt people. Don't go alone in the future. Bring 2 companions from the village. Captain Lin also frowned and said, I see that Meisho is too thin. Giving birth is very painful, so I want to give her some nourishment first. The young man touched his head and chuckled, the firelight illuminating his now plumper face. At this moment, even Lin Meisho had to admit that this man was still quite handsome. It's a pity that her heart has been given to someone else. Changqing did not lie, he just wanted to nourish Lin Meisho's body. In the original plot, Lin Meisho died of complications during childbirth. On the one hand, this was because there were few medical facilities in the village, and midwifery was inherently risky. On the other hand, it was also related to her poor health. Although the Lin family could eat enough, it was definitely far behind that of later generations. There were definitely no nutritious meals or anything like that. In addition, Lin Meisho was born with deficiencies, which led to the tragedy. Of course, you have to raise your own children and enjoy the happiness of family. Changqing doesn't mind being a good person. Go back and get some rest first. Old family, go with your mom to the backyard and deal with the wild boar. Captain Lin made arrangements. Mrs. Lin went to the backyard happily. She now feels that her sister-in-law has married well. The family has been eating meat frequently recently, and she feels that she has gained some weight. This time we actually brought back such a big wild boar. 40 or 50 kilograms, this cannot be sold in the market. It will take half a month for us to eat it at home. Mom, let's make a pork and cabbage hot pot tomorrow morning. She felt like her mouth was watering. Lin's mother nodded. The next day, Changqing went to work as usual. The Lin family, Mother Lin called her daughter to her side and spoke to her from the heart. Meisho, look how good Changqing is to you. He works hard and can even hunt game. You should be content. She touched Lin Meisho's forehead with her hand and sighed. The old mother was a little confused as to why her daughter was involved with Lin Fangzhou. Although he had a job, he had a wife. This is really spine-tingling. Seeing that Lin Meisho didn't say anything, she sighed again. Besides, you're going to be a mother now, so you have to consider your child, right? Let me tell you, men's patience is limited. If you keep nurturing a relationship like this and dragging someone along, what will you do if they run away? Your parents can't take care of you and your child forever. Lin Meisho lowered her head and said nothing. She also knew that she was going a bit too far, but she really can't give her body to someone she doesn't love. It's a blasphemy to love. Seeing that her daughter didn't say anything, Lin's mother felt a little disappointed. I think you're going to have problems. Changqing's temper has changed a lot recently. He's not like before, he won't say anything when he suffers a loss. These words shocked Lin Meisho, but she quickly denied this worry. People's temperaments don't change so easily. He just thought she was going to be a father and had some emotional fluctuations. Mom, I know what's going on. She finally said this. Lin's mother knew from the look on her face that she didn't listen, but what could she do? The daughter I raised has this kind of temper. Fortunately, my son-in-law has a good temper, so I just have to ask him to be more tolerant. Before going to bed at night, she mentioned her son-in-law's work to Captain Lin again. Old man, you said before that the school was recruiting people for Changqing to be teachers. How is the situation now? Captain Lin understood the old woman's worries and turned over. I'm concerned about the child's affairs. Don't worry, you should also take care of your daughter and don't let her get entangled with Li Fang again. If she makes a scene, we won't be able to handle it. Lin's mother hit him angrily. Isn't my daughter yours? What do you mean by take care of my daughter? After saying that, she also sighed. Why is this kid so stubborn? I think Changqing is pretty good. He used to be a little dull, but now he's much more capable and can even hunt. Speaking of this, Captain Lin was also very satisfied. It's pretty good. Lately, I've been taking a few young people from the village into the mountains quite often. They've all become little leaders. However, thinking of his daughter's situation, he fell silent again. After all, it was my daughter who let him down. He needs to put more effort into finding a job and get it done as soon as possible. This can be considered as a little compensation. If Changqing knew that Captain Lin wanted to compensate him, he would probably sneer. Who wants this compensation? He was living a good life. But someone dragged him into a ditch, broke his leg, and then gave him a crutch as compensation. You still expect people to be grateful to you for this? This logic is really touching. At this moment, he was walking home with a few young people. This trip into the mountains yielded some results. The traps we set up earlier caught 2 hares and a pheasant, and everyone was very excited. Brother Jiang, you're amazing. How did you know that's the best place to catch pheasants? The short and fat young man was called Lin Yi, and he was considered to be Lin Meishiu's distant cousin. At this moment, he was holding a wild rabbit in his hand, and his chubby face was filled with excitement. TSK, Brother Jiang is a high school student. These things are all in the books. The other young man was about 15 or 16 years old, with a baby face. His name was Zhang Wu. During this period, Changqing took the 2 of them on an adventure, which made the 2 of them admire him very much. Hearing them talking, Changqing just smiled. Hunting is certainly not a random act. You need to know the habits of animals and the laws of their life and predation, and then you can set traps in a targeted manner to improve efficiency. However, this is not something that can be explained clearly all at once. Hey, Brother Jiang, I already have several pieces of dried meat at home. Let's find a chance to sell them on the black market next time. Zhang Wu suddenly said something. Yes, because they harvested a lot in the mountains, and ordinary families also need more money to buy staple food, so Zhang Wu and Lin Yi's family not only eat some themselves, but also keep some to sell on the black market. This time, the black market was less regulated, and since Changqing had a system, nothing happened. Let's wait until the farm work is done these days. Changqing looked towards the Lin family in front of him. According to the original plot, Lin Meishiu should have talked to Li Fang at this time. He remembered that in the plot, Lin Meishiu went to see Li Fang once when her child was this month old. She wanted to show that she was living well and to annoy the other party. As a result, when the 2 met, they recalled the past, walked around the moat again and again, cried a lot, and lamented that they met too late. He didn't feel anything when watching the plot. If the original owner is brought in at this time, the feeling will not be so good. There has to be a limit to bullying honest people. System, please help me keep an eye on Lin Meishiu's movements. Before going to bed, he said this to the system. Chapter 396, Educated Youth Staying Behind for Love. 6. Lin Yi and Zhang Wu waited for several days but received no news from Changqing. He works all day and goes home to sleep after work. It was as if he had completely forgotten about going to the city, but they really don't dare to go alone. Firstly, they can't negotiate the price with others and may be easily cheated. Secondly, it is still unsafe after all. What if they get caught? Although I am not in jail now, it is possible that I will be detained for a few days. The 2 of them bumped into each other several times and were both very anxious. Hey, do you think Brother Jiang and his sister-in-law have a bad relationship? I think they don't talk to each other. The 2 of them got together again that day, and Zhang Wu couldn't help gossiping. That's impossible. My sister-in-law is pregnant. How could they have a bad relationship? Besides, my sister-in-law used to bring me water and other things. Lin Yi was a little unconvinced. I heard Zhang Wu suddenly came over. Last time, Aunt Lin went to call Brother Jiang and said that my sister-in-law was pregnant. Brother Jiang said that they had never slept together. Lin Yi was stunned, then he laughed. Don't listen to rumors. How can you have a child without having sex? Zhang Wu shook his head and said nothing more. He had heard from his mother that Lin Meishiu had some unclear relationship with the projectionist Li Fang in the past, maybe. However, Lin Yi and the Lin family are relatives, so he couldn't say this out loud. Hey, isn't that Brother Jiang? Lin Yi saw a figure at the end of the road and couldn't help but shout. Zhang Wu also looked over. It's true. Brother Jiang, are you ready to go to the city? The flowers we've been waiting for are almost withering. The 2 of them hurried forward and spoke eagerly. Changqing had no expression on his face and only said one sentence. Get everything ready and go into town tomorrow afternoon. The reason we went there in the afternoon was because the black market usually becomes busy after dinner, so it would be useless to go there early in the morning. The next morning, Changqing went to work in the fields and earned 5 work points. I went home and made myself a quick lunch, then went to take a look at Lin's house. Sure enough, Lin Meishiu was not at home. TSK. It seems he has also gone into the city. He didn't say much. After a walk, he took Lin Yi and Zhang Wu to the city. He sold the things as if he was familiar with the place, and then took the 2 of them to the state-owned canteen to have a bowl of noodles. Then he bought 4 or 5 meat buns and put them in his pocket. Brother, noodles aren't enough, you still need buns? Lin Yi asked with a smile. You don't understand. I brought it to your sister-in-law. I can't eat good food outside and not bring it to my wife. Changqing smiled in a sly way, which made both of them laugh. After eating and drinking, I was ready to go home. Suddenly, they heard that someone was selling homemade hawthorn cakes on the river trail. Changqing waved his hand and said he would take the two of them to try it. The three of them came to the river. What a coincidence. There are people selling it at the trail entrance next to the river, and there are quite a few people gathered there. Changqing saw Lin Meisho and Li Fang at a glance. They were also squeezed in the crowd with happy smiles on their faces. He stopped in his tracks immediately, and the buns in his hands fell to the ground. Brother Jiang, what's wrong? Lin Yi walked one step behind and didn't see anything unusual. Zhang Wu, on the other hand, was sharp-eyed. He pulled Lin Yi's sleeve and pointed at the two people in front who had just bought hawthorn cakes. They were very close to each other. The man was holding a small box of hawthorn cake in his hand. The woman took out a piece and put it in her mouth, with a gentle smile on her face. I don't know what the man said, but the woman suddenly reached out and hit him, and then they both started laughing again. Lin Yi noticed the woman's slightly bulging belly. Lin Meisho. He suddenly felt that his cousin was so strange. Isn't she usually aloof and indifferent? Why is she so lively today? And that man seemed to be the projectionist who had come to the village to show movies. He had some impression of him. How do they get together? Brother, are you okay? Seeing Changqing turn around and leave, Zhang Wu quickly picked up the buns on the ground and caught up with Lin Yi. Lin Yi finally reacted. He only felt a burst of fire rushing to the top of his head. What is going on? Brother Jiang is such a good person. How could Lin Meisho do this? Brother, I'll go pull her back. Lin Yi turned around angrily, but was stopped by Changqing. He had a smile on his face that was uglier than crying. No need, her heart is not with me. What's the point of bringing her back? Lin Yi was silent. After a long while, he stammered. Some people say you and your sister-in-law have never been together. Is that true? Then he saw Changqing nodded. You bastard. He couldn't help cursing out loud. So, the child is probably that wild man's. Brother, we can't just let this go. Zhang Wu also mentioned it. Yes, let's go beat that man up. Lin Yi waved his fist, and a sense of brotherhood surged in his heart. Young people are so impulsive. Changqing also planned this, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. So, Li Fang was blocked by the three men in an alley on his way home. It was the first time that Changqing observed Li Fang up close. He is of medium build, wears glasses, and looks like a gentleman, but what we can do is not human's job. What are you doing? Highway robbery? I'm telling you, I'm a projectionist, a government official. Seeing that the men came with ill intentions, Li Fang shouted to stop them. Changqing doesn't care about the projectionist. He has something on him. When he heard Li Fang say this, he instead showed a wicked smile. Li Fang, the projectionist? He suddenly approached. Bang, a slap landed on his face, knocking his glasses off. Li Fang was a man after all, so he was naturally angry about being slapped in the face. He yelled and pounced forward. The result was that he was kicked in the stomach again, and he flew out directly, hitting the wall and falling to the ground. You bastard, you have no fighting ability at all. He spat. Beat him. Lin Yi and Zhang Wu naturally knew Changqing's fighting ability. They thought they had no chance to attack, but when they heard his words, they immediately rushed forward. Puff puff puff. After a round of punches and kicks, Li Fang lay on the ground like a dead dog. Changqing then walked forward and stepped on his face. The projectionist, Li Fang, right? Grandpa, let me introduce you to Jiang Changqing from Nanhangling village. Lin Meisho is my wife. Before Changqing could finish his words, he saw Li Fang's eyes suddenly widen. This moment, he finally understood why he was beaten. You, what do you want? I can compensate you. Li Fang struggled to sit up and begged for mercy. Do you think I need your money? We're not done yet, just wait. Changqing patted Li Fang's face, took the two of them away, and stepped on his glasses before leaving. The sound of shattering glass made Li Fang's scalp tingle. After a long time, he finally endured the severe pain and struggled to get up from the ground. The panic in my heart was like a flood that could no longer be suppressed. Damn it, didn't Lin Meisho say her husband was a loser? Why did he beat him so hard? Chapter 397, Educated Youth Staying Behind for Love. 7. Li Fang stumbled back home. His wife Yang Xian almost didn't recognize him when she saw his bruised face and nose. As soon as she heard him speak, she immediately burst into tears. I'm fine, don't call the police. Li Fang found some medicine for sprains and bruises and applied it on himself, saying in a muffled voice, he is now extremely panicked. In this day and age, beating someone up is not a big deal, but hooliganism is no joke. Losing your job is a minor offense, you could even be shot, but the woman was pregnant with 2 children, so she couldn't deny it. This moment, he wanted to slap himself twice. When he heard her say during the day that the baby in her belly was his and had never been touched by her husband, he thought it was very exciting. He didn't expect that disaster would come so soon. Brother Fang, Wo, who hit you? Before Yang Shiyun could finish her words, Li Fang interrupted her impatiently. I said it's okay. Don't say anything. Yang Shiyun immediately stopped talking. She had been married for 2 years but had not conceived a child. She was already at a disadvantage in front of her husband, and now that she saw him become stern, she felt even more afraid. She took the medicine and applied it on Li Fang's back with sobs. When her hand touched a purple bruise, Li Fang gasped in pain. You want to fucking kill me, don't you? He cursed angrily. Night, my body was still in pain and I couldn't sleep at all. He kept thinking about it, but by dawn he still had no idea what to do. The other party definitely doesn't want to let me go. I really have to go to jail. He couldn't bear this result, but he couldn't think of any way to calm the other party's anger. After all, the other party said that he didn't care about the money anymore. Li Fong took a few days off from work and stayed at home to recuperate and feared he was like a prisoner awaiting trial, worried every moment that the police would come knocking on his door. On the other hand, Changqing was much more comfortable. After beating the guy up, he felt that a lot of the resentment in his heart had been released, and the world became a better place. Life went on as usual. Changqing still worked during the day, and occasionally took Lin Yi and Zhang Wu into the mountains at night to read books when he had free time. It's like nothing happened. However, the gossip about Nanhangling village gradually spread. There weren't many entertainment activities in that era. When there was some free time from farming, the happiest thing to do was to gather under the big banyan tree at the village entrance and chat. As they talked, the topic turned to the captain's son-in-law. You said that the team leader Jiao Lin Meisha was beautiful and a junior high school student, so why did she fall for Jiang Jiqing? Some people raised doubts. In those days, educated youth were not a good choice for village girls to marry. They were not good at work, could hardly feed themselves, and there was no sign of their return to the city. Girls in the village either marry good working men in the village, or use their family connections to find workers in the city and marry them, which means they can change their fate. The girl from the Lin family was more than qualified to marry into the city, but she ended up marrying an educated youth from the village, whose family was completely unable to support her. This really makes the villagers wonder. Zhang Woma Wang Shouji happened to be nearby and snorted coldly when she heard this. Why did you choose Jiang Jiqing? Isn't it because his daughter made a mistake first? I think Jiang Jiqing is the one who suffered the loss. Zhang Woma and Lin's mother have never gotten along. She always felt that the Lin family was bullying others by relying on their status as team leader. When she heard Zhang Hu talk about the day he saw Lin Meisho dating a wild man in the city, she felt that her day of pride had come. Now, we have found an opportunity to publicize the Lin family's scandal, and we can't miss it. Wang Shouji's words immediately attracted everyone's attention and everyone gathered over. Shouji, did you hear something? Tell me in detail. Facing the gossipy eyes of the crowd, Zhang Woma straightened her back. She felt like she was the center of the universe. I heard. She lowered her voice and spoke with spit flying. The people around her listened with great interest and asked questions from time to time. She told the truth for some of the answers she could give, and made up some for others she couldn't answer. We are all from the same village, and other people have also discovered some clues. Now when it is confirmed, everyone nods. I was wondering, the last time I went to the city I saw Lin Meisho talking to a man, and she said he was her classmate. Now that I think about it, wow. Ah, now I remember. Wasn't it the projectionist? No wonder the girl from the Lin family is always the most active one to come forward every time a movie is shown. TSK, so the baby in the Lin family girl's belly isn't Jiang Jiqing's? This is too much of a bully. Needless to say, the fighting power of the aunts and uncles in the village is very strong. After one night, gossip about Captain Lin's daughter and son-in-law spread throughout Nanhangling village. Soon, Changqing felt that he always received more sympathetic looks when he went out. TSK, it seems everyone has spread the word. He chuckled. System, everyone in the village knew that Zhang Wu's mother was a big mouth. Zhang Wu was also a big mouth. If he knew, wouldn't it be the same as his mother knowing? And if his mother knew, it would be the same as the whole village knowing. What else can I say? The system praises with its eyes closed. Host, well done. Changqing smiled slightly, hiding his achievements and fame. Soon, these words reached Lin's mother's ears, and she was so angry that she almost fainted. Look at what they are saying. She even swore that she saw it with her own eyes. How could her daughter be involved with Li Fong? The first person she thought of was Zhang Huma, who had always been at odds with her. Wang Xiuji. If you dare to gossip about me behind my back, I'll tear your mouth apart. She rushed to Zhang's house with a bamboo broom and started cursing. Wang Xiuji. You're gossiping all the time. Aren't you afraid of getting your tongue rotten? Just because you don't have a daughter, you can just make up stories about other people's daughters? Come out here. Along the way, Lin's mother was in a very aggressive mood, and many people followed her to join in the FUN.AT. This time, someone came out to add fuel to the fire. Zhang Hu's mom, don't be so scared, people are coming to our door. Someone shouted. Who's scared? I'm cooking. An angry voice came from inside the house, and soon Wang Shouji appeared at the door. She was wearing an apron and holding a spatula in her hand, and it seemed that she was really cooking. Zhang Qinglian. Why are you making a scene at my door instead of disciplining your daughter? Wang Xiuji's face looked unhappy. She called Lin's mother by her name and pointed at her with a spatula, her momentum not weakening at all. Hearing her mention her daughter, Lin's mother became even more furious. She rushed over waving a broom, scaring everyone to scream. Wang Xiuji refused to give in and fought back waving a spatula, but an inch longer is an inch stronger, an inch shorter is an inch more dangerous. Although the spatula is made of iron, it is ultimately no match for the advantages of a bamboo broom. Wang Xiuji was defeated within 2 rounds and was swept around by Lin's mother, but since she lost in her hands, she had to save face. With her words, she howled. Zhang Qinglian, I didn't make up what happened to your daughter. She was secretly dating Li Fong, and my son saw it with his own eyes. So did Lin Yi and your son-in-law. The onlookers exclaimed at the right moment, which made Lin's mother's face tremble. You fart. Mother Lin yelled. She swung the broom and her attack became more intense. Wang Xiaoji was hit twice, and seeing that she was no match for her opponent, she ran away. Everyone was familiar with the roads in the village. One of them was running, and the other was chasing, and they were both running very fast. Wang Xiaoji was busy talking, shouting at the top of her lungs as she ran. After one round, everyone in the village had heard most of it. In the end, it was Captain Lin who stepped in and stopped the farce. Chapter 398, Educated Youth Staying Behind for Love, 8, Ah. Lao Lin, do you know what this woman said about my daughter? I want to rip her mouth apart. When Lin's mother returned home, she was even more angry. She felt like her brain was lacking oxygen. Captain Lin, on the other hand, is knowledgeable and experienced, and is able to remain calm at this moment. Nonsense. Isn't it going to spread faster this way? He took a puff of his pipe and his face was gloomy. You should ask your daughter about this. Unlike Lin's mother, who has great faith in her daughter, Captain Lin knows how much his daughter likes Lin Feng. I can really do anything for that person. If Li Feng didn't have a wife and the consequences of making a fuss were serious, he probably wouldn't have listened to his advice and gotten married. Captain Lin's expression made Lin's mother's heart skip a beat. Boss, don't you doubt your daughter. Before she could finish her words, she saw her man nod silently. What a sin! Lin's mother felt a pang of anxiety in her heart, and she sat down on the bench and started crying. Why does her daughter have such a miserable life? She's clearly on the right track, so why are some people still not letting her go? Mom, what's wrong with you? Lin Meishio appeared at the door. She was going back to her parents' home for dinner. When Lin's mother saw her daughter, she stopped crying. Lin Meishio. She took 2 or 3 steps forward and pulled her daughter into the room to sit down. His eyes looked straight into hers. Tell me the truth, have you met Lin Feng again recently? Her voice was trembling, and she pulled Lin Meishio's hand a little too hard, pinching her so hard that it hurt a little. Mom, let me go. Lin Meishio shook her hands, but couldn't get rid of it after taking it. Her mother held it even tighter. Explain. Lin's mother's voice was a little harsh. Just say it. Lin Meishio curled her lips. I happened to run into him when I went to the city half a month ago, and we chatted for a while. After all, he is the father of the child. She didn't think it was a big deal. Anyway, there is no love between Jiang Changqing and me. It's just a fake marriage. Besides, he is the child's father. Shouldn't he be told? Lin's mother was angered by her daughter's indifferent attitude. Did you know you were seen on the street? Now the whole village is hearing about it. Lin Meishio's expression froze. Suddenly, tears began to fall from her eyes. Mom, please help me. What they said will affect Brother Feng's work. She stood up anxiously. Lin's mother felt a pang in her heart. What kind of reaction is this? This silly daughter isn't worried about herself, but is worried about others. She slapped her daughter in frustration. Are you stupid? Are you still worried about others at this time? The ones most affected by this matter are our Lin family and you. Lin Meishio was stunned again. What can happen to us? Isn't Dad the captain? She really thought her father could handle everything and was not worried at all. Mother Lin slowly sat down on the edge of the bed. It's over. This daughter doesn't think about anything at all. She suddenly remembered what Zhang Woma said. Lin Yi and Jiang Changqing both saw this. It doesn't matter what Lin Yi thinks, but what does his son-in-law think? This child, how could he be so careless? How has Jiang Changqing treated you recently? She suddenly leaned over again, staring into her daughter's eyes and asked. Lin Meishio was frightened by her mother's attitude. He's still the same to me, very nice. She replied somewhat haltingly. Lin's mother's expression looked a little better. It seems that Wang Xiaoji was just talking nonsense, trying to scare herself by bringing up her own son-in-law. If Jiang Changqing had seen it with his own eyes, wouldn't he have stepped forward to stop it? Would he still be so calm? I'm glad you're okay. She breathed a sigh of relief. I discussed it carefully with Captain Lin in the evening, and finally I felt relieved. The next day, Changqing was specially called to the Lin family. Lin's mother cooked a table full of dishes, and Lin's father also took out some old wine that he had hidden for a long time. Both of them were smiling. Changqing, come, sit down. Changqing glanced around and found that everyone else was gone. Is it because his cheap father-in-law and mother-in-law want to talk to him alone? He sat down without hesitation. Dad, Mom, what's the good news? He naturally poured a glass of wine for Captain Lin and asked with a slightly puzzled look. Great news. Mother Lin brought out a plate of fried fish and sat down herself. Yeah? Changqing reached out to help pick up the dishes, and the smile on his face seemed to widen a bit. You have found a job and can report to school next week. Captain Lin took a bite of the food and casually dropped a piece of big news. He squinted his eyes, as if the world was under his control. A perfect look of surprise appeared on Changqing's face. He stood up and quickly toasted Captain Lin. Thank you, Dad. It's Dad who takes action. I know whether there is any. A glimmer of pride flashed across Captain Lin's eyes. After being the team leader for so many years, what I am most proud of is not how much I have done, but that I have met many people and have a say in this small piece of land in Nanhangling village. He coughed twice and straightened his expression. When you get to school, you must work hard and teach seriously. The principal and I are somewhat acquainted. If you don't understand something, you can ask him for advice. Changqing naturally nodded and accepted the instruction. After all, teaching is much easier than farming, and there is more time to read. This will do him every good and no harm. Naturally, there is no reason to refuse. However, Captain Lin was still going to invite him to a big meal just for this? He was a little skeptical. Sure enough, after 3 rounds of drinks, Lin's mother pulled Captain Lin's sleeve. Captain Lin, who was slightly drunk, finally got to the point. Chang-Ching, there have been some rumors in the village recently. Have you heard about it? He glanced at Chang-Ching and saw him nod. This matter has spread so widely, it would be unreasonable for him to say that he had not heard of it. Dad, Mom, it's just a rumor. I don't take it seriously. The young man had a serious expression and spoke in a very sincere tone. His attitude made Lin's parents feel relieved, but his next sentence made them nervous again. Meisho is pregnant with my child. I can't doubt her just because of rumors. Chang-Ching filled Captain Lin's glass with wine again and spoke solemnly. Dad, Mom, I want to toast you. I'm really touched that you've raised Meisho to be such an outstanding person. When these words were spoken, the 2 elders looked at each other. Lin's mother stared at Chang-Ching for a while, but there was no anger or dissatisfaction in the young man's eyes, only full sincerity. It seems that this is not irony. Ha ha, Meisho is spoiled and doesn't know anything. Please be more tolerant of her. Captain Lin laughed dryly and drank the wine in one gulp. Chang-Ching also drank with him. He felt a little funny. Yes, there's something to be taken care of. The original owner did take on the responsibility and took on the responsibility for the rest of his life. In the end, he ended up in a miserable situation. Good people don't live long. He doesn't want to be a good person. If it weren't for the fact that population mobility is so poor in this era, and he didn't want Lin Meisho to die in childbirth, he would have wanted to run away early. Well, let's just hang out for now. On the surface, both the host and the guests enjoyed the meal. Chapter 399, Educated Youth Staying Behind for Love. 9. Lin's son-in-law goes to work at the village primary school. The news quickly spread throughout Nanhangling village. This disappointed many people who were looking forward to seeing a big show. Lin Meisho's affairs are being spread everywhere, yet he acts as if nothing has happened. Is this still a man? I think Zhang Jiqing is the smart one. He'll only embarrass himself if he makes a scene, but the benefits he gets are real. Under the big banyan tree at the entrance of the village, a group of people started chatting again. That's right. With so many educated youth, who wouldn't want to work in a primary school? It's much easier than doing farm work. Zhang Jiqing is sensible. Some people agree, and naturally some people disagree. You call this sensible? The child might not even be your own. I think he's just stupid. He's being manipulated by the Lin family. If you ask me, there's nothing good about Lin Meisho. Look at her attitude towards Zhang Jiqing. TSK, I can't stand it. This is why they can teach but you can't. Chang-Ching didn't care about other people's opinions and went to school to register honestly. It may also be because Captain Lin made a greeting. The tasks assigned at school were not many and everyone was very polite. Life is still good. In fact, not only children from Nanhangling village go to school in the primary school, but also students from several nearby villages come here, so there are quite a few students. There are about 100 students from grades 1 to 6 and 5 or 6. Teaching is not a difficult task for him. In fact, his teaching method is particularly effective and his students like him very much. Less than a month later, he represented the school in the county teaching competition and won a first prize. This made Captain Lin look at him with a higher opinion. It was rare for me to say a few words of praise while eating. However, Lin Meisho still looked down on him and her attitude was still cold. What did it matter? He didn't care. Lin Meisho's belly grew bigger, and he took care of her very considerately. I always run home as soon as I get off work. I can't wait to watch it all day long. His attitude actually changed some of the villagers' views, and even the previous rumors dissipated a lot. I say, Zhang Jiqing is very concerned. It doesn't seem like he has any grudge against Lin Meisho. Could it be that what he said before wasn't true? I think so too. What man can be so devoted to his wife while being cheated on? The villagers love to gossip, but after all, most of them have not seen the rumors with their own eyes, so they are very hesitant. This made Captain Lin and his mother happy again. Privately, Captain Lin said to Lin's mother, "Look, my method is right, isn't it? As long as we treat Chang-Ching well, he will naturally treat his daughter well. In this way, the rumors will be self-defeating." Lin's mother nodded repeatedly. Or you have an idea. I'll cook 2 more dishes in the evening and ask my son-in-law to come back for dinner. Ever since Chang-Ching started working at school, he has come to the Lin family for dinner less often. It wasn't because of his pride, but the school also has a cafeteria, and the food there is much better than at the Lin family's. He is lazy, so he just eats at school before going home. After school that day, I was correcting papers in the office, then he heard someone calling him from outside. "Teacher Jiang, your wife is here to see you." When I looked up, I saw Teacher Wang winking at the door. The teachers at school originally looked down on him because he got in through connections, but after Chang-Ching taught a few classes, everyone accepted him. There was no other reason but because of his ability. Therefore, he now has a good relationship with the teachers in school, especially Teacher Wang, who was also born as an educated youth, and the two of them have an even closer relationship. I'll go take a look. Changqing's expression remained unchanged. He stood up, patted teacher Wang on the shoulder, and walked out. Sure enough, Lin Meisho was standing on the playground. Her belly was ridiculously big, and she didn't look like she was 5 months pregnant.
My dad is calling you home for dinner.
Lin Meisho stated her intention. This was her first time coming to Changqing's workplace, and she felt that the young man opposite her seemed to have changed a lot. Maybe he pays more attention to his image when teaching. His back is straight and he doesn't need to go out in the sun or wind. The skin on his face is also much whiter. Although he is not as white as Li Fang, he still looks very different from the villagers. What made her even more surprised was that this person's temperament seemed to have changed a lot. He used to be a little timid and cautious, but now he is open and confident in front of her, without any embarrassment, and even has a hint of pride in his eyes. Lin Meisho felt a little unhappy when she realized this. Why is he so proud? It was thanks to her father that she became a teacher. Angry, she turned around and walked away, her steps becoming much more hurried. Changqing followed silently behind. He has become accustomed to Lin Meisho's attitude, and he doesn't care anyway. As long as she gives birth to the baby safely, he won't have to stay here anymore. He wanted to see what the Lin family would do and what Li Fang would do. I'm afraid it will be quite lively. While walking, Lin Meisho suddenly sprained her ankle. Oops. She screamed and fell backwards. Be careful. Changqing quickly took 2 steps, lifted her neck with both hands and held her steady, then he immediately let go and took 2 steps back. Lin Meisho was angry. What kind of operation is this? Are you treating her like a chicken? Don't you know how to hold your waist? Do you have to lift your neck? She questioned with red eyes. When I took it, I saw the young man smile and spread out his hands. You don't like me touching you, right? I'm just doing what you want. Lin Meisho choked. Humph, uneducated is uneducated, all you know is arguing with women. She shook her head and looked away, not wanting to move forward. Suddenly, she felt wronged again. Not if the child's biological father were here, he would definitely gently support her waist and nervously ask her if she was hurt, but she hadn't seen him for a long time. It was inconvenient for him to travel because of his weight gain, and he hadn't come to the village to show movies for a long time. During this period, another colleague came instead. It was not convenient for her to go and inquire with her pregnancy in mind, as the rumors had not completely died down yet, especially when eating at home. Changqing was seen clinking glasses with the Lin family, acting like they were family. Lin Meisho felt very angry that he just found a teaching job thanks to his father's connections. But his family members all praised him for doing a good job. If I let my brother do it, he would definitely do it 100 times better than him. That is a true cultured person. Chapter 400, Educated Youth Staying Behind for Love. 10. In fact, Li Fang, who was worried about Lin Meisho, had a very stressful life recently. At first, he was worried that Changqing would report him to the police and get arrested. So, he took several days off and hid in his hometown. In the end, nothing happened, but he was still very nervous. Because Changqing said that day that this matter was not over yet. The tone at that time was very stern, and he was sure that he was not joking. He is definitely planning something big, but he couldn't keep asking for leave, so after hiding at home for half a month, he had to return to the city with trepidation. However, he never dared to go to Nanhangling village to show movies again. Even hearing the name of the village made him feel guilty. When he walked in the alleys at night, he was afraid that 3 people would suddenly appear from a corner and beat him up again. Later, more than a month passed and nothing happened, but this did not make him feel relieved. Instead, he felt that a disaster was about to happen. Shen Bushishu went to the countryside to show movies, but he brought the wrong film several times in a row, causing many villages to complain about him. This can't go on any longer. Li Fang felt that if this continued, he would go crazy. He felt that he could not sit idly by. But what can I do? I think about it and there is no good solution. In the end, he decided to ask for forgiveness and confess his crime, and spend money to avoid disaster. So he took out 500 yuan, put on a straw hat and quietly came to Nanhangling village. Get out. Get out of here. Li Fang arrived at Lin's house and Lin's mother was there. When she heard that it was him, she immediately became angry. She cursed in a low voice and turned back to find a broom. Aunt, I really came here to admit my mistake and apologize. I didn't, he spoke anxiously, but before he finished speaking, he saw Lin Meisho standing at the door. Obviously, she heard the noise outside. At this moment, she stared at Li Fang blankly, tears welling up in her eyes. That look made Li Fang's scalp tingle. Meisho, he subconsciously stepped back and then heard her burst into tears. Brother Fang, Lin Meisho rushed over regardless and threw herself into Li Fang's arms. Li Fang was completely stunned. This was not the result he expected. I came here to make peace because I was worried about being beaten and retaliated against. But now this has happened. He subconsciously looked around. Fortunately, Changqing was not at home at this time. Lin's mother was also shocked this time. Doesn't this daughter have any common sense at all? Doesn't she know she's married? She hurried forward to pull them apart, but Lin Meisho held on tightly. There was no choice but to call Li Fang into the house. This is not something she can handle. Just stay in the room and don't move. I'll call your father back. She hurried out and called Captain Lin. This time, the men were still working in the fields, so she went home early to cook. She was secretly glad in her heart that Changqing was teaching at school and it was almost the end of the semester. He was very busy and would not come back until dark. When Captain Lin heard about this, he naturally became anxious. When the two returned home, Lin Meisho had already cried again. Dad, Mom, I don't want to live with John Changqing anymore. Please let us get a divorce. Seeing her parents coming back, she raised her tearful face. What? Now not only Captain Lin and his wife were surprised, but even Li Fang hurriedly shook his head.
No, no, no. You can't get a divorce. He spoke quickly.
You, shut up. Captain Lin's face was as dark as ink. This daughter is really spoiled and does whatever she wants. Seeing that Lin Meisho stopped interrupting, he looked at Li Fang again, anger accumulating in his eyes.
What are you doing here? Haven't you harmed enough people?
He was furious. This man had hooked up with his daughter, causing her to be completely obsessed with him, and he still had a wife.
Isn't this just disgusting?
If he wasn't afraid of making a big fuss, he would have beaten him up right now. Li Fang was already a little nervous. After all, Captain Lin still had some authority. He was so frightened by his harsh shout that he trembled and almost fell off the bench. I'm here to make amends. He quickly stood up, took out the wrapped money from his pocket, opened it and put it on the table. It was a thick stack that looked very heavy. Captain Lin's expression improved a little. Mother Lin exclaimed and stood up in surprise. This thick stack of bills looks like it's worth at least several hundred yuan. You have to know that in that era, even teachers only earned a dozen yuan a month, and farming in the countryside could not even save 100 yuan a year.
This stack of money is at least equivalent to a family's income for several years.
The boss, Mother Lin looked at Captain Lin. She didn't dare to make a decision on such matters. Captain Lin also fell silent. This is a lot of money. It seems that this guy really cares about it. Others may not know, but he knows that projectionists in the city only earn a few dozen yuan a month. At least it's many years of savings, or even the savings of an entire family. Should I accept it or not? He hesitated a little. If I accept it, it means I accept the other party's apology, which is a bit embarrassing, but if I don't accept it, he will feel at a disadvantage. But for the sake of my daughter and my face, I can't openly break up with him. On the other side, Lin Meisho was also stunned by Li Fang's generosity. Is this the power of city dwellers? Hundreds of dollars at a time. To be honest, she had never seen so much money in her life. But he is worthy of being the man she likes, her true love.
Dad, let's just accept it. Brother Fang is sincere.
She started to give advice. Only if Dad accepts this money, their relationship will be eased in the future. She didn't want her father and Brother Fang to become opponents. Captain Lin looked at his daughter's big belly inside. Her mother, please put this money away. Raising children will cost money in the future, so keep this money for raising them. It can also reduce the burden on their family. He turned his head and looked at Li Fang sternly again.
You, get out of here right now.
Don't come to Nanhangling village again, Dad. Before Li Fang could react, Lin Meisho screamed.
If you keep talking, I'll beat him up right now.
Captain Lin's face was grim, and he grabbed the wooden stick next to him.
I'm leaving right away, right away.
Li Fang felt relieved when he saw that the other party accepted the money. I don't want to stay here anymore. He stood up and ran out in a hurry. He didn't even glance at Lin Meisho, whose face was covered in tears. Breathing the clear air outside, he felt that the stone in his heart had finally fallen to the ground. As a result, not far after he walked out of Nanhangling village, he saw a young man standing on the side of the road. If it's not Changqing, then who else could it be? His heart skipped a beat before he could finish his words. He was kicked in the waist and fell heavily to the ground.
You can't hit people. I've already apologized and paid.
Li Fang shouted at the top of his lungs. It was getting dark at this time and there was no one on the roads leading in and out of the village.
Just give me money? I'll beat you up every time I see you. If you don't agree, report it to the police.
Changqing snorted coldly, and fists rained down on him. At first, Li Fang thought that the other party was alone and he would resist, but before he could stand firmly, he was kicked to the ground again. Damn, this guy is used to doing farm work and is very strong. Soon, he gave up the idea of resisting and just lay on the ground with his hands on his head. Changqing let out a long sigh and then said another sentence.
We're not done with this.
Then, he walked away. Li Fang was left limping back with tears in his eyes. Chapter 401, Educated Youth Staying Behind for Love. 11. After beating Li Fang up, Changqing felt refreshed. I whistled and went straight to my father-in-law's house. The food was already prepared. He took a glance and saw Lin Meisho sitting there with red and swollen eyes, and he almost laughed out loud.
Meisho, what's wrong? You're pregnant, don't keep crying. It's not good for the baby.
Lin Meisho glared at him fiercely and turned her head away. Changqing was in a good mood and didn't care at all. He sat down and hummed a song.
What's up? Changqing, you seem to be in a good mood today.
Mother Lin brought the dishes to the table with a smile on her face. She was in a good mood as she had just collected several hundred yuan.
Yeah, I just beat up a wild boar on the road.
Changqing looked very proud. Wild boar? Captain Lin was shocked.
You went into the mountains again?
Where are the wild boars?
Changqing waved his hand indifferently. I chased it away. It's probably not a local pig. Baffling.
Seeing him bragging, Lin Meisho snorted coldly. Changqing ignored her and talked to Captain Lin for a while. After a while, the whole family came back and gathered around the table to eat. Perhaps because he was in a good mood after receiving the money, Captain Lin took out his collection of wine and had a few drinks with some of his juniors. Changqing naturally also drank 2 cups with him. During the dinner, Captain Lin drank a few glasses of wine and expressed his feelings as the head of the family. Children, the future belongs to you, so you all must work hard. First of all, a harmonious family brings prosperity.
You must remember this.
He looked at his daughter and took Changqing's hand again.
Changqing, my daughter Meisho has been spoiled since she was a child. She has a bad temper.
Please bear with her. If you have any difficulties, tell Dad and I will give you some advice. In this Nanhangling village, and even in the town, Dad still has some face. Changqing also smiled and nodded repeatedly. It's better to save this little bit of face to raise my grandchildren. They are two naughty kids. In the previous life, those two naughty kids gave the original owner a lot of trouble. They were naughty and mischievous and also disobedient. I have to have my biological mother take care of me in this life. Well, since my mother doesn't seem to be in charge, let my grandfather take care of it. After the meal, the whole family was happy and harmonious. On the other side, Li Fong stumbled back home and scared his wife again.
Li Fong, why were you beaten again?
Yang Xian also couldn't understand why Li Fong had been living in fear all day long since he was beaten last time, and had even made several mistakes at work. At this time when I went out, I was beaten again. She felt inexplicably angry. Is there still justice in this world?
They only bully the honest people. I'll report it to the police.
She put down the things in her hands, stood up and walked out. As soon as she took a step forward, she felt herself being hugged. Li Fong's hoarse voice rang in his ears.
Shiyun, don't call the police. I lost all my money gambling and they beat me up. Now I'm even, and everything will be fine from now on.
He knew that he had taken all the family savings and would be discovered sooner or later, so he simply gave it all up. This is the only time I'm going to be beaten and scolded. Yang Shiyun was stunned by his words. She stood there blankly for a while, then suddenly shook off his hand and rushed into the room. Li Fong sat down woodenly. He heard the sound of rummaging through drawers in the room, followed by a heart-wrenching scream, but there was no expression on his face. There was only a sense of relief in my heart after overcoming the tribulation. Seeing Yang Xian rushing out of the room and pulling his collar and crying, he knelt on the ground and slapped himself wildly. I'm sorry for you, I'm sorry for this family, I deserve to die. He cried miserably and was slapped loudly.
Did you know that that money also included my mother's pension? $500, and you lost it all?
Yang Shiyun was devastated. All the belongings, if it is stolen, you can report it to the police and maybe they can get it back, but now that it has been gambled away by my own family, there is no hope at all. She sat down on the ground dejectedly, covering her face and crying silently.
Shiyun, I really regret this. I will never gamble again. Let's save money slowly. I'm sure we can.
We are still young and there is no rush for children.
We will go to the doctor after we save some money.
Yang Xian just cried and ignored his comfort. She felt really bad. The couple didn't have any children, so she was under a lot of pressure. She planned to use the money to see a doctor in Shanghai. In the end, it just disappeared. She felt that her life had suddenly lost its purpose. Something happened in Changqing. Because of Li Fong's arrival, Lin Meisho was a little excited, and as a result, she had a miscarriage. At night, I suddenly had a stomachache. In the middle of the night, Changqing was woken up by her in the side room. This gave him a big shock. Is she going to give birth prematurely, according to her actual pregnancy time?
The due date should be in November.
I'm in so much pain, please call a doctor. Lin Meisho held her stomach, beads of sweat the size of beans appeared from her forehead, and her whole body was hunched over. Lie down first, I'll go call for help.
Changqing didn't dare to hide or delay.
He helped her lie down and immediately rushed out. He first went to the Lin family and called the Lin family, and then went to the village to call the doctor. He looked so anxious, just like a prospective father. Fortunately, nothing serious happened and the pain had subsided by the time the doctor arrived. After taking my pulse and examining me, the doctor simply said that I was very agitated and needed to take care of myself and keep my emotions stable.
It's no big deal, don't worry.
The doctor patted Changqing on the shoulder when he left.
Good boy. Responsible. This is really responsible.
He almost broke the old doctor's door in the middle of the night. Because of this incident, Lin Meisho's attitude towards Changqing improved a lot. I'm no longer as picky as I used to be, as sometimes she even thought that why not let him be the child's biological father. After all, he seemed quite reliable now, had a job, and was relatively responsible, especially when she saw Changqing had specifically found some books on pregnancy precautions to read, and she also solemnly told her to speak up immediately if she felt any discomfort. This made her feel a warm current in her heart. Maybe Dad's vision is right after all. However, she thought about how Li Fong had given her more than 500 yuan last time he came, and she couldn't help feeling a little conflicted. Isn't Brother Fong sincere to me? 500 yuan is equivalent to all my belongings. Lin Meisho is indeed extremely charming and can make people open up to her. Lin Meisho couldn't help but touch her face and smile. If Changqing knew what she was thinking, he would probably curse in his heart. Just a love-brained person who doesn't want to think about anything. Li Fong was able to pay the money because he was threatened by him and was afraid. He simply didn't want her to die in childbirth. After all, life with a baby is so wonderful. How can you just abandon it like this? He is well aware of the inertia of the plot, so he has to pay close attention. Chapter 402, Educated Youth Staying Behind for Love. 12. Changqing used to spend most of his time in school, but since the last miscarriage, he went home as soon as school was over. He even persuaded Lin Meisho to live with her parents. Anyway, Lin's mother was worried about her being alone at home, so at least there was someone to take care of her. He also took out all the salary he received from the school and gave it to Lin's mother for safekeeping, so that she could buy more nutritional
Supplements. Lin's mother was very satisfied with such a thoughtful son-in-law. She praised Captain Lin several times in private, saying that he had a good vision and was good at choosing people. The previous rumors in the village have basically all dissipated. Even Lin Yi and Zhang Wu couldn't help but wonder if they had seen it wrong last time. After all, Jiang Jiqing cared deeply about Lin Meishu. He would go home as soon as he got off work, often go to the street to buy some baby products, and I heard that he gave all his salary to his mother-in-law. What a perfect son-in-law. Those rumors must be false. Otherwise, which man would be able to bear the green hat on his head? Lin's mother straightened her back and made sarcastic remarks to Wang Xiuji whenever she saw her. Hey, isn't this Zhang Wu's mom? Why are you looking so miserable? My daughter and son-in-law are doing well, are you unhappy? When she saw Zhang Wuma approaching while working in the fields, the smile on Lin's mother's face widened. Wang Xiuji spat heavily. Zhang Qinglian, why are you so proud? You know better than anyone whether your daughter would do that kind of thing or not. She is not afraid. Although she didn't understand why Jiang Jiqing did this, she believed that her son was right. They must have seen Lin Meishu and that wild man shopping together. He is not a fool. Even if he were, he would not remain a fool forever. Lin family, let's wait and see. Naturally, Mother Lin couldn't stand her words, and she also felt a little guilty. Li Fong came to give money. Wang Xiuji. You keep gossiping. I'm going to rip your mouth apart. She yelled and rushed forward as Zhang Wuma turned and ran, while Lin's mother chased her until she was far away from the crowd. We can't let her talk nonsense in front of everyone. On the other side, Zhang Wu and Lin Yi found Chang Qing angrily. Brother Jiang, Lin Meishu is not worthy of you at all. Why are you so nice to her? The two men stopped Chang Qing, who was walking home after get off work, and spoke seriously. That's right, let's capture Li Fang and confront him. Then the truth about their affairs will be revealed. Zhang Wu was so angry that he kicked the small stone on the ground far away. They admire brother Chang Qing the most. He can hunt and teach, and he knows a lot. Although I don't go into the mountains often after teaching, I have taught them many skills. In the past 6 months, we have been able to eat meat from time to time, so they are grateful. It is precisely because of this that they cannot stand the Lin family bullying their respected eldest brother. As they talked, both of them rolled up their sleeves. Hey, don't be impulsive. Chang Qing quickly reached out to stop him. You guys are still too young. What's the big deal? Didn't we beat that guy up? It's over long ago. He waved his hand and looked unconcerned. But Zhang Wu opened his mouth and was about to say something when he was interrupted by Chang Qing. No buts. Besides, they gave the Lin family 500 yuan in compensation. They don't care. Why do you care so much? He spoke earnestly, but his words surprised both of them. What? Li Fang returned the money to the Lin family, 500 yuan. This is not a small amount of money. The two of them suddenly realized that this was indeed the case. No wonder Lin's mother protected him so much. It turned out that she had received benefits. Moreover, from what brother Chang Qing said, it was obvious that he was still angry. Lin Ye's eyes rolled and he came over. Brother Jiang, are you planning to do something big? Zhang Wu's eyes also lit up, and he looked at Chang Qing expectantly. Go away. We are new socialists. There's no need to do anything big. The right thing to do is to make a good contribution. Chang Qing waved his hand. Just do what you need to do, don't bother me. The two of them ran away. Chang Qing didn't lie, he really didn't plan to do anything. This doesn't require him to do anything. All he had to do was avoid being taken advantage of, and let the Lin family and Li Fang deal with their own issues. During this period, Lin Meishu has been living in her parents' home for a long time, and he is not in a hurry to go back. He turned around and went to the educated youth site. There are currently 7 educated youth in Nanhangling village, 5 men and 2 women. Except for him who has moved out, the others are still living in the educated youth site. There is no intrigue among the educated youth here, and everyone has a good relationship. In the original plot, they always took good care of the original owner. Even many years later, when the original owner was abandoned by his 2 sons and contracted lung disease, it was his educated youth comrades at the time who donated money for his treatment. Therefore, Chang Qing also remembers their kindness. Chang Qing, come and sit down. Sister Fun is cooking. Let's eat here tonight? When they saw him push the door open, the educated youth who were sitting together talking looked up and greeted him. No, my rations are not here. I'd better go home and eat. Chang Qing waved his hand and sat down comfortably. At that time, food was still distributed based on work points. The rations of the educated youth were all put together, and they ate every meal together. If there was one more person eating a meal, there would be one less portion, and besides, the food at home is better. The food at Captain Lin's house is much better than outside. Seeing that he refused to eat, no one took it seriously and instead gathered around to chat with him. The oldest one, young Qingshan, came over. Chang Qing, is what you said last time about reinstating the college entrance examination reliable? Others also looked over the college entrance exam. The dream of so many educated youth. It has been put on hold for so many years. If the college entrance examination is resumed, I can take the college entrance examination and then return to the city. Yang Qingshan is considered an old educated youth. He has been here for almost 10 years and is now nearly 30 years old. The reason he has not married is that he is thinking about returning to the city. Reliable. My father-in-law said so. Changqing directly brought up Captain Lin. He opened the backpack at the back and said, "Here, I found some books. You can copy them yourself. I've already started reading them." After hearing this, everyone believed it immediately. It is normal for the captain's son-in-law to know some inside information, and people have already started preparing, so it must be true. Everyone became a little excited at that moment. Yang Qingshan took the thick stack of books with some trembling. Everyone came over and opened them to see that most of them still had notes: Chinese, mathematics, history and geography, physics and chemistry, from junior high school to high school. Basically all subjects are available. This is simply a gift package for the college entrance examination. This Yang Qingshan didn't know what to say. We still have time. Everyone, start transcribing separately. If you don't understand something, we can discuss it together. Changqing stood up and said, "I have to go back to the captain's house for dinner. There's fried fish tonight, I can't miss it." After hearing what he said, the educated youth felt reluctant to keep him for dinner. The group walked him out the door before returning to the room excitedly. Everyone will start copying books tonight. Don't save kerosene during this time. Yang Qingshan said solemnly. Chapter 403, Educated Youth Staying Behind for Love, 13. By October, the weather had just turned cold. Finally, news came that the college entrance examination was resumed. The educated youth in Nanhangling village all cheered. At this time, most of them had completed copying the textbooks, and some even went to the city to buy some reference books for students, while the educated youth in other places were still looking for books and information. The educated youth here had already started reading and discussing topics. What they are most grateful for is evergreen. It was he who revealed the news in advance and provided information so that everyone could prepare early. This is extremely important for all candidates preparing for the exam, because according to the announcement, the exam will be held in December of that year, which means there are less than 2 months left starting from October. Time is tight and the task is heavy. Many people lack information. In addition, after years of labor, they have almost forgotten their previous knowledge. It is no exaggeration to say that you should race against time to review. Therefore, the educated youth in Nanhangling village specially prepared a large table of delicious food to invite Changqing to dinner. Zhang Jiqing, it's a good thing you provided us with the information. You don't know that people out there are going crazy looking for information. The scrapyard has been swept through countless times, and it's hard to even find a workbook. While eating, Yang Qingshan sighed with red eyes. Yes, we are ahead of the curve this time. We must pass the college entrance examination in one try. Others also agreed. We are all city kids who would like to live a life facing the earth and working hard, but I have no connections or position at home, so there is no hope of returning to the city. And now that the country has provided us with a way forward, of course we must strive forward. Everyone should study hard and get into your ideal university. Changqing took a bite of the dish and encouraged Dai and the original plot. These educated youth all passed the exams one after another. It should be said that everyone had a certain foundation, and he had great confidence in these people. If you don't understand something, you can come to my house and discuss it with me. Anyway, the elementary schools will be on winter vacation in November, so he has plenty of time. It's a good opportunity to make progress together with everyone. Because of this sentence, the side room where he lived became lively. Winter is the slack season for farmers, so the educated youth would come to him whenever they had free time to discuss topics with him. Everyone gathered firewood. Changqing boiled a large pot of hot water and even took out some snacks for everyone to enjoy. It was warm in the small side room. Sometimes people would argue over a topic until they were red in the face. Sometimes he would talk about his dreams and future and burst into laughter. The excitement here would naturally spread to the Lin family not far away, and Captain Lin and his mother couldn't help but look at each other. Lao Lin, you said Changqing got into college. What about our daughter? When it was time to go to bed at night, Lin's mother couldn't help but poke Captain Lin, feeling a little uneasy. I know my daughter's character very well, so it's probably not a good idea to ask her to take care of the child. Captain Lin turned over. It's not that easy to get into university. It's only a little over a month this year, and he's not a newly arrived educated youth who would have forgotten the knowledge long ago. Don't worry. This made Lin's mother feel a little relieved. She opened her eyes wide and thought about it carefully. I say, Lao Lin, don't they have to go through you when registering for the college entrance examination? Can you dash? Before she could even mention the registration form, she was interrupted by Captain Lin. Silly woman, this won't do. Everyone else has signed up, but he didn't. People will definitely be suspicious of us. If they are suspicious, won't that create a rift between us and our daughter? Besides, the college entrance examination will not be resumed this year. I can't block people every year. I don't want to make them lose their loyalty. It will be bad for everyone. After all, Captain Lin has seen the world, and he would not use such tricks to block people, which would harm others and not benefit himself. However, he thought about it and said it. Cook a few dishes in a couple of days and invite your son-in-law over for a drink. I have to find out his attitude. Chapter 404, Educated Youth Staying Behind for Love, 14. Changqing had another good meal. It was almost the end of the year, and the village also slaughtered a pig. A pot of pickled pork, a plate of dried fish, a large plate of fried peanuts, and various vegetables filled the table. "Oh, my parents are so good to me," Chang Ching shouted exaggeratedly as he entered the room, causing Lin Meisho to snort coldly. "Hurry up and sit down. You've been studying hard lately. I'll give you some refresher." Lin's mother smiled. Captain Lin sat next to him smoking and looked at Changqing deeply several times. The whole family sat down and talked while eating. First, I asked about Changqing's learning progress and showed concern for his health. Changqing answered them one by one with a smile. He also poured wine for everyone attentively. After a few drinks, Captain Lin finally got to the point. "Changqing, your child is about to be born. What are your plans if he gets admitted to university?" The atmosphere at the dinner table tensed, and everyone looked over. Before Changqing could say anything, Lin Meisho couldn't help but snort. "Just him? It's a wonder he can pass the college entrance examination?" Lin Meisho really felt that Changqing had no hope. She passed by the door several times and saw him chatting and laughing with some educated youth, roasting by the fire and eating melon seeds. "What are you talking about?" Lin's mother patted her daughter's hand, and Lin Meisho curled her lips and said nothing more. Changqing had an inclusive smile on his face. "If you fail once, you can always try again. It's not the same year. The college entrance exam will be resumed anyway." After saying that, he looked at Captain Lin again. "Dad, you must know that there are subsidies for going to college, and the subsidies for good universities are very high. Meisho gave birth to my child, so I naturally won't abandon her. If she does well in the exam, I can take her to rent a house near the school. That makes sense. After all, these days going to university is equivalent to being a state official, and you don't have to worry about finding a job. You can't miss the chance to read it." Moreover, Captain Lin did know that some universities provided subsidies of several dozen yuan a month, which was not worse than working, so it was not impossible to rent a house. "I don't want to go with you." Lin Meisho suddenly put down her chopsticks and said something loudly. "So what do you want?" Changqing asked immediately. I'm at home. I can't bear to leave my parents. Besides, whether you can pass the exam or not is another matter." Lin Meisho almost wanted to say that she wanted to follow Li Fang. She firmly believed that Li Fang would definitely be able to get into university. Besides, he could easily come up with 500 yuan, so his feelings for her must be genuine, and she wouldn't suffer if she followed him. However, he soon remembered that the other party had a wife, so he used his parents as an excuse. "Ha ha ha ha!" Changqing suddenly laughed. "It's also good to be at home. I can mail the subsidy back. By the way, according to calculations, the child will be born in February of next year. By then, the college entrance examination results will have been released, so it won't be too late to make a decision." His tone was full of anticipation, as if he was very much looking forward to the arrival of the child. However, his words made the faces of several people in the Lin family change. They knew that the pregnancy was 2 months earlier than announced to the public, so the birth must be in December. The Lin family members looked at each other silently, and no one spoke for a while. Cough cough. In the end, it was Captain Lin who broke the deadlock by coughing twice. "Changqing, prepare well for the exam. The application form is ready. Just sign up when the time comes. We are all very optimistic about you." Changqing immediately stood up and toasted. "Thank you, Dad. I will definitely live up to everyone's expectations." During the meal, everyone mainly talked about the topic of the college entrance examination, which made Lin Meisho very uncomfortable. Of course, she had no idea of taking the college entrance examination, but she was worried about Li Fang. He had told her before that he also wanted to take the college entrance examination, and even promised to divorce and marry her after the exam. But now, things have changed. "I was forced to get married by my parents, and I couldn't even find out any news about him." She couldn't help but feel a little sentimental. Come to think of it, it was Changqing's fault that he was scared by Li Fang's beating. In the original plot, he was not so reserved and came to Nanhangling village to show movies as usual. The two of them even found opportunities to talk to each other, and now, not only was he beaten twice by Changqing, but he also had to pay a large sum of money. He didn't dare to show up in Nanhangling village, let alone contact Lin Meisho. In fact, even the issue of taking the college entrance examination caused a commotion in Li Fang's family. Of course, he wanted to sign up, but because all the money in his family had been gambled away, he had borrowed a lot of debt during this period. If you are preparing for an exam, then the pressure is huge. Moreover, his wife Yang Shiyun is also a high school student, and she is thinking about taking the exam herself. In the original plot, because she had no children, she was in a weak position mentally, so she let Li Fang take the exam first. Now, Li Fang has lost all the family money in gambling, and he is in a weak position mentally. Of course, Yang Shiyun was unwilling to give in. "You lost all the family money, so you should work to pay it back. I'll apply for the exam this year, and you can take it after I graduate and get a job." Yang Shiyun clenched her fists and refused to give in. Why? Li Fang lost all his money gambling, so he should work to pay off his debts. I am a man, and my family should listen to me." Li Fang didn't expect Yang Shiyun to be so stubborn that she actually competed with him for a place in school. "What's wrong with men?" The chairman also said that women hold up half the sky. "Besides, you lost money gambling, it's your own fault, so you should work to pay it back." Yang Xian refused to give in and listed reasons one after another. Hearing her talk about gambling, Li Feng's face turned red, but he couldn't say that he didn't gamble, but gave the money to the Lin family. After holding it in for a while, he relaxed his tone. Xiyun, we are a family. Is it necessary to make such clear distinctions? I have changed and no longer gamble. I had good grades in high school, so I have a good chance of passing the exam. If I pass, I'll get a subsidy, which will help my family. If the hard way doesn't work, try the soft way, but Yang Xian didn't buy it and just said pooh. I also had good grades in high school and even ranked first in my class. She was very disappointed with her husband who had lost all his pension, especially since he had been working infrequently recently and had been criticized many times. She doesn't trust people like this. The two argued again, and seeing that Yang Xian refused to agree, Li Feng also got angry. Yang Xian, do you want to divorce me? He brought out his trump card. In the past, he often threatened Yang Xian with divorce because she couldn't get pregnant, so every time he brought it up, she would give in. Sure enough, it was the same this time. Yang Xian was silent. Divorce was something she had never thought about. The two have been neighbors and classmates since childhood, and she has feelings for this family. Think about it again. Li Feng snorted coldly, turned around and went back to his room. That he knew that this method would work. The college entrance examination is a hard-earned opportunity and he cannot miss it. Although he has no feelings towards Lin Meisho now, it does not mean that he has to give up his life. In the next few days, Yang Xian did not raise any concerns about the exam, which made Li Feng feel relieved. As a result, when he registered, he found out that Yang Xian had also registered. Why did you sign up too? He could hardly believe his eyes. This woman is still thinking about the college entrance examination? Isn't she afraid that I will divorce her? Let's take the exam together. Whoever passes will go. Yang Xian said calmly. If it were in the past, she would have definitely given up immediately, but now, Li Feng has lost all her belongings in gambling, which makes her feel a sense of crisis. That's gambling. She had heard that it was not easy for people who were addicted to gambling to quit. Once you gamble for the rest of your life. Losing everything is the least of your worries, and even your family may be destroyed. So, she felt that she had to seize the opportunity in her own hands. The college entrance examination is also an important opportunity for her to change her destiny. Chapter 405, Educated Youth Staying Behind for Love. 15. More than a month passed quickly. The much anticipated college entrance examination is finally here. A few days ago, it snowed and the entire Nanhangling village was covered in white. The cold winter could not suppress the enthusiasm of the educated youth to take the college entrance examination. Several days ago, everyone packed their small bags, took their admission tickets and certificates issued by the brigade, and set off. Some people stay with relatives in the city, while others stay directly in hotels. Changqing naturally followed the crowd and set off early. Lin's mother was so considerate that she cooked a dozen eggs for him to take with him. Captain Lin also encouraged him a lot, telling him to focus on the exam and said he would take good care of the pregnant woman at home. Lin Meisho snorted coldly several times, but he thought she was just farting. I still have a lot to do for this exam. According to the time calculation, Lin Meisho was going to give birth the day after returning from the college entrance examination. This time, he estimated that the Lin family would still use the excuse of premature birth. However, this time he planned to send the person to the county hospital, but we can't let the village midwife do it. What if Lin Meisho dies again? How can she experience the joy of taking care of a baby then? Arrived in the city, the educated youth pooled their money and treated him to a meal. Everyone discussed the schools they wanted to apply to and looked forward to life after returning to the city. Many people shed tears as they spoke. The exam hasn't started yet, so you need to stay calm. You've prepared enough now, and the key is to see how you perform. Changqing said with a smile. He was not worried that they would not be able to get into university. On the contrary, he had great confidence in these young people. After all, he was someone who had been mentored by him. It all depends on which school everyone gets into. In the first year after the resumption of the college entrance examination, the examination was still divided into science and liberal arts. The science examination included 4 subjects: politics, Chinese, mathematics, and physics and chemistry, while the liberal arts examination included 4 subjects: politics, Chinese, mathematics, and history and geography. The original owner applied for the liberal arts major, and this has not changed, considering that many candidates have been working for many years and do not have enough time to review. The first year's college entrance examination papers are not difficult. The exam was finished quickly in 2 days. Changqing didn't even have time to check the answers with everyone. He just hired a tractor and headed to the village. In the car, he even paid for a gynecologist from the hospital. My wife's pregnancy doesn't seem to be going well. She's been in pain for the past few days, but my father-in-law thinks it's okay and says we can just call a midwife to deliver the baby. The young man rubbed his hands, a look of worry on his face. The doctor was a woman in her 40s. She had seen many rural elderly people with superstitious and unscientific beliefs about midwives, so she was not surprised. I'll go with you. But you'll have to pay for the visit. Of course. Changqing nodded, worried that his words were not authoritative enough. Soon, the car was on the road back to Nanhangling village. System, it's still not too late for me to go back now? He asked. Of course you can. According to the plot, Lin Meisho will launch it tomorrow. The system replied. Lin family. Lin Meisho had just started to have a stomachache, and the Lin family was about to ask a midwife to come and take a look when they heard the roar of a tractor outside. When I walked out the door, I saw Changqing jump out of the car. Mom and Dad, how's Meisho? I had a dream yesterday that she was hit by a cow and was going into premature labor. I was so scared that I rushed back home as soon as I finished my exams today. Yes, this is the obstetrician and gynecologist I invited from the county hospital. I can ask her to help take a look. Changqing pulled the doctor forward and introduced him to everyone. The Lin family members frowned at each other. What's going on? The reason they came up with for premature birth was being hit by a bull? How could Changqing still have that dream? This is unscientific, and also invited a doctor over. How can this be possible? Wouldn't the doctor be exposed as soon as he saw it? No. Captain Lin stretched out his hand to block the door. Meisho is fine. She doesn't need to see a doctor. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Meisho in the room started crying out in pain. This hurts, Dad. Changqing was anxious. You are the village captain, don't you trust the doctors in the hospital? And Meisho is in so much pain, aren't you worried about what might happen? Captain Lin opened his mouth but still refused to let in at the door. I've called a midwife and she's on her way. Seeing how stubborn he was, the doctor couldn't bear it any longer. Before she came, she had heard from the young man that the pregnant woman might have a difficult delivery, but her family members were ignorant and stubborn. She came out of a sense of responsibility to save lives and popularize science. This time, she took 2 steps forward and straightened her expression. Captain Lin, you're a party member, right? You have to believe in science. I'm a party member too, and I won't harm your daughter. What do you mean by stopping me? Don't you trust my medical skills? Or do you trust our hospital? This is a bit harsh. I can't trust Captain Lin. He simply didn't want the doctor to see that his daughter was born at full term. This time, the shouting in the room became louder. Has the midwife arrived? The baby is in severe pain. Lin's mother's anxious voice came over. Changqing didn't care about anything else and stretched out his hand to pull Captain Lin aside. Dad, a difficult birth could be fatal. Let the doctor go in and take a look first. The doctor was already anxious when he heard the call from the room, so he made way and rushed in. Captain Lin couldn't stop it even if he wanted to. Lin's mother was in a panic. She didn't think too much at this time. She thought the midwife had arrived and directly shouted for the delivery position. After a series of examinations, the doctor quickly came to a conclusion. The pregnant woman may have a difficult labor and needs to be rushed to the hospital immediately. Only then did Lin's mother realize that the person who came was not a midwife, but a doctor from the hospital. She was stunned for a moment, but when she heard the word difficult labor, the color instantly drained from her face. This is fatal. Lao Lin, the doctor said it might be a difficult birth. We need to be rushed to the hospital immediately. Difficult labor. Captain Lin was also panicked. The doctor came over and explained, it might be twins. Plus, the fetal position seems to be a problem. Further examination is needed. We must go to the hospital immediately, otherwise it may endanger the life of the pregnant woman. When it comes to human lives, the seriousness of doctors is quite frightening. Captain Lin didn't dare to say anything more. Mom, put your blankets in the car. We're leaving right away. Changqing shouted, and Lin's mother finally reacted and quickly took out several quilts and laid them out carefully. Then Changqing and several brothers from the Lin family carried Lin Meisho out and carefully put her in the car. The whole family rushed to the county hospital together. Chapter 406, Educated Youth Staying Behind for Love. 16. On the way to the hospital, Lin Meisho felt more and more pain and kept groaning. When I got to the hospital, I was soaked all over. He was taken directly to the operating room. Soon a doctor came out with a form for the family to sign. This was the informed consent form for the surgery. Captain Lin's hand holding the pen was shaking. He was used to writing his own name, but now he couldn't put pen to paper. He was really scared. This is a difficult birth and requires surgery, but he had previously thought of hiring a midwife to do the delivery at home. This might even cost a life. Family member, there's not much risk associated with a cesarean section. Please sign quickly so as not to delay treatment. Seeing that he hadn't written anything for a long time, the doctor handed the consent form to Changqing. You are the husband of a pregnant woman, right? It's okay for you to sign. Changqing took it and quickly signed his name on it. Please, doctor, arrange surgery as soon as possible. His voice was calm. He felt relieved that he had been sent to the hospital. The operation lasted for 2 hours, and the Lin family was waiting outside the operating room. Feeling restless, Changqing also sat on the stool without saying a word. He wasn't sure if it would be safe, however. It would be much better than delivering the baby at home. He was sure of that. Changqing, it's a good thing you brought a doctor back. Mother Lin patted her chest in fear, her heartbeat still not returning to normal. When she thought of the word difficult labor, she felt it was difficult to breathe. This is the most terrible thing in the countryside. 8 out of 10 women die during childbirth. She felt extremely scared when she thought about how she almost lost her daughter. Fine, the son-in-law brought back the doctor. He was sent to the hospital in time. Captain Lin was in a similar mood. He dotes on his daughter, otherwise he Wouldn't have found it so difficult to sign just now. It's really too stressful. At this moment, he was also full of gratitude to Changqing. Fortunately, he had a dream. What you think about during the day will appear in your dreams at night. The son-in-law must be worried about his daughter. Thinking of this, his gaze towards Changqing became a little softer. After 2 full hours, when the family members outside were waiting anxiously, the door of the operating room opened. A nurse came out. "How is my daughter?" Lin's mother walked up and asked immediately. Changqing also walked over nervously. He didn't want anything to happen to Lin Meishou. Mother and child are safe. The nurse smiled and said, "Twins." Call. Everyone in the Lin family breathed a sigh of relief. Changqing also looked very excited. "Twins? Should the baby be placed in an incubator? He's a premature baby, so I hope he's alright," he asked, rubbing his hands in confusion. The nurse was immediately puzzled and looked at the young man with some disapproval. There are many young men who are confused when they become fathers for the first time, but there are not many who can't even figure out the month of their child's birth. It can be seen that he usually doesn't care about his family. It's really not reliable that the woman's family has to accompany her to the hospital. "Dad, your sons were born full term. Both weigh 3.5 pounds and are very healthy. Don't be confused." The expression on Changqing's face froze. Before she could react, Captain Lin quickly stepped forward and pulled the nurse away. "As long as mother and child are safe, as long as mother and child are safe, that's all." Nurse, when can my daughter be discharged from the hospital?" Changqing watched him pulling the nurse away and sneered in his heart. Now that he had said it, why bother? He controlled his body and swayed twice, then walked to the stool and sat down without saying a word. This time, Lin's mother also reacted. She quickly walked over to Changqing and sat down, reaching out and patting him on the back. "Changqing," the nurse just casually said that Meishou was probably born prematurely. Before she could finish her words, she saw her son-in-law suddenly raise his head and stare at her with red eyes. "Mom, you know, right? This child is not mine at all, but Li Feng's, right?" The young man's voice was choked with sobs, as if he had suffered a great injustice, and even his hanging hands were trembling slightly. I don't know." Mother Lin was stunned and didn't know how to react. "You're lying to me. You're all lying to me." Changqing suddenly started yelling. "I must ask the doctor about this and get to the bottom of it." He stood up and shouted, "Doctor! Doctor!" Captain Lin just came back and saw the scene. He frowned and spoke in a stressed voice. "If there's anything, let's go home and talk about it. Give Dad some face, and we can discuss it. He has to save face. If this matter gets out, his prestige as the captain will be gone." Lin's mother also nodded repeatedly beside him. "Yes, family disgrace should not be made public, so please don't talk nonsense." At this time, the doctor also came out. "This is a critical operating room. Keep quiet. This is not a noisy place." Changqing seemed to have recovered a little at this moment, and slowly sat down again under the stern gaze of Captain Lin. Lin Meishou fainted due to exhaustion, but there was no serious problem, so the doctor arranged for her to be transferred to the general ward. Family members should pay more attention to women's mental health. It is very important to keep them in a good mood. As the doctor gave the instructions, he glanced at Changqing, who was silent and had a grim expression on his face. He was a little confused. Although other people are also afraid when they become fathers, they will not feel like their father has died like this. Fortunately, the girl's parents were there, which was not bad. He gave some further instructions before shaking his head and turning away. When Lin Meishou woke up, she heard the baby's shallow breathing beside her ears, and her parents beside the bed had worried faces. "Dad, Mom." She cried out and struggled to sit up, but felt pain in her body. Hiss, she took a breath. "Don't move. You just gave birth." Lin's mother quickly stepped forward and held her daughter's hand. "Where's Changqing?" Lin Meishou still remembers that it was Changqing who called a doctor and a car to send her to the hospital. To be honest, she felt somewhat grateful that if she hadn't been sent to the hospital in time, she might not have survived. He went back. Mother Lin's eyes flashed. When Captain Lin heard this, he frowned. "There's still something to talk about this when we get back. The doctor said you need to be hospitalized for a few days for observation. Don't worry, your parents will be with you." After thinking about it, he said this, "Anyway, it's the slack season and there's not much to do at home in winter." Lin Meishou didn't think too much about it. Looking at the 2 children, her heart was filled with happiness. Chapter 407, Educated Youth Staying Behind for Love. 17, the eldest and second babies in the cradle slowly opened their eyes and started crying. What is going on? Although both of them were in college, they had just heard the news of their adoptive father's death in their hometown. At that time, they both lamented that the man was finally dead and the psychological burden was relieved. When I opened my eyes, I turned into a baby. "Oh, my dear grandson." Mother Lin quickly picked up one and shook it gently. Lin Meishou quickly followed suit, endured the pain and sat up, picked up one of the children, and coaxed him softly. The person she picked up was her brother. He was also confused at this time. His mother didn't die in childbirth? She's still alive and well. He remembered that his biological father had reminisced about their mother in front of him and his brothers many times. If their mother had not died, wouldn't their family be able to be reunited? He felt a little excited when he thought of this. He hugged his mother's neck and hummed, his saliva all over her face. My younger brother Jiangnan was being held by his grandmother, and he noticed that his mother was still there. He stretched out his hands and called for his mother, but all he came out with was a few babbling baby words. Look how attached this child is to his mother. Mother Lin smiled and put the child next to Lin Meisho. As a result, the child started crying with a whimper. There was no other way, so Lin Meisho picked up one of them with each hand with great difficulty and began to coax both of them. Only then did the two children become happy and burst into laughter. This child is so smart. He just got born and he already recognizes his mother. Captain Lin also laughed when he saw this scene. The child doesn't want to be held by his grandmother, but rather by his mother. However, Lin Meisho's hands became sore after coaxing the baby for a while. The newborn baby was not heavy, but her body had not recovered yet, and she could not maintain the same posture for too long. Soon, she put the child down, with a thin layer of sweat on her forehead. This time, she had not fully realized the difficulty of raising a child, but her heart was full of longing for the future. Oh, it would be nice if Brother Fong were here too. Her eyes darkened for a moment. On the other hand, something bad happened to Li Fong, whom she was concerned about that day. When he got home from get off work, he saw the living room was full of people. Yang Xiyun, her two brothers, and Yang's parents were all there. Li Fong's heart immediately skipped a beat. Li Fong. As soon as she saw him, Yang Xiyun yelled. You're not gambling at all. You're using the money to support your mistress. How can you be worthy of me? How can you be worthy of this family? After saying that, she covered her face and started crying. Yang's mother put her arm around her shoulders to comfort her, while several men in the young family stared at Li Fong with angry eyes. Tell me. What's going on? Father Yang threw a letter in front of Li Fong. He took it with trembling hands and looked at it. His face turned pale. What was written above was exactly how he met Lin Meisho. Even the specific time when he sent money to the Lin family was described in detail, as if he was there in person. The letter also said at the end that Lin Meisho had given birth to twins, who were his sons, and if he had a conscience, he should go and see them. Lin Meisho gave birth to twin sons? He has a son. After reading the letter, Li Fong forgot his situation for a moment. You know what? He really wants to go to the hospital. However, he was quickly brought back to reality by the situation before him. What do you want to explain? Yang's father is a small leader in the leather shoe factory. He has a fierce look on his face and the atmosphere is a bit oppressive. Li Fong's thoughts raced. Since the other family came to our house, we must have done some investigation and there is no way we can deny it, but divorce at this time is not what he wants. There are a lot of things to review in the college entrance examination these days. If something gets out, there's no chance of getting into college. So we still have to stay steady. Thinking of this, his eyes immediately turned red. Plop. He fell directly to his knees. Mom and Dad. Xiyun, I'm sorry for this family and for you. He suddenly burst into tears and kowtowed heavily. Please forgive me this time. I have changed and have been going to work honestly every day recently. As he said this, he started slapping himself. Soon the person's face became red and swollen. However, none of the people in front spoke up to stop him. Instead, they just watched him hit himself coldly. It took a long time. Father Yang sighed and looked at his daughter. Xiyun, what do you think? Li Fong's hopeful gaze immediately fell on Yang Xian. He believed in the woman's feelings for him, and it would undoubtedly be better if she made the decision. Besides, she is unable to have children. Will I be happy if I marry someone else? Yang Xian was silent for a long time. She had stopped crying and now she lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. Everyone present was staring at him, holding their breath so tightly that you could hear a pin drop. Xiyun, I'm also doing this for the child. Li Fong couldn't help but speak out a reminder, but just as he opened his mouth, the second brother of the young family next to him got angry and slapped him in the face. Bang! He was hit so hard that his head tilted to the side. You bastard! And you're still talking nonsense. Brother Yang is a chef, but he is quite strong. Li Fong even tasted rust in his mouth. Why do you hit people? Li Fong despised this uneducated chef the most. How dare he hit him? He stood up and wanted to slap Yang Urge back, but was grabbed by Yang Dage again. Li Fong! It's not enough that you've hurt my sister. You still dare to attack me? He shouted. This was a bit unbearable for Li Fong. How did I harm your sister? It's obviously your sister who can't have children. He opened his mouth to retort, but before he could finish his words he was punched in the stomach and fell out. Although Brother Yang is an engineer and does not do physical work, the punch to the stomach still hurt Li Fong so much that he bent over like a shrimp. He held his stomach and couldn't utter a word. At this time, Yang Xiyun finally raised her head. Her voice was very low, but what she said made Li Fong almost forget the pain in his stomach. She said, I want a divorce. No. Xiyun, we can't get divorced. We still have to take the college entrance exam. Li Fong panicked. He doesn't want a divorce, the family is still in debt. What should I do if I get divorced? Can he still go to college? He wanted to rush over and hold Yang Xiyun's hand, but was pushed away by Yang Urge. Don't touch my sister. Trash. Father Yang took a deep puff of his cigarette and finally said, Li Fong, this is all your fault. Since Xiyun wants a divorce, we support her choice. Yes, you gave the money at home to your mistress. Now you can go with your mistress. Second brother Yang took over the conversation and spoke viciously. Li Fong widened his eyes in disbelief. What was he talking about? Were he to be kicked out of the house? You can't do this. I have my share of this family. If we want a divorce, we have to split it equally. His eyes were red and his voice was trembling. Left with nothing? This was a path he had never thought of, not to mention anything else. Just this house and the yard were bought by our two families together when we got married, and it cost only 600 yuan at that time. You still want to divide things? Don't you even look at your own face? Brother Yang snorted coldly. You're having an affair outside of marriage and you have a son. Do you believe that if I report you to the police, you'll go to jail? If you're smart, just divorce us honestly. We can still save your face and you can keep your job. After hearing this, Li Fong's head suddenly buzzed that he actually threatened him. Aren't you afraid that I'll tell others that she can't get pregnant? His eyes seemed to be on fire as he looked at Yang Shiyun viciously. However, Yang Shiyun's answer disappointed him. She looked serious, without a trace of worry. That's not a reason for you to cheat. If you dare to say that, you'll just have to wait and see whether you can keep your job. Li Fong sat down on the ground dejectedly. He was really scared at this moment. How did it come to this? Suddenly, he saw the letter on the table, and seemed to remember something. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. Where did this letter come from? Was it sent by the Lin family? He first thought of Zhang Changqing, but the man beat him twice and didn't take any other action, and I haven't seen him get divorced, which shows that he loves Lin Meisho. Men should not tell anyone about this matter out of consideration for their reputation. What's more, it contains details about how the two of them met and the details about the money they exchanged. Doesn't Zhang Changqing know these? Does the Lin family still want money? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but get angry. Without waiting for the Yang family to answer, he stood up. I'm going to confront them. Chapter 408, Educated Youth Staying Behind for Love. 18. In the hospital, Lin Meisho had just finished feeding her two children. Lin's mother was staying at a relative's house and brought some chicken soup over. Meisho, drink some soup to replenish your body. You have two children to feed, so you need to supplement your nutrition. She poured a bowl of soup and handed it to Lin Meisho, but he saw his daughter staring at the door with tears in her eyes. Lin's mother felt something was wrong. When I turned around, I saw Li Fong standing at the door with red eyes. He stared at the two babies in swaddling clothes on the bed and was speechless for a moment. What are you doing here? Lin's mother's face darkened. At this time, Captain Lin happened to go back for something, and Lin's mother subconsciously stood in front of the bed. Li Fong paused, unable to utter the question. That must be his children, right? Twins. The child he had been waiting for was now right before his eyes. Debao and Xiaobao on the bed also saw the person at the door. That's their dad, the big boss who runs a factory. Puff puff puff. Both children made such sounds and stretched out their hands towards Li Fong. This is asking for a hug. Lin's mother's expression also became strange. Lin Meisho's eyes were filled with tears. Brother Fong, this is Debao and Erbao. She pointed at the child and introduced him. Both children giggled and stretched out their chubby little hands. Li Fong couldn't bear it any longer. He took 2 or 3 steps forward and picked up the children in each hand. The two children were also very happy in his arms, giggling and rubbing their lips against his face. Have you chosen a name yet? He asked softly. The nickname is Debao and Erbao. Lin Meisho lowered her head. Okay, there's no rush to officially name the child. The child is still young. Lin's mother, then I leave? Li Fong observed the two children carefully, with infinite tenderness in his eyes. Looks exactly like him. They all had almond-shaped eyes, high noses, and mouths with a certain curvature. He could tell at a glance that they were from the Li family. Meisho, I want a divorce. After playing with the child for a while, he raised his head and spoke solemnly. It was at this moment that he made his decision. Divorce. There's nothing to be afraid of. He has children. Nothing to fear. Besides, he is very confident about his college entrance examination results. So the divorce must be kept low-key, lest those crazy people in the Young family spread the news everywhere. That's it. Meisho, you should also get a divorce, so we can raise the child together. He put the child down and excitedly took Lin Meisho's hand. Lin Meisho was stunned for a moment. Happiness comes too suddenly. Brother Fong actually wants to raise a child with her. She made the decision almost instantly. This marriage must be divorced. The two children were so happy that they clapped their hands and babbled. The family is about to be reunited. Happy days are coming. Lin's mother wanted to persuade Li Fong, but she fell silent after hearing Li Fong say divorce. Li Fong is rich. He used to get 500 yuan easily. He also has a job in the city. In any case, he is better off than Zhang Jiqing. The key is that my daughter likes it and they have a child. What can the old mother do? No way. Li Fong took out a few dozen dollars from his pocket and handed them to Lin Meisho. Meisho, you've worked so hard. Take some rest. I'll get a divorce when I get back. Li Fong handled it very quickly. He moved out of the yard and rented a single room in a tube-shaped building with his own money. Both of them kept a low profile and divorced quietly. When someone familiar asked him about it, he would sigh. Alas, we have been married for so many years and have no children. There must be problems in our relationship.
The person who asked the question stopped talking. She even looked at him several times with some sympathy. Isn't the purpose of marriage these days to raise children? It's normal to have relationship problems when you don't have children. As for who has the problem, it is not easy to ask since this involves other people's privacy. But people of this era are more likely to think that the problem lies with the woman. Li Fong didn't feel any psychological pressure at all. On the Lin family's side, Lin Meisho also told her parents about her situation after being discharged from the hospital and returning home. This immediately made Captain Lin, who had been frowning for several days, relax. Ever since Changqing went home directly from the hospital that day, he had been worried about this matter and it had caused a knot in his heart. After all, as a man, who wants to have a green head? But he also doesn't want his daughter to get divorced. After all, he has 2 children to raise, which is a lot of pressure. The 2 elders can help a little, but they can't help for the whole life. Besides, the 2 children's education in the future will cost a lot of money. I didn't expect things to take such a turn. Old lady, please prepare a meal and call Changqing from school tonight to discuss this matter. He gave such instructions that he didn't have a good impression of Li Fong, but he couldn't resist his daughter's liking for him. But he is a city dweller after all, and his family is well off, which is much better than being a poor educated youth. Besides, with 2 children, he has some responsibility, so the 2 elders can rest assured. Lin Meisho immediately became happy when she heard what her father said. Dad, you're so nice. Her dream is finally coming true and she is with the person she loves. The 2 children in the cradle also babbled a few times to show their support. Jiang Changqing was the guy who starved to death in the village. How could he be their father? Their father can only be Li Fong. He is a big boss, a very rich boss. Although the 2 brothers realized that Li Fong has not yet gone to college or started a business, they have great faith in the future they see. So, Changqing, who had been back for a long time, finally returned to the Lin family from the school office. This time the dishes on the table were more abundant, looking at the fried crispy fish, braised meatballs, bone soup, and preserved vegetable pork on the table. Changqing thought this farewell dinner was really good. Changqing, you're back. It was rare for Lin Meisho to have a smile on her face, and she even took the initiative to talk to Changqing. Changqing nodded silently as he walked over and looked at the children, and the 2 children immediately showed expressions of disgust on their faces and started crying loudly. "Tsk, you despise me, I'm not going to keep you company anymore." System, have these 2 ungrateful wolves been reborn? He asked in his mind. Yes, it's genuine, he. The system flashed white light. Extremely excited, Changqing didn't say anything else. He just shook his head. He has no interest in educating that ungrateful little bastard. The original owner was open and sincere, but was abandoned by them and ended up in a bad situation. Now, he just wants to live his life well. Changqing, sit down. Let's have another drink. Captain Lin also smiled. Changqing noticed that the eldest and second brothers of the Lin family had also come to the old house and were now sitting at the dinner table, looking at him with scrutiny. Are you worried that he doesn't want a divorce? But there is really no need to do this. The smile on his face remained unchanged. Meisho gave birth to 2 babies, it's time to celebrate. He sat down and started picking up the dishes with chopsticks without any hesitation. After a while, his mouth was full of oil. In those days of food and clothing shortages, it was not easy to have a meal like this. Finished a bowl of rice, Lin Meisho was very polite and helped serve the rice. Changqing didn't say anything. He ate 1 meatball at a time and chewed the pork bones with great relish. Everyone eat. Changqing swept his chopsticks and picked up another piece of bacon for himself. Come on, Captain Lin, let me toast you. You have a wonderful daughter. He spoke in a sarcastic tone and drank the whole bottle in one gulp. Well, the captain's wine is not bad either. Chapter 409, Educated Youth Staying Behind for Love. 19. After Changqing finished 3 bowls of rice and ate most of the dishes on the table, Captain Lin finally got to the point. Changqing, you must know by now that the child is not yours. His tone was heavy and there was a look of guilt on his face. We don't know about this either. Alas, in the end, it's our Lin family who has wronged you. If you want a divorce, Dad won't stop you. You can continue teaching. A look of doubt appeared on Changqing's face. Divorce? I haven't thought about divorce. Where can I find a wife as beautiful as Meisho after divorce? I'm divorced, where can I eat such a good meal? His performance made the faces of the Lin family members change. Lin Meisho had the biggest reaction. Okay, Jiang Changqing. You really are after my family's benefits. She spoke especially loudly, as if the reasons she had always believed in were confirmed, but the young man opposite who was eating meat remained calm. Yes, I'm not only after the benefits, but also the sex. As he said this, he glanced at Lin Meisho. The greasy look on her mouth made her feel sick. Don't even think about it. She screamed. What do you mean by forget it? Changqing put down his chopsticks. We are a legally married couple. His self-righteous look makes people hate him so much. Lin Meisho was so angry that she was shaking all over. Dad! Look at him. How can we live like this? She turned to look for her father. Captain Lin was also a little confused by Changqing's actions. He narrowed his eyes, stared at Changqing for a while, and then slowly sighed. This guy doesn't want a divorce. Are you really looking for your own benefit? No way, there are still men who are willing to continue after knowing that their 2 children are not their own? But my daughter obviously doesn't want to continue. After thinking for a while, he said, Changqing, you can see that Meisho and you are completely incompatible. We won't be happy if we force ourselves to be together. Well, you two can get a divorce, and I'll give you $300 as compensation. You can continue working, too. This treatment is sincere enough. Having said that, Changqing no longer hesitated. He put down his chopsticks and glanced around. Divorce is fine, I don't want my job either. 500 yuan, clear, scare, everyone was shocked by the number. What a huge mouth you have. If there is no 500, I will not divorce. Besides, you don't want me to tell anyone about this, right? That would be embarrassing for everyone. Captain Lin hasn't spoken yet. Lin Meisho became anxious. I agree. Anyway, Li Fong took 500 last time, which was just enough to get rid of this annoying guy. Lin's mother also pulled Captain Lin's sleeve. She felt that this matter could not be delayed, as Li Fong had already divorced her. Don't let people feel disappointed. Besides, the 500 yuan was originally given by Li Fong, so it wouldn't be a big deal to give it away. When he wants to marry his daughter, he will ask for some dowry. Captain Lin understood what Lin's mother meant, and after thinking about it, he nodded. When Changqing walked out of the Lin family, he already had a huge sum of 500 yuan in his pocket, and he felt particularly relaxed. I wish you all good harmony. He said goodbye with a smile. The next day, Lin Meisho urged him to get a divorce. Changqing also packed up his things and went back to the educated youth site. While he was getting a divorce, he also bought a large bag of food in the city, including a lot of meat and vegetables. That night, the educated youth site held a big party. Changqing said that he was celebrating his return to being single. He also quit his job at the school since he didn't plan to stay there next year anyway. The educated youth were very happy while eating. Everyone felt pretty good about this college entrance examination. We drank some wine and looked forward to the future together. We felt that tomorrow would be even better. On the other hand, Li Fong, who came to propose marriage, was stunned by the Lin family's request. What? 3 rings in one turn, plus a 500 yuan betrothal gift? When he heard the request made by Lin's mother, he widened his eyes in disbelief. That's not too much. My daughter even gave birth to twin sons for you. Mother Lin held Debeo in her arms and glanced up at him. This is a city cadre, it's not too much to ask for this little bit. Lin Meisho also nodded beside her, looking at Li Fong lovingly. She has suffered a lot in the past 6 months, facing the guy she hates every day. From now on, she wants happiness and not suffering. Of course, this happiness requires money. It's impossible that he gave 500 yuan as an apology last time and then didn't give it back this time to marry a wife and have 2 sons. Li Fong's scalp tingled when he saw her look. He really doesn't have 500 yuan. His monthly salary was only more than 30 yuan, and he gave all his previous savings and his mother's pension to her. Moreover, she is divorced, so why does she want a dowry? He was also not convinced. Aunt, I really can't come up with the money. The 500 yuan I gave you before was all from our family savings, plus my mother's pension. Now, I'm still living alone, where can I get the money? He decided to tell the truth anyway. Lin Meisho gave birth to a son for him, so she had no choice but to marry him. That he has a plan in mind. Lin's mother only heard 4 words, leave the house. Her hands shook and the child almost fell to the ground. What? How can you leave the house with nothing? She had heard from her daughter that Li Fong had a large yard in the city. What about your yard? Is it still there? She asked quickly. No, I'm renting a house now. Li Fong realized that Lin Meisho had no choice, so he relaxed a lot and spoke more confidently. 2 building? Lin Meisho, who was a bit late, finally reacted. It seems like there's no share of the family property at all. So how much money do you have now? I have over $100 on me. Li Fong simply gave up and leaned back in his chair to relax. More than 100? Lin Meisho screamed, what kind of wife can I marry with over $100? And I have 2 children to raise. Lin's mother's face also darkened. She put the baby in the cradle. You look after the child, I'll go call your dad. Originally, they were discussing the betrothal gift. Captain Lin told her the rules and let her discuss it, because he felt that it was uncultured for a grown man like him to talk about these things with others, so he went to visit them on purpose. Now that the situation was like this, Lin's mother was unsure and had to call the head of the family back. When Captain Lin heard about this, he naturally became anxious, and soon the whole family gathered together. Can you lend me some money from your relatives or friends? He was smoking a cigarette, and the wrinkles on his forehead could kill mosquitoes. I never expected this result. 100 yuan is not enough to even consider the betrothal gift. 3 transfers and 1 ring. Even inviting people to dinner and giving gifts is difficult. But what can we do now? Not marrying. My daughter can't live with 2 children by herself, but he felt that he was at a loss by marrying his daughter off like this. Lin Meisho hadn't expected this outcome. Living in a tube-shaped building and raising 2 children? She couldn't accept it. He covered his face and began to sob. The 2 children, however, did not feel much emotion when they heard this. They remembered that their father had told them in their previous life that there had been a period of hard times. It must have been the time after the divorce. Seeing that their mother and the Lin family were hesitating, they both became anxious, waving his little hands and making babbling sounds. Marry. Dad will be a big boss in the future. He'll have lots of money. Lin's mother thought the child was hungry, so she picked him up. However, the child stretched out his hands and leaned his little body towards Li Fang. He wants his dad to hold him. Lin's mother wanted to carry the child into the room, but the child started crying instead. Come, let daddy hold you. Li Fang stood up tactfully and took the child from Lin's mother. As soon as the child was in his arms, he stopped crying and started laughing. He even kept twisting his body, looking extremely happy. Captain Lin was at a loss in this situation. Chapter 410, Educated Youth Staying Behind for Love. 20. Changqing also attended Lin Meisho's wedding banquet. Although he did not receive an invitation, although time was tight, the banquet was still very sumptuous, but everyone in the Lin family was worried about making trouble, and no one was happy. Why? The Lin family paid for it. Captain Lin is a man who cares about his reputation. His daughter's remarriage cannot be shabby after all. It is the first one in Nanhangling village. Almost all the villagers came, and there were more than a dozen tables of lively banquet set up in the square. Changqing sat with the educated youth, chatting and laughing, and was very cheerful. A curious villager saw him and couldn't help asking a question. Zhang Jiqing, what do you think of attending your ex-wife's wedding banquet? Changqing straightened his expression. Of course, it's respect for the blessing. It caused a lot of laughter. Someone else asked, Zhang Jiqing, they say you have good grades. Which university do you plan to apply to in the college entrance examination? Of course, I have to apply to Imperial University. Changqing swallowed a mouthful of meat and said loudly. This declaration-like speech attracted a lot of attention. Everyone thought he would be depressed after the divorce, but it seems he is living a happy life. In fact, Changqing is indeed living a good life. After moving back to the educated youth site, he was treated like a star. The educated youth all regarded him as their idol. He has no shortage of money, so he is naturally generous. The Chinese New Year is approaching, and he even bought a lot of New Year's goods with his own money. Lin Yi and Zhang Wu often came to play with him, but because of his divorce, he stopped going into the mountains. I'm afraid that Captain Lin will do something weird. Therefore, divorce has no impact on his life. Lin Meisho felt very unhappy when she saw him talking to people so eloquently. I haven't gotten married yet. She already felt tired of taking care of 2 children, but her mother said that these 2 children are very easy to take care of and not too torturous. Oh my god, the child soon became hungry, wanting to eat and urinate, and she couldn't sleep well all night. In less than half a month, she felt that her skin had deteriorated and she had dark circles under her eyes. Seeing Changqing so energetic, she felt sad. Why? He took the money and lived lavishly, while he still had to take care of the baby, and Li Fang's family was also broke. That's all their money, but she couldn't say this in public, for she was afraid that Changqing would expose her affairs without caring about her dignity. So she whispered to her 2 brothers. After a while, Brother Lin came forward with a glass of wine. Changqing, after all, we were once a family. I'm very happy that you can come to my sister's wedding. I hope you can find your ideal wife as soon as possible. He raised his glass as he spoke. Come on, this is just a drinking game. Changqing felt a pang of relief in his heart. Who was afraid of whom? He filled the glass. No, not only can I participate this time, I will come back next time. As he said this, he clinked his glasses together and drank it all in one gulp. Everyone around was cheering, and Brother Lin kept a calm face and drank the wine in one gulp. After a while, Brother Lin Air also came and said some polite words. The 2 of them drank a glass of wine together. Even Lin Meisho came to toast. After a few rounds of back and forth, the people around also realized that there was a problem. This is directed at Zhang Jiqing. It seems like the breakup was a bit unhappy. The other educated youth wanted to help Changqing block it, but he directly refused. This is such a small matter. I really don't need anyone's help. So everyone saw him drinking glass after glass of wine, and apart from a slightly bulging belly, his expression didn't change at all. In the end, the eldest and second brothers of the Lin family were staggering when they walked, but he was still fine. Hey, brother, be careful. Once again, Brother Lin wanted to toast, but as soon as he stood up, he felt dizzy and fell to the ground. Useless stuff. When Captain Lin saw his son making a fool of himself, he quickly called for someone to help him to the room to rest. Brother Lin was also feeling dizzy at this time, and he didn't dare to continue toasting. He staggered back to his room. Big brother and second brother can't drink much. Changqing walked over with a smile. Meisho, we are husband and wife after all, so I'll toast you too? Everyone was very surprised. They didn't expect that Zhang Jiqing had such a huge amount of knowledge. There's nothing wrong with even drinking with 2 people. Everyone looked at Lin Meisho, making her feel very embarrassed. Drink. Who's afraid of you? A surge of anger came over her, and she didn't care about anything else. She just filled a glass of wine and drank it in one gulp. This heroic look really has some of the flavor of a female hero in the martial arts world. Good. After hearing everyone cheering, Lin Meisho even turned the quilt over to show everyone. Then he stared at Changqing proudly. Changqing drank the glass without hesitation, and politely said, "Congratulations on your wedding," before turning back to the table. As it turned out, he had just sat down. Lin Meisho was already drunk and fell to the ground. Triple kill. It's a bit boring, Changqing sighed. Come on, let's continue eating. The villagers were very satisfied with the meal, as there was delicious food and drinks and a lively atmosphere to watch, but what the villagers didn't expect was that there would be an even bigger excitement to watch the next day.
Li Fong brought people to pick up the bride, but it turned out that the promised gifts were not prepared, and the promised car to pick her up did not appear. He just came on a bicycle with a dozen people. It's so cold, and you want to pick someone up by bicycle. Lin Meisho didn't want to suffer that injustice. At that moment, I started crying and hid in the house and refused to go out. Captain Lin and his mother also looked gloomy. They obviously compromised and even paid for the banquet here, but in the end, the conditions you agreed to were not met at all. Of this is asking for more. Want to eat them up. At this moment, the two couldn't help but compare themselves. Although Changqing was also poor, he kept his word and would definitely do what he could. This Li Fong, divorced and nothing happened, ended up cutting corners on the things he promised. This shows that they don't take the Lin family seriously. Li Fong, you said it was decent, why is it like this? Lin's mother couldn't hold back her expression and couldn't help but question loudly. Li Fong waved his hand nonchalantly. Mom, look at what you said. I still have 2 children to raise. Your daughter doesn't have a job, so I'll need you to subsidize her in the future. I have to be frugal, right? Besides, I still have to go to college, and I have to spend money everywhere. You should be more understanding. This confident look made Lin's mother so angry that she was about to lose her temper on the spot, but Captain Lin endured it for the sake of his face. But after passing the test of parents, there is still Lin Meisho's test. She refused to open the door at this moment. How could she save face if she married off in such a shabby way? It would be worse than when she married Changqing, and it was so lively. She was utterly disappointed. I'm not going. I'm staying at home and not going anywhere, she yelled when she heard a knock on the door. Meisho, it's Mom. There are so many people waiting here. Your dad told you to go first and we'll discuss it when you get home. There was no sound inside. Meisho, Zhang Changqing is here too. Aren't you making a fool of yourself by doing this? Lin's mother said again. There was silence inside for a while, and then the door was opened with a whoosh. Although the marriage was a little unpleasant, it finally went smoothly. Of course, the child was taken away as well. When the group of people were marching away from Nanhangling village with music and dance, Lin's mother finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not to mention, she has to do housework and help take care of the children during this period, and her old waist really can't take it. But she also had some concerns. After all, the Li family's situation is not optimistic. There is only a father in his hometown who can't help much. Can his daughter take care of 2 sons? Lao Lin, do you think our daughter can live well like this? Lin's mother couldn't help but ask Captain Lin. That should be possible. Captain Lin frowned and smoked. To be honest, he wasn't sure. After all, he didn't expect that Li Fong would be kicked out of the house with nothing, and the Li family was in such a situation. Alas, it would be better to stay near home at this point. At least I can see it every day. Chapter 4:11, Educated Youth Staying Behind for Love. 21. Lin's parents were worried, and Lin Meisho was not happy along the way. The weather is cold again. She was holding a child tightly in her arms. Even though his hands were cold and numb, Li Fong was still chatting and laughing with others. Li Fong, come hold me for a while, she shouted. There were 2 children. An aunt held the eldest child, and she held the second child all the way, but Li Fong acted as if he didn't hear anything and continued talking to the person next to him. One young man snorted. The child isn't Brother Fong's, why should Brother Fong care about it? Lin Meisho? Forgot about this, others still think that the child is hers and Zhang Changqing's. Does that mean she should be inferior just because she got married with a child? Besides, this child is obviously Li Fong's, but she couldn't say this, it would hurt her internally. She was so angry that she quickly walked to Li Fong and put the child directly into his hands. I need to rest for a while, hold me. Then she quickly took 2 steps back to keep some distance. This movement was quite large, and the child felt a hint of cold wind, and started crying with a whimper. Although Erbo has an adult soul, it is unreasonable for a child to cry when he is upset. Li Fong frowned. How can a man take care of a child or hold a child? Besides, Lin Meisho doesn't have a job yet, and the whole family depends on him for support. It's inevitable to feel unhappy. However, there were so many people around at that time that he didn't want to bother. He turned around and handed the child to an aunt behind him, and continued to chat with the brothers next to him. Lin Meisho's heart sank when she saw the scene. Is he completely unwilling to take care of the children? And his mother isn't there to help? Will she have to take care of both children all day long? Suddenly, she felt a trace of regret in her heart. This regret reached its peak after I got home. Looking at the 2 small houses facing each other, and the stove and chopping board in the dim corridor, she widened her eyes in disbelief. You live here, certainly. Li Fong put the things down. I even rented 2 rooms. You and the kids can live in the one across the street. I need to go to work and sleep peacefully, so I'll stay in this one. What? Lin Meisho almost thought she had misheard. So, you don't want to take care of the child at all? She raised her head and stared at Li Fong questioningly. How can I not care? I earn money to support you 3, isn't that considered caring? You don't work, you just take care of the kids, what else is wrong? Lin Meisho almost laughed out loud at his self-righteous attitude. Does that mean the child is hers alone? The child is yours, so of course you have to help take care of him. My mom helps me at home.
She definitely can't take care of 2 children by herself. DeBeo and Urbo heard their parents arguing in the room and frowned at each other. What's going on? Why is it that we can't get along well even though our parents are here? They remembered that in their previous life, it was Jiang Changqing who took care of the 2 brothers, and everything was fine. Not it's good that grandma is taking care of me during this period. Why don't you want to take me to your parents' place? In their hearts, they prefer to be raised by their mothers. After all, they lost their mothers when they were born in their previous lives, so they want to be closer to them. Besides, Dad will be a big boss in the future and he has to build his career, so we can't delay it. I will rely on my father to live a good life in the future. Then, the 2 of them looked at each other and cried out in tacit understanding. Then, when his parents came in to check on him, Li Fang just wanted his mother to hold him, and he would continue crying as soon as his mother held him. Look, the child only clings to his mother. How can I take care of him? I will work hard to earn money and make your life better. Li Fang found a perfect reason. Lin Meisho, I am speechless. Changqing was not surprised at all when he heard from the system that Lin Meisho and Li Fang had been arguing for several days about raising the child. Ultimately, both of them are rather selfish people. Lin Meisho accepted her family's advice, deceived the original owner, and always maintained a condescending attitude. However, in the original plot, she died early and did not suffer much. Li Fang only looked for his son after he became successful, depriving the original owner of his efforts. The original owner acted as both a father and a mother to raise 2 children. How could such hard work be made up by that little compensation? Now, it's just a matter of holding them accountable for what they have done. I'll go back home in a couple of days, and there will probably be another show to watch. Changqing smiled. The system nodded in agreement. Lin Meisho has a good habit of turning to her parents when she has difficulties. In fact, Changqing's prediction was absolutely correct. 3 days later, when she returned home, Lin Meisho was crying and making a fuss. Mom and Dad, you have to make the decision for me. Li Fang has been on wedding leave these days and hasn't even offered a hand to help with the kids. I'm really too busy to handle it all by myself. Within 3 days, the dark circles under Lin Meisho's eyes seemed to have become much heavier. The 2 children also looked a little listless and obviously were not well cared for. Lin's mother was already unhappy because of the quarrel over the marriage, and when she saw her grandson's appearance, her anger towards Li Fang flared up. Li Fang, you're obviously at home, why don't you lend a hand? How can you take care of 2 children by yourself? She loved both her daughter and her grandson, so this question was very rude. She thought Li Fang would be frightened and apologize in a gentle tone like Jiang Changqing and make promises, but Li Fang's reaction was somewhat unexpected. He smiled nonchalantly. Mom, Meisho doesn't have a job, so she's just staying home to take care of the kids. She'll have to adapt sooner or later. Otherwise, who will take care of the kids after I go back to work? I just want her to exercise first. Besides, I haven't been idle these days. I'm also tutoring people for the college entrance exam and making some money. This is the truth. Suddenly, there are 3 more people to feed at home. Even if Li Fang is heartless, he still feels the pressure. So he took on some tutoring work. Lin's mother would not listen to such a well-reasoned rebuttal. She only felt that her son-in-law was against her, not even as good as Jiang Changqing. How long have you been married, even Captain? Lin frowned. Li Fang seems to dislike the fact that his daughter doesn't have a job. But he hadn't realized before that this kid was actually a traitor. But now we are married and have 2 children. What can we do? Captain Lin felt powerless, as if he couldn't control his son-in-law. Now that you're here, sit down and eat. Old woman, please stop talking. He sighed and asked everyone to sit down. Mother Lin put the half-pound of candy they brought into the room, and the gloom on her face never relaxed. This gift is not as good as the one Jiang Changqing gave back then. What kind of city person is this? He is so stingy. What the 2 elders didn't expect was that Lin Meisho didn't want to go back the next day. Mom and Dad, I'll just live at home. His apartment building is small and crowded. I have to eat in the corridor and have to wait to use the toilet. She cried and talked about the bad things in the city. The 2 children also cried loudly. They don't want to go back either. They have discovered that the mother has no awareness of taking care of the child, and neither does the father, so grandma is better, as it is warm here and there is food to eat. Just let Dad make money with peace of mind. As they thought about this, they cried even harder. He stretched out his hands and asked his grandma to hold him. Then you and the child should stay at your parents' house. I'll bring them over when I earn money. Li Fang had quarreled with Lin Meisho several times in the past 3 days, and the child kept crying pitifully, which made him feel overwhelmed. They didn't want to go back at this time, which was exactly what he wanted. How can this be possible? You are a family. When Captain Lin heard this, he frowned and walked over. But they don't want to go back, there's nothing I can do. Li put his hands down, looking helpless. Lin Meisho even rushed into her room and locked the door. In her own home, she is used to being willful and won't leave if she says she won't. Chapter 412, Educated Youth Staying Behind for Love, 22. So, Lin Meisho and her 2 children stayed in the Lin family? Changqing almost dropped his jaw when he heard the news. This new bride just came back and moved in directly. How can Captain Lin, who was very concerned about his reputation, deal with this? Let's go and see what's going on.
He stood up. At this time, the Lin family was arguing fiercely. It was fine before when only Lin Meisho lived at home, and Mrs. Lin didn't say anything now. She is a little uncomfortable with the fact that she brings two children to eat and drink at home. When the time comes to take care of the elderly, it will be the son's responsibility. Why should the family property be given to the daughter and grandson for free? Tell me. Is this fair? A married daughter brings two sons home to eat and drink for free, and doesn't do any housework. She's like a door god. Mrs. Lin put her hands on her hips, her face flushed and her neck thick. Brother Lin wanted to step forward and grab her, but she pushed him away. Boss Lin, your parents want to pamper your sister, do you want to do the same? We are a family. She glared at Brother Lin fiercely, and Brother Lin didn't dare to say anything more. And Lin Meisho, do you have any shame? You've already married for the second time, but you're still staying at your parents' house to eat and drink? Mrs. Lin woke up early in the morning to help with cooking, but Lin Meisho was lying in her room. She was so angry that she exploded. In the past, Jiang Changqing would hunt for something from time to time and bring it to everyone to eat, and he also helped with the work, so Mrs. Lin didn't have so much resentment. And now Lin Meisho is taking care of her two sons, and Lin's mother also has to help take care of them. She does all the housework, so it would be strange if she could obey. Lin Meisho had never been scolded in such a way before, and she immediately became furious. Sister-in-law, my Li Feng said he would give us money. Will he be short of food for the three of us when he goes to work? We won't eat for free at home. Besides, this is my home, and my parents haven't said anything. What right do you have to say anything? These words were very harsh, and Mrs. Lin's face immediately turned red with anger. She was about to rush over and slap him, but after taking 2 steps, she bent over and started vomiting. What's wrong with you? Brother Lin quickly stepped forward to support him. After a lot of chaos, a doctor was called in to check, and it turned out that she was pregnant. Great, great. Great news for my Lin family. When Captain Lin heard the news, he said 3 good words in a row. Mother Lin was also very excited and held Mrs. Lin's hand with full of emotion. Changqing arrived at this time. As soon as I entered the door, I felt the festive atmosphere of the Lin family, except that Lin Meisho had a very ugly expression. I was passing by and heard that there was a happy event in the captain's family, so I came to take a look. As he spoke, he took out a small bag of sugar, looking like he was really congratulating her. In those days, sugar was a good thing, so Mrs. Lin took it directly. Thank you for bringing some food. Please stay and have a meal. Unlike some people, Mrs. Lin thanked her politely and glanced at Lin Meisho. Changqing was overjoyed, but his expression remained serious. It's only natural. Even though we were family before, we can't just eat for free, right? Lin Mei was so delicate that she stood up and went back to her room, slamming the door shut. This certainly does not affect Changqing's good mood. He chatted with Brother Lin very comfortably. Needless to say, ever since there was Li Feng as a comparison, Brother Lin liked his former brother-in-law much more. The two even had a somewhat speculative chat that day. Lin Meisho did not sit at the table to eat. Instead, she took a bowl and picked up some food and ate in her room. Changqing left after dinner, but the Lin family's good show continued from time to time. Lin Meisho took her 2 children to live with her mother's family, and the villagers were talking about it. This troubled Lin's mother a lot. There were even several times when people asked her if her daughter was divorced again, which made her very angry. But what can we do? She only has this one daughter, and she doesn't want to go back to the city. What can she do? In fact, she really couldn't stand having to help take care of the children and her eldest daughter-in-law during this period. Alas, if only Jiang Jiqing was still her son-in-law. Sometimes she couldn't help but think so. After all, Jiang Jiqing is meticulous in his work and follows instructions, so this will make things much easier for her. Changqing, do not see Yui. More than a month later, Changqing heard that a fierce quarrel had broken out in the Lin family again. The reason seemed to be that Li Feng didn't come to deliver the money at all. He smiled. Li Feng still owes debts, and he really doesn't have enough money to give as a gift with his salary. Lin Meisho had no choice but to pack up her bags and go into the city without being squeezed by her sister Law. In the end, he came back crying. Mom and Dad, Li Feng has no money at all. He's still in debt. He borrowed the money for the wedding. He has no money to give now. She seemed to have lost her faith and cried as miserably as she could. Lin's mother also sighed. What should I do? Do they have to pay for raising 2 grandchildren? They are about to have a grandchild, and they will have help to take care of the grandchild. Where will they have the money and energy? In the end, Captain Lin went against the majority's opinion and kept Lin Meisho. However, he asked Lin Meisho to live alone, since the house next door was empty anyway. Your mother and I will help you, but don't count on us too much. Your eldest sister-in-law is about to give birth, and your second brother is getting married next year. We can't devote all our energy to you. Li Feng still has to pay for your living expenses. I'll go to the city and talk to him about it. Although Lin Meisho is willful, she still dares not say much if her father really gives the order. I don't know how Captain Lin negotiated when he went to the city, but he actually got dozens of dollars when he came back. Li Feng will come to give me money every month from now on. Don't worry, he won't ask me for it. He made this promise solemnly as he stuffed the money into his daughter's hand. Lin Meisho accepted it silently. There was also the sound of a child crying in the room. From then on, Lin Meisho began to take care of her children on her own. Originally, Lin's mother often came to help, but there were always problems with Lin's eldest sister-in-law, making it difficult for her to be distracted. This made Lin Meisho feel very miserable. My temper has also become more irritable whenever Changqing passed. By the door, he often heard children crying and women yelling. The two children are also feeling very sad. They never imagined that their mother was still alive in this life, but their lives would be like this. They understand that dad needs to make money, but my mother is just taking care of the children and doesn't do any farm work, but she just can't do it well. I don't know how to feed him when he's hungry, and I don't change his clothes in time, although they both have memories of their past lives. Children cannot control their bodies. He cries when he's hungry, gets sick easily when he catches a cold, and can't control his urination. It's a mess anyway. Chapter 413, Educated Youth Staying Behind for Love. 23. Changqing is idle all day and lives a very leisurely life. The villagers also speculated that the child was not his, and when they asked him about it, he just smiled and said nothing. However, he didn't expect that he would be found that night. Just as I went to bed, the door of the Educated Youth camp was slammed loudly. Changqing, get up and help. It was Lin's mother's voice outside. Changqing opened the door and asked, only then did I realize that Lin Meisho's child was sick and the doctor said he had to be sent to the hospital. Changqing, after all, the child almost called you dad, so you should take their mother to the hospital. Mother Lin said while rubbing her hands. Where's Captain Lin? Where's her eldest brother? Where's her second brother? The Lin family doesn't need anyone, right? Changqing asked with a frown, wearing a cotton coat. Her sister-in-law is pregnant, and the eldest brother has to take care of her. The second brother is unreliable, and Lao Lin is old. In the middle of the night, yes, there are reasons, this depends on him. Changqing knew as soon as he heard it that they wanted to send him to the hospital and pay the bill. You really think he is a sucker? His eyes flashed. I'm willing to help, but it's unsafe at night. I'll need 2 more people to go with me, but you have to pay me $2 each. It's the middle of the night after all, isn't it? When Lin's mother heard this, her face changed. What? They still need to pay? Where can they afford that much? The old couple's money needs to be left for their grandchildren and for the second son to marry. The little money Lin Meisho has is barely enough for medical treatment. Changqing, didn't we pay you 500 yuan in compensation for your divorce? You're eyeing the money. I sent it home a long time ago. I don't have any money right now. Otherwise, I wouldn't even bother going to the hospital just for $2 for travel expenses. Changqing looked indifferent, which made Lin's mother a little unsure. I'll go back and discuss it. As a result, he never came back. After he went back, Changqing heard that in the end it was the eldest brother of the Lin family and Captain Lin who sent the person to the hospital together. TSK, you don't want to spend money, but just want to take advantage of it for free. Changqing sneered and put the matter behind him. Because of this incident, the Lin family members had a bad attitude towards him, especially Lin Meisho, who would always have a sour face and snort coldly every time she saw Changqing. She was really angry to death. Why, after the divorce, he lived a very carefree life and he has to live a hard life with 2 children? Even though the children are not his, they are still his descendants after all. What's wrong with taking care of them? Even when you are sick, you have to pay for the travel expenses to be taken to the hospital. Is this person obsessed with money? A person like this still wants to go to college? Is this the quality of college students? Lin Meisho was filled with hatred when she saw him hanging out with educated youths every day. He was pretending to be an educated person, but he was worse than. She thought of Li Feng, but now she felt that Li Feng was no longer able to do it. He will definitely not pass the exam. Behind the child's back, every time he started crying, she couldn't help but curse Changqing many times. However, the reality is just the opposite of what we wish for. A few days after New Year's Day, people from the commune came and called out some people who were taking the college entrance examination and notified them to go for a physical examination. All the educated youth were on the list, and there was actually one more person from the village. What? All the educated youth have gone? Jiang Changqing is there too? Lin Meisho was stunned. Her father said that only those who score above the admission score need to undergo a physical examination. Does this mean that Jiang Changqing passed the exam? How is it possible that all the educated youth from Nanhangling village passed the exam? She rushed to the Lin family and asked her father. I'm not sure. I haven't seen the notice. Anything is possible. Captain Lin was smoking a cigarette and was also confused. Could it be that the mountains and waters of Nanhangling village are particularly magical, so that all 7 or 8 educated youth were admitted to university? He was a little skeptical. Lin Meisho could only think this way. If Changqing got into college and lived a good life, she would be so angry that she would die. I am now living like an old woman with my children, while others are soaring to success. How can I not be angry? I can't pass the exam. I can't pass the exam. On the way back, she kept muttering to herself. However, what people worry about most is what will happen. More than half a month later, the notice arrived. Changqing was admitted to the Foreign Languages Department of the Imperial Capital University, and the other educated youth were also admitted to universities. When the news came, not only Nanhangling village was shocked, but even the leaders of Hongqi Commune were alarmed. All the educated youth in a village were admitted to universities, and some were even admitted to famous universities such as Imperial Capital University. That's the capital city. It's a prestigious school that everyone aspires to attend. The educated youth site in Nanhangling village was even more jubilant.
Everyone took out the melon seeds, peanuts, and beans prepared for the new year, and Changqing even took out some fruit candies.
Everyone, sit down and have something to eat.
The villagers at the door all came to congratulate and watch the funning. Everyone says that the Nanhangling Village Youth League Center has a good location, good feng shui, and can produce talented people. Some people also said that Captain Lin managed the school well, and the educated youth had time to study, so many of them passed the exam. After the educated youth leave, I'll let my grandson sleep here for 2 days to absorb the spiritual energy here.
Isn't it?
This must be the place with the most spiritual energy in the whole village.
It really produces talented people.
The one who felt the most uncomfortable was Lin Meisho. My ex-husband was admitted to the Imperial Capital University, and from now on he will leave this place to study in the capital. It is no exaggeration to say that it soared to the sky. As for myself, I still take care of my children every day like a single mother. During this period, under the ruthless teaching of Lin's mother, she basically learned how to take care of the baby, but she was exhausted every day and couldn't sleep well at night. I cursed Changqing countless times in secret. It turned out that it didn't work. The two children accepted this result well. In his previous life, Zhang Changqing had been admitted to a good university, but he didn't go there to take care of them. It's reasonable for him to do better in this life. However, they couldn't help feeling a little jealous. In this life, without any ties, he will definitely go to school, and his life will definitely be much better than in his previous life. But that's nothing. Their father also got into college in his previous life, and he was a big boss with a lot of money. Now you have to suffer a little. This mother is really not careful enough in taking care of her child. Lin Meisho was also looking forward to
news from Li Fong.
He had said that there was a subsidy for studying, which was more than working. Once he went to study, life would definitely be better. Captain Lin even came over specially to ask her if she had any news about Li Fong. During this period, the daughter lived with her parents. However, many people in the village said that his daughter had not married well and was only relying on her parents. If Li Fong was admitted to university, then he straightened his back straight.
His son-in-law is a college student and will be a stable worker in the future.
It is much better than farming in the countryside, but Lin Meisho had no news of Li Fong. Even at the end of the month, when the commune leaders came to the village to hold a commendation meeting, he had not yet arrived. Listening to the noisy sounds coming from the educated youth site, Lin Meisho felt like she was about to be overturned in a jar of vinegar, with sour water bubbling in her heart. However, Captain Lin was praised by his leader, who said that he managed well.
He even happily had 2 drinks after returning home.
Oh, Changqing has made great progress. The commune leaders even praised him, saying that he is young and promising and a pillar of the country. After taking a sip of wine, Captain Lin squinted his eyes and sighed. I was wrong. I used to think that Li Fong had an advantage as a city dweller, but now it seems that Changqing is also a solid city dweller. He felt some regret in his heart. Lin's mother also sighed.
What's the point of saying all this?
It all depends on how Li Fong does on the exam.
Why don't you go and ask him in a couple of days?
She also felt uncomfortable. Her daughter takes care of 2 children every day, and she also has to take care of her eldest daughter-in-law, so she can't spare the time. Seeing her daughter getting thinner every day and her 2 children looking haggard, how could she not be worried as a mother and a grandmother?
I'll go to the city in a couple of days. Captain Lin nodded.
Chapter 414, Educated Youth Staying Behind for Love. 24, Li Fong scanned the list several times but didn't see his name on it. This was a little unbelievable to him, but he obviously had good grades before, so he felt the questions were not difficult. Not really. He had some self-doubt.
Hey, isn't this the newlywed Li? Why is he so distraught?
A voice came into his ears, and he looked up and saw Yang Shiyun's face. She seemed to be doing well. Her face looked a little rounder, but what she said was very irritating. Did you pass the exam? Li Fong's face turned red with anger.
Of course, that's not my name, is it?
Yang Shiyun pointed to the name in the lower right corner, and it was true. He was admitted to the normal university in the provincial capital. Li Fong felt a buzzing in his head, as if he had been hit by a hammer. She actually passed the exam, but I failed. This was a little hard for him to accept. The most embarrassing thing in the world is this: when you meet again after breaking up, the other person is doing well, but you are down and out. I will definitely pass the exam next year. After saying this, he quickly turned around and ran away, looking like he was escaping in a panic. When he got home, Li Fong saw Captain Lin squatting at the door. His pace slowed down involuntarily. He was a little afraid of his old father-in-law. The last time I came here, I used both soft and hard words to force him to pay the money back every month. Is he here to ask for money again this time? He held the 30 yuan salary he had just received in his pocket, feeling extremely nervous.
Li Fong, the college entrance exam is out. How did you do?
Captain Lin had been squatting for a long time and was already in a bad mood.
He was too lazy to beat around the bush and started asking questions directly.
It's just like bringing up something irrelevant. Li Fong's face turned red and he stammered for a long time without saying anything. Well, you can tell from this expression that he didn't pass the exam. I will work hard next year. He struggled for a long time and only said this one sentence. Captain Lin's face darkened. He had seen many empty promises like this, and he didn't want to dwell on this topic.
Give me this month's money. Don't wait for me to give you subsidies for the 2 children. By the time Captain Lin left, only 5 yuan was left out of the 30 yuan in Li Fong's pocket. What the hell kind of life is this? Returning to the tube house, he looked at the deserted room and kicked the stool next to him in anger. If only someone could take care of the child. He couldn't help but think so. I now have only $5 left every month, which is just enough for food. I don't even have money to buy some study materials. How can I prepare for the college entrance examination next year? Am I going to keep doing this for the rest of my life? He suddenly felt a sense of despair. This moment, he hated his impulsiveness. Lynn Mayshio wasn't that good looking, was she? Why did he act so impulsively? Besides, she didn't even have a job. Now, with 3 mouths to feed, including adults and children, he has to rely on his salary alone, and life is completely tight. He couldn't help but start to miss Yang Shiyun's kindness. It didn't seem like a big deal not having children. He could concentrate on his studies, and Yang Shiyun earned dozens of yuan a month working in a shoe factory. Our family lives a comfortable life and can save some money every month. But what can we do now? Adults and children are waiting to eat, and the father-in-law is a powerful one. There's nothing I can do. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Yes, this child really is. After all, Lin Meishou and Jiang Changqing have been married for so long. Is it possible that the child is Jiang Changqing's? He knew that Jiang Changqing had been admitted to the Imperial Capital University and was ranked first on the list. If he has to be responsible for the child, then does that mean he can't go to school? Then, am I? As soon as this thought came to his mind, he felt his whole body trembling with excitement. This maybe it really is an opportunity. I have to go back and discuss it with Lin Meishou. Changqing didn't know that he was being targeted. He has been busy since receiving the notice. There are so many guests at the Educated Youth site that the county and the commune have promoted it. Now the Educated Youth site in Nanhangling village has become a check-in destination. Many candidates who failed the exam came to visit and learn from him. Some people come simply to congratulate and admire this unique place. Changqing, as the student with the best test scores, received special attention. Some candidates from the city even came to take pictures with him, saying that they wanted to share in his blessings. This made him feel a little helpless. The most important thing is to review seriously and read the book carefully. He emphasized this to his visitors once again. A group of young people were holding pens and notebooks, taking notes silently, and nodded when they heard his words. "Excuse me, Zhang Jiqing, could you please give us a copy of your review materials?" Someone asked. "Yes, we are all using the same set of materials. You can borrow them from anyone and copy them. There is nothing wrong with this. Anyway, everyone has passed the exam, so there is nothing wrong with using this information to benefit future generations." After seeing off a group of people, it was already afternoon. Changqing stood up and stretched. "It's just like giving a lecture. It's quite tiring. I'm considered a bit of an internet celebrity in Nanhangling village." He chuckled. "You are red in real life." The system's voice rang out. "However, fame brings trouble. Li Feng has already set his sights on you. He came to the village this afternoon. It reminds again." "Oh? I'd like to hear more about it." Changqing raised his eyebrows. The system went on and on about what it had found out about the Lin family. "They want to throw the child to you to raise? Li Feng even wants to borrow your identity to go to school," the system said angrily. "They're dreaming." After listening to the system's explanation, Changqing also became angry. He wanted to see what kind of trouble they would come up with. Soon, word spread in the village that Zhang Jiqing had abandoned his wife and had no choice but to raise his own child, so why would he send her to university? Some people even came up to him and asked, "Do you want to use public opinion to morally blackmail us?" Changqing said, "As long as I have no morals, no one can kidnap me." He ignored all the rumors. However, many friends came to him indignantly and asked him if he needed help. "Brother Jiang, that child is obviously not yours, yet they still slander you like this. How about we report them?" Zheng Wu and Lin Yi found Changqing and said angrily. In response, Changqing waved his hand nonchalantly. "They're just bringing trouble upon themselves. The bigger the fuss they make, the more embarrassed they'll be in the future. What should I be afraid of? Let the wind and waves get stronger." Sure enough, seeing Changqing silent, Li Feng thought he was scared. It seems Jiang Changqing isn't quite sure either. "Let's do this," he whispered to Lin Meishou. The next day, Lin Meishou came to the Educated Youth site crying. "Changqing, I thought I could take good care of the child, but I didn't expect there would be so many difficulties. I really can't hold on any longer." After saying that, she looked at Changqing with the eyes of a heartless man, and tears fell like they were free. This time, there happened to be many visitors coming to visit the Educated Youth site. Seeing that there was something exciting to watch, everyone gathered around like zombies, staring at the two people in the field with curious eyes. Is this Jiang Jiqing's ex-wife? Do they have children? So, Jiang Jiqing is planning to abandon his children to go to college? But his ex-wife has remarried, right? Doesn't this count as abandoning his wife and children? Why not? The child is still his." The guests visiting from outside had no idea what was going on here, and when they saw the commotion, everyone was whispering in a mess. Changqing is naturally not afraid. The corners of his mouth curled up into a nonchalant smile. "Lin Meishou, what do you mean? Are you implying that the child is mine?" As he spoke, he took Lin Meishou's hand and his voice became louder. "With this kind of conversation, I'd like to ask Captain Lin what's going on." He exerted a little force on his hands and pulled Lin Meishou, causing her to stumble towards Captain Lin's house.
Chapter 415, Educated Youth Staying Behind for Love, 25, Let Me Go. Lin Meisho struggled hard, but didn't move at all. Of the visitors and educated youth followed, and many villagers saw them along the way and followed them. Who doesn't like to watch something exciting? There were no mobile phones or even televisions in that era, and life was very boring. When they arrived at the Lin family's house, Changqing pushed open the door directly. Captain Lin, Aunt Zhang, please judge the situation. Lin Meisho is saying everywhere that I abandoned her and didn't care about her children.
Do you know what's going on?
Captain Lin and his mother, who were chatting at home, were stunned by the momentum. Walk out the door and take a look. Wow, there's a lot of people at the door.
Come in if you have anything to say.
Captain Lin frowned. This is not something you can tell so many people. However, Changqing is going to disappoint him this time. Not only did he not go in, but he took 2 steps back and went into the yard.
There's nothing shameful about this.
I'm going to make it clear in front of everyone today, so that no one can ruin my reputation.
Aunt Zhang, tell me, is Lin Meisho's child mine? Changqing looked at Lin's mother with burning eyes.
We got married in May and the baby was born in December.
Do you think the baby can be mine?
His voice was loud and very firm. The onlookers were immediately shaken. In fact, the villagers had long suspected the child, but the visitors to the educated youth site were not very clear about the situation.
Jiang Jiqing is a student at Imperial Capital University. He shouldn't talk nonsense, right? Could it be that this child really isn't Jiang Jiqing's? Doesn't that mean that before Lin Meisho got married? Oh my god, is this why they're getting divorced?
A burst of whispers spread out, causing the faces of several people in the Lin family to change. Captain Lin secretly cursed his daughter in his heart, calling her a fool. This kind of thing can be discussed privately. If the other person is stupid, it can be handled privately. If they are smart, there is no need to make such a big fuss.
Zhang Qinglian, why don't you say something?
Everyone knows whether your daughter has done anything shameful or not.
Zhang Woma was in the crowd.
When she saw Lin's mother's face change, she felt secretly happy and couldn't help but say something to make fun of her.
This is my family affair.
Mother Lin replied with her neck stiffened, then lowered her voice and spoke to Changqing. Changqing, don't worry about the child.
We will handle it. I promise Meisho won't bother you again.
Captain Lin also nodded beside him. At this time, they want to keep a low profile more than anyone else, but Changqing didn't intend to do so. He felt it was impossible to say that this was the idea of Captain Lin and Lin's mother, but he also didn't believe that they were completely unaware of it. So he straightened his expression and looked at Lin Meisho. Lin Meisho, I wanted to give you some face, but since you don't want it, don't blame me. He took 2 steps back to avoid being grabbed and spoke loudly. You had an affair with Li Fang before you married me, and you got pregnant. And Li Fang already had a wife at the time, so you took advantage of me.
We got married in May.
We weren't even close before, but everyone in the village knew about it.
The baby was born in December, so he's full term. You can ask the doctor about that.
Seeing Lin Meisho open her mouth, he continued to interrupt.
Don't tell me about premature births. The doctor will have records.
Besides, you might not know that hospitals can now verify a child's bloodline. Just go to the hospital to verify whether it's true or not.
Do you dare to go to the hospital with me for an examination?
Changqing fired continuously, making everyone's heads buzz. Lin Meisho's face was pale and she was on the verge of collapse. How dare Changqing? Doesn't he care about his own face at all? Seeing Changqing pulling her to take the child to the hospital, she finally panicked.
I'm not going to the hospital.
Lin Meisho screamed, pretended to faint and slowly fell to the ground. Captain Lin and Lin's mother rushed forward and helped her up. That's enough.
Captain Lin glanced around. This matter ends here. We will handle the child's affairs.
It has nothing to do with you. After saying that, the 2 of them supported Lin Meisho and went into the house. TSK, there's no point in trying to save face by force. Changqing shook his head. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Lin family was getting scared. Needless to say, the truth of the matter goes without saying. After this farce, Changqing was fine, but Lin Meisho and Li Fang's situation became more difficult. There is a lot of public opinion in the village, and even the team leader cannot stop the gossip. Fortunately, Lin Meisho doesn't go out very often, so she can still bear it. Captain Lin is the most important official, and no one dares to gossip in front of him. The one who felt the most uncomfortable was Lin's mother. There were many women in the village who did not get along with her. Captain Lin was arrogant and did not care about the arguments between the women, which made her very angry, especially since Zhang Woma was her old enemy. She would always make some sarcastic remarks every time they met, but now I am in the wrong and cannot refute. I'm so angry. She was unhappy and didn't want to see Lin Meisho. Ultimately, it was the daughter who was disobedient and acted on her own and caused trouble. Therefore, Lin Meisho's life of taking care of the child became even more difficult. The 2 children had been counting on Jiang Changqing to help take the baby in, but they didn't expect him to care at all and even make a big deal out of it. Unfortunately, they were still young and couldn't do anything. Moreover, they were extremely surprised to learn that Li Fang failed the college entrance examination. Isn't this different from the previous life? Could it be that my mother didn't die and changed the course of the world? The more I think about it, the more they make sense. In this world, the mother is still alive, so they divorced.
The mother is the one who takes care of them, so the father has to pay, so he also divorced and delayed the exam. Thinking of this, the two children looked at Lin Meisho with complicated expressions to eye in their previous lives, how much they longed for maternal love, but in this life, although he had maternal love, he found that his mother was not reliable at all and even delayed his father's career. This is a bit unpleasant. If my father hadn't become a big boss, we wouldn't have had a good life, both of them couldn't help but worry. In this world, the more you worry about something, the more likely it is to happen. A few days later, Li Fong returned to Nanhangling village with a depressed look on his face. He was reported for moral violations and was fired by his unit. It must be Jiang Changqing. He hates us. Li Fong put down his luggage and cursed with gritted teeth. So, you lost your job and planned to come back to study for the exam? This is where Lin Meisho's focus lies. When she saw Li coming back with lots of gifts, her heart started pounding. Yeah, I have nowhere else to go, and the rent in the city is expensive. Li Fong was thirsty and tired, so he poured himself a cup of hot water. I'm married and have children. This is my home, so of course I have to come back here to prepare for the exam. Lin Meisho was dumbfounded. The two children were also dumbfounded. This? How could this happen? Can't you even stay in the city? Lin Meisho found it difficult to accept. You don't have any land here? How will your family live? She was really anxious, but Li Fong was not at all. He drank a glass of water in big gulps. I have a fixed grain allowance and a little money left. We can live through hard times for a year. He didn't think it was a big deal. On the contrary, I should seize the opportunity of the college entrance examination as soon as possible, as I am not young anymore. But Lin Meisho doesn't think so. Did she marry to live a hard life? This is not the life she wanted at all. She hurried to the Lin family and told her parents about it. The whole family rushed over and asked again carefully. After learning that Li Fong had indeed lost his job, Captain Lin and his mother remained silent for a long time. What should I do? He has a city hukou, no job, and no land in the countryside. Do I really have to prepare for the exam at home all day? Mom and Dad, I'm just 3 points short this year. Give me another year and I'll definitely pass. Li Fong made repeated assurances. He was just distracted by various things this year, otherwise he would have passed the exam long ago. After hearing what he said, Captain Lin also hesitated. He looked at Li Fong twice, with such a gentle figure. I'm afraid he is not suitable for doing farm work. If the difference is only 3 points, there is indeed great hope. You guys should arrange your own lives. Finally, he said this. Chapter 416, Educated Youth Staying Behind for Love, 26, Captain Lin's new son-in-law lives in Nanhangling village. The news quickly spread throughout the village. The news from the Lin family was that he was just 3 points short of passing the college entrance examination this year, so he quit his job and spent a year preparing for the exam. But this is obviously not convincing. Who wouldn't want to take a stable job? Showing movies is so much easier than farm work, and the pay is so high. Isn't he fired? This suspicion is very reasonable. The IT quickly gained a lot of recognition. So, the villagers looked at Li Fong, the guy who was fired from his job, with contempt. Fortunately, Li Fong doesn't go out much reading books at home all day, but there are 2 children and a woman in the family. He cried and made noise all the time, which made him very irritated. Why are you crying and making a fuss? Are you going to let me study? I can hear you guys from the side room. Just a few days before the Chinese New Year, he finally couldn't stand it anymore and lost his temper. Lin Meisho's face immediately fell. Do you know how painful it is to raise a child? You don't care about anything. Li Fong. Are you even human? She roared hysterically. During this period, she was almost on the verge of collapse from taking care of the children. One of the 2 children had problems, and Li Fong was like a dead person, hiding in the side room all day and not coming out at all. This time, Mrs. Lin's belly had grown bigger, and it was difficult for her mother to pay attention. She felt even more isolated and helpless. The pent-up mood burst out at this moment. Li Fong was startled by her sudden outburst of emotions and subconsciously softened his tone. No, don't scare the child. He didn't want to watch Lin Meisho make a fuss, so he turned around and tried to leave, but was stopped. If you're here, please help me. I'm just about to give the child a bath. Li Fong, this help took an entire afternoon and a night. Time flies in the blink of an eye. It is March and the school starts. The educated youth also became busy. It was very troublesome to start school in that era. They had to transfer household registration, grain, oil, and other matters, and they also had to prepare their own daily necessities, 1-inch photos, etc. The educated youth were about to separate and were somewhat reluctant to leave, so they went to the county to take a group photo together. After taking photos that day, we went to the state-owned canteen and ordered a table full of dishes. Everyone's mouths were full of oil. On the way home, everyone was laughing and joking. Everything was so full of hope and everything was so beautiful. As a result, when he arrived at the educated youth point, Changqing saw Lin Meisho waiting for him. She looked much more haggard and had lost a lot of weight. It seemed that Li Fong's arrival did not relieve her burden. What are you doing here? Changqing let the other educated youth go in first, and he stood there with his hands folded. This person must have no good intentions towards him, and he doesn't have a good attitude. Lin Meisho was very angry at the other party's arrogant attitude. He had never dared to treat her like this before. However, when she thought of the purpose of her visit, she endured it and forced a smile on her face. Changqing, you're going to college anyway, so you still have those documents, right? Why not give them to me? She took a step forward eagerly, wanting to hold Changqing's hand. As a result, the other party quickly took a step back, as if avoiding a snake or scorpion. Lin Meishio, don't come over here. You're already married, so you have to keep your distance from me to avoid gossip. The hand of a freshman from the Imperial Capital University is not so easy to hold. Lin Meishio was so angry that she choked. Am I being disliked? What qualifications does Jiang Changqing have? But then he thought about how the other party was going to Imperial Capital University, while he himself, she felt depressed. I'm here to ask for your help. Don't you like children? I can let the child recognize you as his godfather. Puff. Changqing couldn't help but burst out laughing. Then, ha 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 ha, he bent over and laughed loudly. Lin Meishio, be your child's godfather? Ha ha ha, you really can think of it. After a long while, he stopped laughing, straightened up and looked at Lin Meishio's pale face. I don't have any information, and I don't have a godfather either. Don't bother me anymore. His eyes suddenly became sharp and his aura was as sharp as a knife. Lin Meishio only felt that the already cold temperature dropped many degrees, making her shiver even though she was wearing a thick cotton jacket. She didn't even dare to look at Changqing's face and ran away. Changqing believed that she must be running much faster than when she came. When he got home, Li Fang saw that she came back empty-handed and knew that he had not gotten the information. Feeling disappointed, he shook his head and stood up. Unexpectedly, Lin Meishio started to scold him directly. Li Fang, why are you shaking your head? If it weren't for you, I would have gone there and been ridiculed. You're useless. You don't even have the money to buy your own materials. I don't think you have much of a chance of getting into university. Of course she had to vent her anger, and when she saw Li Fang she was filled with rage. What Lin Meishio didn't expect was that as soon as she finished speaking, a flower appeared in front of her eyes. Bang, her head tilted to one side, and a delayed burning pain came from her face. This is Li Fang slapping her. Insult me, but don't insult my dreams. What Li Fang cares about most now is the college entrance examination, which has become his inner demon. He doesn't allow anyone to touch his forbidden area. Lin Meishio was stunned by the slap. She felt like the world had been turned upside down. It took her a few seconds to react. Oh, she cried out and reached out to grab Li Fang's face, white. Whether at home or when she lived here with Jiang Changqing, she had never suffered such grievances. Can't tolerate it. Li Fang just slapped someone and immediately regretted it, so he was a beat slower. When he tilted his head, he saw 4 scratches on his cheek. Hiss. He quickly took 2 steps back and ended up bumping into the child's rocking bed. Wow. The child was frightened and started crying loudly. It was the first time for the 2 children to see their parents fighting, and they couldn't help feeling a little scared. In his previous life, my father always missed his dead mother, right? How come the mother didn't die in this life? But the 2 of them don't get along so well. After all, the 2 of them had experienced too little, and they didn't know that the white moonlight who died early was the one they loved most, and the white moonlight that he brought home became a rice stain on his clothes. Chapter 417, Educated Youth Staying Behind for Love. 27. Changqing had heard too much about the conflicts between Li Fang and Lin Meishio, but this has nothing to do with him anymore. A few days later, he leisurely boarded the green train and headed north. He had left everything in Nanheng village behind. The major he chose was foreign language, which was the original owner's favorite. This naturally did not pose any difficulty for him. During his college years, he also took elective courses in many other languages. Progress was as easy as eating and drinking. After graduation, I went straight to work in the Foreign Affairs Department and often traveled to various countries on business. 2 years after he started working, the educated youth from Nanhangling village had all graduated from university. Someone contacted him and said that they wanted to get together and reminisce about their time as educated youth. He then returned to Nanhangling village with everyone. Hey, Changqing, have you heard? The man your ex-wife married failed the exam for several years, and now I heard he's gone a little crazy. Someone who knew the situation in the village said with a smile. Changqing just shook his head. This has nothing to do with me anymore. Yes, everything in Nanhangling village is just a memory. For these educated youth who have left home, they only think of it occasionally when they reminisce about the past. The people and things there, after all, are like the photos at the bottom of the album. They gradually turn yellow and fade under the baptism of time, and even become difficult to recognize. Changqing finally saw Li Fang again. He was squatting in front of the house reciting his lessons. His hair was messy and his face was covered with deep wrinkles. Years of hardship in the countryside had left their mark. A mountain is not famous for its height, but for the presence of immortals. A river is not famous for its depth, but for the presence of dragons. What I was reciting was Liu Yushi's Praise of the Humble Dwelling, which is a classic article and a must-know in the college entrance examination. Suddenly, the voice of reciting stopped, and he saw a group of people walking in front. Changqing noticed that his eyes seemed to be dazed, and then he let out a roar, threw the books on the ground, turned around and went back into the house. After a while, a woman came out with 2 children. It was Lin Meishio and her 2 children. If Lin Meishio still had some beauty 5 or 6 years ago, she is now a complete rural woman. His body became bloated and his face was numb and wrinkled. This time, the land had already been distributed to each household, and her family also had land, so naturally they no longer had to worry about food and clothing, but they still had to work. She looked at the passing crowd in a daze, and seemed to recognize Changqing in front of her. He opened his mouth but said nothing. In the end, the 2 children are already 6 years old, and now they are both gray-faced. Although their parents are both there, the day of family reunion is very different from what they imagined. At first, they believed that their father would definitely make a lot of money, but after several years of failing the college entrance examination, Li Fang became a little weird, which made them have to doubt, especially when they see their parents becoming increasingly numb and their previous spirit seems to have disappeared. They become extremely anxious. They have to suffer in the village in this life. He should have come here to enjoy life, right? To enjoy his mother's love and the joy of his father's successful career. But how did everything turn out like this? Seeing Changqing at this moment, they were all in a daze. Although he was admitted to university in his previous life, he didn't go to school for them. Were they the ones who brought bad luck? Whoever was responsible for them had to live such a miserable life? Li Bei. Li Nan. Lin Meishou saw the two children running over and quickly shouted. However, the two children acted as if they didn't hear anything and ran straight to Changqing. Dad, I'm Jiang Bei. Dad, I'm Jiang Nan. The child raised his head and spoke with a breath, with hope in his eyes. You're also reborn, right, Dad? Take us away with you, and we'll definitely be filial to you. The two of them announced loudly, shocking Lin Meishou, who was chasing after them. Just as she was about to say yes, she heard the person in front of her laugh, a very friendly laugh. He said to the person next to him with a smile. What are you two doing wrong, kids? Just now everyone heard your mother calling out for Li Bei. Where's Li Nan? He raised his head and shouted loudly to Lin Meishou, who was rushing over. Madam, take the child home and educate him properly. It's not a good thing to claim the child as a father by chance. In the original plot, the two children were indeed named Jiangbei and Jiangnan. However, they hated these names, so after recognizing their biological father, they changed them to Li Bei and Linen. I didn't expect that. I don't need to change it now, and it will just be this name. Lin Meishou couldn't tell whether he was joking or serious, but that didn't stop her from walking up, grabbing the child's ear with one hand, and taking them back. There came a pig-slaughtering cry. But it did not affect everyone's mood to revisit the old place, because the land had been subcontracted to households long ago. The former educated youth site was already occupied by people, but no one was bothered. Took some more photos around that night. I stayed at a fellow villager's house. Captain Lin has retired. When he heard that the educated youth had arrived, he made a special visit and introduced the changes in the village to everyone. In the past 2 years, the contracting process has been divided among households, and everyone in the village has been working on their own, which has greatly reduced the cohesion of the villagers. A look of regret appeared on his face. Changqing understands, after the work was subcontracted to each household, the power of village cadres was greatly reduced. It's much less majestic than before. Moreover, both sons have grandchildren, making the house more lively and busier. The former Captain Lin has now become an ordinary old man. When he learned that Changqing worked in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he was so shocked that he almost jumped up, muttering, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, how high-ranking is that? Then he asked him if he could meet the big boss. Not often seen. Changqing answered naturally. Then I saw that the old man's eyes became more serious and cautious. They stayed in the village for 3 days, and several of the educated youth who had become bosses decided to invest and set up factories in the village. Because of this, they received a very good reception in the county and stayed there for another 3 days before returning home. After that, Changqing never returned to Nanhangling village. Occasionally, when I hear the system talk about what happened there, I just sigh a few times till I heard that the factory invested by the educated youth boss has opened up, and life in the village has become much better. Everyone in the village went to work in the factory, and their income increased greatly. However, Li Fang insisted on taking the college entrance examination and refused to work in the factory, and eventually divorced Lin Meishou. I also heard that the two children had good grades in school and were called geniuses, but they fell back to their old ways when they reached high school and ultimately failed to get into college. So, the two children are still in the village now? Changqing, who was in his 40s, was wearing a simple suit and had just returned from a press conference. He still had a hint of confrontational air about him. Yeah, they have high expectations but low skills. They say they want to seize this opportunity and that opportunity to make a lot of money, but they don't care about that little salary. Changqing was silent for a while and then smiled. It's a common problem among those who have been reborn. They always think that they can do something big just because they know the trend of historical development. I was a student in my previous life. Can I accomplish something great just by knowing a vague direction? Soon, these things were forgotten. In this life, Changqing worked in the diplomatic field for several decades. He has a solid command of languages and a profound cultural background. He is always at ease when dealing with domestic and foreign reporters and is known as a multifaceted diplomat. After retirement, he served as a visiting professor at the China Foreign Affairs University, making great contributions throughout his life. He never got married in this life. Some people speculate that he was against marriage and intimate relationships because his marriage was hurt during his time as an educated youth, but those who know him well know that he simply has no such thoughts. Chapter 418, The Little Villain in the Fantasy World. 1. You will lead the team to the secret tomb this time. As soon as Changqing arrived in the new world, he heard an old voice. He raised his head and found himself sitting in the hall. There were more than a dozen old men sitting in front and behind him. The man who had just spoken was sitting at the top. He had gray hair on his temples, but his skin was as white as jade and he didn't look old at all. Yes, Patriarch. After quickly receiving the information, his expression did not change at all. Mu Kor, Mu Fon, and Mu Lin are all outstanding talents of our tribe. Let them follow you. The old man at the head continued to speak. Changqing saw that the expressions of the elders below were delighted when they heard this, and thought that the names just mentioned were their descendants. Changqing nodded silently. At this moment, he didn't fully understand the situation, so he agreed to it first. The old man at the top was quite relieved to see that he had no objection. He paused and continued. The other 3 families will also send their prodigies to explore the secret realm this time. I heard that. The clan leader glanced at Changqing and said, I heard that the Duanmu family has even invited foreign aid, and it's very powerful. If you can make friends with them, it will be of great benefit to our Mu family. Changqing noticed that everyone's faces changed. It was obvious that the foreign aid must be of great importance. I see. Afterwards, the clan leader and elders gave further instructions, and Changqing agreed to all of them, and the meeting was finally over. He slowly stood up and walked out the door, only to find that the yard was full of young people. There were expressions of anticipation, awe, and enthusiasm on their faces, but when they saw him come out, no one dared to speak. Instead, they silently made way for him. Changqing had no intention of paying any attention to him. He just stroked his sleeves and walked out. I heard that Brother Changqing is leading the expedition this time. He's a great success in the creation realm. We're sure to gain a lot if we follow him. Hey, Mu Lin, with your Yuanqi realm cultivation level, going to the secret realm is just suicide. And you still want to get something for free? Impossible. Bah! Mu Fon, you're only at the Yuan Dan realm, why are you showing off? After Changqing walked out of the yard, he heard a burst of discussion from behind him. It was obvious that everyone was extremely enthusiastic about this secret realm, and it seems that the original owner is very popular among these young people. Only after returning to his room according to his memory did Changqing begin to accept the plot of this world. This is a fantasy world. This world is composed of 3 major parts, Xuanyu, Yaoyu, and Outer Sea. It has an extremely vast area. There are hundreds of dynasties in Xuanyu alone. The Mu family, to which the original owner belonged, was one of the 4 great families of the Xuanyu Shang dynasty, and they all had great influence in the dynasty. The other 3 major families include the Wang family, the Duanmu family, and the Qin family. The 4 major families are full of geniuses, and are not much weaker than the royal family. The original owner, Mu Changqing, is the number 1 genius of the Mu family. He has reached the great success of the creation realm in his 20s and is only 1 step away from the peak of the creation realm. Seeing this, Changqing frowned. This realm of cultivation was not the one he was familiar with. Host, the levels of cultivation here are called differently. There are the body tempering realm, the Qi creation realm, the Yuandan realm, the creation realm, the Nirvana realm, the heavenly man realm, and the Samsara realm. The system pops up to answer your questions. All right. The system continued to explain that each realm here is divided into 3 stages, minor success, major success, and peak, and there is a qualitative leap in strength in each stage. So, the original owner could be considered a genius for reaching the realm of creation at such a young age. At least he could be called a genius in the great Shang dynasty. After all, he was only the patriarch of the Mu family and had only achieved a small level of nirvana. However, in this kind of plot, geniuses often do not have a good ending. Changqing laughed. Rising from humble beginnings and defeating all the geniuses is the standard configuration of the protagonist. The protagonist of this story is of course not the original owner, but Mu Tian, a boy from the Yunqing branch of the Mu family. The Yunqing branch is considered the weakest among the many branches of the Mu family. The Yunqing where it is located is also extremely remote. Compared with the Muqing where the main family is located, it is simply in the mountains. Under such conditions, it is said that cultivating a Yuandan realm person is the limit. In fact, the head of the Yunqing branch family has just reached the Yuandan realm. However, the protagonist's growth is not limited to resources. He has plugged-ins. Mu Tian was bullied by the young men in his tribe and fell off a cliff. Unexpectedly, he found a special jade talisman. This jade talisman has great functions. Not only can it devour medicinal materials to condense pills, but it can also improve martial arts. It even contains the soul of a powerful person in the reincarnation realm. With the plugin in hand, the world is mine. After obtaining the jade talisman, Mu Tian upgraded quickly, defeated his fellow clan rivals, and won the first place in the annual City Lords Conference in Yunqing by defeating the geniuses of several major forces. For a time, he was the most popular. He used the spiritual herbs he received as a reward to condense a pill, cured his father's old injury, and said something that shocked the entire branch family. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. I will take on the task of leading the branch family back to the main family and avenge my father. The target of revenge here is the original owner Mu Changqing. Speaking of which, Mu Tian's father, Mu Xiaotian, was once the number 1 genius of the Yunqing branch family. He was regarded by the head of the branch family as the hope of returning to the clan. As long as he entered the top 10 in the clan competition, the branch family could return to the main family and receive the same treatment as the main family. Just 10 years ago, Mu Xiaotian participated in the clan competition and met the original owner of the clan's number 1 genius in the first game. At that time, the original owner was only 10 years old, and Mu Xiaotian was 25 years old. With just one move, Mu Xiaotian was seriously injured and his meridians were damaged. It was also this move that made the protagonist's father completely lose confidence in himself, and he began to be ostracized in the branch family. Mu Tian's family's status in the branch family plummeted. Therefore, Mu Tian hated the original owner, who was the clan's #1 prodigy, because he ruined his father and made his childhood spend in contempt and humiliation. After obtaining the Jade Talisman, he easily defeated the disciples of the branch sect and all the geniuses of Yunqing. But this is far from enough. His target is Mu Changqing, the first genius of the clan, who was also the original owner. However, at this time, he had just entered the Yuandan realm. Compared with the geniuses of the 4 major families, he was a whole realm away this time. The secret realm of the tomb is an important node in Mu Tian's leap. So, this time in the secret tomb realm was the first time Mu Tian and the original owner met? Changqing looked thoughtful. It's useless to have a high level when going into a dungeon with the male protagonist. I don't even want to go. Changqing poured himself a cup of spiritual tea and slowly lay down. This isn't just the first time the original owner and the male protagonist meet, it's also the first time the male protagonist meets one of the female protagonists. The system laughed dryly. Oh? Changqing raised an eyebrow. Chapter 419, The Little Villain in the Fantasy World, 2. This reminded Changqing of what the clan leader had just said, that the Duanmu family had invited external AIDI. In fact, this foreign aid came from the super sect Shangqing Palace, and her name was Xia Muxue, who seemed to be a distant relative of the Duanmu family. Speaking of this, we have to explain the relationship between sects and dynasties. There are many dynasties on this continent, but in fact the real controllers have never been the dynasties, but the sects standing among the mountains. Sects are divided into large and small. Small sects have 2 or 3 dynasties, while large sects have dozens or hundreds of dynasties. There are 8 largest sects among them. They are the real controllers of this area. Dynasties change and lives are wiped out in the blink of an eye. Those with outstanding talents who pass numerous tests and join the sect can not only benefit the family, but also the dynasty. The reason why the Mu family became one of the 4 major families in the Shang dynasty was because one of their ancestors had a genius who joined the Kaoshan sect of the Xuanyu sect. The rewards he received allowed the Mu family to rise from a remote small family to one of the 4 major families in the Shang dynasty. Speaking of which, the original owner's ability to reach the realm of great success at a young age was also related to the clan's dedicated training. As the #1 prodigy of the Mu family and one of the most famous young men in Dashang, the original owner was naturally arrogant, and he had reason to be arrogant. However, even he gained little from this trip to the tomb. This copy is just an opportunity for the male protagonist to gain resources and form a relationship with the female protagonist. With the guidance of the old man and the Jade Talisman, Mu Tian gained a lot along the way. He first collected the spiritual herbs, then picked up the defective high-level spiritual treasures and combat puppets, and finally when the 4 geniuses were trapped in the formation, he and Xia Muxue entered the main tomb chamber. As luck would have it, there is a ferocious beast guarding the tomb here. The Hawan crocodile. Xia Muxue has a high level of cultivation and is only 1 step away from the Nirvana realm, but it is still a tough battle for her to deal with the Hawan crocodile, which is also at the peak of the Qi creation realm. The male protagonist Mu Tianzi took the opportunity to collect treasures, which made her angry. When she used her ultimate move to kill the Hawan crocodile, she accidentally broke its scrotum. As a result, both of them were poisoned and had sex under the influence of the drug. After waking up, Xia Muxue was in a state of panic and wanted to kill the male protagonist, but the male protagonist who had a cheat was naturally not so easy to kill. With the help of Grandpa Yufu, he successfully escaped. However, the male protagonist's unlucky physique was activated, and although he escaped from the tomb, he was intercepted by Wang Ao, a genius of the Wang family and a person who had achieved a small success in the realm of creation. The reason was that the incomplete spiritual treasure he obtained was coveted by his cousin Wang Ao. The overbearing Wang Ao naturally did not take a kid from the branch of the Mu family seriously. After all, he was someone who could compete with Mu Changqing, the #1 genius of the Mu family. The male protagonist, who was at a lower realm than him, used all his means. Although he was covered in wounds, he did not retreat at all. For a while, he did not even lose the upper hand. His tenacity moved Xia Muxue, who came after him. He even held on until Wang Ao's protector appeared. When he was about to be killed, Xia Muxue suddenly stepped in to save him. "Woman, you are moved." Seeing this, Changqing couldn't help but imitate a domineering CEO from a certain dimension and tried to put on a domineering smile. "Ha, host, you have the style." The system laughed. In fact, Xia Muxue didn't know why she didn't want to see him die, but after saving him, she still said some harsh words in a serious manner. "I saved you because I wanted to kill you. You are too weak to stand before me. Want to repay me for saving your life? Wait until you are qualified to join the 8 major sections. The matter of the tomb mansion must be kept to yourself forever. Don't let any word of it spread. Otherwise, not only you but also the entire Mu family will be wiped out." After saying some harsh words, Xia Muxue left gracefully. The male protagonist Mu Tian secretly swore at her back. "My fate is in my own hands. When I avenge my father, I will stand before you with dignity and tell you that the woman my Mu Tian sleeps with can only be my woman." Changqing, this is so fucking greasy. So, this copy is a copy where the male protagonist collects treasures and women, but the original owner got nothing. It even attracted the hatred of the male protagonist because Wang Ao asked for his opinion before taking action.
Naturally, he was indifferent to this kid from the branch family whom he had never met. After all, it is normal for the descendants of the main family to look down on the branch family. Later, the hero experienced a series of adventures, and his upgrade speed was comparable to riding a rocket. When he reached the peak of the creation realm, the male protagonist returned to the Lin family to participate in the family competition. He specifically challenged the original owner, and the two fought fiercely, using all their skills, and almost destroyed the clan's protective formation. In the end, it was the clan leader who stepped in to stop the war and announced that Mu Tian was the champion of the clan competition. In fact, this is reasonable. In the battle, the male protagonist Mu Tian did have the upper hand, and he even had many means that had not yet been used, while the original owner had already used the Earth-level spiritual treasure. It was this battle that made Mu Tian the seed player of the Mu family. He and the original owner represented the Lin family in the seed battle of Dashang, and both stood out. Later, the 5 seed geniuses entered the secret realm of the ancient battlefield and competed with the geniuses of other dynasties in the entire Xuanyu. They not only competed for resources, but more importantly, for the opportunity to join a large sect. The winner of this secret realm is very likely to be noticed by the 8 major sects, and thus lead his dynasty and family to soar to the sky and become a legend. The secret realm is naturally also an important node in the protagonist's growth. Mu Tian showed great power in the battle. Although he was born in a low-level dynasty, he killed countless geniuses from middle and high-level dynasties. Finally, in the battle for the Nirvana list, he killed the original owner in one fell swoop and achieved the first place in the national war. He finally chose to join the Zhugongmen, one of the 8 top sects, and the Lin family and the Dashang dynasty received huge rewards for this. The Dashang dynasty was even directly upgraded to a mid-level dynasty in this battle. The status of the Mu family has also been greatly improved. In the dynasty, even the emperor has to give them more face. The Yunqing branch family, no, since Mu Tian won the clan competition championship, he has been incorporated into the main family and has become the core of the Mu family. Even the protagonist's father, who ultimately failed to cross the threshold of the creation realm, became an elder. It can be said that when one person succeeds, everyone around him will benefit. The original owner's body was sent back to the Mu family by the male protagonist. However, at this time, Mu Tian had become the undisputed #1 in the Mu family, and the whole clan relied on him. What was the original owner, the genius who was killed, worth? He didn't even get to enter the ancestral hall and was hastily buried. In order to please the male protagonist, the clan leader even expelled the original owner's lineage from the Mu family. This is not just a division of the main family, but a complete expulsion. Even the surname must be changed. It was the protagonist's father, the clan elder Mu Xiaotian, who poured a glass of wine in front of the original owner's tombstone. In the end, I won. He looked into the distance and let out a long sigh. Chongqing? This is outrageous. In the end, this uncle who hasn't even broken through to the creation realm finally defeated the original owner who was more than 10 years younger than him. It's simply shameless. The subsequent story has nothing to do with the original owner. After all, the grass has already grown on his grave. The male protagonist joins the Zhogong sect, and after many twists and turns, he wins the favor of the daughter of the sect leader. Later, he thwarts the conspiracy of the blood demon from another world and becomes the master of the plane of the entire world. In the end, he ascended to the upper realm with his 2 wives. It's the same old routine. After reading the plot, Chongqing sighed. This kind of male protagonist plot is inevitable. The male protagonist must have had a difficult childhood, but after the advent of the cheat, he began to grow rapidly. He must get treasures in the secret realm. The fairy who looks down on all the geniuses has a special favor for the male protagonist. His skills must be top-notch. All I can say is that the original owner was unlucky and killed the male protagonist's father, so he was set up as a small boss in the early stage. What is the original owner's wish? Chongqing asked the system. He doesn't really have any wishes, but he's a little unwilling to give up. He wants to see what others would do in his position. Chongqing, just to sacrifice a fragment of your soul for this? Is it true that geniuses are willful? Okay, then I'll just treat this world as a leisurely place. Chongqing simply lay down. Chapter 420, The Little Villain in the Fantasy World. 3. Chongqing lay there for more than 10 days. This made everyone in the Mu family feel incredible. As the Mu family's #1 genius, the original owner was not only extremely talented but also the most diligent person. It was normal for him to be in seclusion. He was either practicing or on the way to practice. In the past, lying down for a day was a miracle, but now I can lie down for more than 10 days? Hey, do you think Brother Chongqing has suffered a setback? Why is he so depressed? TSK, in the entire Great Shang dynasty, if Brother Chongqing doesn't say he's the second most talented person, who dares to claim to be the best? Even Qin Yan from the Qin family doesn't dare to say he can win. Who else can defeat him? Could it be that he is practicing some special technique? On the 3rd day of lying down, Chongqing occasionally heard his disciples discussing this when he went out. On the 6th day, his mother came. Son, did something go wrong with your cultivation? Chongqing, I'm fine, I'm really fine. On the 10th day, the patriarch arrived. Chongqing, the secret realm is about to open. I've asked the 6th elder to take some people there first. Are you okay lately? There was anxiety in the patriarch's eyes. He was obviously extremely concerned about the condition of the Mu family's #1 prodigy. It's okay, I'll leave tomorrow.
Changqing put a red fruit into his mouth, feeling the sweet taste exploding in his mouth, and squinted his eyes. Ahem, this fruit tastes good, but it has no spiritual energy. Didn't you refuse to eat it before? The patriarch's eyes flashed and he couldn't help but ask. Yes, in order to practice, the original owner never enjoyed food and drink, and even saved time for eating and drinking. Everything is a concession to cultivation, but what's the use of this? In the end, both parents were kicked out of the Lin family. I think. Changqing straightened up and straightened his expression. The mundane world is also the Tao. Why should we be so obsessed with asceticism? The patriarch was stunned for a moment when he heard this. This doesn't sound like something the Mu family would say on their first day. His eyes became fierce, and the aura of a strong man in the Nirvana realm swept across him. Well, there are no signs of possession, Master Patriarch? Changqing frowned. Although they are all from the Mu clan, it is still not very polite to just sweep people away like this. After all, he has also reached the great success of the creation realm. In the Mu family, his cultivation level is higher than that of many elders. Ahem. The clan leader coughed twice, feeling a bit embarrassed. I'm worried that something might go wrong with your training. He quickly changed the subject. I heard that the woman invited by the Duanmu family is called Xia Muxue, and she is a disciple of the super sect Shangqing Palace. You should try to get to know her. Looking at the patriarch's fiery eyes, Changqing was speechless. Xia Muxue is a disciple of the 8 super sects. Super sects select disciples from winners of national wars, while for low-level dynasties like the Great Shang, only one person can be shortlisted by chance every few years, and they are usually favored by small sections. Such a dynasty is nothing but an ant in the eyes of others, let alone the geniuses in the family under the dynasty. In the original plot, although Xia Muxue was polite and courteous, she always rejected the goodwill of these family geniuses. He has no interest in pleasing others. However, facing the patriarch's eager gaze, he didn't know what to say. I see. The patriarch seemed to notice his absent-mindedness, so he took out a jade box and placed it on the table. Take this and give it to Xia Muxue. At least don't make enemies with her. After repeated instructions, the patriarch turned and left. TSK, this old man is really willing to give away anything to develop his family. Changqing looked at the elixir in the jade box that was overflowing with spiritual energy and curled his lips. This is the Nirvana pill, which can greatly increase the chances of breaking through the Nirvana realm. The system showed up. I know. Changqing closed the lid. It is precisely because I know this that I feel the patriarch is generous. The spiritual herbs needed for the Nirvana pill are scarce and are basically unavailable to ordinary families. The Mu family only received 10 pills as a reward when their ancestor, a genius, joined the sect. He remembered that several elders had reached the peak of the creation realm, but the clan leader was reluctant to take out the Nirvana pill for them to break through. Even the clan leader himself had to try many times without taking the pill before he achieved a breakthrough. However, this was nothing to the core disciples of the 8 major sections. In the plot, the geniuses of the 3 major families all offered treasures, but all were politely rejected. It's better to keep this thing for yourself and not humiliate yourself. Changqing put the jade box into the Qiankuan bag. By the way, what's going on with the male lead? He asked the system. I vaguely remember that Mu Qir, Mu Feng and others had already gone to Yunqing in advance under the leadership of the 6th elder. They should be settling down in the branch family. What else can we do? Mu Feng and Mu Lin look down on the branch family and have already been scolded by the male protagonist. Mu Qir, on the other hand, has a good impression of the male protagonist. The system, having eaten the melon, curled its lips and said unhappily, well, that's to be expected. Mu Feng is at the peak of Yuandan realm, 1 level higher than the hero Mu Tian's Yuandan realm. However, cross-border combat is the hero's standard, and getting beaten is nothing. Host, are you going to vent their anger on them? The system blinked and jumped onto Changqing's shoulder. Forehead. Changqing also blinked. It's not impossible. The original owner is now at the peak of the creation realm, which is 1 major realm and 3 minor realms higher than the male protagonist, should be able to do it. Changqing remembered that in the original plot, the original owner and Mu Tian did have an unpleasant encounter. After coming out of the tomb, Wang Ao wanted to attack Mu Tian. Mu Qir pleaded with the original owner, hoping that he would save Mu Tian because they were both from the Mu family. The original owner felt that there was no need to become enemies with the Wang family because of this matter, so he asked Mu Tian to hand over the seized intermediate spiritual treasure to Wang Ao and apologize in order to save his life. This was nothing to the original owner, just a mid-level spiritual treasure. What was it compared to life? But the male protagonist felt insulted and refuted in public. I, Mu Tian, have never handed over anything I have obtained. This made the original owner, a genius in charge of the Mu family's law enforcement power, furious, and he immediately wanted to capture him and bring him back to the clan for punishment. In the end, he let him go only after Mu Qir pleaded for mercy, but he also suppressed him with his aura, forcing Mu Tian to vomit blood and die on the spot. So, at this moment, Mu Tian is still far from being my opponent. Changqing's eyes lit up. Bullying the protagonist should be done early. Chapter 421, The Little Villain in the Fantasy World. 4. The next morning, he went to the tribe's spirit beast garden. What? You want to borrow a flying spirit beast to travel?
The old man who was guarding the spirit beast garden almost bulged his eyes after hearing his request. The clan does have spirit beasts, but they are only used by disciples before the creation realm when traveling. All cultivators above the creation realm can use spiritual power to fly. This kind of short-distance flight within the dynasty is much faster than that of real flying spirit beasts, and it also shows more strength. Others can tell at a glance that he is a powerful person in the realm of creation, and they feel admiration for him. How come the number one prodigy of the Mu family needs a spirit beast at such a distance? Using spiritual energy is so tiring. I'll try to save it if I can. Changqing smiled and said nonchalantly, anyway, the copy can only be opened after the four major families gather together and work together. He is not in a hurry at all. It will be more lively if those people wait a while. Do you really want to use a flying spirit beast? This speed is much slower than flying with your spirit power. The old man confirmed again in disbelief, but all he got was a serious nod from the young man. Okay. Seeing that the other party insisted, he had nothing to say. After all, he was the number one genius of the Mu family, and using a spirit beast was nothing. After a while, a crane cry was heard from the spirit beast garden, and a shadow slowly rose into the air and flew towards Yunqing. On the ground, the old man looked up at the slow-moving shadow, his expression indescribable. I'm afraid I need to report this to the clan leader. He muttered to himself, this Yunzhong is only a second-level spiritual beast. It has poor eyesight by nature, so it flies slowly and therefore very steadily. It is quite comfortable to travel with this kind of spiritual beast to enjoy the mountains and rivers, but if you really want to hurry, it will be very slow. What should have been a one-day journey will take at least 2 days. With a flash of his body, the old man disappeared on the spot. In the study, the head of the Mu family was handling clan affairs. Suddenly there was an urgent knock on the door. Chief, Mu Changqing has set off. As soon as the door was opened, the old man hurried to report. The patriarch's brows immediately relaxed. This kid has been dragging on for so long, is he finally setting off? Qingshan, everyone knows that Changqing is going to explore the secret realm, so it's better to set off. The clan leader then discovered that the visitor was actually Mu Qingshan from the spirit beast garden. He summoned a crane from the clouds. Mu Qingshan's expression was strange. Upon hearing this, the patriarch's eyes widened. He went there in that thing? Everyone knows that Yun Zhenghe is blind and slow. The tomb will be opened tonight. If he uses his spiritual power to fly, he can get there, but if he rides Yun Zhenghe, he will have to wait until tomorrow noon. The patriarch was also a little confused, but he was stunned for a moment before waving his hand. Go back, I understand. After Mu Qingshan left, the patriarch returned to the study and slowly sat down. He was not worried about the treasures in the secret realm being taken away, because the secret realm was sealed and required the joint efforts of 4 cultivators above the fate realm to open it in that area. Apart from the 4 major families, there is no other force with cultivators above the creation realm. What he was worried about was that if the foreign aid from the big sect was made to wait for too long, how would they maintain their relationship in the future? This kid really doesn't want to please the big sect. After a long time, the patriarch sighed. What could he possibly do? He was currently the most talented person in the clan, and even had the greatest potential to break through to the Nirvana realm. Even the clan leader had to give such a genius some respect. I'm used to being willful. The patriarch shook his head helplessly. On the other side, Changqing was lying comfortably on the crane's back, feeling the warm morning sun. This crane in the cloud not only flies slowly, but also does not fly high. From the air, one can clearly see the scenery below slowly passing by. It's really comfortable. Changqing sighed, took out a candy from the space and stuffed it into his mouth. Host, you are really not afraid of offending people. You made so many people wait for you. The system popped up and smacked its lips. Hey, if they don't want to wait, they can just withdraw. Changqing smiled viciously. This tomb was built by a powerful person in the Nirvana realm. The things inside are useful to him, a cultivator at the peak of the creation realm, especially the Nirvana heart that condensed his cultivation in his lifetime. In fact, that thing is not of much use to him now. Changqing touched the Nirvana pill in his Qiankuan bag. It's all for fun, so why rush? The ones who should be anxious are those who rushed to the tomb early to wait. I'm going to eat melon. The system said something, and then disappeared in a flash. Changqing smiled. The system still has the nature of a melon eater, but he is not in a hurry. He just wants to take a good look at the world along the way. The scenery is very nice all the way west, passing through forests, rivers, and mountains. We also saw many strange beasts and people. He met several groups of low-level cultivators who were also riding spirit beasts. Most of them were friendly, but some looked unfriendly. He would reveal a hint of the aura of the creation realm, and the other party would be scared to death. After scaring off another wave of monks who wanted to rob, Yun Zhenghe arrived above Qinghe County and stopped to few. The cry of a crane could be heard from far away. It's tired and needs a rest. And it smells fireworks down below. Changqing was also speechless. This thing is useless and so delicate. You're lucky you ran into me. If it was someone else, I'd beat you to death. He jumped down from the crane's back and said this smoothly. A few. Another crane cry was heard. No one else chose me. I was very comfortable in the spirit beast garden every day. Changqing, the worse things get, the easier life becomes. After resting for 2 hours, Changqing also strolled around the county town and bought some snacks.
Then the man in the crane slowly rose into the air again. At this time, the sun had already set and the sky was filled with sunset glow. Lao He, be careful on the road at night, don't hit the mountain. Looking at the setting sun gradually sinking into the horizon, Changqing couldn't help but give a worried reminder. Phew. Phew. Phew, I don't walk at night. I need to rest when it gets dark, Changqing. Suddenly I realized that it was a bad idea. Then find a place with abundant spiritual energy, and I'll level up while you're there. He shook his head helplessly. On the other side, Yunqing, at the entrance of the tomb, there were huge crowds of people. Mutian, who had followed the clan's expedition team, had already arrived at the dungeon entrance. Because he had taught Mu Feng and the others a lesson before, several disciples were very dissatisfied with him. Lin Kuo, on the other hand, had no prejudice and was standing next to him, introducing him to the major forces that had arrived. Those are the people from the Wang family. I didn't expect Wang Li to be here too. He is at the peak of the Yuan Dan realm and his strength is not inferior to mine. The girl pursed her lips, looked at the young master in the crowd on the left, and said, "The group of people on the right are the Qin family. The woman in the front is Qin Li, who is also at the peak of the Yuan Dan realm." She looked at the slender girl with a ponytail in front of the crowd on the right and introduced her. Mutian nodded secretly. He is only at the peak of Yuan Dan realm now, and is still a little way away from the peak. People from big families are indeed rich in resources and have strong cultivation. These young people are about the same age as him, but their cultivation is actually one level higher than his. This is inexplicably discouraging. Is this world really so unfair? Ha, kid, they've been practicing since their mother's womb. Of course, you can't compare to them. But, there's nothing to be discouraged. You've got the jade talisman now, and with my help, it won't take much for you to catch up with them. An old voice came from his mind, which shocked Mutian. Yes, these children of big families have been taking care of themselves with spiritual objects since their mother's wombs, and they have no worries about resources for cultivation after they are born. Even so, they are only one level higher than me. What is there to belittle yourself about? He, Mutian, is definitely no worse than others. Besides, he still has the old man and the jade talisman. If they really fight, those geniuses at the peak of Yuandan may not be able to defeat him. Thinking of this, his brows suddenly relaxed and the young man became full of vigor. He is going to defeat Mu Changqing, the clan's #1 genius, so these people are nothing. Chapter 422, The Little Villain in the Fantasy World. 5. Time passed slowly, and just when the sunset glowed completely dark, a rumbling sound like thunder suddenly rang out in the distant sky. Everyone under the sky was shocked. They could all feel the overwhelming pressure approaching. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect that I would be the first to arrive. A long laugh caused fluctuations in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Everyone looked in horror and saw a fiery red figure suddenly appear on the horizon, but as soon as he finished speaking, the figure appeared above everyone. Powerful spiritual energy fluctuations swept down from the sky. Everyone looked far away and saw the person coming. On top of the golden giant sword, there was a young man in a golden robe, with long fiery red hair flying in the wind under the spiritual energy waves. What an arrogant young man, everyone was secretly amazed. Brother Wang Ao is here. There was a commotion at the Wang family's end, and many young people's eyes flashed with surprise. The Wang family's #1 genius, Wang Ao, has reached the great perfection of the creation realm. Mu Qir murmured. How does he compare to the Mu family's #1 genius? Mu Tian looked at the arrogant figure in the sky and asked thoughtfully. He and brother Changqing have fought many times, and the winner has never been determined. Mu Qir showed a look of fear in her eyes and pondered. Ha, the big sword under that kid's feet is an earth-level spiritual treasure. If you were to fight him, I'm afraid that weapon alone would be enough to make you suffer. An old voice sounded in Mu Tian's mind. Earth-level spiritual treasure? Mu Tian couldn't help but clench his fists. The geniuses of these big families really have abundant resources. Unlike him, he has been practicing for many years and the weapons he has used are only ordinary level. Although there is only a difference of one level between mortal level, earth level, heaven level, and saint level, the power when used is indeed very different. And the heaven-level spiritual treasure can even generate intelligence and assist in combat. Brother Wang, long time no see. As everyone was being surprised, a low laugh suddenly came from the sky, and then the sky was filled with rosy clouds. A white figure came walking on the clouds. His steps were calm, seemingly slow but actually fast, and in the blink of an eye he was already in the sky. The people who had been looking at the sky felt their eyes blur, and a noble young man in white clothes appeared in their eyes. He had picturesque eyebrows and a long sword hanging from his waist. Compared with Wang Ao, he was less arrogant, but more romantic. Qin Yan of the Qin family. Qin Yan is also at the great perfection of the creation realm. Although he behaves like a scholar, his strength is not inferior to Wang Ao. After hearing Mu Qir's introduction, Mu Tian nodded again. Two of the geniuses from the 4 major families have arrived, so the next one must be Mu Changqing, right, the young man who crippled his father with one move. Thinking of this, flames flickered in Mu Tian's eyes. I didn't expect that we would arrive before Mu Changqing. Isn't that guy usually the most proactive? Qin Yan glanced at the sky and asked with a frown. TSK, that guy can come or not?
Compared to him, I am more interested in the one invited by the Duanmu family.
Wang Ao frowned, his eyes revealing a deep interest. Ha, that person is not a simple character. I advise you not to have such wishful thinking and bring disaster to the family. After hearing Wang Ao's words, Qin Yan gave a serious warning. A beautiful lady is a good match for a gentleman.
Wang Ao remains arrogant, however. Just as he finished speaking, a cold voice came from the horizon.
Thank you for your kindness, Brother Wang.
Mu Shui is deeply honored. The voice was cold and its tone was clearly aloof, yet it had a special appeal that made everyone's faces look intoxicated.
Charm technique?
Mu Tian's mind was confused for a moment, but he calmed down and looked up at the sky. At some point, ice crystals appeared in the sky above. On the hexagonal snowflake-shaped magic weapon, a woman in plain clothes had a graceful figure. Although her face was covered with a veil, the faint outline made her look more mysterious and seductive. Her clear eyes swept across her, as if the world had lost its color. Such beauty is rare in the world. At this time, there was complete silence at the entrance of the tomb, and even someone as arrogant as Wang Ao held his breath.
What a beautiful woman! Mu Tian couldn't help but take a breath.
He had met many beautiful women in Yunqing, but none of them could compare to the woman in front of him. Even Mu Kor beside him seemed much inferior to her. However, the woman did not look at him. No, although her tone was polite, there was no one in her eyes. It was as if she was isolated from the world.
Who is this woman? Is she the genius of the Duanmu family? Mu Tian couldn't help but ask Mu Kor beside him.
He had heard her introduce the 4 major families before. Obviously, this woman couldn't be Mu Changqing, so she could only be from the Duanmu family. I don't know. Mu Kor was also confused. As an outstanding child among the 4 major families, she had also seen the top genius of the Duanmu family, but this kind of woman was the first time she met one. Her beauty made her feel ashamed.
Ha, this woman is quite powerful. She seems to be an external aide invited by the Duanmu family. I don't know where she came from.
You must not offend her when you face her. The leader of the team, Mr. Lu Zhang, interjected at this time and gave some advice to the younger generation. The Lin family members all nodded. Not to mention anything else, the woman's style is extraordinary. Moreover, judging from the fluctuations of her spiritual power, her cultivation level is at least above the creation realm.
Who would dare to offend her easily? TSK, I didn't expect to see someone from Taiching Palace here.
In Mu Tian's mind, the old voice sounded again, but this time, it carried a hint of fear.
Taiching Palace? Mu Tian was a little confused. Taiching Palace is one of the 8 super sections.
Boy, you must not offend that woman.
My soul is damaged now. Even if we join forces, we are definitely no match for her. Her cultivation is only 1 step away from the Nirvana realm. Moreover, he cultivates the Taiching Ju, so he must have many magical treasures.
With his true strength, I'm afraid that the geniuses of the 4 great families combined are no match for him. The old man's voice shocked Mu Tian beyond words. How could that cold and aloof woman be so powerful? The 8 super sects are so powerful. Mu Tian felt that this was the first time he had come into contact with things outside the Shang dynasty.
Hey, Mu family, where's your Mu Changqing? Why hasn't he come yet?
Suddenly, an impatient voice was heard. Everyone in the Mu family looked up and saw that Wang Ao had reached above their heads without them noticing. The aura of a powerful person in the creation realm hit them in the face, and all the children of the Mu family trembled in their hearts. The aura of a strong man. Mu Tian in the crowd also felt the oppressive force, but his back was straight and there was no intention of dodging in his eyes.
Master Wang, Changqing might have been delayed on the way.
He is always on time and should be able to arrive before the secret realm opens. Seeing that some of the Mu family members could not withstand the pressure, the 6th elder quickly stepped forward, and the aura of the peak Yuandan realm emanated from him. Only then did the Mu family members behind him breathe a sigh of relief.
He better make it.
Wang Ao snorted impatiently, and his figure flashed back to the sky, standing with Qin Yan and Xiaomuxui.as cultivators who had reached the great perfection of the creation realm. Flying in the air was nothing to them. Moreover, they were all senior and outstanding cultivators, so naturally they were unwilling to land on the ground and associate with those low-level cultivators. So, the situation on the field became 3 people hovering in the air, while hundreds of people stood on the ground, just waiting for one person.
Chapter 423, The Little Villain in the Fantasy World. 6, Brother Wang, Miss Mushua, I know Changqing's personality.
He will definitely be on time for such an occasion.
Don't worry.
Qin Yan stood facing the wind and spoke slowly. The breeze made his clothes flutter, revealing his elegant demeanor. He seemed to be talking to the 2 of them, but his eyes were looking at Xiaomushua, without even a hint of expression towards Wang Ao. Androgynous guy. When Wang Ao saw Qin Yan talking to the goddess first, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. He was an arrogant man who never concealed the passion in his heart. When he flipped his hand, a green light flashed, and a double butterfly pearl hairpin brimming with spiritual energy appeared in his palm.
Miss Mu Shui, this is our first meeting.
This is a small gift, not a token of respect. This pearl hairpin was obtained by our family from a secret realm.
It has an automatic defense function and can withstand a blow from a Nirvana realm expert.
As he spoke, he moved closer, but the next moment his grin froze for a moment. A sudden bone-chilling chill hit him, causing him to involuntarily take a few steps back.
Forget about the gift.
Mu Shui won't accept anything without merit. The girl's eyes were slightly cold behind the veil, and her voice was an octave colder, causing Qin Yan's hands to freeze as he was about to take out a gift. He simply pulled his hand away and laughed dryly. Ah, brother Wang, Miss Mu Shui is of noble birth, so you'd better not embarrass yourself with that little gift. Seeing Wang Ao being humiliated, he felt happy and his smile was particularly sincere. Wang Ao's face turned pale and blue, however. At that moment he did feel that the other party's strength was still above his own, and thinking of the patriarch's instructions, he soon laughed.
Brother Qin is right. I was a bit abrupt. I hope Miss Mu Shui won't blame me.
After saying this, he stood with his hands hanging down, looking quite well behaved. Mu Tian listened to the interaction between the two people and felt secretly happy.
He even had a better impression of the woman. So what if they were geniuses from the four great families?
They still got humiliated. It's a pity that Mu Changqing didn't come, otherwise it would have been more interesting to see how frustrated he was. While he was thinking, there was a sudden commotion.
The secret realm is opened.
Suddenly, spiritual energy surged on the top of the mountain in front, and runes flashed faintly among the spiritual energy. A hint of a heart-pounding powerful aura was revealed, and everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes.
Is this the secret realm of the tomb? Mu Tian also looked ahead intently.
It was obvious that there was a powerful seal there. I heard from the patriarch that this seal was set by a powerful Nirvana cultivator. Although it was set a long time ago, it is still extremely powerful. It requires the combined efforts of 4 cultivators at or above the great perfection of the creation realm to open it.
Qin Yan's eyes also showed excitement.
He looked at the flashing runes and said softly. His aura swept across the crowd below, and he immediately shook his head. There was no powerful person in the Fate realm.
What should we do? What is Mu Changqing doing? It's not even time yet.
Wang Ao's hair was flying and his voice was anxious. As the Wang family's #1 genius,
when has he ever waited for anyone?
This is truly annoying. Xia Mushui also frowned slightly. She had never cared about the geniuses of the lower dynasties, but she didn't expect that there were people who couldn't even maintain basic punctuality.
Could such a person be considered a genius of a big family? The people below were talking about it. What's going on? Why hasn't the seal been opened yet? Isn't it said that anyone who sees the secret realm will have a share? Hey, don't you see the seal over there? This is the seal of a Nirvana master.
I heard that it takes the arrival of all the geniuses from the 4 major families to properly open the seal. Now there are only 3 of them, so we must wait for others.
During the discussion, someone suddenly became impatient and said, "Damn it, what kind of seal is this? I don't believe I can't break it."
A burly figure suddenly jumped up, spiritual powers surging around him.
He held a huge axe in his hand and slashed at the seal fiercely. Boom! As soon as the loud crash was heard, a figure flew backwards into the crowd, spilling blood in the air. He was actually severely injured by the backlash of the seal. Everyone was shocked. The seal of the Nirvana Master is so terrifying. All of a sudden, many people looked at the Mu family. What should we do, 6th Elder? Can we contact Brother Changqing? Mu Kor was also a little panicked.
They were all waiting for the genius of the Mu family to arrive and open the secret realm, but it turned out that he was the only one who hadn't arrived yet. The 6th Elder shook his head. Although he is an elder, his cultivation is 1 level lower than Changqing's, so we dare not force the other party to death.
Hey, what's going on with your Mu family? Where's your genius? The independent cultivators did not dare to question the Mu family, one of the 4 major families, but the Wang family and the Qin family were not afraid. The one who spoke just now was the leading elder of the Wang family. He arrived 2 days in advance with the Wang family members and had been waiting there, but when the secret realm opened, the Mu family members had not arrived yet. Isn't this a waste of time? Everyone else's eyes also turned to the 6th elder of the Mu family. With someone taking the lead, everyone will be braver. Exactly, what's going on with your Mu family? Why are you making everyone wait here for you?
If you don't want to participate, you should have said so earlier. It's not impossible for my Qin family to have 2 people in the Fate realm.
Sweat broke out on the 6th elder's forehead. What can he do? He doesn't know what's going on.
Brother Changqing must have encountered something and was delayed.
What are you yelling about? Do you think our Mu family is easy to bully?
There was a young man from the Mu family who was arrogant and proud. When he saw everyone shouting at him, he couldn't help but yell back.
Exactly. What happened to your Qin family? Everyone has their time to waste. You opened the seal yourself.
Mu Tian mingled among the Mu family members and remained silent. Mu Changqing was too arrogant.
With so many people waiting, he was late. Did he really think he was invincible?
Everyone, the 6th elder had to step forward again to calm the public anger. He is not a young man, but he does not have such a bad temper, nor does he want to fight with other families.
The Mu family's genius is on his way, but there's been no response from our contact. He might have run into some problems.
But don't worry, with Changqing's incredible strength, nothing can stop him. The sixth elder's voice was so resounding that it calmed the commotion somewhat. We are not fools, with the strength of the Mu family's genius who has reached the peak of the creation realm, it would only take him half a day to get here. If he had not encountered an enemy on the way, he would have arrived long ago. Moreover, although the Lin family is not the strongest among the four major families, it is not weaker than the other three families. Therefore, no family dares to really fight against it, let alone individual cultivators.
Sixth elder, do you think Brother Changqing will encounter a powerful enemy? Mu Kier couldn't help but lean over and ask, uncertain. The sixth elder's eyes flashed. There weren't many enemies in this area that could be that person's. Could it be that he encountered a high-level demon beast? But there weren't any beast forests along the way.
Just wait, there's nothing you can do. He said this and simply closed his eyes. Chapter 424, The Little Villain in the Fantasy World, 7. As time passed, the faces of several people in the sky became ugly. An hour has passed since the secret realm was opened, and there is still no news from the genius of the Mu family. Even Xia Muxue scanned the sky with her mental power several times, but there was no spiritual power fluctuation at all.
Let's go down too. Wang Ao put away his sword. Although hovering in the air doesn't consume much energy, it's not a good idea to keep hovering like this. Qin Yan nodded and looked at Xia Muxue. You guys go down, I'll guard it.
Xia Muxue is at the peak of the creation realm, and is confident that she can hover in the air for most of the night without any fear.
Then I'll go down. Wang Ao was rejected before and felt a little unhappy.
He was a little tired now and didn't want to accompany her. With a flash of his body, he landed directly in the Wang family's position. Qin Yan smiled and continued to stay in the air.
That kid from the Wang family is very arrogant.
He doesn't know that if you want to pursue a fairy, you have to spend more time with her. He secretly despised Wang Ao in his heart, but his face showed a gentle smile.
Muxue, the sunset is so beautiful.
Now there are only two of us left in this sky. Although he didn't get any response, he was not discouraged at all, but he didn't expect that he would have to wait until midnight. But there was no news from the horizon. Feeling that the spiritual power in his body had been greatly reduced, he could hardly bear it anymore. Looking at Wang Ao sitting peacefully in meditation on the ground, he couldn't help but grit his teeth.
Miss Muxue, why don't we go down too? I think something really happened to that kid from the Mu family.
Xia Muxue still shook her head. What could he do? If he continued to accompany her, his fighting power would be reduced by dawn. By then, when he entered the tomb, he would no longer be able to compete with others. Then I'll go down and rest for a while, and then come back to accompany you. When saying this, Qin Yan's face almost turned pale. Without waiting for Xia Muxue to react, he flashed into the crowd of Qin family members below. Now Xia Muxue is the only one left in the sky. She is all alone, like a fairy from the world, unique and special. He is indeed from a large sect.
His spiritual power is so strong that the family's genius can't compare to him at all.
Mu Tian sighed when he heard the old voice, but Xia Muxue didn't expect that after a whole night, Mu Changqing still hadn't arrived when the sun first rose. Even she felt that her spiritual energy had been consumed a lot. Everyone, Changqing sent a message saying that he is resting in Tiandu County and will be able to arrive at noon today. Suddenly, she heard an old man from the Mu family stand up and say this. For a moment, Xia Muxue felt a buzzing in her head. It's not until noon. Why doesn't he just die? She gritted her teeth, and her body swayed, landing far away on the ground. She found a clean big stone, took out a soft blanket from her Chinkuan bag and spread it on the stone, then slowly sat down. Even if a fairy falls into the mortal world, she will never associate with mortals. In the crowd, there was first a burst of protest due to the words of the Mu family elders, and then Xia Muxue's landing attracted countless people's attention, but everyone still knew their life and death. When facing a strong man in the realm of creation, no one dared to disturb him, even if he was a fairy on earth. So everyone started complaining about the Mu family. There are some who are weird and sarcastic. Ahem, the Mu family is still the most arrogant, making the other three families wait with everyone else.
Ha, is the Mu family trying to compete for the top spot in Dasang? They're putting on such an air. Some people even curse loudly. Damn it, is that kid from the Mu family crazy? He dared to keep me waiting for so long.
When he comes, I will beat him to a pulp.
Damn the Mu family. They've delayed my treasure hunt.
I, Zhao Ritian, will never reconcile with the Mu family.
Who said I was your boss just now? I am Zhao Ritian.
I have no intention of dealing with the Mu family. Someone also suggested that the Mu family should compensate everyone for wasting their time. The field was suddenly filled with noise. The Mu family disciples huddled behind the sixth elder and didn't dare to say a word at this time. They never expected that their genius would leave so many people alone for an entire night. The sixth elder closed his eyes and pretended to be dead, but beads of sweat involuntarily appeared on his forehead. What happened to Brother Changqing? He never delayed before. Mu Kur was next to Mu Tian, muttering to herself. Mu Tian was also a little annoyed. His main purpose of coming here was to find a piece of extremely lean grass, which was necessary to treat the cold poison of Qing Yan. Thinking of the little girl who had followed him since childhood, who was not his biological sister but was better than his biological sister, a look of tenacity appeared in his eyes. Qing Yan, don't worry, Big Brother will definitely find the extremely lean grass and help.
You form the Yin Dan so that you can get rid of the cold poison from now on. Master Fu, can we really find the extreme Yin grass here? He couldn't help but confirm it again. Extreme Yin grass often appears in places with heavy Yin energy. It's a relatively rare 6th grade herb. This area is the only place with heavy Yin energy and spiritual energy. The old voice came again, making him feel a little relieved. Mutian didn't know what the background of this old Fu was. He awakened in the Jade Talisman, but only had a trace of his soul. Since he got the Jade Talisman, he called him Old Fu, and the other party didn't refute. Although this herb is rare, it is of little use to ordinary people. It is only suitable for forming Yin Dan, so you don't have to worry about fierce competition. After hearing this, Mutian nodded slowly, and now, he just waited for the seal to be lifted and entered the secret realm. His eyes looked towards the horizon. Time passed slowly, and amid the noisy quarrels, the hands reached noon. Hey, old man from the Mu family, where are your people? Why haven't they arrived yet? Are you trying to make fun of us? Wang Ao was the first one who couldn't bear it anymore. He waved his hand and a golden sword appeared in his hand. A powerful pressure burst out and rushed straight towards the children of the Mu family. The 6th elder quickly stepped forward to block it. There was a loud bang. The 6th elder retreated dozens of steps. You haven't reached the realm of creation yet, so you are no match for me. Wang Ao's eyes narrowed and he pointed his sword at everyone in the Mu family. Others are afraid of the Mu family, but he is not. Hurry up and call Mu Changqing, have him come right over. Otherwise, I'll be bored and just kill a few Mu family disciples for fun. Everyone in the Mu family was in a panic. The 4 major families appear to be harmonious on the surface, but they have a lot of friction in private, and there have been casualties in their fights. If the number 1 person in the Wang family kills 2 young disciples, the Mu family really can't do anything to him. Everyone looked at the 6th elder, whose expression was extremely grim. The 6th elder was so anxious that he was sweating, but there was nothing he could do. At this time, the others were also very anxious, and they cheered when they saw Wang Ao step forward. The Wang family is righteous. The Mu family has really gone too far and deserves a lesson. I say, young Master Wang, wait until Mu Changqing comes and beat him up first to vent your anger. A bearded man suggested loudly. For a moment, the scene was in chaos. Even Xia Muxue opened her eyes, and her expression became increasingly angry. Chapter 425, The Little Villain in the Fantasy World, 8, Haha, who wants to beat me up? Amidst the noise, a slightly hoarse male voice was heard faintly, and the whole scene fell silent. Mu Changqing, everyone stood up. Before he finished speaking, there was a cry of a crane, and a shadow appeared in the sky, slowly flying towards the side. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. I said so slow? Everyone was amazed, but soon, he found the answer. When the shadow flew closer, everyone realized that it was riding a crane. Yunzhong. A genius in the realm of creation from a big family actually has to rely on this spirit beast to travel. Everyone knows that the cloud crane is only useful for traveling and sightseeing. Wouldn't it be slow to rely on it to travel? An expression that was hard to describe appeared on everyone's face. On the back of a crane, the young man stood with his hands behind his back, his clothes fluttering in the wind, looking extremely free and easy. His eyes swept over the people in the camp below with different expressions, without stopping at all, as if there was no one there who was worthy of his attention. Brother Changqing is here. The Mu family disciples ignored the strange appearance of their genius, looking at the young man slowly approaching in the sky. They were extremely excited, and even the 6th elder breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you're here. It's good that you're here. Fortunately, you came, otherwise I really couldn't bear it. Is that person Mu Changqing? Mu Tian stared at the figure in the sky that was as bright as the breeze and the moon with red eyes, and clenched his fists tightly. The first genius of the Zone family, who defeated his father in one move. This is also the target he wants to defeat and avenge, but he knew that he was not even qualified to stand in front of the other person now, and he had to endure this hatred. But sooner or later, one day, he will personally take back his father's lost dignity. Master Fu, what is that person's cultivation level? Obviously, the other party's cultivation was much higher than his, and he could not see through it at all. However, fortunately, Master Fu was there, and he could ask him. He seems to be hiding his cultivation level. I can't see through it now. However, the geniuses of the 4 major families are definitely above the creation realm. With your current cultivation level, there is no chance of surpassing them. After a long silence, the old voice spoke with a hint of surprise. Could it be that even Master Fu couldn't see through it? Mu Tian's eyes showed a hint of vigilance. Ha ha ha, Mu Changqing, you're actually traveling on this broken crane? Suddenly, wild laughter broke out among the shocked crowd. Wang Aozhu held the big sword and laughed so hard that his waist bent down. This is hilarious. This is hilarious. The Mu family's genius. Brother Wang, what's so funny about this? Although the Yun Zhanghe isn't fast, it avoids the pain of being slashed by the wind, and the comfort level has been raised several notches. The young man in the sky showed a puzzled look on his face and explained seriously. There was another uproar below. What kind of perverse logic is this? It sounds like it makes some sense. Ha ha. Wang Ao's smile faltered after hearing this explanation. Is this the reason you're late? You left everyone here for a whole day and night just for your own comfort? You made so many people uncomfortable? This question expressed what was in everyone's mind and made everyone nod their heads, even Xiaomushu had felt the same way. She looked up at the sky with her beautiful eyes, wanting to know what explanation the other side would give. As a result, the young man opposite sat down on the crane's back. Ha! What does your comfort have to do with me? If you have the guts, go into the secret realm on your own. I didn't ask you to wait for me. Listen, what are you talking about? Xiaomushu felt a surge of anger in her heart. If it weren't for her master's instructions, she would probably have rushed up and beaten the man. There was even a protest from the crowd. Wang Ao was used to being arrogant, and he couldn't help but feel insecure when he heard this. With a whoosh, he rose from the ground, and a huge wave of spiritual power surged, darkening the sky and the earth for a moment. Mu Chongqing, you're looking for death. Brilliant golden light gathered, and the spirit sword in his hand expanded more than 10 times in an instant, and chopped directly towards the young man like splitting a mountain. He was really furious. Brother Chongqing. There was a scream in the Mu family camp, and everyone else looked up at the sky. It is a rare scene that the prides of the two families confront each other as soon as they meet, but the next moment, everyone was surprised. There was no evenly matched scene. The young man on the crane's back simply stroked his sleeves, and overwhelming pressure burst out instantly. The golden giant sword disappeared without a trace before it even reached him. Before anyone could react, a figure flew backwards. It's Wang Ao. This person has actually entered the Nirvana realm. When Mu Tian heard Fu Lao's shocked voice, his face changed drastically. On the other side, Wang Ao crashed into hundreds of trees. After stabilizing his body, he stood with his sword and raised his head with red eyes. You actually entered the Nirvana realm? He questioned in a hoarse voice, but his tone was extremely certain. Being both at the Fate realm, it was impossible for him to be defeated so miserably with just one move. There was only one possibility, that the other party had achieved a breakthrough. Wow, Wang Ao's words caused an uproar. Nirvana? This is the legendary realm of immortals, among the realms of tempering the body, creating qi, yuandan, creation, nirvana, heaven and man, and reincarnation. Nirvana is the most special stage. After seizing the fortune of heaven and earth, one will be envied by heaven. During the nirvana period, one needs to go through 9 heavenly tribulations. Only after going through them can one truly go from ordinary to extraordinary and be called an immortal. Even the emperor of the Shang dynasty was only in the first calamity of nirvana, and the heads of the 4 major families were still in the nirvana realm and had not yet passed the calamity. I didn't expect that this person has actually crossed the threshold of nirvana. Elder Fu couldn't help but sigh. However, the 9 tribulations of nirvana is not so easy to overcome. The Lin family's resources are simply not enough to support it. 9 tribulations of nirvana? Mu Tian suppressed the excitement in his heart and couldn't help but ask. Yes, the nirvana realm is different from other realms. One needs to survive 9 heavenly tribulations before being recognized by the heavenly Tao and reaching the realm of the celestial being. Throughout history, countless brilliant geniuses have stopped here. Mr. Fu explained. Nirvana 9 tribulations? Mu Tian muttered to himself, his eyes showing his determination to win.at. This time, the noise of the crowd had completely quieted down. When facing a strong man in the creation realm, if someone stood up, everyone would dare to complain. But when facing a strong man in the nirvana realm, no one dared to say anything. After all, this world is still a world where strength is respected. Now that everyone is here, let's work together to break the seal. In the silence, Xiaomushu suddenly appeared with an ethereal voice, causing everyone to nod repeatedly. Or exploring the secret realm is the real thing. Qingyan and Wang Ao also hurried forward, and the 3 of them looked at Chongqing standing in the sky, waiting for him to express his opinion. Haha, why bother breaking the seal? I can do it myself. The young man chuckled, his figure moved, and he turned into a stream of light and rushed forward. I don't know what means he used. There was a sound of Zila, and the seal that had rebounded and injured people under the giant axe was no longer blocked. Everyone only saw a flash of light and disappeared at the entrance of the cave in an instant. The seal is broken. Fast forward, there was a roar from the crowd, and they rushed towards the cave entrance. Mu Tian followed the crowd at a fast pace, but just as he started, he felt 3 gusts of wind blowing past him, and Xiaomushu and the other 2 rushed in like sharp arrows. Damn the son of a big family. Mu Tian gritted his teeth secretly. Go left, I sense something. The old voice showed him the way, and Mu Tian did not hesitate to move into the narrow passage on the left where there were fewer people. At this time, Chongqing had already passed through dozens of secret passages and headed straight for the main tomb chamber. Host, there is extremely in grass here. Just as he was about to enter the main tomb chamber, the system sounded a reminder. Hey, I almost forgot, this thing is useless to him, but it is exactly what the male protagonist needs to die in the original plot. The original owner and several geniuses did not touch those spiritual herbs, but Mu Tian, who followed closely, took advantage of it. Now, Chongqing didn't care what the in grass was. With a wave of his sleeves, all the herbs in the pond were put into the Qiankuan bag. Afterwards, it turned into a streak of light and instantly passed into the main tomb chamber, without even giving the frost-killing array at the door time to react. You're so efficient. The system couldn't help but smack its lips. Hey, go slower on the road and be more efficient when working. Changqing took the heart of nirvana from the coffin and then found a corner to sit down. This thing is of no use to him who has already reached the nirvana stage, but it cannot be given to others for free. What about the Hahuan crocodile? Why didn't it come out? After finishing everything, he remembered that there was a crocodile here that brought the hero and heroine together. Spirit beasts can naturally sense danger. That Hahuan crocodile is only equivalent to a human at the peak of the creation realm. It wouldn't dare challenge a nirvana realm. The system explained cheerfully. Chapter 426, The Little Villain in the Fantasy World, 9, half an incense stick of time later, there was finally a noise outside. Changqing slowly opened his eyes. Looks like they've arrived. This time, because he was leading the way, Wang Ao and others arrived much faster than in the original plot. He still remembered that in the original plot, due to the ice formation in the main tomb passage, the geniuses of several major families were all blocked. Only Xia Muxue, who practiced ice-based skills, was able to pass, and Mu Tian successfully passed the formation under the guidance of Grandpa Yufu. Now, it seems that they will still be blocked by this tomb protection formation. Just as Changqing was thinking of this, there was a sound of fighting outside. This formation would gather all kinds of ice and snow beasts to attack all people with body temperature. It seemed that they had already started fighting. In fact, it was just as he expected. In the passage, Wang Ao and Xin Yan were using all their skills to fight against several ice giants and ice pythons respectively, while Xia Muxue was pinching her hands to form a magic spell, and the fluctuation of spiritual power covered her body with a thick layer of ice crystals. This time, she was no different from an iceman, and those ice monsters and giants seemed to regard her as one of their own kind, and did not launch any attacks on her. Miss Mu Shui, this formation seems to be activated for the first time. Mu Changqing probably hasn't found the main tomb yet. I'll hold these monsters back, and you go get the things first. Xin Yan waved his sword to block the ice giant's punch, and kicked a three-headed ice dog away, not forgetting to take credit to the goddess. Damn Xin Yan, do you think they need you to hold these things back? Wang Ao killed a white-eyed ice tiger with a hanging forehead, panting, and couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. Xin Yan turned his head and saw Xia Muxue breaking the formation with ice, which made him even more shocked. It's really different to be born in a big sect. At this moment, Xia Muxue was indeed extremely grateful that she had practiced the Tai Ching Bingluan Ju, otherwise this ice and frost formation would have taken a lot of effort. Naturally, she also felt that there was no sign of the formation being activated, so she still had some expectations for the Nirvana heart in the main tomb chamber. This thing not only increases the chance of Nirvana, but also has some impact on the quality of Nirvana. Now that she had come across it, she naturally didn't want to return empty-handed. It seemed that the Mu family genius had taken a wrong path and had not found the main tomb chamber. Otherwise, she would have had no confidence in facing a master in the Nirvana realm. With this thought in mind, she further activated the spell, and her steps became more urgent. We're here, almost there, the entrance to the tomb is already in front of us, don't let that person find out and come over again. She moved suddenly and stepped into the main tomb chamber with a bone-chilling chill. You're late. As soon as she stepped into the main tomb, a voice immediately shattered her expectations. With a glance, she found that the coffin had been opened and the heart of Nirvana had long disappeared. Xia Muxue was stunned for a moment, then looked at Changqing, her cold eyes flashing. Snatch it away? That would definitely not work. Even if she had many magic weapons, she was still one level behind. She didn't have the confidence to do that. Her eyes rolled and the ice on her face melted slightly. Brother Changqing, you have already achieved Nirvana. That item is useless to you. If you are willing to give it to Mu Shui will definitely be grateful. Changqing, what are you thinking? Do you think I am Qin Yan? Even someone as romantic as Qin Yan might not give up this key thing to enter the Nirvana realm. He was about to refuse when another gust of wind suddenly blew past the door. A figure appeared in the main tomb chamber. Mu Tian, the male protagonist, is actually quite fast. The old man is really awesome. Xia Muxue didn't seem to expect that someone else would arrive here, and that he was not a genius from the four major families. However, after taking a look and finding that he was only at the peak of Yuandan, she lost interest in paying attention. Instead, she looked at Changqing, waiting for his reply. The heart of Nirvana is indeed in my hands, but the items in the secret realm are first come, first served. There is absolutely no reason to give them up. Changqing's words made Xia Muxue's bright eyes dim. I'll exchange other items with you, is that okay? Given her personality, she would never be so humble under normal circumstances. It was because the heart of Nirvana was too important to her, otherwise she would have wanted to leave long ago. Mu Tian hasn't spoken since he discovered the two people in the main tomb. He is not stupid. One of these two people is at the Nirvana realm and the other is at the peak of the creation realm. Any treasures they have definitely have nothing to do with him. In fact, if Mr. Fu had not reminded him that all the extremely in grass in front of him had been picked, he would have wanted to leave quietly at this time. He understands better than anyone that one must keep a low profile until one reaches a certain level of strength, but he still couldn't accept it. He had clearly come here to obtain the extreme in grass. Was he going to fail? Thinking of Qin Yan still suffering from the cold every day, he couldn't help but shed tears. Maybe there is still a chance. Fortunately, the two people in the main tomb didn't even look at him, as if he, who was at the peak of the Yuandan realm, didn't exist. This made him feel a little relieved. Master Fu, if I use that puppet, will I have a chance of snatching something from the hands of the geniuses of the four major families? Mu Tian held the newly acquired bone spear in one hand and silently retreated to the door. Just on his way here, he received guidance from Master Fu and obtained a puppet with strength comparable to that of a person at the creation realm. At present, this is his biggest trump card. If you were facing Wang Ao or Qin Yan, you might have a chance to surprise them, but with these two in front of you, you'd better forget about it. Mr. Fu's words were so straightforward that Mu Tian couldn't help but clench his fists. Or maybe my own strength is not enough. However, these two people don't seem to get along. Will they fight? He looked at the two people on the field and secretly criticized them in his heart. I wonder if the sect's #1 genius dares to face off against a super sect disciple. Miss Mu Shui, since you want to make a deal, you should at least show some sincerity first. You're talking about a deal with a veil on your face. I doubt you're trying to cheat on your fellow thieves. The young man opposite suddenly grinned and pointed at his face. I prefer to negotiate a deal in a completely fair manner. As soon as these words were spoken, Mu Tian's face changed. This guy wants to see the real face of the beauty. Yet he inexplicably felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, but at the same time he was a little curious. He was curious about the stunning face under the veil, and also curious about how someone as proud as Xia Muxue would react. I couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. However, the next moment he was surprised by Xia Muxue's reaction. She turned her head, looked at him, and pointed to the door. Sir, please step out for a moment. Chang Cheng almost laughed out loud when he saw Mu Tian's face turn red instantly. At this time, Xia Muxue had no entanglement with Mu Tian, nor had she lost her virginity to him, so she naturally did not take a Yuandan realm cultivator seriously. TSK, it seems that Xia Muxue really values the heart of nirvana. Come to think of it, isn't it just a face-saving gesture? It doesn't cost a cent. If you can obtain the heart of nirvana, that would be a huge gain. Anyone who is not a fool would know the choice. Mu Tian never thought that the fire would burn on his head, but facing Xia Muxue, who was at the peak of the creation realm, he naturally did not dare to resist. I'll go out now, you two can talk. He forced an ugly smile on his face and silently stepped back. Damn, can a big sect bully people like this? Why can Mu Changqing see it but I can't? He cursed inwardly, but he also knew that the situation was beyond his control. Master Fu, can you smell the extreme grass? Who has it? A long sigh came from my mind. Mu Changqing has a chilling aura about him, probably left behind from the extreme grass he picked earlier. Damn it, Mu Tian, who walked out of the tomb door, couldn't help but punch the stone wall next to him. How could he have taken them? Would a Nirvana realm expert still need those elixirs? If it were in someone else's hands, he could still make a plan, but Mu Changqing was already 2 realms higher, and he really had no confidence. Ha, you've harvested tens of thousands of pure yuan pills this time, plus a white bone spear. These are high-level spiritual treasures. After replenishing them, they can even reach the earth level, which is pretty good. Old Fu comforted him. He himself had also absorbed some demon souls here, and his strength had also increased. He felt that the trip was worthwhile. Let's wait and see. Mu Tian's eyes flashed. He still didn't want to give up. Chapter 427, The Little Villain in the Fantasy World, 10. At this time, inside the tomb, Xia Muxue had already taken off her veil, revealing the face that had made countless geniuses bow down. A graceful figure stood there, her eyebrows like emerald feathers and her skin whiter than snow. Perhaps it was the first time she unveiled her face in front of a man, and she unconsciously showed a bit of shyness, which made her look even more pitiful. If Qin Yan were here, he would probably give away his nirvana heart without restraint. Unfortunately, the opponent is Changqing. Having experienced countless worlds, he has seen so many beauties that, to be honest, he is a little aesthetically fatigued. Brother Changqing, can we discuss the deal now? The cold voice seemed to be tinged with a touch of fireworks, bringing more vitality to this desolate tomb. Obviously, Xia Muxue is aware of her appearance, and she is also good at making use of her appearance. 200,000 pure essence pills, and this thing will be yours. Changqing flipped his hand, and a nirvana heart overflowing with spiritual energy appeared in his hand. Xia Muxue almost couldn't hold back her expression. 200,000 pure yuan pills? Why didn't he just go and grab them? You should know that this pure yuan pill is a must-have medicine for cultivators below the nirvana realm. It can almost be said to be hard currency. When she came here, she passed by the pill shop. The owner of the tomb, as a powerful nirvana cultivator, only had 50,000 or 60,000 of them left. He actually wants 200,000. I don't have that much. As a disciple of a super sect, all she had in her Qinquan bag was only about 50,000 pure yuan pills, and she really couldn't take out that much. If you don't have any, you can borrow from them. Besides, magic tools and other things can also be used as a deduction. I can accept it. Changqing smiled heartlessly. Them, Xia Muxue was stunned. She turned around and saw Wang Ao and Qin Yan standing at the door of the tomb. It was obvious that the formation outside had been broken by the two of them. Xia Muxue then remembered that she had taken off her veil, and quickly put it on with a wave of her hand. However, the stunning glance she got when she turned around made the wounded Qin Yan and the other man stare blankly. What a fairy! Miss Muxue, what do you need to borrow from us? Just ask. We'll do it for you. Qin Yan reacted the fastest. He immediately stepped forward, patted his chest and promised loudly. Yes, me too. Wang Ao was unwilling to fall behind, so he quickly took a step forward. There was no way, so Xia Muxue repeated the matter of trading the heart of Nirvana. Both of their expressions changed after hearing this. The heart of Nirvana? They need that too. Besides making friends with the disciples of the great sects, the purpose of coming here is to obtain the heart of Nirvana. Mu Changqing, you're going too far. Miss Mu Shui is a guest. Our 4 major families can't be so stingy. When Wang Ao heard that it would cost 200,000 pure yuan pills, he immediately frowned. Oh, this is to be generous to others. Changqing simply put the things away and said, whoever wants one, hurry up and gather all the pure yuan pills. Don't leave any behind. Otherwise, I'll be leaving. There's nothing else I want here anyway. Several people's faces turned ugly, but the other party has broken through the Nirvana realm, which is a realm with a huge difference. With his current strength, even if the 3 of them join forces, they may not be his match. The atmosphere in the tomb fell silent. After a long while, Jin Yan took 2 steps forward. I have 30,000 pure yuan pills here. If Miss Mu Shui doesn't mind, feel free to take them. The dog-licking nature took over. Changqing sighed. Then I'll also collect 30,000. Wang Ao also walked forward. My family specifically told me to make friends with disciples from super sections. Now I have no chance of obtaining the heart of Nirvana anyway, so I might as well do them a favor. No one was stupid, and we quickly reached a consensus. However, the total amount of money they had was only tens of thousands, which was far from enough. Xin Yan and Wang Ao took out some elixirs and magical weapons, and even Xia Muxue took out some things from her Qiankuan bag to pay off the price. Finally, the amount that Changqing required was collected. Here, I'll give you something. A heavy Qiankuan bag was thrown into Changqing's hand, and Xia Mushua's voice became several octaves colder. Obviously, heavy bleeding does not make you feel good. Wang Ao and Qin Yan's faces were also gloomy. They had just competed with each other, and now their Qiankuan bags were almost empty. This trip to the secret realm not only yielded no gains, but also gave away a lot of things. The only one who was relatively happy was Changqing. At this moment, the smile on his face was as sincere as it could be. Deal. Miss Mu Shui is indeed a straightforward person. At this time, there was a chaotic sound of footsteps outside. All the major families and individual people rushed over, and the tomb was suddenly filled with people. Changqing doesn't care about other people's opinions. He took out the Nirvana heart that was overflowing with spiritual energy, waved his hand, and flew directly towards Xia Muxue. There was a gasp from the crowd. This is the heart of Nirvana. It's the culmination of a Nirvana master's lifelong cultivation after his death. It's the catalyst for a breakthrough into Nirvana. At this moment, many people's breathing became heavier. Brother Changqing, why are you giving this treasure to someone? Mu Kor asked with some confusion. I didn't give it to you, I sold it to you. I sold 200,000 pure yuan pills. Changqing explained with a smile. Hiss, there was another gasp from the crowd. 200,000 pure yuan pills? Even an average family wouldn't have that much, right? Those present had never seen so many pure yuan pills in their entire lives. Mu Tian's hands trembled when he heard this from behind. 200,000. He had searched the alchemy room for so long and only managed to find a little over 20,000. Now the other party had easily gotten 200,000. His eyes were a little red. Is this a world where the strong take all? Just as I was about to turn around and leave, I heard Changqing's voice again. I still have some things here. I wonder if you are interested. You can still exchange them for pure yuan dan. He paused and turned around, only to see the Mu family's genius waving his hand and various objects floating in front of him, extremely in grass. Mu Tian's eyes suddenly widened, and his steps moved forward unconsciously. Moreover, there are 2 intact high-level puppets and a high-level spiritual weapon. Wow. There was an uproar in the crowd. It turned out that he entered the secret realm before others and looted all the best treasures? How much do you sell the high-level puppets? Wang Ao couldn't help it. This is a high-level puppet. I heard that a full-strength attack can cause damage as severe as that of the peak of the creation realm. With this thing by his side, it can be said that his combat power is doubled. The others were also jealous and looked at Changqing, looking forward to his price. Mu Tian also clenched his fists. He obtained an intermediate puppet and thought it was a good harvest, but he didn't expect that this person actually obtained 2 advanced puppets. What made him even more angry was that he took them out for auction on the spot. What can I do? Hatred grows in my heart, but my strength is not enough. There is no way to take revenge, and no way to compete with others for treasures. Chapter 428, The Little Villain in the Fantasy World. 11. How much is the extreme grass? Changqing heard a hoarse voice, looked up and saw Mu Tian pretending to be indifferent. He pondered for a moment. All the spiritual medicines are sold together, 60,000 pure yuan pills, not separately. As soon as he finished speaking, Changqing saw the other person's face tremble twice. Obviously, this price was a little beyond his expectations. Others also looked at him in surprise. In front of him were more than 30 level 6 spiritual medicines. These were considered rare, but when it came to their value, no one was stupid. Even if they were auctioned, it would be good if they could be sold for 10,000 pure yuan pills. Mu Tian, although this Jiyin grass is rare, there are many other alternatives. Don't waste the pure yuan pill. Seeing Mu Tian staring at the green grass, Mu Kier couldn't help but remind him. I know. Mu Tian pursed his lips. This thing was the key to Qing Yanzin Dan. What old Fu said must be correct. This was also the main purpose of his coming here. Now that it is within reach, how can he give up? We want a high-level puppet.
At this moment, the elder leading the Qin family suddenly stepped forward and handed Changqing a Qiankuan bag.
200,000 pure yuan pills, not one less.
Changqing took it and scanned it with his mental power, and knew that it was indeed good. He asked for a price of 200,000, which was not low, but a high-level puppet was equivalent to a cultivator in the creation realm, and had strong combat power, so it would not be unpopular. Congratulations to the Qin family on their increased combat power.
Would you like to buy the other one as well?
Changqing smiled like a profiteer. The elder of the Qin family was not very happy. He took the puppet, put it into his Qiankuan bag, and turned away. The 200,000 pure yuan pills were collected by more than 30 people from the Qin family this time, and even his savings were completely emptied.
After you go back, you can ask your clan to reimburse you.
Walking back to the crowd, he said something to the Qin family disciple beside him. The creation realm puppet is a great force for the Qin family, but he cannot afford it personally.
The Qin family bought it. Does your Wang family want to buy it?
After completing a transaction, Changqing was in a good mood and looked at the crowd of Wang family again. At this time, the elders of the Wang family were also in a dilemma. Buy it, it's expensive, and you can barely get it together by scraping together a few pieces of money. Moreover, this thing consumes a lot of pure yuan dan to use. It's not free of consumption. If they don't buy it, the Qin family and the Mu family will have one more combat force in the creation realm, and they may suffer losses in future competitions. Master, look, the elders of the Wang family felt that they could not make the decision, so they decided to leave it to the young master. Wang Ao had just emptied his Qiankuan bag, and he was unhappy when he saw Changqing's unscrupulous look. When he heard the elder's question, he became more and more angry.
Buy bullshit. Give him money. When I return and break through the Nirvana realm, my combat power will naturally increase.
He cursed in annoyance. Well, if the young master says he doesn't want to buy it, then he won't buy it. The head of the family can't blame me when he goes back. Changqing was not discouraged when he saw the Wang family retreat. He looked at other people again. This time, a fat man in golden clothes came out with a big smile on his face.
If the Wang family doesn't buy this puppet, our Duobao Chamber of Commerce will.
As a result, Changqing earned another 200,000 pure yuan pills. Finally, only the elixir is left. Changqing was too lazy to distinguish and just sold them at a unified price of 60,000 pure yuan pills. Regardless of the type. This time, everyone became much quieter. Although the 6th level spiritual medicine was rare, it was definitely not worth 60,000 pure yuan pills.
Huh, does he take me for a fool? 60,000 pure yuan pills, that's worse than robbery.
Haha, who would be so stupid as to spend 60,000 on that pile of spiritual medicine? It's much cheaper to buy it at the auction house. A burst of whispers broke out in the crowd, and it was obvious that there were still some people who understood the market situation. Even the children of the Mu family had puzzled expressions on their faces.
Could it be that brother Changqing was making a fortune?
He had earned 600,000 pure yang pills, and he wanted to sell these elixirs for 60,000? Evergreen, the 6 elders all wanted to speak up to persuade him, but when they took over, they saw that the other party was looking at the person behind him. Mutian, the 6th elder, had an impression that this was a child from the Yunqing branch of the Mu family. He was quite powerful and had reached the peak of the Yuandan realm. Could it be that he wants to buy elixir? The 6th elder had just said a word when he heard Mutian's hoarse voice.
I want the 60,000. But I need to use something else to offset it.
Okay. So, Mutian counted together the 20,000 pure yang pills he had obtained, the incomplete heavenly level spiritual treasures he had snatched from the secret realm, and some items in his Qiankuan bag, and took away the more than 30 spiritual herbs.
Thank you for your patronage.
Changqing handed over the money with one hand and the goods with the other. The smile on his face made Mutian want to punch him, but he held back. This time, I am not strong enough and I have to be patient. He gritted his teeth and took the elixir, his heart bleeding. This time, we can say that we only obtained these elixirs. All previous gains were reset to 0, and all efforts were in vain. One day, I will get back everything that belongs to me with interest. He made up his mind secretly, but when he turned around and saw everyone, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart.
Those eager gazes seemed to want to eat him alive. Oops. My wealth is exposed.
His mind raced as he gratefully walked towards the Mu family's team. It was better to lean against a big tree to enjoy the shade. Hey! That kid, stop! Suddenly, he heard Wang Ao's voice, and he did not stop walking, and rushed towards the Mu family's team in one step, but Wang Ao was faster than him. As soon as Mutian sped up, he felt the spiritual power surge behind him and a strong wind hit his back. Mutian heard a scream from the crowd. He suddenly turned around, put some spiritual power on his fists, and swung them out violently to collide with Wang Ao's fist. Boom, the huge noise shook the tomb, and he used the force to float back into the Mu family team.
Wang Ao. Are you going to become an enemy of the Mu family? Mu Tian felt his arms go numb, and he started talking about the Mu family. Changqing's eyes flashed. This male protagonist is quite smart, but Wang Ao is not the type of person who thinks so much. Others might be scared when they hear this, but he is not. He just snorted coldly. Leave that intermediate puppet behind, and I'll spare your life. At this moment, a member of the Wang family was standing next to him. Changqing remembered that he was also one of the geniuses of the Wang family. His name seemed to be Wang Li, and he was actually Wang Ao's cousin. I think he had a fight with Mu Tian because of the puppet before, and now he is complaining to his cousin. The strength of the intermediate puppet is also not weak. Its full strength attack is equivalent to the peak of the Yuandan realm, which is considered a good combat power. It seems that the price of the elixir is still set too low, and the male protagonist still has some hidden cards up his sleeve. Changqing couldn't help but think so. On the court, Mu Tian clenched his teeth when he heard Wang Ao's words. The things in the tomb are ownerless. Of course, they belong to whoever obtains them. Your Wang family is powerful, but you can't be unreasonable. This made sense, and everyone nodded secretly after hearing it. Ha, I was the one who discovered the puppet first. I was about to put it into my Qiankuan bag when you suddenly rushed over and snatched it away. It should have been mine in the first place. Wang Li, who was next to Wang Ao, stiffened his neck, took a step forward and spoke loudly. At this moment, he was leaning against his cousin, full of confidence, and spoke with particular assurance. When Mu Tian heard that he was confusing right and wrong, his teeth were grinding. Asking him to hand over something he had obtained was even more painful than killing him. Chapter 429, The Little Villain in the Fantasy World, 12, Give it to me. My Wang family's things are not so easy to take away. Wang Li felt very happy when he saw Mu Tian's expression change. He stretched out his hand with pride in his eyes. So what if you snatched it? If you don't have the strength, you'll just have to give it back to me in the end. Such righteous words made Mu Tian's eyes even darker. He had suffered a lot of bullying in his family since he was a child, and this condescending attitude really made him extremely unhappy. He immediately sneered twice. How funny. The things in the tomb are originally ownerless. If they all belong to your Wang family, then doesn't that mean everyone's things have to be handed over to you? The sudden changes in the scene made some monks who were about to leave stop in their tracks. It was obvious that the Wang family and this young man were not on good terms, and they mentioned puppets. Could it be that this young man had a puppet in his hand? At this moment, many people felt warmed up again. Not if the good stuff is in Changqing's hands, they dare not think about it and can only pay for it. But if it is in the hands of Yuandan realm, it is not certain. Seeing that his clothes were different from those of the Mu family members, it seemed that he was just a fellow traveler of the Mu family. This made everyone bolder. Xia Muxue also looked at the scene in surprise. She didn't expect that the boy could actually take out something worth 60,000 pure yuan pills to buy herbs. She thought that this guy was a fool. Spending a lot of money on useless things not only reveals your wealth but also makes you a target. However, this had nothing to do with her, so she didn't intend to care about it and took a few steps back. Qinyan and Changqing also took a step back, obviously not caring about the matter. Mu Tian was naturally not surprised by everyone's actions. He had long known that in this world where the strong prey on the weak, no one would help for no reason. Wang Li, you're talking nonsense. This puppet was originally discovered by everyone, and you just didn't get it. How can it also belong to your Wang family? This is sheer nonsense. Just when everyone was getting ready to watch the show, a delicate cry was heard. Everyone looked and saw that it was Mu Kur, a member of the Mu family. Mu Kur is considered a well-known genius in the Mu family, and the people in the Wang family are naturally familiar with her. Seeing her stand out, Wang Li's face changed drastically, and Wang Ao also frowned, feeling very unhappy. Kur, this is a matter between our Wang family and him, it has nothing to do with you. Wang Li had a good impression of Mu Kur. When he saw her defending someone who was not wearing the Mu family's uniform, he thought that this was her lover, and his face became even uglier. Why is it okay? Mu Tian is also a member of my Mu family. If you target him, you are targeting the Mu family. Mu Kur's face flushed with anger. She took a step forward and puffed out her chest. This, Wang Li's face darkened. That kid was actually from the Mu family? Wang Ao took a closer look and became a little confused. If they are really from the Mu family, it would be difficult to deal with. I've basically seen all the outstanding children of the Mu family, but none like this one. Sister Kur, aren't you attracted to this guy? Wang Ao's eyebrows twitched, his expression was arrogant, but there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. This kid's attack just now was obviously quite powerful. The Mu family has never seen such a person before. He is from the Yunqing branch of the Mu family. You have never seen normal. Mu Kir stiffened her neck and refused to give in. Ha 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 ha! Wang Ao suddenly burst into laughter. People who have split up the family are almost like strangers in the eyes of the main family. Basically, they are split up because their family members made mistakes or they can no longer make it in the family. How can the main family look down on the branch family? It is impossible for the Mu family to go against the Wang family just for a boy who has split up the family. As he was laughing, he suddenly stopped talking. Since you are from the branch family, there is nothing much to say. Bring me the puppet.
He opened his 5 claws, and the surrounding spiritual energy formed 5 whirlwinds that were visible to the naked eye. With a whoosh, he grabbed towards Mu Tian's neck. Bang! Mukir took a step forward and pushed forward with both hands to block the attack. She took dozens of steps back before she could steady herself. Sister Kur, you are only at the peak of the Yuandan realm, you are no match for me. When the attack failed, Wang Ao stopped and stood with his hands behind his back. But he was not in a hurry at all, not worried at all that the other party would run away. He only needed to reach a certain level, so catching him would be a piece of cake. Brother Changqing Mukir naturally knew that she was no match for Wang Ao. She also knew that even with the help of the 6th elder of the Mu family, it would be impossible to stop Wang Ao. Only Changqing could stop Wang Ao. Changqing raised his eyebrows. Tisk, here comes the plot. I am the original plot. Mukir also pleaded for Mu Tian and asked the original owner to make the decision. So the original owner suggested that Mu Tian return the puppet, apologize, and guarantee that he would not be hurt by the Wang family because of this. However, Mu Tian was arrogant and thought this was an insult, so he refuted it on the spot, which made the original owner furious. The owner's aura caused Mu Tian to vomit blood and die on the spot. This actually attracted a wave of hatred and put the original owner on Mu Tian's kill list. Now, Changqing decided not to participate. Core, our Mu family has never had a precedent of the main family standing up for the branch family. In fact, the 4 major families are like this. I have no intention of getting involved in this matter. Besides, he glanced at Mu Tian. I think the boy still has a trump card. Wang Ao may not be able to take him down. After saying that, he took out a cushion and sat down, looking like he was enjoying the show. When he said this, everyone was shocked. That kid looks unattractive and is 1 realm lower than Wang Ao, but he actually received such high evaluation from a Nirvana expert. All eyes were on Mu Tian, making him feel very uncomfortable. The turmoil in my heart was beyond words. Could it be that Mu Changqing actually saw through his own trump card? Master Fu, can a strong person in the Nirvana realm sense you? He couldn't help but ask. Bullshit. How could a mere Nirvana realm possibly sense my existence? Back then, okay, I get it. Can we defeat Wang Ao together? Fu Lao was silent for a while. Including your puppet, it's a 50-50 chance. After all, we are 1 realm lower. Escape should be no problem. But there are so many people here. If I show up, I might be discovered, and you'll be in trouble later. Mu Tian, Mu Kor's face was also filled with shock. She looked at Mu Tian several times but didn't find anything special. 6th elder, she turned to the elder leading the team for help, but he just shook his head. If the opponent was a small sect, the 6th elder would naturally be willing to lend a hand out of respect, but since the opponent was the Wang family, he had to be cautious. Besides, even he was still 1 realm lower than Wang Ao. Go back, thank you for helping me. At this time, Mu Tian's voice reached Mu Kor's ears. This voice, full of deep disappointment and gratitude, made her heart suddenly soften. Mu Kir gritted her teeth and stood firmly beside Mu Tian. Wang Ao, if you want to steal something, just kill me first. Let's see if the Mu family will hold it against you. Changqing was amazed. This male protagonist is so popular with women. He has only known Mu Kor for a short time, but she still protects him. It's really rare. Fortunately, I am just an ordinary member of the tribe with Mu Kor. If I were to get too close to her, I'm afraid she would be angry to death. It's unbearable to watch. He simply stood up. He clasped his fists towards Xiaomuxue and the others and said, I have something else to do. I'll take my leave now. His figure flashed and turned into a stream of light and flew out directly. Chapter 430, The Little Villain in the Fantasy World. 13, the air outside is still much better than in the tomb. Lying on the crane's back, feeling the breeze, Changqing took a long breath. Phew, Yun Zhenghe responded. Don't rush back, take a look around. He made a decision. Anyway, the Mu family is big and powerful, and there is no need for a young man like him to look after it. Besides, in the original plot, the change in the Mu family's attitude after the death of the original owner made him feel a little bored. Although it is for the development of the clan, it is somewhat inhumane, but that's just the way the world is. It's not that I have any resentment, but I don't have much emotion either. You can go wherever you want, but just don't go back to Muchung. Changqing instructed the crane before closing his eyes, and received another long cry in response. There are no sects in the Deshang territory, and the patriarchs of the 4 major families are only at the Nirvana realm. Now he has reached the top and has nothing to worry about. He can travel freely without any problem. Brother Changqing, you seem to be in a good mood. Just as he was lost in thought, a clear voice suddenly came. Without opening his eyes, he knew it was Xiaomuxue, one of the heroines. Oh, I'm in a good mood after making money. He sat up and saw Xiaomuxue standing on the ice crystal. She used her spiritual power to control the wind and was even faster, and she actually caught up with him. Don't get too close, that magic weapon is too cold. Seeing that she was about to come over, Changqing quickly stretched out his hand to block her. Phew, this reaction made the other person laugh. Brother Changqing, you've already reached the Nirvana realm, and you're still afraid of the cold? The beauty's smile was still extremely charming even through the veil.
Even the coldness brought by it seemed to melt away a little, making Changqing feel a little illusioned. In the original plot, Xia Muxue at this time should have accidentally lost her virginity to Mu Tian, and she must have been very upset on the way back. Although he has lost a lot of pure yuan pills, he seems to be in a good mood. "Why aren't you with Mu Tian?" he suddenly asked. "Mu Tian? Who is Mu Tian?" Xia Muxue blinked and asked in confusion. "Changqing, just pretend I didn't ask." Changqing simply lay down again. "Hey, you're so rude, genius of the Mu family." Xia Mushue's voice came again, and Changqing inexplicably heard a hint of ridicule in it. "What are the geniuses of a low-level dynasty in the eyes of your super sect?" Changqing chuckled, turned over, and slapped Xia Muxue on the back of her head. There was silence for a moment. Xia Muxue didn't expect that the young man in front of her would say such a thing. She was a distant relative of the Duanmu family, one of the four major families of the Shang dynasty, and naturally knew that the status of such a low-level dynasty was very embarrassing. Not only is the location remote, but the cultivation resources are also far inferior to those of the sect. Therefore, although she was polite on the surface, she didn't think much of these imperial geniuses in her heart. However, the person in front of her was really hard for her to see through. Reaching the Nirvana realm in one's 20s was not bad in a large sect. She knew that the head of the Duanmu family entered the Nirvana realm at the age of 60, and even held a grand Nirvana conference at that time, which lasted for several months. However, the person in front of her seemed to have made a breakthrough on the way to the secret realm, and he didn't seem to feel complacent at all. Instead, he seemed as calm as eating and drinking, which made her curious. With Brother Changqing's strength, it's natural for him to join the sect. If you're interested, Mu Shui can help recommend you. Not interested. Changqing immediately refused. There are so many high-level cultivators in the big sections. He is now in the Nirvana realm and is a top-notch strong man in Dishang. If he goes to the sect, he might have to stay in the outer sect and be exploited by the outer sect elders who are not to his liking. What's the point? Isn't it good to be free now? Miss Muxue, isn't this the direction back to Taiqing's sect? It doesn't seem to be the direction back to the Duanmu family either. Chang Cheng's words made Xia Muxue stunned. Should we chase them away now? She felt inexplicably uncomfortable. The road is wide open. I can go in whichever direction I want. Mu Changqing, you have no right to interfere. Changqing. He simply closed his eyes and stopped talking. The mountain wind whistled past, and the tip of Changqing's nose was filled with the fresh air unique to the high altitude, and he felt a wave of sleepiness coming over him. Forget it, I'd better take a nap. He began to let his consciousness sink, half asleep and half awake. I suddenly felt a biting cold. Fuck. Changqing jumped up and saw Xia Muxue standing not far away, with a faint spiritual power. Lingering on her hand, noticing the faint smile on her face, Changqing understood everything. She was playing a trick on him. System. What's wrong with this heroine? I have been confused for a long time, and my mind is frantically calling for plug-ins.no response. This broken system is probably going to eat melons again. Xia Muxue, you're not just teasing me out of boredom, are you? If you have something to say, just tell me. Changqing straightened his expression and spoke directly. None of the cultivators in this high-level martial arts world are fools. The fools would have been killed long ago. Even if the disciples of large sects do not have much experience, they still have to go through a lot of training sessions. They will not do things without reason. He was not so narcissistic as to be attracted by the female cultivator after just one meeting. Sure enough, the next moment Xia Muxue also put away her playful expression. Have you heard of the ancient battlefield? She asked faintly. Changqing had naturally heard of this. The ancient battlefield was a great secret realm where national wars took place. It was the place where all the major sects in the entire Xuanyu opened together to select the best disciples. I heard that there are many relics of ancient sects there, as well as countless high-level ferocious beasts. Every 3 years, countless geniuses enter there with enthusiasm. Some gain inheritance and make great progress in their cultivation, but more die in the mouths of various ferocious beasts or in the infighting among trial takers. It is extremely tragic. Changqing had no good impression of this grazing method of selecting disciples. I've heard of it, but it's not time to open it yet, right? Changqing remembers that it was 1 year after the ancient battlefield. In the original plot, the original owner and Mu Tian passed the seed battle together and entered the ancient battlefield on behalf of Dishan. Now that he has reached the Nirvana realm, he will probably have to enter it on behalf of the Shang dynasty, which is really troublesome. It's definitely not time to open it yet. Xia Muxue nodded. However, recently, the figure of the blood demon has appeared near the entrance teleportation arrays in various places, including your Dishan blood demon? Changqing's heart skipped a beat. He had read the plot and naturally knew that the Blood Demon clan originally came from other dimensions and invaded this world thousands of years ago. 8 top human warriors sacrificed their lives to seal the Blood Demon King and severely damaged the Blood Demon Coalition. In the original plot, after the seal of the Blood Demon King was loosened, he awakened the 9 sleeping demon generals through a wisp of consciousness and began his plan to infiltrate the world of cultivation. However, he was eventually defeated by the male protagonist and his 2 wives. The male protagonist Mu Tian even took this opportunity to become the master of the plane and control the power of the entire plane. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Xia Muxuyi in the plot. She is the reincarnation of a powerful human being. In her previous life, she was one of the 8 powerful men who sealed the Blood Demon King. In the end, she sacrificed her cultivation to help the male protagonist step into a realm above reincarnation and successfully master the power of the plane. TSK. When they first met, she gave Yuan Yin to help the male protagonist break through the peak of Yuan Dan, and in the end she even sacrificed all her cultivation. This woman's life can be said to be dedicated to love. Perhaps it was his sympathetic look that made Xia Muxue feel strange, and she frowned slightly. Whether you go or not, this is your Dishang's business. If something goes wrong, no one from Dishan will be able to enter the ancient battlefield. He has a bad temper. Chang Qing found it hard to imagine that such a person could be trapped by love and do the things that were shown in the plot. Go ahead. He lowered his brow. Chapter 431, The Little Villain in the Fantasy World. 14. The Blood Demon's affair is not just about the Shang dynasty, the entire plane is involved. Even if he is cold-hearted, he can't lie down comfortably when the world is about to end. Xia Muxue was stunned for a moment, then she smiled. Then you need to change your mount. This thing is too slow. Changqing stood up, and light red spiritual power emerged from the tip of his toes, soon enveloping the entire spiritual crane. Phew, with a clear cry that resounded through the sky, the man and the crane turned into a rainbow of light and shot away. The smile on Xia Mushua's face widened even more. This guy is really interesting. This operation is not the crane leading the person, but the person leading the crane to fly. However, she didn't have time to think about it. She moved and a green light quickly followed. The ancient battlefield transmission channel within the Dashang territory is located in the western frontier, where there is a continuous wasteland with almost no vegetation. This was built many years ago by the Shang royal family at great expense by inviting monks from the sect, and it is also one of the decisions that the Shang royal family is most proud of. Because other low-level dynasties nearby did not have any passages, they had to pay tribute to the emperor in large quantities and ask for passage every time, which was really inconvenient. Is this the passage to the ancient battlefield? The two of them walked quite fast and arrived at the desert in 3 days. Looking at the huge stone formation that was several miles wide, Changqing was also a little surprised. With such a complex and huge formation, the transmission distance must be quite long. He gained a new understanding of the size of the entire Xuanyu. Who is coming? As soon as the two of them got close, they heard a loud shout crash. Dozens of monks in different clothes rose into the sky from the rocks. For a moment, the spiritual power surged and the sky and the earth darkened. Ahem, don't be impulsive, I'm from the Shangmu family. Changqing saw that the people who came here all looked unhappy, and some of them were injured. This place might not be as peaceful as he had imagined. Are you Mu Changqing? After a while, an old man opposite asked excitedly. When Changqing saw that he was wearing the family uniform of the Mu family, he knew that this person must be from the Mu family. The guards here were jointly provided by the royal family and the 4 major families, so this person must also be from the Mu family. Changqing nodded. Have you broken through to the Nirvana realm? Is the patriarch okay? Recently, the old man immediately became excited, took 2 or 3 steps forward, took his hand, and asked a series of questions, leaving Changqing unsure which one to answer first. Ahem, this uncle, let me introduce him first. Changqing was not used to this kind of emotional expression and quickly changed the subject. The others also had excited expressions on their faces, and they all looked over when they heard him say that. This is a sect disciple. He heard that something had happened to the major transmission channels, so he came to investigate. This is Xia Muxue. He originally wanted to say Taiqing sect, but when he saw Xia Muxue shook her head, he just said a sect disciple. However, the excitement this obviously caused was even stronger. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that everyone's faces were greatly moved. Becoming a sect is the dream of every cultivator, but the opportunity is hard to come by. Please come with us to the base to discuss in detail. A big man came out. The two of them followed suit and came to the camp with everyone. After passing through the huge stone passage, I was surprised to find that there was a lake of medium size inside. The guards had built stone chambers nearby as simple residences. A faint spiritual energy emanated from the lake, making the air here a lot fresher. It's bitterly cold here, and I apologize for the poor hospitality. After the group sat down as host and guest, someone served them spiritual tea. What information do you have about the blood demon? Xia Muxue doesn't like to beat around the bush, so she goes straight to the point when she opens her mouth. The embarrassment on everyone's face flashed away, and after a long while, the big man in the lead let out a long sigh. To be honest, the blood demon has appeared frequently in the past year. It even engaged us in battle just now. However, we know very little about it. The big man named Xiu Yu looked a little dejected. He was a master from the royal family, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the Yuandan realm. He had been guarding this place for 10 years, and his face was marked by the wind and sand of the desert. The others also lowered their heads in shame. The blood demon's methods are strange. Brother Xiu, don't blame yourself. What happened during your last encounter with the blood demon? Changqing took a sip of the spiritual tea and asked lightly. Hearing this, Xiu Yu's face darkened even more, and a deep sadness emerged.
Just last night, the blood demon attacked our position again and fought with our team members. At this point, his voice dropped, we lost 2 brothers. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the field became tense and many people began to wipe their eyes.
Did you kill the blood demon? Is there a blood demon's body here?
Xiaomushua's question stunned Xiaoyu for a moment, but he quickly reacted, yes, they are in the underground demon prison.
We also have 2 blood demons imprisoned. Do you want to go and take a look?
Changqing and the other man looked at each other and nodded. After walking through a long underground passage, Xiaoyu led the 2 of them to a huge stone tablet. In the thick demonic energy, a chain shining with golden light was wrapped around, and 2 2-meter-tall figures were firmly fixed in front of the stone tablet.
This is where we suppress the blood demons. However, they will go crazy when they see people, so we can't get too close.
Xiaoyu and Changqing stopped at a distance and turned around to explain to them.
Changqing nodded.
He noticed that one end of the golden chain passed through the figure's scapula, while the other end was connected to the stone tablet behind him. A faint pressure emanated from the stone tablet. It was probably a treasure that could restrain demonic energy. The appearance of these people indeed attracted the attention of the 2 figures under the stone tablet. They immediately became agitated, struggling forward frantically, and making strange noises. The thick black gas like ink suddenly surged, covering the entire stone tablet, but the next moment, the light on the chain suddenly burst out with a dazzling beam of light, and a smell similar to burning came over. The screams of the 2 figures immediately turned into screams, and even the huge figure seemed to shrink a little. Xiaoyu's face changed drastically. You evil creatures, you harmed my team members. How dare you act so presumptuously in front of these 2 adults today? He shouted loudly, which only made the 2 figures even more frantic. Amid the chaotic struggle and the light of the chains, the stone tablet suddenly emitted a faint humming sound. Changqing looked up and saw the shadows of countless stone tablets appearing in the air. Then they fell down with a loud bang and hit the 2 figures with surprisingly strong power. My lords, the blood demon is rampant, and this place is not safe.
Why don't we go back and talk?
The scarred man behind Xiaoyu clasped his fists and said. Changqing remembered that he was introduced before as Xiao Luo, also a member of the royal family. He and Xiaoyu served as the captain and deputy captain of the guard team respectively. He looked at Xiaomushue, who seemed to be lost in thought, and saw her nod.
Let's go. A group of people walked out of the tunnel.
Chapter 432, The Little Villain in the Fantasy World, 15. The 2 of them were arranged to live in 2 stone rooms on the side. After walking out of the dungeon, the 2 also talked with other guards, but the information they obtained was very limited. Everyone seemed to know very little about the blood demon. After dark, Changqing and Xiaomushue walked on the stone road by the lake, and were silent for a while.
What do you think of the suppressed blood demon in the dungeon?
A breeze blew by, and Xiaomushue suddenly asked a question. Changqing turned his head to look at her. She was transmitting a message. They seemed to be crying for help. He also expressed his thoughts through voice transmission. As a tasker with a powerful soul, he did not feel any brutal murderous intent from the violent blood demon, but rather a sense of sadness. This surprised him a little. The blood demons in the plot are species from other dimensions. They come here to plunder resources, so they shouldn't have such inexplicable emotions. Xiaomushue also nodded. She looked at the young man beside her with some surprise. His perception seemed to be very sharp as well. I brought the wind-fixing pearl from my master. This treasure can produce a strong reaction against the blood demon, but in the dungeon, it only has a slight fluctuation.
Changqing, this is a bit strange. The 2 communicated all the way and went around in circles, but in the end they still had no clue.
They just felt that things were more complicated and dangerous than they had imagined.
Let's take a rest first and talk about it tomorrow.
Changqing couldn't figure it out for a moment and was too lazy to think about it anymore. Back at my own place, the conditions are pretty good. There is also a small spirit gathering array inside the stone chamber, which makes the spiritual energy in the entire room much richer than outside.
System, what's going on?
He sat down cross-legged. He rushed back just now because he sensed the arrival of the system. It seemed that this guy had eaten the melon.
He.
The system popped up with a satisfied look on its face. The hero was seriously injured, but he managed to escape. Changqing raised an eyebrow. This guy is really lucky. In the original plot, Mu Tian also had a big battle with Wang Ao. At that time, he had all his trump cards, which caused Wang Ao to suffer a great loss. However, Wang Ao is the only son of the Wang family, and he has a protector at the peak of the creation realm by his side. In the end, it was Xiaomushue who rescued him and he was able to escape. I never thought that even though I didn't receive the goddess's first blood, my cultivation didn't increase significantly, and I was even plundered by him and lost my spiritual weapon, I could still escape? It was the old man and his jade talisman who took action. The system understood Changqing's confusion and quickly explained. It turned out that when the 2 were fighting, Mu Qir wanted to help, but was restrained by the 6th elder. Wang Ao threatened to destroy him in 10 moves, but he was careless and lost the battle. Mu Tian found an opportunity and borrowed the power of Master Fu to shock Wang Ao so much that he vomited blood. When the protector appeared, Fu Lao used all his strength to counter the attack, knocking the man away and helping Mu Tian escape. After listening to the whole process, Changqing couldn't help but sigh. This is what we call cheating.
After he finished speaking, he felt that something was wrong in the atmosphere. Hey, I'm not saying you're useless. Seeing that the system's expression was a little ugly, he quickly added a sentence. I'm angry. The system picked up the little hand and turned the little head to the side. Changqing secretly laughed in his heart. This melon-eating system has quite a temper. Oh, that person is using cheats. We are brothers. We don't compete with others, real? The system's eyes lit up for a moment, real. Changqing nodded seriously, and the next moment he heard the system cheer, that I want to be the big brother. Changqing naturally couldn't give in. I'm older than you. When I met you, you were just leaving the factory, and I've been alive for years. All right. The system lowered its head, but soon became happy again. Okay. You're the big brother, but you have to give me a gift. I want an extra layer of soul fragments this time. Changqing? This Tongzi is too utilitarian to be kept, however. The system said that Mu Tian was seriously injured and the old man with the plug-in was temporarily asleep, which made him feel a little more relaxed. After all, in the original plot, the original owner had several battles with Namu Tian. Although he has changed some directions now, according to the nature of the plot, these are very likely to happen. He doesn't want to be someone else's stepping stone. Tongzi, in the original plot, did the male protagonist come here? The main storyline didn't seem to mention this. He remembered that the hero in the story went to the Great Wilderness after the Tomb's secret realm, where he stirred up the situation, learned a top-level martial art, and even obtained a ground-level puppet with combat power equivalent to that of the Nirvana realm. It was precisely because of these gains that he dared to directly challenge the original owner, the number one genius, in the clan competition. I don't know if he will still go to the Great Wilderness now that he is injured and the old man with the cheat is asleep. Forehead. The system flipped through the plot for a long time. Mu Tian has indeed never been here. However, Xia Muxue was seriously injured once in the plot. Later, he visited Taiching Palace and provided a rare elixir to cure her. Changqing understood immediately. It must be that Xia Muxue was injured while investigating the blood demon incident, and Mu Tian happened to gain a lot in the Great Wilderness copy. This was all designed to deepen the relationship between the male and female protagonists. Although Changqing has never been a woman, she knows that women still have a somewhat complicated mentality towards those who have physical contact with them. Otherwise, Xia Muxue would not have saved Mu Tian outside the tomb. At that time, she probably didn't have much affection for this man, but later he came all the way to send her the elixir to save her, so she couldn't help but feel a little strange for the male protagonist. Defiling the goddess was already satisfying enough, and then he saved the goddess again. Wow, the feeling of counterattack must be so satisfying, right? It's the same old routine. Changqing shook his head. Host, the system wanted to say something, but saw its host's eyes suddenly sharpen. Without any other movement, the figure suddenly shot out. Changqing naturally reacted like this because he sensed something unusual outside. As soon as he arrived outside the stone chamber, he saw two shadows moving away quickly like ghosts. The black shadow in front was surrounded by demonic energy and was obviously a member of the Blood Demon clan, while the figure behind had a graceful figure. Who else could it be but Xia Muxue? Changqing didn't say anything. His body flashed, and the aura of Nirvana wavered, and a green light followed. The moon was already high in the sky. The three figures were all extremely fast. From a distance, they looked like three beams of light, flickering in the desert under the moonlight. After a while, the three of them left the base. Now that the guests are here, why are they in such a hurry to leave? Changqing laughed loudly, and the aura of a Nirvana powerhouse surged. The green light suddenly accelerated, surpassing Xia Muxue in an instant and directly arriving next to the evil black shadow. Boom, the spiritual power vibrated, bringing up a cloud of sand and rocks, and the black shadow flew backwards for thousands of meters like a kite with a broken string, flattening the sand dunes in the distance. Ha ha ha. Nirvana. What a Mu family. What a Shan dynasty. The figure quickly stood still, and demonic energy overflowed from the sky, wrapping the entire body in it. Stay. With a cold shout, Xia Muxue's brows turned as cold as ice, and light snowflakes lingered around her body. Congeal. The air in the desert cooled down instantly, and the black shadow retreated suddenly. Its previous location was replaced by a huge ice coffin. It is conceivable that if he had been a step slower, he would have been trapped in it. Changqing was secretly shocked when he saw this attack method. She just waved her white hands, and countless ice coffins condensed wherever she pointed, while the black shadow retreated in embarrassment and kept dodging. Changqing watched with his hands behind his back, his brows slowly furrowed. This agility? It was indeed quite impressive, but it also felt strangely familiar. He, the disciples of the big sect are really amazing. The black shadow flashed, and suddenly, he jumped up, a faint golden light flashed, and the whole person disappeared out of thin air. Space talisman, a gleam of light flashed in Changqing's eyes. Hey, are you stupid? Don't you know how to stop him? When Changqing came to his senses, he saw Xia Muxue staring at him, and her expression was inexplicably similar to the previous system. I thought you could keep him here. Changqing turned around calmly. Xiaomuxue stomped her feet in anger, but seeing him walking back without looking back, she had no choice but to follow him in 3 or 2 steps. It was already the middle of the night, and the wind in the desert was like the howling of ghosts. Changqing was silent all the way. Chapter 433, The Little Villain in the Fantasy World, 16. Hey, did you find something? Xiaomuxue asked. Nothing, just observe for 2 more days. Changqing shook his head. He had a vague guess, but it still needed further confirmation. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. Xiaomuxue seemed to be angry with him, and she suddenly accelerated, leaving Changqing far behind. The two of them didn't speak again until they arrived at the base, and each returned to his own guesthouse. The following few days were surprisingly peaceful. No blood demon came to disturb, and nothing else happened. The two searched within hundreds of miles around, but found nothing. It was as if everything was back to normal, but Changqing inexplicably felt that a storm was about to come. The two had no intention of leaving and stayed tacitly. Changqing went out to search every day, occasionally watched the guards maintain the formation, and even took a walk around the lake when the weather was good. Everything is so natural, everything is so leisurely. That day, he was walking by the lake with Lingyi when he happened to meet the old man from the Lin family walking towards him from a distance. My dear nephew Changqing, the old man greeted with a smile, but Changqing's expression changed slightly. He saw the old man making complex gestures with his hanging right hand, which was the unique way of expressing messages by the Umbu of the Mu family. A danger. Run, this is a message to him. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Tong. The young man shook his head calmly and greeted with a smile. He looked behind him and saw other guards rushing over, and now that he's here, he must get to the bottom of what's going on here. A flash of anxiety crossed the old man's face, but soon the others caught up with him. He said nothing more and followed the main force back to the base. Xiaomuxue has been going out early and coming back late these days. The scope of her search has become wider and wider, but the result is the same, nothing is found. Any results? When the sky was filled with sunset glow, Changqing saw her rushing towards him again and couldn't help but walk up to her and ask her. Xiaomuxue glanced at him, shook her head and went straight into her room, still angry with him. Changqing's eyes flashed. However, things will happen soon. The two of us have been here for a long time, and I believe the other party's patience has long been exhausted. At night, when the horn sounded, Changqing finally realized that it was just as he expected. He walked out slowly and saw a battlefield. The collision of demonic energy and spiritual power brought out waves, and dozens of blood demons were fighting and retreating, looking for a way to escape. Sir, please help capture these blood demons. He heard Xiaoyu shout and saw Xiaomuxue suddenly rush into the group of demons. A piece of ice crystal exploded and several blood demons flew backwards in an instant. However, he did not take action. Instead, he stood against the stone wall with his hands folded, looking like he was enjoying the fun. I see you guys are totally fine. As soon as these words came out, Xiaoyu's face changed. Brothers, today is the day to slay demons and defend the way. He roared, and the guards' attacking formation changed. But strangely, the blood demon immediately contracted his line and began to retreat slowly. TSK, they are all low-level blood demons. The system also jumped out and stood on Changqing's shoulder. No, these are not blood demons. At best, they are just demon corpses. Changqing explained. Demon corpse? The system blinked. Yes, although they are surrounded by demonic energy, they are completely lifeless. I just don't know how these long-dead demon corpses can actually fight again. It's quite rare. This time, the battle on the field has become one-sided. The speed of the blood demons retreating is getting faster and faster. With a strange roar, the blood demons suddenly turned around and fled, as fast as black lightning. Chase! Xiaoyu shouted loudly, and everyone chased after him, raising a cloud of dust. Go and have a look. Changqing's figure flashed and he followed from a distance. He had a higher level of cultivation and was even faster, and soon he saw a large group of shadowy figures in front of him. Along the way, there were many shattered demon corpses. A great victory. He picked up a piece of the stump to confirm it again, and it was indeed filled with the aura of death. This blood demon must have been dead for thousands of years. He slowly arrived at the entrance of a cave, and the battle inside was already over. It seems that this is the blood demon's stronghold. Xiaoyu ordered his men to carry out boxes of items from the cave, including magic pills used by the blood demon for cultivation, as well as various magical instruments emitting a strong demonic aura. Fortunately, you two adults are here, especially Master Mu Shui. Your ice-based skills are absolutely the nemesis of the blood demon. Xiaoluo wiped the sweat from his face and spoke to Xiaomuxue with a smile. Xiaomushue's expression was still cold, but she glanced at Changqing several times intentionally or unintentionally, and it was obvious that she was very satisfied with her performance. Changqing, everyone was very excited after winning the battle. Xiaoyu, in particular, had swept away his previous decadence and seemed to be full of energy and vigor. Brothers, let's celebrate when we get back. I will report everyone's achievements to the Imperial Court and commend you all. The others also showed excitement on their faces. Captain Yu, we must ask for your help, but we should also celebrate it ourselves. Yes, let's have a big feast. The group returned to the base with the spoils in a noisy manner and held a celebratory banquet by the lake that night. Changqing wanted to refuse, but he couldn't resist everyone's enthusiasm, so he drank 2 glasses of spirit wine. Thank you both for coming and helping us eliminate the blood demon.
Your Excellency has achieved profound cultivation.
You will definitely be a prominent figure in the entire Xuanyu region in the future. It is truly an honor for me to meet you.
The team members were extremely enthusiastic and kept praising each other without asking for anything in return. They praised the two of them so much that they felt embarrassed.
Even Xiao Muxue drank several glasses of wine in this atmosphere. I seem to be a little drunk.
Changqing seemed to be talking nonsense. Seeing Xiaoyu coming to toast him again, he stood up and staggered.
Come, drink.
He raised his glass, his voice unclear, and suddenly, his body went limp and he sat down on the ground, unconscious.
Your Excellency cannot hold his liquor.
Xiaoyu smiled. Xiao Muxue couldn't help but laugh when she saw Changqing suddenly fall to the ground. He was a genius in the Nirvana realm, but he couldn't even handle a few glasses of wine. She stood up and was about to help, but she felt dizzy. Not good, she cried out inwardly, and when she was about to summon her spiritual power, she found that her Yuandan was empty, and all her cultivation had disappeared.
It seems that Miss Mu Shui can't hold her liquor anymore.
Xiaoyu looked over, his eyes filled with a fanaticism that made her sick.
You are the one who did all this? Xiao Mushue's body swayed and she almost fell down.
She had to hold on to the stone table to steady herself.
Ha, it's too late for you to know now. Get it?
Xiaoyu sneered, and the guards who had been drinking just now fell silent. Two of them walked out and reached out to grab Xiao Muxue.
How dare you?
Xiao Muxue shouted sharply, and a ray of light emanated from the jade pendant on her neck, quickly forming a green light shield that enveloped her entire body. When the two men's hands touched the light shield, a crackling sound was made, as if they were burnt. The hand quickly retracted.
Are you demons?
Seeing this scene, Xiao Muxue, who was resisting the drug in her body, was startled. Her green shield has the effect of corroding demonic energy, and the two people who stretched out their hands just now were obviously corroded. Ha 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 ha. Xiaoyu suddenly burst into laughter. Miss Mu Shui is indeed very smart. He doubled over with laughter, and as he laughed, the others suddenly burst into laughter as well. Bang bang bang. Amidst the laughter, a series of strange noises suddenly appeared. Xiao Muxue turned her head and saw that black devil wings had burst out from behind the guards. However, these guards only had one wing, and were obviously not pure-blooded blood devils. Her expression was so ugly that it could no longer be described.
You actually colluded with the blood demon. Ha, what do you mean by going along with the crowd?
I, Xiaoyu, have been guarding the magic circle for over 10 years, and what have I gained? My cultivation has stagnated, my resources are pitifully scarce, and I'm even being marginalized within the family. Hearing her words, Xiaoyu's eyes turned red. He drank a glass of spirit wine and acted like a madman. But by cooperating with the blood demon, I have gained a lot.
You can't imagine the power of the demon species.
As soon as he finished speaking, his aura suddenly surged, and thick black air emerged. The momentum actually broke through the peak of Yuandan and directly reached the Nirvana realm.
This is the future. Join us. The future world will definitely be the world of the blood demon.
Chapter 434, The Little Villain in the Fantasy World, 17, Huh, you're so ugly, and you still want to be conscripted? Amidst the wild laughter, a sarcastic voice suddenly rang out. The scene suddenly became quiet. Xiaoyu turned his head and saw Changqing, who had fainted on the ground just now, had stood up at some point. His eyes were clear and his expression was teasing. How could he look intoxicated at all? His face changed drastically.
This demonic fragrance is quite good. Thank you for the hospitality.
The young man's gentle face was even more shocking to Xiaoyu than seeing the demon general.
Did you do that on purpose?
Xiao Muxue was also stunned by this sudden change for a moment, and then she was overjoyed. Even though she had countless protective magic weapons, she could not avoid being hit. At this moment, she was able to protect herself only by the passive defense of the magic weapons. If it continued for a long time, she would probably be in danger. Changqing saw her surprise and nodded with a smile.
This little bit of intoxication can't let me go.
Then he looked at Xiaoyu and others who were looking uncertain, with a hint of doubt in his eyes.
Not all of you have been corrupted by the demon species, right? And what's going on with the two people in the dungeon?
Deathly silence. No one gave any response. After a long while, a low, strange laugh suddenly came out of Xiaoyu's mouth.
It was dark, gloomy, and weird, and people who heard it shuddered. He, genius of the Mu family, you didn't think you could escape unscathed without being intoxicated, did you?
When he raised his head again, his eyes had turned completely blood red, and even his forehead was faintly visible with horns representing the blood demon.
Get it!
Suddenly, Xiaoyu shouted loudly, and then countless figures rushed over, with demonic energy swirling in the sky, completely covering the young man beside the stone table. Looking at all this, Xiaoyu's face showed a ferocious look. Xiao Mushue's expression also became tense. These people's temperaments changed drastically after they turned into demons, and their cultivation also improved greatly.
At this time, their group attack was extremely terrifying. Careful, as soon as she shouted 2 words, she heard a series of loud rumbling noises. The aura of a powerful Nirvana realm warrior burst out instantly, a green light flashed before his eyes, the thick black demonic energy was instantly blown away, and countless human shadows flew backwards. Clang, countless stone tables and benches were knocked over, and even though all the demons attacked together, they were still no match for the enemy. You have been hiding your strength before? Xiaoyu also had a look of devastation on his face, as if he had not expected this situation. Hee, you were the one who tested us the night we first arrived, right? Chang Cheng stared at Xiaoyu's face, narrowed his eyes, and his tone was very certain. What? Before Xiaoyu could react, Xiaomu Shui on the other side had already stood up, then shook her body and sat down on the ground. You knew there was something wrong with this team, right? She widened her eyes in disbelief. The wounded should take good care of themselves and not try to be tough. Changqing glanced at her indifferently. Yu Xiaomuxue was choked with anger by his expression, but the next moment her eyes were shocked again. At some point, Xiaoyu's body shape had changed. In addition to the previous black bone wings, a transparent wing of similar shape appeared on his back. The single wing turned into a pair of wings, and his overall aura also increased greatly. He has actually broken through to the level of Nirvana. He. All of you go to hell. Xiaoyu suddenly jumped up, and the demonic wings behind him spread out. The overwhelming demonic energy burst out instantly, completely covering the entire lake. Changqing smelled a rotten smell at the tip of his nose and frowned. I think Xiaoyu has tried his best. But if this is the level I can only reach after trying my best, Changqing snorted coldly. Xiaomuxue stared at the scene in front of her with wide eyes, a hint of worry in her expression. This strong demonic energy could cause her harm even at her peak, and she might even have to use her sex magic weapon to resist it. That person was only born in a low-level dynasty. Could he deal with him? He couldn't help but feel a little skeptical. However, her doubt was soon replaced by surprise. The young man in front of him opened his hand slightly, and the spiritual power of heaven and earth suddenly became still. Even the sound of the wind in his ears seemed to stop instantly. The next moment, infinite spiritual power rushed to his palms from all directions, and a faint spiritual light shone in the demonic energy, like a starry sky in the dark night. A catastrophe. Xiaomuxue felt a hint of the aura of lightning tempering her body, which was something that only appeared after she had passed the Nirvana tribulation. Demon Blood Hand. Xiaoyu shouted loudly, his palms flashing in the demonic energy, and the scarlet blood light brought out a corrosive smell that was disgusting. This was a unique skill he cultivated after he became a demon. With this move, he suppressed countless resistors. He believed that even if he faced a strong man who had reached the first level of Nirvana, he would be able to achieve something. Go to hell. When the two palms attacked his body, his eyes suddenly widened and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Boom, there was a huge crash and a cloud of sand and gravel. Demonic energy and spiritual power surged in the space. All the other team members around were shaken and retreated dozens of steps. Even Xiaomuxue, who was wrapped in a magic weapon, felt a tinnitus. Ha, is this the strength you have after becoming a demon? Amidst the chaos, a cold laugh was heard. Immediately, a flash of inspiration appeared, and a heart-pounding pressure swept over in an instant. With a short cry of surprise, the demonic energy that was so powerful just now instantly rolled back, just like the dust in the sky being blown away by a tornado, and disappeared in an instant. A figure flew out backwards. Xiaoyu, everyone's heart trembled. Xiaomuxue looked far away and saw that the demonic energy on Xiaoyu's body had almost dissipated. And only one demonic wing was left on his back. The black air receded, and the wing bones wrapped in black flesh were revealed. The whole appearance looked extremely weird. Is this what a blood demon looks like? It's really ugly. She suddenly remembered what Changqing had said before about those ugly things. Ahem. Xiaoyu covered his mouth and coughed, and thick black blood flowed from between his fingers. You used a magic weapon. He gritted his teeth. However, the young man opposite did smile indifferently. He flipped his hand, and a shining disc appeared in his hand. The 8 trigrams on its surface were released slowly like flowing water, emitting a breathtaking pressure. This yin-yang roulette seems to have a restraining effect on the blood demon. Changqing knocked with his fingers, and a crisp sound was heard, which sounded as if the eardrums of the demons were pierced. Mean. Xiaoyu couldn't help but curse. A strong man who had reached the first level of Nirvana actually used a magic weapon to hurt people right at the beginning. Shouldn't we follow the process and practice a few moves first, compare our skills and techniques, and then use the magic weapon? TSK, you, a demon transformer, are talking to me about being despicable. This is really funny. Changqing couldn't help laughing. This guy who feeds the devil with his own body is not even a human being, and he still dares to talk about justice? What? After you transformed into a demon, didn't the master give you any magic weapon? TSK, I see you're not only ugly, but also extremely poor. How can you even transform into a demon? The sharp words that reached Xiaoyu's ears made his eyes red. I'm going to kill you. He suddenly let out a wild roar, and his entire body suddenly grew to 2 meters high. The palms that were originally used to hold him human also creaked and changed, transforming into devil claws emitting faint light. He just put his hands together, muttered something, and looked extremely pious. Chapter 435, The Little Villain in the Fantasy World, 18, Mu Changqing, kill it quickly, it's offering a sacrifice. Xiao Mushua's voice made Changqing narrow his eyes. Naturally, he had also heard of the Blood Demon clan's method of sacrifice. It was said that this secret method could be used to attract a trace of the soul of a demon general or even a demon king, however, looking at Xiao Yu's aura, he didn't believe that he could attract the demon king. This is really ugly. Changqing shook his head and did not make any movement. Suddenly, dozens of spiritual energy cyclones several feet high appeared around him. As his eyes flashed, the cyclones spun rapidly, making a crackling sound as the spiritual energy surged. As he pointed his finger, the vortex of spiritual energy paused for a moment, then suddenly rushed forward. Xiao Yu suddenly opened his eyes, the originally blood-red eyeballs turned black. Roar, a roar that shook the earth and mountains came out of his mouth, and his pair of claws suddenly stretched out, and his sharp nails were like daggers. This time, the spiritual energy whirlwind had already reached the body, but the demon body suddenly spun, and the demonic energy it brought up also formed a huge vortex, which collided dangerously with the spiritual energy vortex. There was no loud crash, only the sizzling sound of them devouring each other could be heard. This is a contest between spiritual power and magic power. Everyone stared at the battle on the field, speechless for a moment. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. A strange sound was heard, bringing with it a wave of magical power. This is magic words. Xiao Mushua's face turned a little ugly. This kind of magic words could actually affect people's minds. As the magic sound came, her mind couldn't help but feel a little dazed. You are just a trace of spirit, yet you dare to speak nonsense. A cold voice came from her trance, instantly clearing her chaotic mind. This magic word is really domineering. Xiao Mushua's heart also shuddered. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel strange in her heart. That person didn't seem to be affected by the magic words, and even fought back as if nothing had happened. This time, Changqing was already holding a magic sword in his hand, and the yin yang will was suspended in the air, emitting a scorching light under the faint moonlight. He pointed his sword at the sky, and for a moment the yang energy of heaven and earth surged. The yin and yang will was like a big sun, and the burst of light was eye-scorching. Is this using yin to create yang, replacing the sun with the moon? Xiao Mushue murmured. If Changqing heard what she said, he would probably have to explain that the so-called moonlight is just the reflection of sunlight. There is no clear boundary between yin and yang, so how can it be borrowed? Burn! All I heard was a loud shout from him. The world in the middle of the night became as bright as at noon, and the red light on the yin-yang wheel was scorching brightly, like a sunspot exploding. All the demons on the ground let out a series of screams. The thick black gas was burning and disappearing, like hydrogen burning in a flame, turning into nothingness. This is not ordinary sunlight, but the demon-killing light emitted by the powerful Nirvana who has naturally integrated his own spiritual power with the great Tao. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. At this time, Xiao Yu uttered another urgent demonic word, and those who had turned into demons suddenly jumped up as if they were controlled, and rushed straight towards the big sun. However, Xiao Yu took advantage of this opportunity and retreated quickly. Most of the demonic energy in his body had been consumed, and even his troll-like body was showing signs of melting under the scorching sun. If we continue fighting, it will be dangerous. Want to leave? No way. He had just retreated several dozen feet when he suddenly felt a chill on his back and a delicate cry reached his ears. Murderous intent. Xiao Yu didn't have time to look back. He tapped his toes and the violent demonic energy suddenly rolled back. His body used the recoil force to move forward dozens of feet in an instant. He actually rushed out of the camp and fled into the depths of the desert. This time, Changqing had already swung his sword and killed all the demons who rushed towards him. When I looked up after finishing work, I saw only Xiao Mushue chasing Xiao Yu away. TSK, it seems she has recovered. Changqing put away his sword and stood still, not chasing after him. Xiao Yu has been injured for a long time now, and his magic power is almost difficult to maintain. Xiao Mushue has many magic weapons and is practicing advanced skills from a large sect, so he is not worried. Big, my lord. At this time, there were still 3 or 4 trembling figures on the field. Changqing took a look and saw that the 4 people, including the old man from the Lin family, were huddled together, their bodies shaking constantly. Why didn't you transform into a demon? Changqing asked with a frown. It would have been better if he didn't ask. After he did, several people immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed continuously. They are worried about the leakage of demonic energy, so they need us to communicate with the dynasty. So, okay, Changqing understood. As long as the demon seed has not been planted, it's good. He reached out his hand to check and found that they were not lying, so he asked everyone to sit up. Report what's happening here to the dynasty and ask them to send more people. By the way, thank you for reminding me before. Changqing said to the old man from the Lin family afterwards. Changqing asked them some more questions about the situation at the base, and naturally they told him everything they knew. Boom, a huge sound suddenly came, and a huge head fell directly from midair to the ground of the camp, raising a cloud of dust. Xiao Mushue is back. It seems you have gained a lot. Changqing sensed it briefly and found that Xiao Mushue's aura had become even stronger. It seemed that she was on the verge of a breakthrough. Humph, he drugged me without knowing the consequences. Chopping off his head would be the least of his worries. The expression on her face was still cold, but Changqing could hear pride in her voice. Not bad, well done. He gave a thumbs up, the result was just a roll of the eyes. Don't act like an elder. Humph, I can handle them even if you don't take action. Although she said that, Xiaomuxue still walked over and sat down the next moment. Are those two people in the dungeon your team members? She asked those people. Several people immediately lowered their heads. Yes, they were unwilling to cooperate and even tried to escape and report to the dynasty many times, so they were, you guys handle it. Changqing stood up and stretched. Those people have been completely demonized, and there is no way he can save them now that things here have come to an end for the time being. He suddenly felt sleepy. I'm going to bed. He lifted his foot and walked away. Everyone, Xiaomuxue? Chapter 436, The Little Villain in the Fantasy World, 19, so, you decided to continue traveling? The sunset glowed on Xiaomuxue's face covered with gauze, giving her a hazy beauty. Her voice seemed a little low, but when you listen carefully, it seemed without any emotion. Yes, the matter here has been settled, and the people sent by the dynasty will arrive soon. I plan to go east. Changqing had already boarded the crane again at this time. He lay there boneless, his eyes looking towards the horizon. Xiaomuxue's eyes darkened. It seems like I have something I want to say, but I don't know how to start. She slowed down and they flew side by side for a while. Feeling the warm evening breeze, Xiaomuxue sighed inwardly. You, take care. Finally, she said this. Well, bye. The young man responded. After hearing the word goodbye, Xiaomuxue inexplicably felt much more relaxed and nodded goodbye. Changqing watched the streak of light disappear into the sky before slowly looking away. System, what's going on with the male protagonist? The system that just came back? Host, shouldn't you lament the pain of separation? Why are your thoughts so jumpy? However, as a professional controller, it does not ask questions that it should not ask, and answers the host's questions without hesitation. The hero's injury has healed, and he is now in the wilderness following the storyline. However, because you tricked me before, I'm running low on resources, so it's not going as smoothly as the original plot. Changqing, this is understandable, as the male protagonist Mu Tian's upgrade route is linked together, and any problem in any link will lead to problems in the subsequent ones. On the plot, the original owner also went to the Great Wilderness and obtained a 9th grade martial art in the ancient sect copy. However, compared with Mu Tian who obtained the spiritual martial art, it was nothing. It's the kind of story that sets the stage for a shock at first, but the big shock in the end comes from the male lead. Host, why don't you also go to the Great Wasteland to snatch the male protagonist's opportunity? The system came over in a mean manner. TSK, I've already reached the first level of Nirvana. If I go again, it would be a bit of a bully. The system's face fell. But it's not a bad idea to go and see the excitement. As soon as Changqing changed his tone, the system blossomed instantly like a sunflower illuminated by the sun. Host, you are right, make trouble. The system jumped 3 feet high. Let's go south. Changqing issued an order. The Great Wilderness is not far from here, so there is no need to rush. Just let the spiritual crane walk slowly. In the following days, Changqing stopped and walked around, and passed by many interesting places. On the way, he also received a message from the Mu family, saying that the secret realm of the ancient sect was opened and asking him if he wanted to go. He directly responded that Mu Kor could lead the team. As his strength continued to improve, the tribe did not respond to his behavior and even provided him with a lot of items to make his travel more comfortable. While Changqing was enjoying the scenery, Mu Tian was not so happy. The male protagonist's troublemaking system was activated. As soon as he arrived in the Great Wilderness, he offended the Inshur sect, one of the 4 major local forces. He killed the smaller ones and gained a lot, but the older ones came again. Fortunately, old Fu woke up at the critical moment, so he was not refined into a corpse puppet. Damn it, that old man. He's haunting me. After a great battle, Mu Tian finally forced the enemy to retreat and rested in a cave. He looked depressed and couldn't help but hit the stone wall with his palm and cursed. Ahem, if I were in my prime, that old man would be no match for me. Mr. Fu also sighed. Now he can only exert the strength of the early stage of Nirvana. Facing an opponent who is also in the Nirvana realm, he is naturally somewhat powerless. You are only a little away from the peak of the creation realm. If you have enough pure yuan pills, there will definitely be no problem. Fu Lao's words made Mu Tian grit his teeth even more. He had clearly obtained so many pure yuan pills in the secret realm of the tomb, but he ended up giving them all to Mu Changqing. It's so abominable. Alas, I also lack a suitable magical weapon. Mu Tian sighed. The road to becoming a strong man was indeed full of thorns. You shouldn't have made a deal with Mu Changqing. You've traded away all your resources. Is it worth it for that little girl? Hearing Mu Tian sigh, Mr. Fu also felt a little dissatisfied. The road to greatness is so difficult. How could one give away his opportunity for the sake of a woman? Now he had to take action several times. He was already in a state of spirit and could not withstand the consumption. That's my sister. How can I not help her? Mu Tian felt a little regretful in his heart, but he was unwilling to admit it. He said something with his neck stiff, and then fell silent again. The evening breeze blew through the cave entrance outside, making a whimpering sound and making the cave seem even more desolate. Why don't we go to Daoshan first? The ancient sect's secret realm is about to open, and we can look for opportunities there. After a long while, Mr. Fu made a tentative proposal that's all there is to it. Mutian nodded, however, this time he must be extra low-key, because he knew that when the ancient sect opened, not only would the talented people from the wilderness come to seek opportunities, but even the four major families would send people there as well, and his relationship with the four major families is not good. Especially the Wang family. After the battle with Wang Ao that day, they probably became mortal enemies. Now I have also entered the realm of creation, but Wang Ao is probably not idle either. I guess he has reached the peak of the realm of creation. If old Fu were included, he would not be afraid of him, but old Fu had some opinions about him recently, which made him a little worried. Well, let's take it one step at a time. After resting for a few days, Mu Tian set off cautiously along the way. I met many people who were rushing to Mount Wenda, and everyone was in a hurry. There are so many people here. I'm afraid all the powerful forces in Deshang have sent people here. Mu Tian sighed inwardly. As a result, when he arrived at the Asking Dao Mountain, he realized that he had underestimated everyone's enthusiasm for exploring the secrets. The platform thousands of feet high was packed with people, there were constant sounds of laughter and noise, and some people were setting up tents and making fires to cook. Some people even formed an open space and dueled inside. Mu Tian was immediately stunned by this scene. This is more than 10 times more popular than the Tomb Secret Realm. He smacked his lips inwardly. Of course, this is where all the great men of Dashang gather. The voice of Master Fu sounded in his mind. Well, I'd better stay aside to avoid accidental injury. Mu Tian understood the essence of the word go. He lowered his hat and walked to the corner to sit on the ground. The people around him were dressed simply and looked like casual cultivators trying their luck, so he felt a little more at ease. I don't know if Mu Changqing will come. When that indifferent figure appeared in his mind, a surge of anger rose in his heart. It was he who took away his father's dignity and greatly reduced his own gains in the tomb. This account will be settled sooner or later. Mu Tian clenched his fists tightly. However, his current strength might not be enough, and his eyes darkened. I hope I can gain something from this secret realm. Mu Tian sighed to himself. Chapter 437, The Little Villain in the Fantasy World, 20. At this time, there was only one day left before the secret realm was opened, and people from various forces arrived one after another. There was a commotion among the crowd. Mu Tian closed his eyes, trying to reduce his presence as much as possible, but his ears were perked up, and all the discussions around him were in his mind. The Inshur sect has arrived. Suddenly, he heard a commotion. When he opened his eyes, he saw a gloomy wind blowing in the sky and dozens of maids carrying a sedan chair emitting a strong gloomy aura coming over on the clouds. Those maids were all at the initial stage of creation. Mu Tian's pupils shrank. The Inshur sect actually has such a profound background? Hearing the others gasp, he pressed his hat down again. He has a deep feud with the Inshur sect, and now that the secret realm is about to open, it is best not to get into conflict. Of course, he didn't have much fear in his heart. The highest level of cultivation among the four great families of the Shang dynasty is the Nirvana realm, and the leader of the Inshur sect is at most at this level, so the person who comes must be at a level below Nirvana. If a fight really breaks out, he is confident that he can leave safely. The people from the Inshur sect swaggered into a good position. There were dozens of them in their group, all with their faces covered in black robes, and they exuded an astonishing murderous aura. Others didn't dare to get close to them, let alone conflict with them, and geniuses from several other major forces in the Great Wilderness also arrived with their teams, and there was another round of tit-for-tat confrontation between them. However, considering that the secret realm was about to open, no fighting occurred. Mu Tian was far away from the center and tried his best to hide his presence. No one noticed that this ordinary person in the corner was actually a ruthless character on the Inshur sect's kill list. The three major forces have all arrived. This must be the strongest force in this secret realm. Someone next to him sighed to his friend. Brother Tang, this is your first time here, right? This ancient sect's secret realm is a major event for the great Shang dynasty. The four major families will all be here. Their talents are definitely a bit stronger than the three major forces in the Great Wilderness. The companion next to him was obviously a veteran, and he was not reluctant to help him with some scientific research. Hearing this, Mu Tian's eyelids twitched. The four major families, one day, he will trample all those high-ranking families under his feet. At this moment, a wave of spiritual power suddenly came from the sky. We've arrived at the Mu family. He heard someone next to him say something. Looking up, I saw a huge airship hovering in the air. Countless figures were walking out of the airship and turning into rainbow lights falling to the ground. Mu family clan, flames immediately ignited in Mu Tian's eyes. However, Mu Changqing didn't seem to be there. He saw Mu Kor, Mu Feng, Mu Yi and others, as well as several older elders, but he didn't see the person he hated so much. He didn't come. Mu Tian was a little bit unbelievable. Are the Mu family really that arrogant? Don't even the top talent come to such an occasion? In fact, he really blamed the Mu family wrongly. There was really nothing he could do about the Mu family because they just refused to obey orders, and he is the strongest. Who dares to offend him? A strong man in the Nirvana realm is a powerful deterrent as long as he exists, so we can only let him go. The arrival of the Mu family sparked another heated discussion on the scene. However, the excitement had not yet passed, and there was another flash of golden light in the sky. The Wang family is here. They also arrived by flying boat, but the Wang family's flying boat looked more luxurious. The outer layer seemed to be coated with a layer of gold, sparkling under the sun, and it was obvious that they were very rich. A young man in a yellow robe with loose hair was the first to walk out of the flying boat. He swept his eyes over the people below with a defiant look, and the aura he exuded was even more solemn. This is the eldest son of the Wang family. I'm afraid he is only one step away from the Nirvana realm. Hearing the discussions of others, Mu Tian clenched his fists. Ha ha ha, Mu family, where's your Mu Changqing? Why didn't he come? Is he afraid of me and has become a coward? Wang Ao glanced around and saw that Mu Changqing was not in the Mu family team, so he immediately laughed and asked. The tone of his voice made it seem as if only Mu Changqing was worthy of being his opponent. Everyone's expression changed, especially the Sky Eagle Martial Arts School, one of the three major forces in the Great Wilderness, which was in a commotion. A burly young man seemed to want to stand up, but was stopped by an old man. The old man whispered a few words in his ear, and then he retreated silently. The people from the Inshur sect and the Huagong Palace also discussed the matter for a while, but no one stood up to challenge Wang Ao. It seemed that the Wang family's title as one of the four major families still carried some weight. Brother Changqing is out for training. The Mu family naturally refused to accept this, and Mu Kier stood up and spoke loudly. Besides, Brother Changqing has already overcome a great tribulation and his strength surpasses that of the patriarch. Wang Ao, don't humiliate yourself by competing with him. The girl had a graceful figure and a clear voice, but what she said caused an uproar. The Mu family's genius actually overcame the second tribulation? Is this true? This level of cultivation must be the best in the Great Shang dynasty, right? I don't think the Mu family would lie. A year ago, I went to an ancient tomb in Yunqing and met the Mu family's genius. He had already reached the Nirvana realm at that time. Hiss. Horrible. The discussion in the crowd reached Mu Tian's ears, making him feel very uncomfortable. Mu Changqing was just relying on his family's resources. If he had to rely on himself like himself, he wouldn't believe it would be so easy to break through. The world is so unfair. Mu Tian gritted his teeth secretly. If Changqing knew what he was thinking at this moment, he would probably laugh out loud. The male protagonist has good luck, magical objects like the Jade Talisman, and the Old Man's plugin. He is several levels stronger than ordinary geniuses. It is really interesting to talk about fairness here. On the court, Wang Ao seemed to be shocked by the news. Sister Kur, you're kidding, right? How can Nirvana be so difficult to overcome? He frowned, clearly disbelieving. The head of the Wang family, that is, his father, is still in the early stage. The Nirvana tribulation cannot be overcome just by saying so. Obviously, Mu Kor was prepared. When she heard Wang Ao say this, she took out a talisman. This is the talisman that Brother Changqing used to communicate with our family. It carries a hint of his aura. Feel it. Everyone looked over. Mu Tian also understood in his heart that the Mu family was trying to establish their authority. After all, there was a powerful person in the second level of Nirvana in the family. Other people in the secret realm would have to think twice before taking action against the Mu family. She injected her spiritual power, a breeze surged, and the aura on the talisman burst out instantly. Mu Tian widened his eyes. In an instant, he seemed to feel the power of the heavenly calamity, and the murderous intent came towards him. It really is the second level of Nirvana. Mu Changqing is indeed the Mu family's #1 genius. Boy, you have to work harder. When Master Fu's voice came, Mu Tian had no doubts in his mind. Crunch, there was a slight sound when Mu Tian's fist was squeezed, and his face turned red. He inexplicably felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. That person clearly had not arrived at the scene, but he had already become the focus of the scene. It was like two people climbing a ladder together, originally 10 steps apart. As a result, you thought you had speeded up and the gap had narrowed, but you found that the other person accelerated even faster and the gap widened. This feeling is particularly uncomfortable and unpleasant, making people want to get angry. This time, heated discussions broke out in the crowd. Even those with low cultivation could feel the horror of that breath, and those with high cultivation could even feel the power of the heavenly calamity. Who wouldn't be shocked? This is probably the first person in Dishang. No wonder he didn't come here. If he had, the others would have no chance of playing. I'm afraid the Mu family will have to take another step forward. The chaotic discussion voices reached Mu Tian's ears, making him feel dazed. He seemed to see the humiliating scene of his father being defeated in a single move, and he seemed to see the scene of the tomb mansion being forced to exchange most of its gains. Everything drove him crazy. Shut up, everyone! Suddenly, he jumped up and shouted immediately. It attracted everyone's surprised gaze. Chapter 438, The Little Villain in the Fantasy World, 21, swish, swish, swish. Countless eyes looked at him, and Mu Tian's head immediately started buzzing. Damn it! How could I not control my emotions? He cursed in his heart and shrank back, trying to minimize his presence. However, under the watchful eyes of the public, it is probably impossible not to attract attention. Ha ha ha, Mu Tian, you actually dare to show up. Before everyone could react, a faint and sinister laugh came from the Inshur sect, and a ghostly figure rushed out from the sedan chair into the sky.
For a moment, the square was filled with ghostly aura and a bloody wind. In Jojo, the young master of the Inshur sect, Mu Tian felt the pressing murderous intent at that moment. You will die if you injure our sect elders. The ghostly figure flashed and approached in an instant. The people around Mu Tian rolled and crawled away quickly, exclaiming in surprise. Anger flashed across Mu Tian's eyes. Did he think it was easy to catch him? Since there is no way to retreat, he will not retreat. He took a heavy step forward with his right foot, and a tremendous amount of spiritual power burst out instantly. Boom, the two forces immediately collided with each other, making a loud noise. The realm of creation is fully achieved. Everyone was shocked. This seemingly insignificant boy was actually the one who recently killed the Inshur sect's deacon and repelled the Inshur sect's elders? Everyone was shocked. Wang Ao and the Wang family team also narrowed his eyes. This kid is really a nuisance wherever he goes, but his cultivation level is improving quite fast, even not slower than the pride of his big family. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. People like this should die early. There was also surprise in the Mu family team. A flash of joy crossed Mu Kor's face, and then a deep worry emerged. The other young people looked gloating, but the three elders remained expressionless, looking at the two fighting men thoughtfully. On the field, In Jojo and Mu Tian had exchanged several moves, but what surprised him was that although the opponent was a little lower in realm, his spiritual power was strong and he was not at a disadvantage at all. This kid is really weird. No wonder Elder Lian Gu suffered a great loss. He changed his mind, and after suddenly launching 2 attacks, he immediately retreated. Ha, you do have some strength. We'll see who's the winner after we get to the secret realm. Mu Tian's face looked a little ugly. He had wanted to borrow the power of old Fu to quickly defeat In Jojo, show his strength, and make others give up the idea of challenging him. However, he didn't expect that the guy would slip away after a few moves. A snort. He snorted coldly and did not pursue. After In Jojo retreated into the crowd, he looked at Wang Ao with a smile. Master Wang, I heard that you and Mu Tian had quite a conflict before, so I won't compete with you for this opportunity. The intention to sow discord is so strong that anyone can see it. Is Wang Ao the kind of person who can be provoked by others? He is not, but he really hated Mu Tian, and was also a little wary of him. He knew that Mu Tian had some hidden tricks up his sleeve, and his improved strength really frightened him. Such an enemy must be eliminated as soon as possible so that we can have peace of mind sooner rather than later. When Mu Tian saw Wang Ao's eyes, he knew that he was definitely going to take action. At this time, he also felt a sense of resentment in his heart that his fate was in his own hands. Why? These chosen ones can enjoy so many resources? They can bully others at will. Today, he was determined to make a big scene here. He is now at the peak of the Fate realm. He is confident that with the help of Master Fu, he will not be afraid of facing the peak of the Fate realm. Thinking of this, he simply took a step forward and slowly took off the hat on his head, revealing his angular young face, which also had a look of arrogance on it. Wang Ao, I know you won't let me go. You couldn't kill me last time in the Tomb Mansion, and it won't be the same this time. A faint spiritual power lingered around his body, and the young man's voice was so resounding that the faces of everyone in the Wang family darkened. Mu Kor didn't expect him to say this. She couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise, and her face showed anxiety. Elder, this Mu Tian is from our Mu family's Yunqing branch. He has already reached the great perfection of the creation realm and is a powerful fighter. We need to help him. She quickly turned around and asked for help from the elders leading the team. That guy was too impulsive. He was quite powerful, but even if he could defeat Wang Ao, what would that do? The Wang family was a group, a major force, and among the elders leading them, there were 4 at the peak of their destiny. No matter how strong one person is, he can never defeat many people. The purple-robed elder of the Mu family who was in the lead had a thoughtful look on his face. He had seen clearly the boy's attack just now. He was indeed at the great perfection of the creation realm, and his combat power seemed to be even higher than that of the great perfection realm. He was probably still holding a lot of trump cards. Go and call him over. After a while, he said this. The atmosphere on the field was even more tense at this moment. Wang Ao's spiritual power was unleashed. The violent spiritual energy made his red hair flutter and his long robe bulge. He looked like a longbow with a drawn string, as if he would penetrate everything in the next moment. Mu Tian was also concentrating at this moment, staring at Wang Ao, with faint arcs of electricity flashing across his body. This was the effect of his practice of the Tiangang 5 Thunder body provided by Master Fu, which could make his body harder than stone and greatly increase his defense. The others also held their breath and watched everything nervously. Who would have thought that before the secret realm was opened, we could see the Wang family, one of the 4 major families, taking action? Countless people shouted in their hearts, "Fight to fight!" A sinister smile appeared on In Joyo's face at this moment. This was the result he wanted to see. Seeing the two about to fight, he couldn't help but feel happy. Come, bring a pot of blood-vine wine. This scene deserves good wine. However, his expression changed the next moment, and a young girl flew out from the crowd of Mu family members. Stop! A delicate shout attracted everyone's attention. Mu family? In Joyo also narrowed his eyes. However, the girl's subsequent words soon made him feel a little unhappy. When the secret realm opens, Wang Ao, you don't want to get hurt, right? She looked at Wang Ao calmly, but what she said made his eyes flash. Humph, I'm only 1 step away from Nirvana, and he thinks he can hurt me?
Wang Ao snorted coldly, but his momentum was somewhat reduced. Mu Tian is a descendant of my Mu family's branch family, and is also considered a member of the Mu family. I hope everyone will not make things difficult for him. Then, Mu Kier glanced at everyone, paused at In Joyo, and spoke loudly. The crowd was in an uproar again. That guy is actually from the Mu family? How come I haven't heard of his reputation before? Nonsense, he's from a branch family. Don't you know that the branch families of a large family are very distantly related to the main family? I guess the main family supports him because they see that he has good talent. Ah, this kid is really lucky. With the Mu family backing him up, I'm afraid no one would dare to have any thoughts about him. Mu Tian didn't expect that the Mu family would be willing to take the lead this time, which surprised him a little. He looked at Mu Kor. He felt a little grateful to this lovely girl from the Zone family. She always stood firmly on his side and was someone he could make friends with. Come with me to the Mu family. Mu Kor came over and whispered. The great elder agreed. Mu Tian is not a pedantic person. He thought that if someone was there to protect him in this situation, there would be less trouble. Thinking of this, he nodded silently. Seeing that the two were about to walk towards the Mu family camp, In Joyo showed an unwilling look on his face. Damn it, is Wang Ao such a coward? He looked at Wang Ao, but found that he was staring at the sky with a puzzled expression. In Joyo? Phew, just as he was wondering, he heard a faint cry of a crane from afar. Then, Wang Ao's expression changed. What's this? Someone else from the Wang family is coming? But the next moment, he saw the Mu family erupting in excitement. This is Yun Zhenghe's voice. Brother Changqing is here. Hearing this voice, In Joyo was frightened. Although the Nirvana realm cannot enter the secret realm, as long as it guards outside, it will be a great deterrent. The expressions of the other major forces all looked unhappy. Chapter 439, The Little Villain in the Fantasy World, 22. Wang Ao had an even more puzzled expression as he stared at the black spot that gradually appeared in the sky, with various emotions such as envy and jealousy flashing through his mind. Mu Tian, who was walking towards the Mu family camp, stopped. That person actually came too. He immediately clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. Mu Kor beside him didn't know what he was thinking, but was very happy. Don't worry, with brother Changqing here, the Wang family will definitely not dare to take action again. Hey, why are you going back? As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Mu Tian walking straight to the corner. Mu Tian walked firmly without any hesitation. Mu Changqing had cheated him last time, but he was one of the people he hated the most, even more than Wang Ao, because Wang Ao at least hasn't let him suffer such a big loss. I won't be on the same team with that guy, and I don't need his protection. Mu Tian's low voice made Mu Kor stunned. It seems that brother Changqing didn't offend him, right? What's going on? She thought about the Tomb Secret Realm incident, but it was clearly a voluntary transaction. How could she really hate him? Mu Kor wanted to persuade her again, but a young man came over and pulled her back. The elder said that if they don't appreciate it, then forget it. Besides, the Mu family's greatest reliance has already arrived, so why bother with anything else? Everyone looked up at the sky, and for a moment even the noise died down. At this time, Changqing was talking to the system. Hey, system, do you think I should show some presents later to scare people? Hey, I think it's okay. The hero, Mu Tian, was there too, right? Why didn't we see him fighting with Wang Ao? Changqing asked again with some doubts. In the original plot, the male protagonist showed his prowess in this place. He caught Wang Li with one move and gave him a severe lesson. Later, he fought a fierce battle with Wang Ao and defeated Wang Ao directly, becoming the most powerful person. He couldn't believe that he was so low-key now. Haha, being high-profile requires strength. The male protagonist has just reached the great creation realm. Changqing understood immediately. At this point in the plot, the male protagonist has reached the peak of the creation realm. The upgrade speed is comparable to riding a rocket. At that time, he was just wanting to verify his own strength. Besides, Wang Ao was also at the peak of the creation realm, so naturally he felt not in vain. It can even be said that with the secret help of Master Fu, defeating Wang Ao is a foregone conclusion. Even if several elders of the Wang family take action, they cannot stop him now, because the profits from the secret realm of the tomb were intercepted by him. The male protagonist has only just reached the realm of creation. Although this is not slow, it is one level lower than the original plot. It seems that he no longer has absolute confidence in facing Wang Ao. Changqing sighed slightly. At this time, he had already reached the sky above the square, and looking down he could see the indescribable expressions on the faces of the people. This? Why is there such an expression? He frowned. Host, your mount is too low class and too slow. Hurry! Reveal a trace of your powerful aura. As soon as the system finished speaking, everyone in the square felt time stand still. The doubt in their eyes was instantly replaced by horror. This is the breath of a powerful person in the Nirvana realm. Several elders of the Mu family were overjoyed. Haha, I didn't expect Changqing to survive another disaster in just 6 months. The second elder in purple laughed while twirling his beard. At this moment, he could already feel that the aura far exceeded the second level of Nirvana, and the level of spiritual power was simply incomparable. The young disciples of the Mu family were also extremely excited.
Originally, that man was the idol of the disciples of the clan, but they did not expect that his strength had now reached the pinnacle of the Shang dynasty. People are more worthy of comparison than others. It's as easy for Brother Changqing to overcome the tribulation as it is for him to eat. Even we in the Fate Realm have a hard time. Mu Feng exclaimed excitedly. Brother Changqing is so handsome. This appearance really shows that he is the number one talent of our Mu family. Mu Shuer couldn't help but scream. The disciples next to her glanced at her. None of them looked surprised. This person is Brother Changqing's number one fan, so no one would be surprised by his behavior. Even Mu Kor had forgotten what happened to Mu Tian just now. She stared at the sky in a daze, feeling quite yearning in her heart. She wondered how great it would be if one day she could have such strength. Only after the young man slowly got off the spirit crane did a sound of gasps come from the square. A strong man in Nirvana realm, in a low-level dynasty like the Great Shang, there are only a handful of forces that possess Nirvana realm masters, and these masters are required to stay at home and will not move around at will. Therefore, for many people, this is the first time they have seen a strong person of such a level. For a moment, the square was as quiet as a chicken. Ha, Changqing, when I sent you the message before, I thought you weren't coming. The second elder in purple was very satisfied with everyone's performance. He laughed twice and walked forward. Although the Nirvana realm cannot enter the secret realm, it is good to come and support it. It is much safer inside the secret realm this time. Whoever dares to attack the Mu family will face the revenge of the Nirvana realm strongmen when they come out. This is not a joke. I was just passing by and stopped by to see you all. Changqing said calmly as the second elder walked into the Mu family's camp. Brother Changqing. A group of young people immediately gathered around, their faces shining with excitement, and they were obviously very impressed by the family's number one genius. The original owner preferred this kind of situation where he was surrounded by people, and he had a good relationship with other young people in the Mu family. Sometimes he would help them answer some questions about cultivation. Brother Changqing, is it difficult to break through to the Nirvana realm from the creation realm? Is there anything I should be aware of? Brother Changqing, what kind of cultivation technique is suitable for the late Yuandan stage? Is there any suitable magic weapon for the small success realm of creation? Everyone was talking at once, and the scene was quite lively. Changqing answered everyone's questions as briefly as possible. He combined the memories of the original work with his own experience, and his insights were on a higher level than the original owner. Just a few words benefited all the young people a lot. He spoke in a loud voice, and as he spoke, people nearby gathered around him. The elders of the Mu family wanted to chase them away, but Changqing stopped them without any concern. These are just my personal opinions, it's okay for everyone to listen to them. After he said that, everyone became bolder and rushed over. Senior Changqing, I have been stuck at the peak of Yuandan for many years and have been unable to break through. Now my inner demons are gradually emerging. Do you have any good suggestions? An old man with a white beard pushed through the crowd and asked. You have enough spiritual power. If you let go of your obsession, maybe everything will work out. Changqing took a look and responded. The old man's eyes lit up, then he lowered his head and thought. Senior Changqing, besides preparing the pure Yuan pill, what else do you need to break through the creation realm? Senior Changqing, do you have a favorite female cultivator? I have a cousin, Changqing. The questions are getting more and more tricky. There are more and more people around, making it look like a dojo. Since there was still time, Changqing simply stood on the platform and explained his experience in cultivation to everyone in detail. IT is not easy to practice in this world, resources are hard to come by, and famous teachers are even harder to find, especially for those who were not born into a good family. It is even more difficult, after all, not everyone can be as lucky as the male protagonist and obtain the remaining soul of the old man. How rare it is to hear a strong person in the Nirvana realm preach. Everyone was very excited for a moment and took out their notebooks to record their thoughts. Only Mu Tian remained in the corner, his face showing obvious unwillingness, his jaw clenched as he stared at the young man surrounded by the crowd, his anger burning in his chest. Hey, that guy is really good. He has some unique insights when he talks about it. Mr. Fu sighed. Shut up. Mu Tian immediately got furious when he heard this. That was the one he wanted to defeat. He was his biggest rival. He couldn't tolerate anyone praising him. Ha, Mu Tian, please be more polite when talking to me. We are equals and mutually beneficial. Don't put on such an attitude. Mr. Fu was also a little annoyed by this little madman's attitude. Do you really think he has no temper? If it weren't for this kid's good talent, he really wouldn't be interested in helping him. Now it seems that this temper is really unbearable. Mu Changqing is also very talented, so how can he remain calm? Mu Tian was angry, but after hearing what Mr. Fu said, he couldn't help feeling guilty, so he quickly softened his tone. I was impulsive just now, please don't be offended, Mr. Fu. Snort. The only response he got was a cold snort. Old Fu was really furious. The little brat was yelling at him. If it weren't for the fact that his residual soul needed the nurturing of the Jade Talisman, and the Jade Talisman was not bound to this kid, he would not have bothered to serve this hot-tempered kitty. Alas, the once powerful reincarnation master is now a fallen tiger. Mr. Fu couldn't help feeling a little sad. Hey, old man, you want to be resurrected, right?
How about we make a deal? Just when he was feeling depressed, a voice suddenly came into Fu Lao's ears. Who? This voice was obviously not from Mu Tian, and old Fu was horrified. Chapter 440, The Little Villain in the Fantasy World, 23, I'm the one who can help you break free. The voice continued. This made old Fu laugh. His remnant soul needed to be nurtured, and it was not easy to break free from the shackles. He needed countless treasures from heaven and earth. This was why he chose Mu Tian, because he had that luck and the probability of encountering treasures from heaven and earth was greater. Master Fu? What did you say? Mu Tian heard Fu Lao's voice and asked with some confusion, could it be that Mr. Fu could hear voices other than his own? This made him feel uneasy. No, nothing. Mr. Fu answered, the man's voice still ringing in his ears. I'm Mu Changqing, I can help you. I don't have the elixir to rebuild your body, but I do have something called the Great Fortune Pill, which can help you stabilize your soul and break free from the restrictions of the Jade Talisman. In this way, you can go and find the elixir to rebuild your body yourself. Wouldn't that be faster than relying on Mu Tian? When he heard the three words Mu Changqing, Fu Lao was shocked. After hearing what he said, he found it even harder to believe that kid is indeed a genius, but he is only at the nirvana stage. How could he transmit sound without using any special medium or spiritual state? This method is simply unpredictable and shocking. The kid from the Mu family actually has such an opportunity. However, it must be said that people with this ability are much more credible, which makes Mr. Fu a little tempted. As a powerful being in the reincarnation realm, he naturally knew which spiritual medicines were needed to rebuild his body. However, there were many places that Mu Tian, a small cultivator in the creation realm, could not go to. Therefore, I have to help him improve his cultivation first before I can let him assist me in finding those elixirs. If he could really get rid of the restrictions of the Jade Talisman, then why would he cooperate with this small character? As I was hesitating, the voice came again. As long as you pretend to fall asleep before entering the secret realm, I think you can temporarily escape from the Jade Talisman, right? I will wait for you outside the secret realm. This? Mr. Fu fell into deep thought. He could indeed temporarily break away from the Jade Talisman, but without the Jade Talisman's warmth and nourishment, his residual soul would gradually dissipate within a month. Is there really such a magical medicine in this world that can make the soul exist like a physical body? Mr. Fu couldn't help feeling a little excited, but as a powerful person, he has witnessed many impossible things. Could it be that this kid obtained this kind of magic pill in some ancient secret realm? He wanted to ask, but within the Jade Talisman, his voice could only be transmitted to Mu Tian. Looking forward to your appearance. The voice delivered the final message and then disappeared without a trace. It was old Fu who was suddenly caught in a dilemma. There was no doubt that he wanted freedom. After all, he was once a powerful man, but now he had to spend a lot of effort to help a kid and even had to suffer bullying occasionally. Who would be willing to endure it? But on the other hand, he was also a little worried about the other party's sincerity. Seeing the other party's methods, even he couldn't help but feel frightened. Here, Changqing had finished preaching and was sitting in the small tent arranged by the Mu family. Host, you are cutting off the source of the trouble. The system watched the entire conversation and was so excited that it almost jumped up. The clan competition is coming soon. Even though I'm a few realms higher than him, it's better to be careful. Changqing took a sip of the spiritual tea and asked, what do you think the old man will choose? The system pondered for 2 seconds and quickly gave an answer. He'll definitely take a gamble. It spoke with a firm tone. Yeah, he'd definitely take a gamble. Changqing smiled. As a former powerful person, he has experienced many risks along the way of cultivation. He will hide when he should, and will never miss the opportunity when he should gamble. After all, risks are always proportional to benefits. Changqing believed that the strength he demonstrated and the benefits he provided were enough for the old man to take a gamble. Have a good night. The next day, Changqing was still meditating when he heard a commotion outside. The secret realm is opened. He heard someone shouting this. There was a soft knocking sound outside the tent, and a clear voice was heard. Brother Changqing, we are going to the secret realm. I will bring you some food. It was Mu Xuer's voice. Changqing had some impression of this girl. In the original plot, she was a die-hard supporter of the original owner, or to be more precise, an admirer. The little villain's admirer is of course also the target of the protagonist's slap in the face. During the clan competition, Mu Tian declared that he would directly challenge the original owner. Mu Xuer was so angry that she wanted to teach him a lesson. As a result, he slapped her more than a dozen times in public, making her lose face. Later, when the original owner lost the competition, Mu Xuer came to comfort him despite her injuries and encouraged him to cheer up. Regardless of her character, she was truly sincere to the original owner. At this moment, Mu Xuer was standing outside the tent, her hands were shaking. There weren't many opportunities to get close to idols, and she had snatched the job of delivering food from someone else. However, there was no sound from inside for a long time, which made her even more nervous. She took a deep breath and was about to shout again when a cold voice came out. Come in. These two simple words made Mu Xuer's face blush immediately. She calmed herself down, opened the door curtain, and walked into the furnishings in the tent were also arranged by her, and nothing inside had changed, except that a tall young man in a green robe was sitting on the mat with his eyes lowered.
Brother Changqing, she murmured. The young man raised his eyes and glanced at her without much expression, but his cold eyes made her heart skip a beat. I'm going to the secret realm, they are still waiting for me. She quickly put the spiritual food on the table and turned to escape, but the next moment, he was stopped. Schwer, right? I have something for you. A Qianquan bag was thrown over and fell directly into her hand. Ah? This? Mu Schwer was unable to react for a moment and began to stutter. When she returned to the team, she still felt unreal, and the heat on her face lingered for a long time. Let's go. A companion pulled her. Yeah, okay. She came to her senses and quickly caught up with the crowd. Changqing didn't move. He sat in the tent, listening to the whistling wind outside, feeling extremely calm in his heart. As expected, I still don't like the fighting and killing in the secret realm. After a long time, he sighed. System, you just like to cheat people, right? But it didn't say this out loud, because it has already sensed a fluctuation in the soul. Now that you're here, show yourself. Changqing suddenly opened his eyes and said calmly. Ah, young friend Changqing, you are really surprising. As an old voice was heard, a figure appeared across the table. Although he was in a soul state, the aura he exuded was still solemn, and seemed no weaker than Changqing. You are polite, old sir. Changqing bowed and looked at the old man in front of him. He was dressed in a grey robe, with a long beard that reached his chest, and he looked very kind. However, he certainly would not judge a person's character by appearance. After all the strong people in this world who could reach the realm of reincarnation had fought their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Kindness could be extremely deceptive. My friend, what are your conditions? Mr. Fu got straight to the point that he didn't believe that there would be anyone willing to do good deeds for free. Maybe there were such people in the world, but such people must have died long ago and would never be able to enter the state of nirvana. The old man is straightforward. The reason I'm helping him is simple. Mu Tian hates me to the core and has always wanted to regain his dignity. As for me, I'm a meticulous person, so naturally I don't want him to become too powerful. He paused, and seeing the doubt on Mr. Fu's face, he knew that just these words were definitely not enough to make people completely believe him, so he continued. Of course, the path of cultivation is difficult. Money is okay, but techniques are hard to come by. If the old man could provide 2 techniques that can lead directly to the samsara realm, that would be even better. As soon as he said this, he saw that the old man in front of him had lost most of his doubts and fell into deep thought. However, Changqing was not in a hurry. He picked up the teacup and took a sip, and the whole environment fell into silence. After a long while, the old man raised his head. Take out the Great Fortune pill first. I can provide 2 manuals that can lead you directly to the samsara realm. Changqing didn't hesitate. With a wave of his hand, a pill with powerful spiritual energy appeared on the table. A strong vitality instantly filled the entire tent, causing the old man to open his eyes wide immediately. This? Is this the Great Fortune pill? The moment he saw the elixir, he even felt that his soul and body had become more solid. The vitality contained in this elixir was so abundant that he had no doubt that if a dying person took this pill, his flesh would turn into bones. I accidentally obtained 2 of these pills in an ancient secret realm. After taking one, I found that it was full of vitality and had a miraculous effect on stabilizing the soul. But it doesn't seem to improve my cultivation. The young man's voice carried a hint of regret, which made the old man feel a little contemptuous. Sure enough, he is still too young and only knows how to pursue strength. This pill is so powerful that it may be able to create another life. He looked up at Changqing for a while. He suspected that the amazing progress in the cultivation of the young man in front of him might be related to taking this pill. What a waste of resources. I've made this deal, and I can even give you a Tianji martial art. After saying that, he immediately reached out and took the pill in his hand. Give me 3 blank jade talismans, and I will engrave the techniques into them. At this moment, he seemed a little impatient. Chapter 441, The Little Villain in the Fantasy World, 24. On the other side, Mu Tian's entry into the secret realm was not so smooth. At this moment, he was moving through the towering ancient trees, his spiritual power reaching its peak, and countless shadows were chasing him closely behind him. Ha ha ha, Mu Tian, you can't escape. No one who offends my Wang family can escape. Wang Ao's voice came from afar, filled with complacency. Ha, you killed my Inshur sect's deacon and injured my elder. Mu Tian, this is where you will be buried. In Jodo's voice also came intermittently, causing Mu Tian, who was rushing forward, to grit his teeth. Mu Tian really felt that his luck was not good this year. Before entering the secret realm, old Fu suddenly fell into a deep sleep. Not long after entering the secret realm, he was hunted down by the Wang family and the Inshur sect. I'm really unlucky. However, it is not a complete failure. He felt the vast spiritual power in the Qianquan bag and a smile appeared on his face. This was a 9th grade elixir he had just picked from the bottom of a lake. With it, he had a better chance of breaking through to the nirvana realm. Those people keep talking about revenge, but in reality, they're only after this elixir. But how could he let them get what they wanted?
There was no reason to give up what he had already obtained. When he breaks through, he will fight back against all these people and let them know that he, Mutian, is not someone to be trifled with when the clan competition comes. Maybe there will be unexpected results. Mutian looked forward and quickened his pace, shooting through the woods like an arrow. Behind him, Wang Ao and others gradually lost track of him. Damn, that guy runs really fast. Stopping in frustration, Wang Aoqi punched the tree next to him, knocking an ancient tree that two people could hug together back. Young master, let's go to the ancient sect first. After all, that person will have to go there to obtain the inheritance. An old man stepped forward and whispered. Yes, yes, yes. I don't believe he won't show up. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Jodo also stopped with his men. He didn't expect that Mutian had such a strong ability to run away. Faced with pursuit and blockade, he always managed to avoid it narrowly. Life is long, and there will always be a chance for you to pay the price. He waved his hand and left with his men. On the other side, Mu Shuer, who was separated from the main group just after entering the secret realm, was also anxiously rushing on the road. Her cultivation level is only at the peak of Yuandan realm, so it can be said that there are many dangers in this secret realm. Fortunately, the Mu family members had their own contact information, and she had already confirmed the location of the elders. She just had to rush over to meet up with everyone. This is also one of the advantages of a large family going to the secret realm together. Alas, I wonder if Brother Changqing will still be outside when we go out. She touched the secret book and puppet of Qian Kuan agent with her hand, and felt a little excited. That was something given to her by her elder brother Changqing. She had examined it carefully. The secret book was a sword manual that could lead one directly to the Nirvana realm. She didn't know much about the puppet, but she felt it was no ordinary item. The design was very different from the puppets used for sparring in the family. I'm afraid it's at least a mid-level puppet with the combat power of a peak Yuan Dan. She thought to herself. Roar. Suddenly, a loud roar made her ears numb. Without thinking, she rushed forward and rolled over. A hot breath with a fishy smell flashed past his head. Alligator tail leopard. When Mu Shuer looked up and saw the monster bearing its fangs, her face immediately turned pale. Although this monster is also equivalent to the peak of Yuandan realm, its skin is thick and fleshy, and it is really impossible to defeat it with the same cultivation level. Run. This was her first thought after she saw the situation clearly. Roar. There was another loud roar. And before the crocodile-tailed leopard pounced again, Mu Shuer tapped the ground with her toes and immediately flew out like an arrow. Behind him was a series of roars and the sound of branches being hit. Mu Shuer only felt that her spiritual power had been stimulated to the extreme. She ran out of the forest and ran directly across a small lake. When she passed through a dense sea of flowers, she finally saw several monks carrying big swords. Help, save me! She yelled, gasping for air. Hey, there's a little beauty here. Come, call me brother and I'll help you take care of her. The leading man grinned, revealing a mouthful of rotten grave-like front teeth. The other people also laughed obscenely, which made Mu Shuer feel a chill. She didn't say anything and rushed forward in a flash. Hey, little beauty, don't go, play with me. Suddenly, her eyes blurred and she almost bumped into someone. She was so scared that she stepped back several steps. It turned out that a scarred man among the group suddenly appeared in front of her and blocked her way. Mu Shuer's face suddenly turned red with anger. Why? My little beauty, we helped you scare away that crocodile-tailed leopard. Shouldn't you repay us? A man looked Mu Shuer up and down, and pointed behind him. Only then did she realize that the crocodile-tailed leopard that had been chasing her had disappeared. I guess he ran away because he saw so many people ahead. However, the people in front of her didn't look like good people, so Mu Shuer quickly took 2 steps back. Ahem, thank you so much, brothers. Mu Shuer from the Mu family would like to express her gratitude once again. She coughed twice and forced a smile on her face. Several people's faces froze. The Mu family, one of the 4 great families? They're not easy to mess with. These pure yuan pills are my little sister's token of gratitude. Mu Shuer threw a Qian Kuan bag over and was about to leave in a flash. The scarred man caught it, glanced at it, and then his expression changed slightly. Miss Mu, that's not very nice of you. He winked at his teammates and moved to block their way again. That's right. We are your saviors after all. Even if we don't pledge our love to you, this little bit of pure yuan pill is too shabby. Several other big men also came over and squinted their eyes. Without waiting for Mu Shuer to react, the man with the scar grabbed her with one hand. Miss Mu, since you have no sincerity, just stay. He shouted loudly, his spiritual power surged, and he attacked without mercy. Mu Shuer turned pale. These 4 people are all at the peak of Yuandan realm, the same level as her, and judging from their steps, they seem to have practiced some kind of formation, and they cooperate quite well. She retreated quickly, and a soft sword appeared in her hand. In an instant, bursts of white light and a chilling air appeared. It's useless. The scarred man shouted, and the 4 men changed their shapes and stood in their respective positions. Their spiritual power surged like a whirlpool, immediately doubling the pressure on Mu Shuer, who was trapped in the middle. She tried several different moves but still couldn't break through the encirclement. His face was as pale as paper. Aren't you afraid of revenge from the Mu family? She questioned harshly, but it made several people laugh. Ha ha ha, little beauty, is this your first time in a secret realm? What's the big deal about someone dying in a secret realm?
After the brothers have their fun, they'll make you disappear from this world. Mu Shuer was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Her feet staggered and she was hit on the left shoulder. Second brother, please keep it in your arms and don't break it. The scarred man cursed with a smile, and his aura suddenly burst out. His big hands flashed and turned into dozens of phantoms, twisting towards Mu Shuer's neck. This is his signature move, the lion slaying the rabbit. He has lost his patience. Seeing this, the others quickly stepped back, smug smiles on their faces.
Boss, your lion catching rabbit tactic was just perfect. Boss, hold back a little. Don't scare people. Yeah, it's not fun to faint from fright.
Several people looked at Mu Shuer, who was caught in a dilemma, and made dirty teasing noises. Boom, suddenly, there was a loud noise on the field, which scared several people so much that they stopped laughing immediately. Amidst the huge dust, a figure flew backwards, spilling blood in the air. It turned out to be the scarred man who was so proud just now.
Boss.
Several people rushed over and saw that the scarred man's chest was completely sunken. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes, and his life was hanging by a thread. He pointed forward, a staccato sound coming out of his throat. When they looked up, they saw a cloud of dust dissipate, and a 2-meter-tall puppet appeared on the field. Mu Shuer was kneeling on one knee, hiding behind the puppet and breathing heavily. There was an expression of disbelief on her face. The war puppet of Nirvana realm. The faces of several people changed instantly, and without even thinking, they flew backwards. This time, escaping is the most important thing, kill. But they had no choice at this moment. They heard the woman's crisp command in their ears, and the next moment they all felt a gust of wind blowing around them, and a heart-wrenching pain came over them almost immediately. Following a few short, shrill screams, the three men collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. There were 3 large bloody holes on the back, going straight through the chest. Return. Mu Shuer gave a light shout, and the puppet flashed and stood beside her. A faint blue light emerged from its eyes. This extremely creepy scene actually made Mu Shuer feel at ease. Sure enough, the things brother Changqing gave were good things. With this war puppet, there are probably not many people in the secret realm who can kill her alone. She couldn't help but feel a little high-spirited. Suddenly, she felt the vibration of the communication talisman, and thought that someone from the Mu family had arrived. With a turn of her eyes, she immediately put the puppet into the Qianquan bag, quickly stepped forward to pick up the Qianquan bags of several people, and flew in the direction indicated by the communication talisman. Chapter 442, The Little Villain in the Fantasy World, 25, The sun rises and a new day begins. The competition for opportunities in the secret realm is still in full swing, but Changqing has already embarked on a new journey. There is still nearly a year before the clan meeting, so he can still go around and have a look. He decided to explore places outside the Shang dynasty. This time, 3 days had passed since the ancient sect's secret realm was opened, and he had already traveled south and left the border of Deshang. Call. Using spiritual power to fly at full power is really tiring. But at least I have a place to stay tonight. Changqing had already sensed the smell of fireworks from the city ahead. He gathered his spiritual power and slowly landed outside the city gate. Yunku City. The 3 big characters on the city gate are powerful and majestic, which makes people feel awe at first sight. Many people were queuing outside the city gate to enter the city. When they saw Changqing descending from the air, they all looked excited. My lord! My lord! They gathered around. Are you an envoy from the immortal sect, here to recruit disciples? Sir, what do you think of my aptitude? I don't seek to be your disciple, I'd be happy if I could be a cook. Before Changqing could react, he was surrounded by people that he felt a little helpless. In the eyes of ordinary people, the methods of monks are indeed no different from those of gods. In Deshang, there are also many ordinary people who worship monks as gods. I didn't expect that it is the same here. I'm not from any immortal sect. I'm just passing by here and would like to stay overnight. He hurried to explain. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw 2 city gate soldiers coming over, and the crowd surrounding him immediately dispersed. Excuse me, are you from the demon suppression sect? The 2 men were wearing armor and holding spears. Their aura had actually reached the Yuandan realm, but their attitude was very respectful at this moment. Changqing was stunned for a moment. Demon suppressing sect. He remembered that this sect was a major villain in the plot. They joined forces with the Blood Demon to unify the Xuanyu, but were eventually wiped out by the alliance led by the male protagonist. More than 30,000 people in the sect were slaughtered because they had all planted the demon seeds and became the Blood Demon's lackeys. This was actually the territory of the demon suppression sect? Changqing couldn't help but sigh that this world was a little small. I am a casual cultivator, traveling through this place. The other party was not surprised to hear that he was a casual cultivator, but his expression became indifferent. Free cultivators need to register before entering the city. Please register first. A guard took out a jade talisman and asked Changqing to inject a trace of spiritual power into it. The registration was completed, and then they left him alone and let him enter the city. The process went surprisingly smoothly. Entering the city, you will see all kinds of buildings standing side by side. There are both ordinary people and cultivators on the streets, and various hawking sounds can be heard one after another, making it seem very lively. Hey, have you heard?
The demon suppression sect is recruiting disciples in a few days. I wonder if my kid will be lucky enough. The requirements of the demon suppression sect are quite high, right? I heard there are 3 tests, and they will only accept you if you pass all of them. Well, I don't know if my old bones still have a chance. Chang Qing turned his head curiously and saw that the person who spoke was an old man with white hair and beard. He asked curiously, "Old man, does the demon suppression sect have no age limit for recruiting people?" He remembered that in the world of cultivating immortals, there was a concept of physique and bones, which was not needed when one got older. Someone nearby came over and answered enthusiastically, "Hey brother, you're new here, right? The demon suppression sect doesn't discriminate by age when accepting disciples. As long as you pass the test, anyone can join the sect regardless of their age. However, this is only limited to our Suyu dynasty. People from other dynasties are not so lucky." Another person came over and said with some pride. Chang Qing nodded silently. This was understandable. In later generations, universities would still have regional protection in admissions. However, from this perspective, the demon-suppressing sect seems to be a very normal sect, so how come it became the blood demon's bridgehead in the plot? This is really worth thinking about. That night, Chang Qing stayed in the inn of this city. 1 pure yuan pill was enough for him to stay for half a year. The exchange rate of cultivators' things for ordinary silver and money was astonishing. Why not just take a walk here and see how the demon suppression sect recruits disciples? He thought so while lying on the bed in the IN the following days. He was like a wealthy man, looking here, buying there, and buying countless goods, and he accumulated quite a reputation in this city. Every time he made a purchase, he would have it delivered to the inn, so that the whole city knew that Lion had a big customer who only bought things based on his preferences and never cared about the price. The way he was addressed also changed from Mr. Mu to Mu Xiaoyu, and finally to Boss Mu. Chang Qing didn't care what he was called. He had a lot of money anyway. He had cheated the male protagonist out of tens of thousands of pure yuan pills before. That was the lifelong life of the owner of the Nirvana Realm tomb, enough for him to squander in this small town for a long time. "Hey, Boss Mu, I got a new batch of red fruits yesterday. They're just ripe and taste the best. Would you like some?" "Boss Mu, I just made a decision today that goes against our ancestors. This family heirloom, the blood droplet, can take a person's head from 10 meters away. Do you want it?" 100 pure yuan pills. "Chang Qing, pack some fruit for me. Please pass on your family heirloom to your son." He was walking down the street holding a bag of red fruits. Shop owners along the way looked at him eagerly, as if he were their own father. "Boss Mu. Boss Mu." It can be said to be very beautiful. Even Chang Qing was a little intoxicated by this infinite scenery, and he looked like a dandy when walking on the street. Hey, it's a pity that the system is still in the secret realm eating melons, otherwise it might show off. He was just sighing to himself when he heard a commotion behind him. These people are so enthusiastic. Give me some private space. He turned around and was dumbfounded before he could finish his sentence. It turned out that everyone was not chasing him, but running towards the city lord's mansion square. The immortal master from the demon suppression sect is here to recruit disciples. When he heard someone shout this, he quickly put on a serious expression and chased after him. We have to take a look at what kind of characters the demon suppression sect has. When he arrived at the square, all kinds of people had already gathered there, and 3 young men in white were sitting on a high platform in front. When Chang Qing saw the people in front, his pupils shrank. They are all at the Nirvana realm. There was even someone who was in the same triple tribulation as him. "We are the outer disciples of the demon suppression sect, Lei Yan, Lin Zhu, and Mo Qian. We have been ordered by our master to come and take in new disciples. Those who are interested in participating can come and take the aptitude test. Those who pass can then follow us to the sect to take part in the next 2 tests." The young man with the highest cultivation level took 2 steps forward and spoke in a clear voice, which caused a commotion. Chang Qing saw him flip his hand, and a ball-shaped object with a faint blue light was placed on the table in front of him. "Those who are interested, please come forward one by one in order and simply place your hand on this spiritual power ball." Chang Qing stood at the back, watching the 3 people in front working together with the soldiers from the city lord's mansion to maintain order. Many people in the crowd came forward to test them one by one, and the whole process was extremely smooth. He carefully observed the people from the demon suppression sect. They did not have any demonic energy on them. Instead, their auras were pure and upright. It was obvious that the skills they practiced had the effect of restraining the blood demon. Would such a disciple and such a sect really collude with the blood demon and plot against the entire continent? Chang Qing couldn't help but have some doubts. The demon suppressing sect, with the word demon suppressing in it, it seems that the founder of this sect also took it as his responsibility to eliminate demons and defend the way of righteousness. Could it be that his descendants are really unfilial and collude with the blood demon? But the demon suppressing sect did not collude with the blood demon, so the plot is a bit chilling. Who is truly colluding with the blood demon? Who is most eager to destroy the demon suppression sect? When Chang Qing saw this part of the plot before, he felt it was a bit weird. After all, the demon suppressing sect was a large and righteous sect that had existed for many years. Could it be that all the tens of thousands of people in the sect had fallen? In this case, disagreements should arise within the sect first. Now, seeing these three people, his doubts became even more profound. If there is no problem with the demon-suppressing sect, then the biggest problem may lie with Mu Tian and the sect behind him, the Zhougong sect. Changqing's eyes flashed. There seems to be no problem with the demon suppression sect disciples in front of us. Why don't we go to the Nine Palace Gate to take a look? He didn't want to be a savior, but this doubt was related to the plot, so he couldn't help but be more concerned thinking of this. He stopped observing and slowly withdrew from the crowd. Chapter 443, The Little Villain in the Fantasy World, 26, Boss Mu, are you also planning to take the aptitude test and join the sect? Just as Changqing took a few steps back, he felt someone pat his shoulder. The fat owner of the spiritual medicine shop was standing behind him, smiling broadly. Boss Mu, if you're leaving, please let me know. As a great customer, I have to see you off. I am indeed leaving. Changqing said seriously, and without waiting for his reply, he soared into the sky and disappeared without a trace in a flash in the air. The fat boss screamed and immediately fell to the ground. Immortal. Several disciples of the demon suppression sect also immediately flew up, but after sensing that the aura had disappeared, they did not chase after it. There is no need to pursue the three calamities of nirvana. Lei Yan reached out to stop his two fellow apprentices. But, are you going to let them go like this? Mo Qian found it a little difficult to understand. He didn't do anything destructive, he just left. We'll investigate what he did in the city later. Lei Yan waved his hand nonchalantly. Our mission is to guide the disciples, don't worry about anything else. The two junior brothers stopped talking, and the three of them descended to the platform. There was some discussion among the crowd, but not much. After all, there were still many cultivators in this city, and flying was not a strange thing. However, it was a bit strange that this person came to the disciple recruiting scene but did not sign up and instead left. At this time, it has been more than a month since the ancient sect's secret realm was opened, and the battle in the secret realm has reached the final stage. There were already 8 people sitting on the 9 stone chairs in front of the inheritance monument. They were all from powerful forces in Dishang, including Wang Ao, Yin Zhuoyou, Mukir, and others. Sitting on this stone chair will give you the opportunity to receive the martial arts inheritance of this ancient sect. This is a well-known secret of this secret realm. How to get to the top depends on your strength and influence. Only with strength can you get to the top, and only with influence can you sit firmly. Everyone understands this principle. So no one bothered to challenge the person who had already sat on it. Instead, everyone turned their attention to the remaining 2 stone chairs. Since everyone is so polite, then I, Ba Dao Men, will accept the 9th seat with all due respect. As a loud laugh rang out, a man as tall as an iron tower suddenly rushed out of the crowd and swept towards the 9th place like a whirlwind. Boom, bang, everyone only felt a flash before their eyes, and then they saw the big man's body flying back and hitting the crowd, causing a burst of shouting and cursing. Humph, what kind of person is the tyranny sect? Do they think they deserve to be on this seat? An old man with white hair and beard was already standing in front of the chair. Sect Master 1 of Wanjian sect, someone exclaimed. Hearing someone exclaim, the old man's face lit up with satisfaction. Thank you. As he was about to sit down, he found that there was another person in front of him. It's Mu Tian. My friend, are you going to compete with me for the 9th seat? Sect Master 1 narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous light flashed in them. Without waiting for anyone to speak, he flashed his hand and a green light swung towards the young man in front of him, with a strong murderous intent. There was an exclamation from the crowd. Mu Kir stood up suddenly, but the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Mu Tian, and then there was a loud bang, and Sect Master 1's figure actually flew backwards and retreated dozens of feet after landing. Nirvana. Realm puppet, everyone was horrified. A flash of surprise crossed Mu Shuer's eyes among the Mu family crowd. I'll take the 9th seat. Anyone who disagrees can take it. Mu Tian snorted coldly and sat down directly. Bold. Several loud shouts were heard from the crowd, and several people immediately rushed over. Bang. 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 Not surprisingly, after a few rounds, they were all knocked away. If anyone comes again, I won't be polite. Mu Tian's voice was somewhat gloomy. He put his hand on the back of the puppet, and everyone saw that the puppet's eyes actually glowed with a faint red light. It was really murderous. The field became quiet for a moment. The Mu family has already occupied 1 seat, do they want to occupy another one? In the silence, Wang Ao's cold voice was heard, and his eyes were looking at the elders of the Mu family. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene became heated. Yes, the Mu family is powerful, but this secret realm is not yours. Why do you occupy 2 seats? One from the main family and one from the branch family. The Mu family is really domineering. The Mu family gave up a seat. Mu Tian looked at the elders of the Mu family coldly. He didn't say anything, waiting for the elders' reaction. The inheritance seat belongs to those with strength. Who can you blame if you can't grab it yourself? Mukir was the first to disagree and refuted with her eyes wide open. The elders of the Mu family also frowned. After several people gathered together for a discussion, the elder in purple stood up. Mu Tian is a descendant of the Mu family's branch family. He holds a seat on his own strength. The main family did not help him. If you are not convinced, you can challenge him on your own. However, if you want to use your numbers to bully the few, we won't agree. As he spoke, he swept his eyes around and his aura suddenly became fierce. The person who had questioned him before quickly lowered his head. The Mu family is now undergoing maintenance. Everyone was startled, but they soon figured it out. After all, Mu Tian has now reached the realm of creation, which is considered a very good combat power even in the clan. It is probably not impossible for him to return to the clan with such strength. You should know that as long as the descendants of the branch family of the Mu family win a place in the clan war, they can return to the main family. But who has the confidence to defeat a puppet plus a powerful person in the realm of creation alone? Everyone then turned their eyes to the last seat. Mu Tian naturally also heard the clan elder's intention to protect him, and he felt relieved back then in the secret realm of the tomb. The elders of the Mu family turned a blind eye to his danger because they saw that his cultivation was still low. But now they think highly of him and speak out to protect him. Just a bunch of snobs. If his grandfather and father were not determined to return to the main family, he would have no interest in such a family. Mu Xuer also looked at the last seat. She put her hand into the Qiankuan bag, where there was also a puppet equivalent to the Nirvana realm. Would you like to take a seat too? She was a little hesitant. Her own strength was still relatively low, and even if she accepted the inheritance, she probably wouldn't be able to obtain any good skills. However, this opportunity was rare, which made her a little conflicted. This time, several people on the field rushed over and started fighting in the middle. They were all masters of the creation realm and their strength was not weak. Mu Xuer took a glance and decided to give up. My own strength is not enough, and relying solely on puppets is not a solution. If the Mu family occupies 3 seats, it will probably arouse public anger. Anyway, I have the skills given by Brother Changqing, which should be enough for my talent. Thinking of this, she pulled her hand out of the Qiankuan bag. Chapter 444, The Little Villain in the Fantasy World, 27, In the foggy forest, a slender figure was sitting on a branch dozens of feet high, looking down at 2 people fleeing from afar. The quacking sounds and the sound of grass and trees falling continued to come from behind them, making the 2 of them run 3 times faster. Suddenly, one of the women seemed to sense someone in front of her, and she suddenly rushed forward dozens of feet. Senior, please help me. We will reward you handsomely. Her voice was trembling and hopeful, but her pace did not slow down at all. Changqing threw the half-eaten red fruit in his hand down and stood up leisurely. This time, the 2 fleeing women were only a few feet away from him, and he could clearly see the panic on their faces. Senior. The 2 men paused and stopped on the branch next to them, gasping for breath, but the next moment, the 2 of them immediately opened their eyes wide. The young man in front of them pointed his toes and retreated in an instant. His escape speed was much faster than theirs. The 2 women? The strange roaring sound from the front was approaching, and a giant frog several meters tall with eyes as big as copper bells appeared not far away. Senior sister, let's go. The little girl with a bun quickly pulled the pretty woman who was stamping her feet in anger, and the 2 of them turned around and ran away. Xiao Huan, that person is so abominable and he wasted our time. The beautiful woman was still angry along the way and said with gritted teeth. She stopped because she thought the man was going to help her. It was obvious that he had passed the 3 tribulations and would have no problem dealing with the sky-devouring demon frog. But he turned around and ran away, wasting her time. The girl named Xiao Huan forced a smile and said, My dear lady, you can't blame him. He doesn't know us. It's normal for him to want to run away when he sees this monster. The beautiful woman's eyes immediately widened. I told you to call me senior sister. Don't call me Mississippi. Besides, that person clearly misled us. If he had run away from the beginning, would we have stopped? Xiao Huan remained silent. She knew that it was difficult to explain to this young lady's temper, so she just stepped harder and the 2 of them shuttled through the woods at a very fast speed. Time flew by and it was noon. The 2 of them had been fighting for several hours. My spiritual power is a little insufficient. Xiao Huan let out a breath, slowed down her pace, and the pretty woman's expression changed. I should have known not to take this demon-killing mission. I didn't expect it to be so difficult. Behind him, there was a strange quack sound coming from afar. Keep going. Use the pure yuan pill. The woman gritted her teeth and took Xiao Huan's hand with one hand. As her spiritual power surged, the 2 of them increased their speed a bit. Another hour passed, and the pretty girl's face became extremely ugly. There aren't enough pure yuan pills. The sky was getting a little dark at this time, and there was still an endless forest in front of him, and the roar of pursuit behind him was still faint. Miss, look ahead. Xiao Huan suddenly saw a big tree in front of her. On a branch that was so big that several people could hug it, she saw the young man she had met before. He was now cooking with a pot and eating. Song Sisi immediately felt a surge of anger rising. She quickly reached the tree. Hey, do you know that this is called not helping someone in need? And you're still eating? Changqing raised his head and looked at the girl in front of him with raised eyebrows, and he smiled. Why don't you 2 sit down and eat something? Isn't it normal to eat when you're hungry? Song Sisi was about to say something, but Xiao Huan pulled her sleeve and pointed behind her. Her face changed. Just eat it. He actually sat down directly, and Xiao Huan followed suit.
The two took the chopsticks handed to them by Changqing and started eating without any hesitation, as if the monsters chasing them before did not exist. At this moment, the strange sound of quacking was getting closer and closer.
This noise really affects my mood for dining.
Song Sisi took a bite of the spirit beast meat, raised her head and muttered to herself. Xiao Wan nodded hurriedly beside her. Changqing found it funny.
He didn't say anything. He put down his chopsticks and immediately soared into the sky, rushing towards the source of the strange roar. Song Sisi and the other person's expressions changed slightly, but they remained calm and did not move, but their ears perked up. Boom boom boom, roar. The continuous loud noises and strange screams made the two girls who had already put down their chopsticks look nervous again, until the sound stopped abruptly.
Ha!
That must be the man who killed the monster.
Xiao Wan breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as he finished speaking, a green light flashed from afar and landed on the previous seat.
It's quiet now.
The young man said it in a light and descriptive manner. There was no sign of fighting on his body. This made Song Sisi unhappy again. You are so powerful, but before, why didn't you deal with that sky-swallowing demon frog before?
It didn't offend me, so why should I deal with it? Now it's affecting my meal. The young man's self-righteous look stunned the two of them, and then Xiaowan burst out laughing. Senior, you are so interesting.
Song Sisi glared at Xiaowan fiercely. They're saying that our lives are less important than food, and you're laughing?
However, on second thought, she also found it a little funny.
Eating in a tree was actually a nice experience. I didn't expect to encounter such an interesting thing on my first trip down the mountain. Changqing was eating, occasionally glancing at the two women in front of him, and he felt a little surprised. I didn't expect that not long after arriving in the Zhugongmen sphere of influence, I would meet Song Sisi, one of the heroines in the plot. She is one of the male protagonist's two wives, the daughter of the master of Zhugongmen. The male protagonist was able to gain a foothold in Zhugongmen smoothly because of his close relationship with this woman, but now it seems that she is just like a young lady who is ignorant of the world. Although her cultivation is not weak and she is in the early stage of nirvana, she obviously does not have much experience in fighting against enemies.
You guys sneaked out here to gain experience, right?
He suddenly asked, which made both of their expressions change.
How do you know? Song Sisi asked without thinking, and Xiaowan didn't have time to stop her.
Because, Changqing smiled, there is a clear stupidity in your eyes, which is something that experienced cultivators do not have. Song Sisi put down her chopsticks heavily and stood up. As a result, the other party was not scared by her at all, and didn't even lift his eyelids.
Ha, you were commissioned to kill the sky-swallowing demon frog, right? Tell me, did that person see through your strength a long time ago and want you to die?
Changqing took a bite of the dish and said softly.
How is that possible?
He is just an ordinary person. Song Sisi was stunned and slowly sat down, but before she could finish, Changqing took over. He's been through a lot, even his family was killed by this demonic beast. He's desperate for revenge, but he has no way to do it. He met the chivalrous woman and is willing to sacrifice everything just to fulfill his long-cherished wish, right? Both of them were stunned.
Weren't you there at the time?
After a moment of silence, Song Sisi asked curiously. Changqing held his forehead with his hand. He suddenly understood why this girl was so deeply in love with Mutian.
This naive girl must have been fooled. Are you saying that man deceived us and wanted to kill us?
Xiaowan's face looked heavy. Seeing Changqing nodded, she became even more panicked.
Miss, let's go back.
We must be being watched by someone, perhaps the Great Elder's men. Changqing, I also think that you'd better go back early, because you can't control the world. Chapter 445, The Little Villain in the Fantasy World, 28. It was obvious that Song Sisi had no intention of going back. She thought about it seriously and then looked at Changqing.
Hero, our meeting is fate. How about we become brothers and travel the world together?
After speaking for a while, he couldn't help but stand up at the end, full of heroic spirit. Changqing really laughed that he really didn't expect this direction. Xiaowan next to her was also stunned. Obviously, she didn't expect Song Sisi to say such a thing. Little, senior sister, if you continue like this, the sect master will definitely put you in solitary confinement.
Don't be afraid. Song Sisi waved her hand proudly and looked at Changqing with burning eyes. Brother, what do you think?
Changqing, if you want a bodyguard, please pay. If you want a nanny, please pay a lot. He leaned against the branches, looked at them and smiled. At least he couldn't see any trace of the blood demon on the two people in front of him, which made him feel a little relieved. Have you heard of the Shang dynasty? He asked. The two shook their heads in confusion.
Why don't you come with me to travel to the great Shang dynasty?
It just so happens that our Mu family is about to hold a family competition, and I have to participate.
Ha! Song Sisi's eyes lit up immediately. Is it really possible?
Xiaowan was a little worried, but seeing her so excited, she said nothing. Changqing nodded. Okay. He has been investigating this area for several months. Although he has not been able to go deep into the Nine Palaces Gate, judging from the disciples who have gone out, there is indeed no trace of demonic aura. So, he thought he would take it one step at a time. The tribe also summoned him twice to go back and prepare for the Seed War.
He was not interested in this, but he had to participate in the tribe competition before the Seed War, which was the key point of the plot. He was a little curious about how the male protagonist Mu Tian would react when he saw Song Sisi. Song Sisi was extremely excited, but Xiao Huan was a little anxious. The person in front of them has a cultivation level 1 level higher than theirs. If he has any ill intentions, they won't have much power to resist, but after Changqing provided them with tents, quilts, and other items, allowing the two of them, who had not had a good night's sleep for a long time, to have a good night's sleep, Xiao Huan no longer had any doubts. Brother Changqing, this three-piece set, where did you buy it from? I've never seen it before. Although they were not sworn brothers, Song Sisi still called him Big Brother in a very familiar manner. I bought this from the supermarket when I was traveling. Changqing replied seriously, by the way, these two sets are given to you. You can keep them. Both of them immediately became happy and carefully put away the tent cover and put it into the Qiankuan bag. Come on, which direction should we go? Song Sisi stood up and patted her Qiankuan bag, still a little anxious. She is like a heroine in a storybook, full of interest in everything and wanting to see everything. For a while afterwards, Changqing took the two of them and headed north. There was still more than half a year before the clan competition, so he was not in a hurry. Whenever they arrived at a city, they would stop to take a look. Their days were quite comfortable. Occasionally, when they walked through the forest for a long time, they would camp on the spot. Anyway, they had a tent and various tools in their space, which was very convenient. Hey, brother Changqing, these things of yours are amazing. When Changqing took out the self-heating hot pot he brought from a certain world one day, both of them couldn't help but praise it. Changqing has become accustomed to this attitude. Although this world is a world of advanced martial arts, the living standards are much rougher than those in the modern world, and eating hot pot has not yet appeared. Try it. This hot pot is perfect for cold weather to warm you up. Changqing picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks and narrowed his eyes. In this world, there are all kinds of monster meat, as well as magical herbs and medicines. Add them to the hot pot base and make a pot with unique flavor. The next destination is Yancheng. We can replenish some things and then get on the road again. Xiao Huan said. Changqing nodded silently. More than half a year passed quickly, and when Changqing and others arrived in Mucheng, it was already spring of another year. Several of them were cultivators with great skills, but they did not show any signs of weathering. Their bodies were even spotless, just like young men and women who had just gone out for an outing. Along the way, they experienced a lot, including monster attacks, robbers blocking the road, and even bullies trying to steal their brides. There were all kinds of scenes, but this did not faze them. Instead, it made Song Sisi and the others grow a lot. However, the moment they stepped into the wooden city, they jumped for joy like little children. Brother Changqing, is this where your home is? It looks much smaller than the Dayuan city we passed by. Changqing smiled but said nothing. Mucheng was the second largest city in the Shang dynasty, but it was probably not much bigger than the small cities of those high-ranking dynasties, not to mention that Dayuan city was the imperial city, but these things are fun. Song Sisi saw people selling various small toys on the street and bought a lot of them, while a few people were still shopping. The Mu family's manor of thousands of acres was crowded with people and extremely lively. The reason is simple. The Mu family's once-in-a-decade clan competition is about to begin. As one of the four great families of the Shang dynasty, the clan competition held every 10 years is a major event for the Mu family. On this day, not only will the young talents of the Mu family gather, but the other families, including the royal family, will send people to congratulate and observe. Firstly, he wanted to establish a relationship and learn about what he had, and secondly, he wanted to see the strength of the younger generation of the Mu family. After all, the major families and the royal family were in a relationship of rise and fall. If the younger generation is all mediocre, then the family is not worth caring about and will decline sooner or later. At this moment, quite a few people were already sitting in the VIP seats of the martial arts arena. Basically, every family had sent people to congratulate them, and some even brought young people from the tribe to broaden their horizons. The Mu family arranged people to receive everyone one by one, and everything was in order, which made people sigh that big families have strict rules and regulations in doing things. The third prince has arrived. A long shout came from outside, and the scene became even more lively. After a while, a young man in white clothes as handsome as Jade was seen walking outside. He had a gentle smile and was very polite to others. He chatted and laughed with the disciples of the Mu family around him as they walked. The third prince Xin Yuan Lianyu, everyone sighed. He was indeed Mr. Ruyu. The Mu clan leader also hurried forward and bowed. The third prince's presence is a great honor to the Mu family. The third prince actually returned the greeting. You are too polite, Chief Mu. It is Lianyu's honor to be able to observe the grand event of the Mu family. He glanced at it and smiled again. Why isn't senior brother Changqing here? Lianyu still remembers his heroic deeds 10 years ago. Father has also repeatedly taught us to learn from him. Cough cough. Chief Mu coughed twice. Changqing is out for training and will be here in the next 2 days. Oh. See? I forgot. The winners of the previous competition don't need to participate in the entire competition. The third prince followed the head of the Mu clan into his seat, talking and laughing warmly all the way, which attracted attention. Oh, by the way, I heard that there's a kid from the Mu family branch named Mu Tian. Is he here? As he sat down, he asked again. This surprised the Mu clan leader. Mu Tian? He wasn't familiar with the name.
The branches of the Mu family from all over the country have arrived a few days ago. They will make their debut in the early stages.
Please pay close attention, third prince.
When Chief Mu left, he was a little puzzled. How could a descendant of this branch family catch the eye of the third prince? However, he didn't have time to investigate because the next game was about to begin.
Chapter 446, The Little Villain in the Fantasy World, 29. In the most remote corner of the square, people from the Yunqing branch of the Mu family were sitting together. The old man with white hair and beard looked around excitedly.
Everything seemed familiar and strange to him. The thin man next to him also had an excited look on his face. That was Mu Tian's grandfather Mu Zhentian and father Mu Xiaotian. The others looked around nervously. Some young men shrank their bodies, like country people who came to the city for the first time, and they looked guilty for Mu Zhentian. This is where he was born and grew up. He was expelled from the clan because of a mistake. This is the pain of his life, and returning is his wish for Mu Xiaotian. This place is his nightmare, the place where his dream of genius fell into ruin. 10 years ago, it was on this martial arts stage that he was crippled by a palm strike from a child, and his path of cultivation was almost cut short. Now he has broken through to the Yuandan realm and is considered a man of extraordinary talent in the small Yinqing, but he knows that this is not enough to regain his dignity. Fortunately, he has a son who is more talented than him, and his cultivation speed is faster than even the geniuses of the clan. This is the reason why he appears here.
Dad, isn't brother Mu Tian here yet?
Qing Yan, who was standing next to him, looked around anxiously and couldn't help but ask a question.
He will come. He will definitely come. Mu Xiaotian said with certainty, clenching his fists. Alas, I don't know what brother Mu Tian is busy with.
I haven't seen him for several years. I'm already in the creation realm now, and I really want to ask him for more advice. Qing Yan stomped her feet and pouted. Ha, your brother Mu Tian loves you the most as his sister, he will definitely bring you a gift. Her behavior made Mu Xiaotian laugh, and he couldn't help but reach out and touch her head. Although Qing Yan is an adopted daughter, her talent for cultivation is not bad at all. Since Mu Tian brought back the Jiyin grass to cure her cold disease a few years ago, her cultivation has made great progress.
Now she is considered a top-notch master in the branch family.
Dad, don't worry. Even if brother Mu Tian didn't come, I would help you regain your lost dignity. Qing Yan felt her father's excitement and clenched her fists solemnly. Ha, you are all good kids. When Mu Zhentian heard this, his eyes became moist. He left home when he was young and returned when he was old.
When he left the main family, he was just a young boy. Now it is his wish to return with his children and grandchildren. Fortunately, this time, he still has many seated players. This time, Chief Mu had already come to the stage and delivered a brief speech. With his announcement, the tribal competition officially began. The mirror-like magic weapon in front displayed the images of dozens of arenas. The contestants who had already drawn their lots took turns to go on stage and show their prowess. Dragon City split, Mu Xiaolin wins. Zong family, Mu Feng wins. Zong family, Mu Kor wins.
The reports of the battle situation came one after another, making the people from the Yunqing branch turn pale. The battle was very fierce. Not only the main family, but also the strength of each branch family has increased a lot in recent years. Half an hour later, 2 disciples from Yunqing also came on stage. Without any suspense, they were quickly knocked down and both suffered serious injuries. Qing Yan was so angry that her fists were clenched so hard that they made cracking sounds.
They've gone too far. I must avenge everyone.
Just at this moment, her name was called out on the stage. Mu Qingyan of the Yunqing branch, Stage 1, versus Mu Yi of the main family. Everyone was shocked. Kino is considered one of the most famous geniuses in the main family, and he has a very brutal temper. Fighting with him is very dangerous. Mu Xiaotian's face changed drastically.
No way. How could Qing Yan be able to face that person?
The main family must be deliberately cheating to eliminate the branch family's contestants.
Qing Yan, we give up. This match is over.
His eyes were red, but he saw that the girl's expression was extremely determined.
Father, big brother Mu Tian hasn't arrived yet.
I want to carry the banner of the Yunqing branch for him.
Believe me.
After saying this, she flew onto the stage like a young swallow flying into the forest.
Mu Qingyan from the Yunqing branch, please give me some advice. Everyone in the audience was shocked. The girl from the branch family didn't give up. She even wanted to confront Kino head-on. She's really brave. Didn't you see that all of Kino's opponents were seriously injured in the previous matches?
That guy was so crazy that he didn't care about anything.
Ha, third prince, what do you think the Mu family means by this?
The real genius is not here, and these noobs fighting each other is really not enough to watch. Wang Ao sat next to the third prince, squinted his eyes to look at the situation in the field, and then lost interest.
TSK, if I had known earlier I should have practiced at home.
He sneered, but saw the third prince looking towards platform 1.
That branch family girl is probably not much weaker than Kino.
The third prince pondered. He's just a small character who hasn't even reached the creation realm.
Wang Ao smiled. At this time, on stage 1. Not when Mu Yi heard Qing Yan's words, he grinned. A scar on his forehead that was as twisted as a centipede extended all the way to the bridge of his nose, making him look even more hideous. Ha, you actually arranged for the girl from the Branch family to fight against me? I've really been underestimated. After saying this, without waiting for the other party to answer, he suddenly jumped up like an eagle, and the huge fluctuation of spiritual power shook the protective formation. Get down! Everyone in the audience was shocked that Mu Yi really has no mercy on women. He is at the peak of the creation realm and he is still using all his strength. Boom, there was a loud bang and a puff of white smoke rose from platform 1. The girl took 3 steps back and managed to stabilize herself. A look of stubbornness flashed across her face, and she slowly raised her jade hand. A tremendous amount of spiritual power surged up, blowing her clothes fluttering and forming complex marks on her hand. In an instant, the temperature on the stage dropped by more than 10 degrees. Ice soul cold. As she let out a delicate cry, a light frost condensed, and an extremely cold spiritual power blasted directly towards Kino. Humph, you don't know your own limitations. Mu Yi snorted coldly, stepped heavily with his right foot, and spiritual power like a cyclone instantly lingered. The wind is rising. Following his loud shout, the wind suddenly blew violently on the field, like a hurricane landing, and even the people in the remote Yunqing branch could hear it clearly. This is the clan's advanced martial art, the chaos wind technique. Mu Zhentian murmured, with deep worry in his eyes rumble. The collision of the two forces actually produced a thunderous sound, which attracted everyone's attention for a moment. Wang Ao's face also showed an expression of disbelief. The woman's realm was obviously lower, but she was not at a disadvantage after this move. Her spiritual power is a little strange. The third prince said lightly. At this time, Kino's face on the stage also changed. No one was more surprised than him. The opponent's cold spiritual power made him feel a little uncomfortable. Although the cold power did not have the momentum of a bold sword, it was like a dagger, which made people feel uneasy. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Kino's figure suddenly spiraled up into the sky, and the spiritual power in his hands was like substance, stirring up the wind and rain, and the air on the field made a series of crackling sounds like a sonic boom. Wind chaos. The violent wind of spiritual power was like millions of daggers flying around, trying to flatten everything it passed through. Facing Muya's extremely fierce attack, Qingyan gritted her teeth, her face became even more stubborn, and she did not retreat a single step. The slender jade hands kept changing, and the sharp cold power surged rapidly, making people dazed. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, a pair of hands turned into thousands of hands of this? Everyone in the audience was surprised, even Mu Zhentian and others saw Qingyan's trick for the first time. This child also has an adventure. Mu Zhentian sighed. At this moment he felt that he was really old. However, can this be used against the Zone family's unique skills? His eyes widened. I saw hand shadows dancing on the stage, blocking the violent wind. For a while, light sounds kept coming out, making it impossible to judge the situation on the field. Kino's face in midair also became extremely ugly. He wanted to challenge a genius like Mu Changqing, not just fight back and forth with the Branch family. Since you want to resist, it's better than blaming me for being cruel and ruthless. As his spiritual power was activated, his eyes suddenly turned cold. He suddenly opened his hands, looked up at the sky, and made a pilgrimage posture. The spiritual power in the whole world seemed to be still. Not good. Xingyan, come down quickly. Mu Zhentian's face changed drastically. Referee. Kino is using a forbidden technique. Please stop the match immediately. He quickly shouted, the wind stops. This was the last move in the chaos wind technique. As a former member of the clan, Mu Zhentian undoubtedly recognized it. However, due to the incompleteness of the secret manual, this move had serious side effects and could hurt both oneself and others, so it had long been listed as a forbidden technique. Then the referee acted as if he hadn't heard it and took 2 steps back. Qingyan looked solemn, but did not retreat. Her eyes were filled with determination. Brother Mu Tian had saved her life, and she must help the Yunqing branch fight to the end. In that case, then die. Kino let out a long roar, and the violent wind that was sweeping across the ring suddenly stopped, like the calm sea under bright sunshine. Everyone in the audience was shocked and had no idea what was going on. Qingyan, who had not retreated a single step before, suddenly had a red face and a pair of delicate hands strangled her slender neck. She seemed unable to breathe. The third prince sighed. This move was truly astonishing. It seemed to isolate all the air in an area, creating a vacuum. No wonder it is called wind stops. How can there be wind in a vacuum? But I'm afraid that Kid himself is not feeling well either. Wang Ao said calmly. Wow. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yi on the stage spat out a mouthful of blood, but his expression turned ruthless and he did not retreat at all. He looked like a wild beast that was forced into a desperate situation and was fighting for its life. Stop it now. Mu Xiaotian also became anxious. He flashed and rushed towards the stage. However, he was stopped by 2 disciples. In the ring, life or death is the issue. If no one concedes defeat, the match must continue. Please do not interfere. But Kino is clearly using a forbidden technique. Mu Xiaotian wanted to argue, but the man gave him a light push and made him retreat dozens of steps. Chapter 447, The Little Villain in the Fantasy World, 30, Ha, is this how the descendants of the clan treat their elders? Suddenly, a sneer sounded from the sky, and the rolling spiritual power contained boundless anger. In an instant, a figure wearing a conical hat appeared above the martial arts stage. He just stepped lightly, and overwhelming spiritual energy surged onto platform number 1. Mu Yi didn't even have time to react and flew backwards, spilling blood in the air. Brother Mu Tian. Qin Yan finally regained her breath. Her flushed face immediately forced a smile, and she threw herself into the arms of the visitor like a butterfly. Girl, you don't need to take care of the family affairs. Mu Tian gave Qin Yan a pat on the head and a gentle smile appeared on his face. I just want to help. I want to regain my father's dignity. Qin Yan pouted, Brother Mu Tian, don't always treat me like a child. As she spoke, she straightened her breasts somewhat proudly, which made Mu Tian chuckle. At this moment, everyone in the audience was stunned by this sudden change. Many people were whispering. That's Mu Tian? Is he from the branch family? That aura just now must have been at the peak of the creation realm. How could the branch family actually have such a genius? Wang Ao stood up suddenly, with disbelief in his eyes. Last time in the ancient sect's secret realm, that kid was so slippery that I never found a chance to teach him a lesson. As a result, after only half a year, the boy's cultivation level had already reached the same level as his. How could he not be surprised? Even the third prince Xian Yuan Liangyu's expression changed. I'm afraid this kid will be a big rival for Mu Changqing. He leaned forward with interest and murmured. At this time, a frenzy broke out in the Yunqing branch. Mu Zhentian and others had tears in their eyes. Honor. Mu Xiaotian shouted, his little Qilin child has finally arrived. The day has come when he returns to the ancestral family and can hold his head high and be proud. Mu Tian also saw his family over there at this time. He smiled, patted Qin Yan on the back, and pulled him to his grandfather and father. Grandpa, father, I'm late. Please take care of Qin Yan. Mu Xiaotian nodded seriously, you should be careful too. He knew that the next battle was the key. On the other side, Kino had already crawled up from the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and there was flames burning in his eyes. Mu Tian! He roared, and the spiritual power around him surged again. This time, Mu Tiankai slowly turned his head and looked at Mu Yi, who was in a dishevel, with obvious sarcasm on his face. Ha, using forbidden techniques is just like this. Is this the clan's genius? As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of everyone in the audience changed, and Mu Yi was almost furious. He roared wildly, and the spiritual power around him instantly surged. He suddenly jumped up and turned into dozens of figures that pounced towards Mu Tian. This is the 10 Shadow Slash. Mu Zhentian's pupils trembled, and there was a sound of gasps from the audience. He didn't expect that Mu Yi could still display such strength even though he was injured. However, facing such a sophisticated attack, Mu Tian did not even look at it. He just formed his 5 fingers into claws, and the void condensed. The dozens of shadows were immediately dissipated by the huge flow of spiritual power. Kino's heart trembled. The 10 Shadow Slash was one of his special skills, but it was broken so easily, he immediately retreated quickly, but Mu Tian did not give him time to react. Without seeing him make any movement, his figure suddenly disappeared from Mu Ye's sight, and the next moment he suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost. A trivial scheme. When Mu Yi heard Mu Tian's cold snort right next to his ear, he was horrified. His hands kept changing. A spiritual shield was just erected when it was torn apart with a crackling sound like thin paper. 5 cold fingers had already grabbed his throat. You bang! Before he could even utter a word, he received a slap in the face. This is for Qin Yan, the loser who used forbidden techniques. Kino's face immediately turned red, but before he could react, he was slapped in the face again. I fought for my father. The younger generation of the Zone family also needs to respect their elders. Snap. Another crisp sound. I fought for myself. Who do you think you are? How dare you attack me? Everyone off the court was stunned. Arrogant. Absolutely arrogant. Moreover, Mu Tian's aura has reached the peak of the creation realm. Such a person can be regarded as a top genius no matter which family he belongs to. Some people lamented his arrogance, while more people were shocked that the Mu family had produced such a genius. Honor. Mu Xiaotian's eyes were filled with tears at this moment. He felt that he had finally regained his face. The people of the branch family were no worse than the geniuses of the main family. And where the young disciples of the clan were, there was also a sound of gasps. They never expected that Mu Yi was not even a match for Mu Tian. Ha, it's impressive, but still far behind Brother Changqing. Mu Xuer snorted coldly, showing great disdain. I don't think so. Even Brother Changqing couldn't defeat Mu Yi with one move before. Mu Kier expressed doubt. What do you mean, not necessarily? Are you heading that way? Brother Changqing is no longer as powerful as he used to be.
Mu Shuer stiffened her neck, very unconvinced. At this time, Mu Tian also noticed the concerned eyes outside the field. He smiled coldly, shook his right hand, and Mu Ye's body flew out and fell far away outside the field. There was another uproar outside the venue, and several of the main family members who were on good terms with Kino suddenly stood up.
Ha, you guys wanna come together? Come on, I accept the challenge.
When Mu Tian saw the performance of the clan members in front, he raised his eyebrows and stood still on the field. This made those people dare not move, as their strength was not as good as Mu Ye's. However, just because the disciples didn't move didn't mean others wouldn't dare to move. An old man in black suddenly stood up from the elders' seats in front and said, "How dare you, Mu Tian, disrupt the clan competition?
What's your crime?"
He waved his hand, and two men came forward to carry Mu Ye away, staring at Mu Tian with murderous eyes. That's Mu Ye's elder. The current fifth elder of the Mu family. However, Mu Tian's expression did not change at all.
I disrupted the clan competition? Then how come Kino's use of forbidden techniques doesn't count as disrupting the clan competition? You old ghost, you're implementing both sets of standards very smoothly? You are so rude.
The old man was immediately furious when he was confronted.
He shouted angrily and leaped up like a rock. Wait until I capture you and hand you over to the law enforcement hall for punishment.
The spiritual power at the peak of the creation realm suddenly burst out, and it actually contained a hint of nirvana.
These five elders were actually already half a step into nirvana. Boom, Mu Tian didn't say anything.
Seeing that the other party was coming at him fiercely, he became more eager to fight. He swung out with one palm, and the two forces collided with each other, making a deafening noise. There was a cry of surprise from outside the field, and a person was seen flying backwards. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the elder. In my opinion, both the main and branch families should be respected based on strength.
Mu Tian from the Mu family of Yunqing will once again accept all challenges.
Mu Tian took a step forward, and shocking spiritual power burst out. Nirvana. He actually reached the state of nirvana. There was a commotion in the audience, and the eyes looking at him changed completely. Even the head of the Mu family, who had been silent before, changed his expression. The nirvana realm was not something he could ignore in any way. In a remote corner, Mu Zhentian and others were also stunned. Nirvana was the realm they had been looking forward to all their lives. They did not expect that their child had reached such a high level after being away from home for a few years. With this talented child, I, Mu Xiaotian, have no regrets.
Mu Xiaotian breathed a sigh of relief. My Yunqing branch is finally going to return to the clan.
Mu Zhentian smiled with tears in his eyes.
Brother Mu Tian is so awesome.
Xingyan smiled and clapped his hands. On the other side, there was a dead silence in the seats of the clan members. The strong ones in Nirvana realm are not someone they can challenge. Mu Kur, who has the highest cultivation among them, is only at the peak of creation realm. Even Mu Shuer looked a little stunned. She obviously didn't expect that Mu Tian had already broken through Nirvana. Wang Ao's face turned even paler. He never thought that the breakthrough he had been looking for was actually achieved by Mu Tian, and in such a short time. I'm afraid I'll have to keep my tail between my legs in front of him from now on. Shen Yuan Lianyu's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything.
The child who splits the family is a hypocrite.
Another old man in gray couldn't stand it anymore and slammed his palm on the table.
Law enforcement team, take him down.
Because the fifth elder had suffered a setback before, he didn't dare to go up on his own and started calling for help.
Wait a minute.
Seeing that things were about to get out of hand, the head of the Mu family, who had been sitting on the Daiyo Yutai, finally spoke up.
Chief, you?
The old man in gray was stunned. He. The clan leader smiled calmly. The Nirvana Realm warriors are the highest combat power in the clan, and the law enforcement team can't take them down.
Besides, I don't think it's necessary.
Our main family and its branches are all based on strength.
As long as the branches are ranked in the clan competition, they can return to the main family. This is the rule set by our ancestors.
As he said this, he looked at Mu Tian. You are from the Yunqing branch, right? Without waiting for his answer, the patriarch's face became serious. From now on, the Yunqing branch family will be incorporated into the main family.
All benefits will be guaranteed by the main family.
The original head of the branch family will be granted the position of elder. He can choose to move to Muchang or keep the original address. The benefits will remain unchanged. The clan leader's words were the final word. The field was completely silent. The other elders looked unhappy, but they didn't say anything in the end. The disciples of the clan had no right to speak.
This day has finally come.
In the silence, a howl suddenly broke out in a remote corner. Everyone looked and saw that it was Mu Zhentian, the head of the Yunqing branch family. The others also had tears in their eyes, obviously very excited. Congratulations to Patriarch Mu. No, you should call him the seventh elder. The clan leader's assistant stepped forward and arranged for someone to move the seat from the remote corner to the middle so that they could sit together with the other members of the clan. From then on, they were all members of the Zong family.
Thank you, thank you.
Mu Zhentian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. He hasn't fully adapted to the change of identity yet. After the noise died down, Chief Mu stood up. The smile on his face could kill a mosquito. Mu Tian, please come down, the clan competition needs to continue. Only then did everyone realize that Mu Tian had been sitting on the stage and hadn't moved. He obviously had no intention of coming down. Instead, he shook his head and rose into the air. Master Patriarch, as the winner of this session, I have the right to directly challenge the winner of the previous session. His tone was calm, but what he said caused an uproar. Is he going to challenge Mu Changqing, the clan's #1 talent? It's true that the young are formidable. You have to know that Mu Changqing became famous at a young age. He is not only the #1 talent in the Mu family, but even in Deshang, there are not many people who can surpass him. This is really interesting. The two geniuses of the two generations will compete for the first place. This is a big show. The atmosphere at the scene immediately became heated. Mu Xiaotian was also stunned, and then a sour feeling surged into his eyes. His son still remembers his humiliation and wants to regain his dignity. Even Xianyuan Liangyu sat up straight and looked at the head of the Mu family. Chapter 448, The Little Villain in the Fantasy World, 31, Chief Mu stood up. He looked very embarrassed. The Mu family did have rules, and it could even be said to be an inevitable procedure. The winner of the new clan competition would challenge the winner of the previous competition who was under 30 years old. This is also the way to identify the strongest among the younger generation, but the problem is that Mu Changqing is not here at all. He was about to speak when he heard a cold snort from the disciples of the clan behind him. The competition isn't even over yet, and he's already convinced he's the winner? That's really interesting. The sound was crisp but loud, and immediately attracted everyone's attention. The Mu family still has strong people? Everyone was frightened, but after seeing who was speaking, they all smiled. She is just a girl with great fortune. How can she match Mu Tian, who is in the state of nirvana? Shuer, what are you doing? Mu Kor quickly reached out and pulled Mu Shuer's hand, wanting her to sit down, but she gently shook it off. I'm just telling the truth. How could that kid be qualified to challenge Brother Changqing? He only defeated Mu Yi, so how could he be considered the winner of this competition? Everyone, this does make some sense, but the other party has already reached the nirvana realm, and is not someone that other disciples in the creation realm can deal with. Bah! That Mu Yi is a strong man among the disciples of the Zong family. Who else can defeat him in one move? Brother Mu Tian is the winner. Xing Yan couldn't help but stand up to defend himself. In the end, Mu Shuer just glanced at her and said, What are you making such a fuss about, defeated general? You're not even as good as Mu Yi. Kino? Are you polite? Empty words are not enough. I just said that I accept all challenges. If anyone refuses to accept, just come and defeat me. Mu Tian didn't want to argue with the woman, so he made a gesture of invitation. If you are dissatisfied, you can come up and drive me away. This was a bit bullying, and everyone in the audience looked at each other in confusion. However, no one spoke up to stop them. After all, the clan competition did not distinguish between different levels of cultivation. If you can't win, just give up. If you get injured in a fight, you naturally can't blame anyone. That little girl is only good at bickering. How could she dare to really fight Mu Tian? Mu Tian's strength has been fully demonstrated just now. Let's not waste everyone's time and let Mu Changqing come and fight. That's right, we want to see a battle of talents, not bickering. The sound of everyone's discussion reached Mu Shuer's eyes, making her pretty face turn colder. Ignoring Mu Kir's obstruction, she stepped on her toes and her graceful figure appeared on the stage. Zongjia Mu Shuer, please teach me. Yunqing Mu family, Mu Tian. Mu Tian's expression condensed, and he moved his right hand slightly, with a faint spiritual energy lingering around him. The atmosphere on the field suddenly became solemn, and a huge pressure dissipated. Shuer, you have to seize the initiative when fighting him. Suddenly, a voice came from the top of the wall, breaking the solemn atmosphere. Mu Tian looked up in surprise, his eyes fixed on the top of the wall. Everyone was startled by the sound, but when they turned around, their expressions changed drastically. Mu Changqing, there are two other women. The clothes of the three people were extremely complicated and exquisite, but there was not a trace of spiritual power fluctuation on them. It was obvious that they were just things used by ordinary dignitaries. The young man was tall and slender, with a casual posture and a hint of disdain in his eyes. Both women were pretty and charming, especially the one closer to him, who had a graceful figure and a slender waist that could be held in one hand. She had fair skin, a sly smile on her face, and her eyes were extremely smart. Wang Yao took a look and his expression changed. The woman's grace and elegance seemed to be no less impressive than Xiamushua's. In the silence, the woman's eyes swept across and finally fell on Mu Tian. She curled her lips, obviously not looking down on him. Your name is Mu Tian, right? I advise you not to fight with Brother Changqing, because she paused deliberately and suddenly burst out laughing. He is so cunning, no one here can be his opponent, ha 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 ha. Another woman next to her nodded silently, obviously agreeing with him. What is going on? While everyone was stunned, the three of them had already floated down. Brother Changqing. A burst of fanatical shouts erupted from the young disciples of the clan. Changqing greeted with a smile, then walked straight up to the patriarch and introduced him to others. This is the head of the Mu family. These two are. Before he finished speaking, Song Sisi took Xiaowan's hand and said with a smile, "We are sisters that brother Changqing recognized when he was traveling." Changqing smiled helplessly. Seeing the patriarch's puzzled expression, he could only add, "You two are disciples of the Jiugong sect. You were out training and happened to meet each other, so you came here." His voice was neither loud nor soft, but to the people around him it was like a thunderclap. A disciple of the Jiugong sect? No wonder he has reached the Nirvana realm at such a young age. This is not the point. The point is the Nine Palace Gate. That's one of the 8 super sects. A dynasty like the Great Shan couldn't even come close to the Nine Palaces sect. Furthermore, it looked like Mu Changqing was very familiar with them. Everyone couldn't help but wonder, could it be that he had joined the Jiugong sect? This is incredible. The rewards from the Great Sect are enough for the Mu family to take another big step forward. Chief Mu's hands were shaking a little. Dear guest, please take a seat, please take a seat." Even Shenyuan Liangyu couldn't sit still at this time. He stood up and walked forward with a gentle smile. "Brother Changqing, it is a blessing for Deshang that you have brought 2 distinguished guests to visit us." Turning around, he asked the 2 girls, "Are you used to living in Dashang? Is there anything you like?" When this was mentioned, Song Sisi's eyes lit up and she really talked about a lot of things. Shenyuan Liangyu waved his hand and said, "I'll buy all of these and send them to you soon." He didn't leave, but just took a seat nearby and sat down. The moment Changqing appeared, Mu Xiaotian's pupils shrank, especially that indifferent smile, which made him break out in a cold sweat. It was because of this smile that he was beaten and seriously injured before he could even withstand a single blow. At the time, he was only 10 years old and now, as soon as he appeared, he was the focus of the whole audience again, and even got to know the people from the 8 super sections. This made him feel as if all the bones in his body were aching. He was dazed for a moment and almost fell down. It was Qin Yan who stepped forward and helped him to stand steady. Mu Xiaotian couldn't help but look at Mu Tian on the stage. His Qiliner's face was as gloomy as water at this time. No one was paying attention to the stage anymore. Everyone was surrounding them. At this moment, he seemed to feel the disregard he received from the other party when he was knocked off the stage 10 years ago. It was like stepping on an ant on the road, not even worth looking back at. Tianer. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, can Tianer really regain his dignity for him? At this moment, he suddenly became uncertain. Or maybe just forget it? Don't go back to your old ways. Mu Xiaotian suddenly had the idea of retreating, since he had already joined the Zong family. On the stage, Mu Tian also felt a trance. He was clearly the center of attention, so why did everything change when that person arrived? Moreover, the woman he brought with him made him feel inexplicably familiar, as if she had a deep connection with him in some way. But he could feel the disdain in the look she gave him. Crunch, the sound of clenched fists was heard, and Mu Tian found that he could not calm down at all. He only felt a kind of anger rising from the bottom of his heart and rushing straight to his mind. Mu Changqing. Do you dare to fight me? He suddenly let out a loud roar, immediately attracting all attention. The look no longer contained the previous admiration for the strong man, but instead contained a hint of blame and sarcasm. Even the woman who was talking to Shenyuan Liangyu seemed a little impatient. She glanced at him lightly and quickly turned her head away. This made Mu Tian even angrier. He pointed at Changqing with one hand, his expression showing a bit of madness. You insulted my father, and today I will collect all the debts. The young man who was talking to someone opposite raised his head when he heard this. There was just the right amount of doubt in his eyes, and his voice was neither hurried nor slow. Oh? Then who are you? And who is your father? Puff. When Song Sisi heard this, she immediately laughed out loud, and the crowd also burst into laughter. Mu Tian's face immediately turned red with anger. Our father is Mu Xiaotian from the Yunqing branch family. 10 years ago during the clan competition, you damaged his meridians with a single blow. Seeing that his elder brother was so angry that he couldn't speak, Qin Yan stood up and spoke. Ah? The young man was confused again. I'm 20 years old now. 10 years ago, I was only 10 years old. I really can't remember much about that time. Is this true, Patriarch? He asked the Patriarch beside him seriously. The clan leader was so busy with his daily affairs that he had no recollection of the clan competition from more than 10 years ago, so he shook his head solemnly. You'd have to look through the clan records for this matter. I can't remember exactly. Ha 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 ha. Song Sisi burst into laughter. Being defeated by a 10-year-old kid in one move, you still have the nerve to seek revenge, ha 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 ha. Her bell-like laughter echoed and was extremely contagious. Someone started laughing, but suddenly, the whole audience burst into laughter, ha 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 ha. The laughter that came one after another echoed in Mu Xiaotian's ears, making his face turn even purpler. Wow, suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. I was actually hurt by anger. Chapter 449, The Little Villain in the Fantasy World, 32, Which? You hurt my father. Qin Yan's face turned grim, and a cold and gloomy aura instantly burst out. She jumped up and pounced directly towards Song Sisi. Boom, before everyone could react, a loud bang was heard and Qin Yan's thin figure immediately flew backwards. Miss Qin Yan, Sisi didn't attack your father.
Shenyuan Liangyu stood in front of the two women, with a faint dragon aura surrounding him, and he had actually reached the state of nirvana, Chan.
Just call Cece. Yu Qingyan's face turned pale with anger.
I'm just protecting you.
If Cece and Miss Xiaohuan attack you, you might be seriously injured. Shenyuan Liangyu's expression became serious, and the pressure he exuded from being in a high position for a long time was really a bit shocking. Behind him, Song Cece and the other girl also looked serious. After all, they were both cultivators, and there was no way they would not be attacked without fighting back. Qingyan wanted to say something, but Mu Zhentian quickly took 2 steps forward and pulled her back to the crowd. Making enemies with a major sect is not something that the Mu family can afford. Mu Tian was stunned by this sudden change. He felt dizzy and his body swayed twice before he stood firm. He did not lose his mind. It would be wrong to act rashly at this time. There has to be a legitimate reason, and the most legitimate reason is that the winner challenges, but to carry out the challenge, one must first become the winner. So he turned his gaze to Mu Shuer, who had now run to Changqing's side and was standing with her hands hanging down like a primary school student.
Everyone. We are still in the clan competition period. Can our Mu clan compete so casually? Can we stop or interrupt it as we please?
He took a step forward and shouted loudly, which made everyone react. Yes, it's still the Mu family competition now. How come it turned into a welcome party?
Ahem. Chief Mu also coughed twice.
He first apologized to Song Cece and the others, saying that they had not entertained them well during the clan competition. He also said that he would hold a reception banquet after the competition and would definitely make the two of them feel at home. During this period, Shenyuan Liangyu suggested that they could be entertained in the royal family, but the two refused and he did not insist.
Everyone, let's continue the clan competition. Following the patriarch's announcement, the noise on the field finally died down. Do you want to compete again?
Changqing looked at Mu Shuer. Her cultivation had now reached the peak of the creation realm, but she was still one big stage away from reaching Mu Tian. The young man's eyes were gentle, and there seemed to be a hint of smile in his voice, which made Mu Shuer's face turn red. I practiced the sword technique you taught me. She wanted him to see her efforts. Before Mu Shuer could finish her words, she felt a heat in her ear. Changqing suddenly leaned close to her ear and said something. Boom, she only felt her head shake and nodded hurriedly.
Mu Shuer, are you still going to compete or not? Mu Tian on the stage was also getting a little impatient. He wanted to defeat the challenger as soon as possible, become the winner, and then fight a life-and-death battle with Mu Changqing. This was the way he had planned, to defeat the #1 genius and become famous in Shang.
Compare.
Mu Shuer let out a delicate cry and leaped up.
There was a loud bang in the air, and another huge figure appeared in front of her, with a powerful aura sweeping over her. Instantly, a Nirvana realm puppet. There was an immediate gasp from the audience. Mu Tian's expression also changed. He originally wanted to decide the outcome with one move, but he didn't expect Mu Shuer actually had such a puppet. This would require more effort. However, he did not lose in the puppet ward. He just waved his hand, and a puppet appeared in front of him, also in the Nirvana state.
Ha, Mu Shuer, if this is your trump card, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed.
Following his cold laugh, the puppet in front of him had red light in its eyes and clothes, and then it jumped up. Boom, the two war puppets collided with each other in the next instant, making a loud noise, and there was no clear winner after the first blow. TSK, I didn't expect Shuer to have such a trump card. Some of the Mu family disciples couldn't help but envy. This war puppet is so powerful that it is comparable to a strong man in the Nirvana realm. With it by his side, he can be said to have basically no worries in the territory of Dishang. Oh, everyone has their trump card, but this is a bit too powerful. On the field, Mu Tian's attack was ineffective, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes.
Oh, puppet against puppet, can you really fight against me?
He sneered, moved his body, and pointed his finger. In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged, and everyone outside the field felt their breath was blocked.
8 Young Heaven-destroying finger. What a powerful force this is.
Perhaps it has already surpassed the scope of Tianji martial arts. There was a burst of admiration from the audience. Changqing's expression remained unchanged. He was familiar with the hero's martial arts.
The 8 Young Heaven-destroying finger was a martial art inherited from the ancient sect's secret book. It was extremely powerful. But it's not invincible. The situation on the stage was changing rapidly, and a huge finger gradually formed in the sky, like a world-destroying force, with the power to destroy everything. Mu Shuer's face changed slightly, and the mercury-like sword in her hand changed with her body shape, dancing out a circle of light. The expression of Chief Mu in the audience changed slightly. Sword formation, a sword formation. However, this sword formation is a bit strange. It seems that it is not a killing formation, but an auxiliary formation. It is indeed exquisite, but it is indeed not enough to fight against the enemy. Ha, does Mu Shuer want to defeat Mu Tian with this auxiliary formation?
Wang Ao snorted coldly, his expression looking rather ugly. There were too many surprises when he came to watch the battle this time. The strength of the Mu family made him a little frightened. If this continues, he is afraid that the 4 major families will be led by the Mu family. This formation seems to have a strong effect of attracting spiritual energy. It might be effective against enemies of the same level, but the gap between them is huge.
The elder of the Wang family behind him also shook his head. There is basically no suspense in this battle, however. The next moment, Mu Shuer's actions made his eyes widen immediately. She just shouted softly, "The formation begins." A huge amount of spiritual power instantly rushed towards her body, and for a moment the sky and the earth darkened. "Ha, your cultivation level cannot bear so much spiritual power." Mu Tian snorted coldly, and suddenly increased the strength in his hand. The giant finger in the sky paused slightly, and then fell down at an accelerated speed like a meteorite, but the next moment, his eyes changed. Mu Shuer, who was receiving spiritual power in his eyes, suddenly flashed. At the same time, the puppet in the battle instantly broke away. The two shadows collided in the air, and Mu Shuer disappeared immediately. The overwhelming spiritual power immediately poured into the puppet. I saw that the originally dark red eyes seemed to become clear. What happened? The Mu family disciples were all surprised, and a group of them stood up. It seems to have become one with the puppet, Mu Kier said with a serious expression. This? How is it possible? Someone screamed, yeah? How is that possible? This was not only the doubt of the people in the audience, but even Mu Tian was confused for a moment, but the next moment his face immediately became ferocious. Destroy. With a loud shout, the huge finger finally fell. At this moment, the aura of Mu Shuer's war puppet finally reached its peak. With the help of the spiritual power of heaven and earth, it seemed to have gained life. Its eyes flashed, and its figure soared into the sky, rushing directly towards the giant finger of destruction. Mu Tian wanted to control the puppet to stop it, but was blown away by the violent storm. For Yang Palm. There was a sound like the friction between a door and a coffin, with a hint of a woman's crisp voice, which made people's scalps tingle. The faces of the Mu family members changed drastically. Everyone is familiar with this palm technique. It is the Mu family's unique skill that Mu Shuer has been practicing since she was a child, but when used by the puppet this time, the momentum was completely different, and it even carried a hint of the power to destroy the world. This strength has already surpassed the early stage of nirvana. Xian Yuan Liangyu sighed deeply. This observation also had a great impact on him. Everyone in the audience raised their heads and stared at the two forces colliding in the sky with wide eyes. The shock in their eyes seemed to be overflowing. No matter what, this battle for the Mu family will definitely be different from before. This is the consensus of everyone. Finally, the two came into contact, but there was no huge earthquake that shook the heavens and the earth. Everyone only felt a breeze blowing by, and the next moment a storm of spiritual power instantly swept across the entire venue. With a crackling sound, the audience's protective formation was broken for the second time, and the spectators in the front were instantly blown back, screaming in surprise. For a while, the head of the Mu family and the elders immediately flew up, and tens of thousands of pure yuan pills were immediately poured into the formation. Back off, back off. Chief Mu shouted, but the field was already in chaos, with the wind of spiritual power raging. Those with higher cultivation could still barely hold on, but those with lower cultivation were in a miserable state, like saplings near the center of a storm, at risk of breaking at any time. Changqing sighed and stood up. It's time to take action, and with a loud shout, a faint trace of spiritual power instantly spread out with him as the center. Wherever the spiritual power went, it was like a cat whose fur was stroked, and it immediately became obedient. In less than a moment, the clouds disappeared and the rain stopped. The sky was clear and bright, as if the chaos just now was just a dream. The ninth tribulation of nirvana, that trace of aura has already reached the realm of heaven and man. The field was completely silent, and everyone looked at Changqing stupidly, as if they were looking at a monster. Ha ha ha, I was saying that even if all of you come together you still can't beat him. In the silence, Song Cici's laughter was heard again. She smiled proudly, as if she had known some big secret in advance, and her whole body was filled with joy. On the stage, Mu Shuer had already revealed herself. She was held in the arms of a puppet and slowly walked down the stage with her eyes closed, obviously fainted. On the other side, Mu Tian was kneeling on one leg, obviously injured. Zong family, Mu Tian Shang. With the referee's order, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The head of the Mu clan flew forward and glanced at all the disciples. Today's big competition ends here, and we will continue to follow the process tomorrow. Chapter 450, The Little Villain in the Fantasy World, 33. The competitions in the next few days went smoothly without any major setbacks, and the audience was also lacking in interest. After comprehensive evaluation by the elders, Mu Tian still won first place in the clan competition, while Mu Shuer and Mu Kier ranked second and third respectively. When the results were announced, no one looked surprised. After all, the fighting abilities of these individuals were obvious to all. What surprised Changqing was that during the challenge session, Mu Tian was silent for a long time and finally chose to give up. Next time, I will definitely defeat you with my own hands. At the moment when the two of them crossed each other, Changqing heard Mu Tian say in a low voice. However, he just glanced at the other person lightly and then turned and left. In the evening, the Mu family held a grand banquet to celebrate the successful completion of the clan competition and to thank the many guests for coming. At the banquet, the clan leader directly announced the contestants of the Mu family who would participate in the seed battle, namely the top 3 in this competition. Which surprised everyone for a moment. The patriarch obviously anticipated everyone's reaction and gave an ambiguous explanation. Changqing has already received an invitation from the sect, so he voluntarily gave up this opportunity. Oh, I see. Everyone understood instantly, but then his expression changed again. Mu Changqing had already received an invitation from the sect. If someone from the Mu family proved to be outstanding in the national war later, wouldn't it mean that at least 2 people would join the sect at once? The Mu family is about to take off. When Mu Tian heard the news, he stood up in shock, and the disbelief in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. Now that he was injured and had seen the opponent's strength, he knew that he had no chance of defeating the opponent in the clan competition. But this does not mean that he has to give up the goal he set since childhood. There are many opportunities in the secret realm of the national war, and this is one of his opportunities. In the end, he may even get the chance to join a large sect, which will make him the true #1 prodigy of the family. But what is going on? The other party simply stopped playing and took a big step ahead. While I was still struggling to get the qualification to join a big sect, others had already received the invitation. He couldn't help but look at the woman who was smiling beside Changqing, and snorted heavily through his nose. He's just a guy who relies on women. The Zhugongman isn't the best either. He, Mu Tian, wanted to join the strongest sect and truly be proud of himself. At this moment, he decided to make it his goal to surpass Mu Changqing in all aspects to vent the anger in his heart. Honor, we have returned to the ancestral family. Let's let the past go. Mu Xiaotian walked to his side and sighed lightly. He felt unfair, but after going through so much, he now felt a sense of powerlessness. The humiliation of that battle 10 years ago was indeed unforgettable, but who can I blame? It was just that I was not strong enough, and the other party just gave a full-strength attack in the ring. There is reason to hate the other party, but that only works when there is a chance for revenge. Now the other party's strength is already at a level that he can hardly look up to, so it is better to accept reality. Mu Tian didn't say anything, just shook his head lightly. This has become a demon in his heart, and it is no longer just a matter of revenge for his father. The clan competition ended and the excitement ended. Changqing did not stay in the Mu family for long. With his current level of cultivation, it was indeed not appropriate for him to stay in the Mu family for a long time. Otherwise, not only the other 3 families would not be able to sleep well, but even the royal family would probably not be able to sleep well. So the clan leader did not keep him and also provided him with a lot of pure yuan dan. Chief, can you give me some ordinary silver? Changqing took the Chunyuan pill without hesitation and asked with a smile. He wandered around, but he didn't like going to the cultivators' market. Instead, he preferred to mingle with ordinary people, eat local delicacies, and see the unique scenery. That's no problem, of course. The patriarch took a look at his clothes and replied with a smile. So Changqing set off again. He first followed Song Sisi and the others to visit Jiugong Gate, but he did not stay there and soon started his journey to the next stop. During this period, the system often broadcast Mu Tian's situation, which gave him some understanding. He passed the seed battle and entered the ancient battlefield. However, he did not kill everyone like in the original plot. Instead, he was relatively low-key and survived until the end before bursting out with strength. Even in the end, he did not choose to join the Jiugong sect, but instead chose the most powerful demon-suppressing sect. The elder of Zhugongmen took Song Sisi there. The system laughed. Changqing understood immediately. Mu Tian believed that Song Sisi was in the same group as him, so of course he was unwilling to join the Zhugongmen. However, this will cause him to lose a lot. His eyes flashed. In the original plot, Mu Tian was like a fish in water in Zhugongmen and obtained an extremely rare inheritance. Can he also be so lucky after joining the demon-suppressing sect? Moreover, the demon-suppressing sect was his mortal enemy in the original plot. It was a villain sect that was completely wiped out, but now it has become his sect. I have to say, the direction of the plot is quite interesting. 10 years later, the war between the human race and the blood demon in the plot still happened as expected. What surprised Changqing was that all the major sects of the righteous path had been infiltrated by the blood demon to some extent, but there was no incident of the entire sect falling as in the original plot. This time, Mu Tian had already become the direct disciple of the demon-suppressing sect. He even defeated Tianzhou in the multi-sect competition 2 years ago and was known as one of the most promising players of the younger generation, but he was not very happy, and did not even show the youthful vigor and vitality, because he knew that the mountain in front of him was still towering. That time, Changqing gradually became famous in Xuanyu. Some people rumored that they had witnessed him defeating 2 demon generals in the heavenly realm, and some said that his strength might have reached the reincarnation realm. He even saw the Jiugong sect boasting to others during the multi-sect competition that they had hired Mu Changqing as a guest elder of their sect. This made Mu Tian anxious. He spent longer and longer periods of time in seclusion, and his expression became more and more depressed. Few people in the sect dared to talk to him. Even his master became worried in the end and urged him to go down the mountain to gain more experience and not to get himself sick. However, before the trip could be carried out, the blood demon rebellion began. The major sects were in chaos for a while before they completely eliminated the carriers of the demon seeds in their sections. This was thanks to Mu Changqing, a guest of Zhugongmen, who provided a technique for identifying the demonic aura hidden in the human body. All the major sects suffered considerable losses, and naturally they were filled with hatred and wanted to completely expel the blood demon. A new alliance was formed and the war began. Countless strong men fell, but countless newcomers also rose in the war. But what the alliance leaders are most looking forward to is the legendary guest elder of the Zhugongmen to participate in the war. After all, no one knows his current level of cultivation. Master Son, have you sent a message to Elder Mu? Has there been any response? Hundreds of people gathered in the majestic ancient city hall, including young newcomers covered in blood, as well as veteran warriors with vicissitudes of life and powerful aura. At this moment, everyone's eyes were looking at an old man with a long beard sitting on the left, and the earnestness in their eyes was very obvious. I have already sent him a message. He should have received it. Before the old man could speak, the young woman standing next to him frowned slightly and replied. Everyone's expression changed, however. The old man did not mean to blame him, he just sighed softly. Elder Mu travels the world in his mind, and Cece is the only one in the sect who's familiar with him. However, he's not someone who doesn't care about anything. Now that the blood demon is causing chaos, the entire continent is in turmoil. I don't think he'll sit idly by. As soon as these words were spoken, there was another round of whispers. In the end, it was the old man at the top who raised his hand to stop the discussion. I believe that people with real insight will stand on our side. He glanced around and his expression became even more resolute. But our alliance also has countless strong people, especially many young strong people who have risen rapidly in this battle. This gives us hope. For the upcoming battle, I still need to ask everyone for help. Please join me in slaying the blood demon. Let's kill the blood demon together. Let's kill the blood demon together. Let's kill the blood demon together. The passion of some young people was ignited, and the whole venue was filled with loud shouts. This time, on a snowy mountain thousands of miles away, a young man was playing chess with a white-bearded old man. The young man was wearing a thick, plush gown, his eyes were clear, and there was a faint spiritual energy around him. The falling snowflakes seemed to have eyes and automatically avoided him, forming a blank area. The white-bearded old man was wearing a thin green shirt, but he had a very sturdy figure. At this moment, he was staring at the chessboard, and his whole body was motionless like an old monk in meditation. There was a thick layer of snow on his head. A long time the black chess piece in the old man's hand fell onto the chessboard with a clink. He shook his head slightly to shake off the snow on his head and sighed slightly. My friend, your chess skills amaze me. But... His voice sharpened, our clan has been planning for many years to rule this world, and we cannot abandon it just because of this. The young man didn't look surprised when he heard this. He leaned back. So, you originally wanted to train Mu Tian and then take over his body? Ha ha ha, the old man suddenly burst into laughter, and in an instant the earth and sky shook, and the fluttering snowflakes became still. The war 1,000 years ago damaged my body, so I had no choice but to hide in the soul-containing talisman. It would have taken quite some effort, but ha ha ha, it was you, friend Mu, who freed me. Hearing this, the young man also revealed a smile, which made the old man's heart suddenly tremble. Why do you think that 2 martial arts can be traded for that kind of magical pill, old man? Facing the old man's surprised look, he stood up and the smile on his face widened. All gifts have already been priced. The old man's face changed drastically, and his eyes suddenly turned red. He shook his long arm, and his palm, as dry as bones, slapped towards Changqing's head. Before it hit the body, cold and pure demonic energy burst out, and the original human palm turned into a demon claw covered with black scales. Boom, the heaven and earth shook, and the huge impact force seemed to shatter even the surrounding space, but Changqing had a strange smile on his face. At this moment, the sky seemed unable to withstand this majestic force, and suddenly it was torn apart, with infinite murderous intent hidden in it. The next moment, the entire sky suddenly darkened. Rolling thunder shuttled through the clouds, and the spiritual power of heaven and earth seemed to have decreased a lot at that moment. The overwhelming murderous intent rushed down, and the target was exactly that old man. Heavenly punishment. The old man was greatly panicked. He looked at the young man opposite him with horror in his eyes. You, what did you do? The old voice trembled unconsciously. He felt the murderous intent coming from heaven and earth, which was enough to wipe him out. I didn't do anything. The young man said calmly. It's just that the great fortune pill is originally a thing from the universe, and it is not tolerated by this world. The power of your attack just now has attracted the attention of the heavenly Tao. Ha, I'm afraid it will be difficult to save your soul this time. As soon as he finished speaking, the power of thunder from heaven and earth came crashing down. A ferocious look flashed across the old man's face. He roared in rage and his body turned into a 10,000-foot demon body. Even if I die, I will keep you here. Like the claws of a devil on a cliff, it grabbed Changqing directly. Its speed was 2 points faster than lightning, and from a distance it looked like the power of heaven. But the next moment, a frightened and angry howl came from the demon body, because he found that his claws could actually penetrate the figure directly, and the young man who was in front of him just now was actually a phantom. A voice came from the horizon. Enjoy your price. Chapter 451, The Little Villain in the Fantasy World, 34. On the battlefield thousands of miles outside the ancient city, the Exorcist Alliance army and thousands of blood demons have started another round of fighting, shouting, roaring, and the roaring of magic weapons resounded through the sky. High in the sky behind the rear, several old men were looking at the battlefield through their magic weapons, with even more worry on their faces. The battle is intense. Someone sighed. Yes, the demon general said yesterday that the blood demon king is about to come out. He is in existence beyond the realm of reincarnation. We old bones like me may not be able to stop him. Another old man with white hair and beard said. If our predecessors thousands of years ago could defeat it, we can definitely do it too. Someone cheered me up. Hey, that must be Mutian from the demon suppression sect, right? He actually killed a demon general alone. The future is truly formidable.
Someone suddenly exclaimed, attracting everyone's attention. On the screen, the young man had a gloomy expression and was covered in black blood. He swung the sword in his hand, causing gusts of wind. Every time he swung it, countless blood demons were killed. Good.
The disciples of the demon suppression sect are indeed powerful. Amidst the admiration, the old man from the demon suppression sect frowned as he noticed something was wrong with Mutian.
I'll go take a look. The grey figure disappeared instantly. At this time, Mutian was already bloodthirsty, his body was covered with demon blood, and a faint white mist was steaming from the big sword. He didn't know how many blood demons he had killed, but it made him happy like a tireless puppet. He continued to go deeper and deeper until, when he turned around, his teammates were no longer around him. He has already penetrated deep into the blood demon camp. The thick demonic energy around him made him dazed.
He suddenly felt that the demonic blood splashing on his body became hot, and the jade talisman in his dantian actually emitted a faint black light.
It made him feel weird. The jade talisman is getting close to the evil spirit. To be honest, there has been no news of old Fu since he fell asleep that day, and this jade talisman has become his greatest reliance. The strange roar was heard again, and countless black shadows appeared in the air. He didn't have time to think carefully, and his spiritual power burst out to the extreme again.
Roar! With a loud shout, he swung the giant sword, which had become somewhat heavy, again, and the black shadow in front of him was instantly torn apart and dissipated without a trace. Hiss. He slowly landed on the ground, leaning on his sword and gasping for breath. A faint black aura emerged behind him. Ah, is this the genius of the demon suppression sect? He's really exciting.
A charming voice came faintly from the sky, but Mutian felt a tingling sensation on his back.
Demon General.
Mutian looked up in surprise, and what caught his eyes was an almost half-naked body, with silky red satin covering her private parts. Her skin, as bright as the moon, emitted a faint white light in the dark air, which was extremely visually impactful. On the slender neck was a face that enchanted everyone. Mutian took a look and felt inexplicably familiar. She seemed like Song Sisi and also like Xiaomushu. Wrong, they are still fighting in the rear, there is no way they would appear here. His heart trembled and he suddenly jumped up, but at that moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his dantian, causing him to fall to the ground immediately. He couldn't help but open his mouth and scream, but a strong demonic energy burst out from his mouth.
Hey! This kid?
The demon general in the sky was also startled, and then couldn't help but giggle.
Ma Bao. He. I'm so lucky.
She no longer hesitated, and with a flick of her body, she transformed into dozens of graceful figures that swooped down. Boom, a wave of spiritual power spread out, and the demon general retreated. Who? She shouted coldly, and saw an old man in grey standing in front of Mutian. Judging from his attire, he should be an elder of the demon-suppressing sect. Oh, here comes another one seeking death. The demon general didn't wait for the other party to answer, he suddenly shot out and fought with the old man in an instant.
Ha, that kid is going to be possessed by a demon. You can't save him.
She sneered, and her voice came out faintly, attracting countless blood demons to rush towards Mutian. The old man's face was as cold as frost. He swung his sword quickly, and a net of sword light quickly formed to go. With a light shout from him, countless blood demons were instantly cut into pieces. It's useless. The voice of the demon general came from behind him, and demonic energy attacked his body in an instant.
He didn't even say anything and slashed with his sword horizontally and vertically.
Two sword lights were blown out by the wind like a cross and attacked the demon general. Boom, the majestic demonic energy suddenly expanded, enveloping the entire venue.
Whoosh! A demonic claw covered with black scales stretched out from the demonic energy, colliding with the cold sword light and then instantly retracting. TSK, what an old man who doesn't know how to be gentle with women.
A sweet and charming voice came, but if you keep fighting, your disciple will be completely possessed by the devil. The old man's face changed. He glanced over and saw that a pair of faint demonic wings had formed behind Mutian. The evil aura emanating from him made him feel palpitations. Just when he was distracted, the demon general suddenly approached. Boom, the old man quickly swung his sword to block the attack, but the demon general had already retreated dozens of feet away.
No one can save him.
This time, her voice was very firm. The old man's face looked very ugly. He never expected that such a thing would happen to Mutian. If this continued, he would probably lose his mind soon, and then it would be difficult for him to escape.
Mutian!
He suddenly shouted loudly, like a sudden thunder in spring. Holding to the right path and guarding the heart, the mind will be clear and bright. As soon as he opened his mouth and wanted to use magic spells to remind Mutian to guard the spiritual altar, he was interrupted by the demon general's sneer. At this time, Mutian suddenly became manic, his hand holding the sword kept shaking, and suddenly a strange cry came out of his mouth. It's over. The old man was horrified, his figure instantly turned into a stream of light and flew outside, but the next moment, he was stopped by the demon general with a clang. If you're here, stay. The mockery in the woman's eyes disappeared, replaced by a sinister smile. Her figure gradually changed, and huge black devil wings emerged behind her, surrounded by demonic energy, and a murderous intent came towards her. The old man's heart sank. Master, master, a call attracted his attention. He turned around and saw that Mu Tian had actually sat up, with a hint of clarity returning to his eyes. He looked towards the northwest sky with horror.
Mu Tian?
The old man followed his gaze, and his heart was filled with turmoil. Thunder rumbled in the northwest sky, and the murderous intent that covered the sky made people feel cold even though they were thousands of miles away.
What is this?
The demon general was also inexplicably shocked at this moment. As soon as she stood up, the dull sound of thunder was faintly heard, which made her heart tremble inexplicably. Her intuition told her that this might not be a good thing. Walk! The old man picked up Mu Tian, and a streak of light streaked across the sky, instantly arriving behind the battlefield. Only then did he realize that the entire battlefield had temporarily stopped, and everyone looked towards the northwest in surprise. The changes in the world there were impossible to ignore.
What's going on? He couldn't help but ask. Silence. No one can give an answer.
It may be that the powerful human race and the Blood Demon King fought each other.
Someone suddenly said something. Impossible.
This power carries the might of heaven and earth. It is definitely not caused by human power. Someone immediately refuted it. Amidst the discussions, the strange phenomenon in heaven and earth did not last long, and soon heaven and earth returned to peace. What on earth was going on? Everyone frowned. This time, Mu Tian's face was calm, but he was more shocked than others because he found that the jade talisman he had been relying on had disappeared.
Tianer, what's wrong with you?
The old man in gray who had been watching him couldn't help but ask when he saw his face change drastically.
I'm fine.
Mu Tian lowered his head. There was a flicker of doubt in the old man's eyes, but the war was not over yet and it was not the time to be entangled. But the question is, what should we do now?
Everyone looked confused.
The Blood Demon King is dead. I rely on you here. In the midst of confusion, a voice suddenly came from the sky. The voice was not loud, but it seemed to ring in everyone's ears. It's Elder Mu's voice. Song Sisi couldn't help but yell. Then, a burst of warm cheers suddenly broke out at the scene.
I told you, the human race's luck is not over yet. Good.
Senior Mu has mastered profound skills and saved the human race from danger. This time we must annihilate the blood demons and restore peace to the human race.
The leader of the alliance reacted quickly.
He soared into the sky, and the powerful pressure instantly spread thousands of miles away.
The Blood Demon King is dead.
Everyone, follow me and slay the blood demon together. The battle started again. However, this time the morale of the alliance was greatly boosted. While the blood demon side was disrupted, they might not believe anyone who said that the blood demon king was dead, but the voice just now made them have to doubt it. The voice was light and described, and although it was in the sky, it was like a whisper, which was frightening. Once suspicion arises, the fighting spirit will naturally decrease. So, in this battle, the blood demon was defeated, and his defeat was even more tragic than 1,000 years ago. More than 10 days later, the demonic energy on the battlefield continued to disappear, and teams of powerful alliance members were cleaning up the battlefield.
Oh, what realm do you think Senior Mu has reached? From what the elders said, I'm afraid he has already transcended the cycle of reincarnation. Who knows?
He hasn't shown up yet, but to have killed the Blood Demon King, his strength must have reached the peak of the Samsara realm.
Oh, I really want to meet the strongest person.
Everyone was talking and laughing about the battle that had taken place, and Mu Changqing was often the central topic of discussion. Mu Tian followed the group and remained silent. Although he made great contributions in this battle, whether in terms of the number of blood demons killed or his performance in battle, he was the best among the young people. The alliance even identified him as the number one of the young generation, but he didn't feel happy. He even felt a sense of disappointment. What could he possibly do? That person's strength had long since ceased to be ranked among the young generation, so what was the point of him being the number one of the young generation? Brother Mu, I heard that Senior Mu came from the same family as you, the Mu family of Dishang. What was his life like before? Was he a crazy person who practiced cultivation every day? What does he look like? Does he look like you? Or is he more handsome? Someone who knew him came over and asked him boldly, but when he took it, he just curled his lips and turned away. He felt that his heart of Taoism had been cracked. In this life, Changqing lived for a long time. He travels around the world and rarely appears in public, but there have always been many legends about him. Hundreds of years later, he had had enough of playing around and called out the system. Get ready to leave. Great. By the way, how's the male lead? He passed away long ago. Chapter 452, The Heroic Hunter Cannon Fodder Who Saves the Beauty. 1. Oh, Changqing had just arrived in the new world when he heard a loud roar. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw a black shadow rushing towards him. Oh shit, he cursed inwardly and quickly rolled to the left, barely avoiding the huge figure. Boom, the figure fell to the ground with a loud noise, and the surrounding grass and trees fell down. Wild boar. Changqing stood up and saw his opponent clearly. It turned out to be a huge wild boar weighing more than 200 pounds. It missed its attack and was making impatient grunts. Changqing tightened the steel fork in his hand. Feeling a little helpless, he noticed that the clothes he was wearing were mostly made of animal skins and were very rough.
He guessed that the original owner was a guy who made a living by hunting rumble. While he was thinking, the wild boar opposite kicked the ground and twisted its body again, like a fast-moving city wall, and launched another attack. The fangs covered with dirt and grass were shining faintly, and Chongqing couldn't help but squint his eyes. Boom, when the wild boar was about to get close, he suddenly jumped up. The muscles in his exposed arms bulged high, and the steel fork in his hand flashed and stabbed directly at the wild boar's neck. Ouch! The wild boar let out a deafening scream, and its huge inertia made it rush forward. Chongqing only felt his arm shake, and the steel fork slipped out of his hand. The wild boar rushed forward dozens of steps with the steel fork, and then fell to the ground dejectedly. It was obvious that he had been seriously injured by the previous blow. 1 kill. At this moment, Chongqing, who had already landed safely, breathed a sigh of relief. He touched the muscles on his arms, and a look of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. System, give me the plot quickly. Okay. As the system's voice sounded, various images began to flash through Changqing's mind like a kaleidoscope. This is an ancient plane. The original owner was named Chen Chongqing, from Chen Jiazwang, who made a living by hunting all year round. He was not a prince in distress, nor a retired general. He was just a native hunter. His parents died early and he didn't like farming, so he simply moved to the mountains and lived off the land. The original owner had good skills and could often gain something from going into the mountains, so he lived a pretty good life. He doesn't have any big ambitions. His biggest ideal is to marry a hard-working wife and have a child. It's just that this ideal is easy to say but difficult to realize. After all, he had no family to support him, and his relationship with the clan was rather distant. What was even worse was, this is a chaotic era with changing dynasties. Today I am the king and tomorrow you are the lone wolf. Rebellious forces in various places are like a spring breeze, sweeping across the country. The dust of the times falls on a person's shoulders and becomes a mountain. The original owner's stable life was also changed by the times, and he took a different path in life than he had imagined. One day, on his way to town to sell his game, he saved a woman from a carriage accident, spent all his fortune to heal her broken leg, and took care of her meticulously for several months. The girl's name was Wan Yue. She claimed that she had fled from another place and wanted to seek refuge with her relatives, but her relatives had already moved away, so she had nowhere to go. She was extremely beautiful. Although she was in poverty, she was still much prettier than the girls in the village. The original owner was a hot-blooded young man, so he was naturally tempted. He proposed to marry her so that they could live together. Wan Yue thought about it all night and finally agreed to his request. However, she said that her parents had just passed away and her brother was missing, so she had to observe a 3-year mourning period. Therefore, within 3 years, the two of them could only be nominal husband and wife and could not sleep together. The original owner didn't mind. The fact that such a beautiful woman was willing to marry him made him so happy that he was about to take off. How could he care about these details? Although he didn't have his parents to help him arrange the marriage, he still gave his family heirloom animal tooth pendant to the heroine as a token of love, and the two of them got married in private. He also promised that he would work hard at hunting and help her find her brother once he had saved enough money. Men are obsessed with love. Seeing this, Chongqing couldn't help but sigh. Wan Yue must be from a prominent background. The love between the eldest daughter of an official family and a hunter seems unreliable no matter how you look at it. In fact, the subsequent developments were exactly as he expected. The outside world had already been in chaos, and Chen Jiazwang was affected later because of its remoteness, but in the end it could not escape the rolling tide of history. First, there were more bandits. They robbed houses and committed all kinds of evil, making the people suffer. Then sporadic rebellious forces passed by, their words righteous, some for the sake of clearing the imperial court, for the betterment of the people, or for a peaceful world. But they would also borrow food, and conscript men, but they would also rob the rich to help the poor, and even suppress bandits. When the rebel forces came, they were naturally followed by the government's suppression troops. They were not much better than the previous two types of people. Taking bribes was the least of their faults. Sometimes, in order to gain false merits, they would chop off people's heads at will and pretend to be rebels. In comparison, the rebel forces are more popular. After all, they at least provide a reason that everyone can use to comfort themselves. Among these rebellious forces, the most powerful and popular one is the restoration team of the previous dynasty. Their leader is the king of Wu of the previous dynasty. He calls the current Dayu a traitor who stole the country, claims to be orthodox, and has a great influence in the hearts of the older generation of people, especially in comparison with the current government. King Wu's team has been recognized by many people, and even the people have taken the initiative to provide them with help and cover. The original owner lived on the edge of the mountains and was less affected at first. However, as the outside world became more and more chaotic, it was naturally difficult for him to stay out of it. One day, 1 year after marrying Wan Yue, a group of wounded soldiers from King Wu came here to avoid being hunted down and were hidden in a cave by the villagers. They changed into the villagers' coarse linen clothes and recuperated in Chen Jiazwang for more than a month. During this period, the villagers respected them and took care of them in every possible way. They even got a promise from one of the soldiers that he would reward the villagers generously after the king of Wu restored his country, which undoubtedly gave the villagers more hope. But the fact is, it's just a coincidence. Just as the small group of 5 or 6 people were about to leave, the government's rebellion suppression troops arrived and all the villagers, including the group, were Arrested, the government troops came to arrest King Wu's son Wuo. It was also at this time that the villagers realized that there might be such a big figure in that team. For a moment, everyone was surprised and felt lucky. The merit of following the dragon. No wonder he said he would reward the villagers greatly. It turns out he is a big shot. Everyone almost immediately decided to save those people. So when the officials asked questions, they all remained silent. The government at the time was a newly established dynasty, and was still counting on collecting grain after the autumn harvest. Naturally, it was impossible for them to kill all the villagers. They got a clue, but were not sure whether the person they were looking for was here. They carefully examined the portraits that did not look like the person at all, but could not identify who it was. Chapter 453 The heroic hunter cannon fodder who saves the beauty. 2. Finally, they came up with a solution, that is to separate the young men and women in the village, and let the women claim their own men one by one. If no one claims them, their heads will be chopped off directly. After all, Wu Luo is a young man, and men of this era get married early, so basically all the villagers of this age are married. This method is not absolutely accurate, but it does give some ideas. I have to say that this operation is quite murderous. Choose a man from the family to keep the pillar of the family, or choose those soldiers who are taking refuge to fight for a great future for the family and even the entire clan. This is a problem. The original owner lived alone and had a weak relationship with the villagers. In his opinion, this didn't need to be thought about at all. Which woman would not choose her own relatives? He was not interested in who would be emperor, he just wanted to live his own life, so he paid less attention to what others thought. When he saw a woman choosing a soldier with tears in her eyes, he was deeply shocked. What kind of thinking is this? They don't want to save the family's breadwinner, but rather a soldier who comes to the village to recuperate. He found it hard to understand. What was even more difficult for him to understand was that the man did not refute. He was so scared that his face turned pale, but he remained silent. Are they all so great? The original owner didn't understand, but he wasn't too panicked. After all, he treated his wife very well. He gave her all the money to manage and never let her do any rough work. The two of them always treated each other with respect and never had any quarrels. So he never thought that he would be abandoned. The moment Wang Yue walked out of the crowd, he even felt that he would be redeemed immediately, but in fact, he watched her walk towards another person. It was the most inconspicuous and sickly young man among the soldiers. He is my husband. Wang Yue's slightly trembling voice echoed in the original owner's ears, making him lose his faith in an instant. Yue stood up and wanted to accuse someone, but was immediately pulled out by the government officials. Is this person from your village? Those people asked. Everyone was silent and no one came to his defense. The original owner wanted to refute, but when he looked up, he saw Wang Yue's tearful face. His heart ached, and the words he wanted to say immediately got stuck in his throat. He naturally knew that his rebuttal would result in the death of Wang Yue as well. So he fell silent. The result was that he died. At the time, he was willing to die, but after his death he realized that the world he lived in was nothing more than an ancient novel about hegemony and power struggle. His so-called wife Wang Yue, whose real name is Li Wan'er, is the heroine of this book. She is the only daughter of the former Taifu. She has no brothers, and her parents died in the chaos in the capital 5 years ago. The inconspicuous and sickly young man she rescued was none other than King Wu's youngest son, Wu Luo, the male protagonist of this world. Wu Luo's health was not good, but he had been famous for his talent since he was a child. He was a famous talent in the capital and the dream lover of countless girls. Li Wan'er happened to be one of them. She originally lived a secluded life and paid no attention to the affairs of the village, but after being caught at the scene, she recognized the former talented man from the capital at first sight, and without hesitation, she made up her mind to save him. And this is also the beginning of the fate of the two. The heads of the unclaimed men in Chenjiazwang were chopped off and scattered all over the ground, but the team of soldiers was saved. Before leaving, they once again promised to commend everyone and ensure that no one's blood would be shed in vain. Li Wan'er, who had recognized Wu Luo, naturally had to follow him. She and Wu Luo buried the headless body of the original owner, and Li Wan'er even cried in front of his tombstone. She was grateful for his rescue and sheltering her in times of crisis, but also said that she had no feelings for him and hoped that he would be well in the afterlife. The subsequent story naturally has nothing to do with the original owner. With the help of Li Wan'er, Wu Luo developed his own power. After King Wu died in battle, he defeated his two brothers and became the new king. Li Wan'er also helped a lot in this process. The most amazing thing was the animal tooth pendant given by the original owner. She accidentally discovered that the pendant would exude a drop of liquid on the 15th of every month, and that liquid had a very strong therapeutic effect. No matter how serious the injury is, as long as you drink the medicine mixed with that liquid, you can recover smoothly. The new king of Wu fought for supremacy over the world, and he licked blood on the tip of the knife countless times and was seriously injured, but he was saved by her every time. The relationship between the two became even deeper because of these life-saving graces. She was regarded as a lucky star and was highly valued. At the end of the story, of course, the male protagonist conquered the world in troubled times, ascended the throne as emperor, and made Li Wan'er his queen. At that time, the grass on the original owner's grave was already as tall as a person. Of course, the hero and heroine did not forget him, and they gave him the honorary title of Marquis of Loyalty. The long-abandoned tomb was repaired and looked like new again, and the story of him sacrificing his life to save his master was widely circulated, but he has no children, so he cannot enjoy these things. The original owner's soul has never left. Seeing all this, he became more and more angry. Why? Did you sacrifice everything, even your life, only to fulfill the happiness of others? Your ideal was simply to hunt and live a good life, but he felt that he shouldn't have saved Li Wanner, but she lied to him one after another and didn't even tell him her real name. This made him feel like he was just being stupid, especially when she learned that Wu Luo was occasionally angry with Li Wanner because of the story between him and her. She always swore that she had no feelings for him and it was just a temporary measure at the time. This made him furious, and he found it difficult to relieve his resentment. So, he invited Changqing in exchange for his soul. His wish is to stay out of the affairs of the male and female protagonists and be a good hunter. After watching the plot, Changqing sighed. The original owner was just a pure tool in the early stage, saving the heroine from danger, and then the moment the hero and heroine met, he was offline perfectly to make room. I spent money and lost my life, but in the end I didn't even touch it. It was a big loss. It seems that he is completely disappointed with the heroine, so he has such a wish. Changqing touched the wolf tooth pendant hanging on his chest and muttered to himself, fortunately, this is not difficult. Anyway, he has no desire to be a hero in troubled times, and living a simple life is the right thing to do. And now I live close to the mountains, some distance away from Chenjiazwang, and I feel very comfortable. Host, what are you going to do? The system jumped out and floated in the air. Go back and eat first. Changqing stood up, walked to the wild boar that had already cooled down, took out the steel fork, then bent down to pick up the wild boar and walked steadily down the mountain. Good. Changqing couldn't help but praise him. The original owner often went hunting, and his muscles were very strong. He didn't feel tired at all when carrying nearly 200 kilograms of prey on the mountain road. It was getting dark and the sun had already set. A figure was carrying prey and walking steadily through the Lin family's house. The breeze brought a faint smell of blood, which scared the birds and beasts away. That figure was Changqing. He walked briskly according to his memory, but it was completely dark when he got home. Squeak, the half-open door was knocked open, and Changqing, carrying the wild boar, bent down slightly and walked into the yard. With a dull thud, the wild boar's weight hit the ground, and he straightened up and let out a long breath. This is a two-room wooden house with a side room used as a kitchen. A small yard is surrounded by stones and a well is also dug. Although small, it has everything. It can be seen that the original owner was a person who knew how to live. Call, finally home. After walking along the mountain road for such a long time carrying heavy objects, I am really hungry. Changqing walked straight into the kitchen, lit the oil lamp, cut off a large piece of meat, stewed it with rice, and then ate it by the stove until he was full. Well, I feel comfortable at last. Changqing lay on the bed, touching his slightly bulging belly inside. It was dark and difficult to work, so he just bled the wild boar again and lay down. It was still relatively early when he traveled through time, and there was still more than half a year before he met the heroine, so Changqing was not in a hurry at all. Just live a comfortable life first. Chapter 454, The Heroic Hunter Cannon Fodder Who Saves the Beauty. 3. The next day, just after dawn, Changqing was awakened by shouting in the yard. He opened the door sleepily. A whoosh, countless birds in the yard flapped their wings and flew up, and a wild cat flashed and jumped onto the top of the wall. Changqing couldn't help but laugh when he saw that the wild boar that was hung on the pole last night had a hole in it. These guys stole the meat while he was sleeping at night. Living in the mountains has some wild fun. Meow on the wall, the black and gray wild cat walked back and forth, looking at the hanging wild boar from time to time, with a very unwilling look. Obviously not full, Changqing didn't mind. He took out a knife and cut off a palm-sized piece of meat from the wild boar's buttocks and threw it over. The wild cat picked it up with its claws and held it in its mouth. Meow with a short, soft cry, the gray shadow on the wall flashed and disappeared. TSK, you're really rude, Changqing chuckled secretly and turned into the kitchen. I'm very busy today. He made himself a quick breakfast and started to hunt the wild boar just as the sun was rising. First, he boiled several buckets of hot water to remove the wild boar's hair, and then cleaned the internal organs. It was a troublesome task, but Changqing had integrated the original owner's memory, so it was quite easy. He only kept the large and small intestines, and packed the rest and threw it into the nearby woods for the birds to peck at. The clean pork was divided into two halves, half for himself, and the other half was to be sold at a shop in the market in exchange for some other common items. This was also something the original owner often did, so he was familiar with it. I was busy until the sun went down and everything was finally cleaned up. Call. It's a day well spent. Looking at the stove full of white meat, Changqing stretched lazily and felt a sense of accomplishment. Cuckoo, by this time, my stomach has already started to rumble, and it's time to cook. It seems that we can't miss any of the 3 meals a day. Changqing learned from his memory that the original owner had always only had 2 meals a day, and even the villagers here were the same. On the one hand, it was because of the shortage of supplies, and on the other hand, everyone was used to saving. I originally wanted to adapt to the local living habits, but I didn't expect that 3 meals a day had been engraved into my soul. However, he was not the type to mistreat himself. Since he was hungry, he would just eat 3 meals a day from now on. Changqing remembered that the original owner had a vegetable garden, but when he went there to take a look, he was greatly disappointed. There was nothing there except radishes. Life is still rough these days. He shook his head and pulled out 3 big radishes. Fortunately, they were growing well. On his way home through the weeds, he also picked a handful of wild onions. Halfway up the mountain, the view was broad. Walking on the path, bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, even he felt a sense of comfort. At the foot of the mountain, smoke was already rising. The villagers of Chenjiazwang were cooking dinner. The scenery here is really nice. Changqing muttered to himself, unfortunately, this is a chaotic world and the peaceful days will not last long. Meow. As he approached the house, Changqing's thoughts were interrupted by the meow of a cat. He looked up and saw the black wild cat from the morning squatting on the wall, staring at him with a pair of round eyes. I threw a lot of things in the forest and went there to eat them. Changqing pointed to the nearby forest, but saw the gray cat with an anthropomorphic expression of disgust on its face, and it did not move. This is? Don't eat offal, are they so delicate? Changqing was a little surprised. He remembered that cats in a certain world would eat anything. Returning to the kitchen, he cut off a piece of meat and threw it towards the wall. Sure enough, the gray cat grabbed it and turned around and jumped away. Atsk. What a fastidious cat! Changqing shook his head and started cooking for himself. Although the original owner made a living by hunting, he did not eat only meat. His family also had various grains that he had exchanged or bought at the foot of the mountain, including rice, millet, and wheat, which were classified and packed in several earthenware jars. Changqing also took out some and cooked a big pot of mixed grain rice. Then, he lit 2 stoves and first peeled and cut the radish into pieces, stewing it with the chopped pork ribs. Then, he cut the fresh pork into pieces, separating the fat and lean parts, and threw them into the pot heated by high fire. Sizzle. As the spatula stirs the food, the fragrant smell of lard wafts out. So delicious, Changqing couldn't help but drool. He took out some ingredients from the space, sorted them out, and threw them in one by one to stir fry. The bright white pork was immediately dyed into a light golden color, which looked extremely appetizing. At this time, the radish and pork ribs stewed next to it began to emit steam, and the strong aroma of meat lingered throughout the kitchen, making people forget about their surroundings. With a sizzling sound, Changqing threw the chopped wild onions into the pot. In an instant, the aroma of wild onions mixed with the aroma of meat wafted out. As he continued to stir fry, the aroma became more intense. He couldn't help but pick up a piece for himself with the chopsticks. Tasty, perhaps the quality of the meat in this era was different. He felt that it was more tender and fragrant than the wild boar meat bought in later generations, and had a unique aroma. 10 minutes later, 2 steaming dishes were placed on the stone table in the courtyard. Changqing sat down with the bowl and took a long sip. Fragrant, the stir-fried meat with wild onions is green and yellow in color, and the meat slices are slightly curled after being fried with oil, which looks neither greasy nor dry. The radish and pork ribs are stewed at just the right temperature, not the thick soup of later generations, and the light white soup is topped with a little wild onion foam, which makes people's appetite just by looking at it. Changqing eagerly picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth. The richness of the pork and the fragrance of the wild onion instantly spread in his mouth, making him squint his eyes. Life is worth it. There are so many delicious foods, he couldn't help but take a breath. He gave himself another spoonful of soup. The radish with a little bit of soup rolled around in his mouth, and the sweet taste mixed with the aroma of meat went down his throat. Changqing's face seemed to become a little rosier. Well, that's really good. He unexpectedly discovered that the aroma of rice and grains cooked in this world was particularly mellow, and it was not rough at all when he put it in his mouth. Instead, it had an indescribable fragrance. Before I knew it, I was eating faster. A mouthful of rice, a handful of vegetables with chopsticks, and occasionally a sip of soup, and the food on the table gradually became less and less. Changqing was completely immersed in the mood of eating, until he felt something clawing at his pants, and suddenly came back to his senses. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the wild cat. I don't know when it ran back and jumped into the yard. Meow. The moment its eyes met Changqing's, it suddenly jumped several meters away, obviously still very alert, but its eyes swept over the things on the table, and it licked its lips from time to time. Want to eat this? Changqing asked with some amusement, and got another meow in response. Okay, I'll get you some. He stood up and took a bowl, picked out some meat, bones and radishes and filled it with them, then placed the whole bowl on the wall and then returned to the table. Sure enough, the next moment, the gray shadow flashed by, and the wild cat jumped lightly onto the wall, lowered its head to sniff, and began to eat. Baji, the teeth are really good. Changqing saw that it even put the bones into its mouth and chewed them with a crunching sound, and praised it. System, this cat has become a spirit, right? He couldn't help but shout out the system and asked. I scanned it, and it's just a wild cat. The system's voice was very firm. Well, since the system said so, Changqing believed it and just thought that this was how the world was set up. He continued to eat until the big pot of rice was empty and there was little food left on the table. Then he put down his bowl. By this time, the wild cat had already finished eating. This time, it didn't rush to leave. Instead, it lay on the wall and combed its hair leisurely. Changqing saw it raise its hind legs high, prop up its body and lick the hair on its legs hard, which looked very charming. Hey! I need to collect the dishes. He stood up and walked over. A look of serious alert flashed across the cat's face, and it immediately jumped up and disappeared into the grass outside the wall in a few jumps. This little guy is quite careful, Changqing complained inwardly, but when he got closer and took a look, he almost burst out laughing. All the meat and bones in the bowl were gone, but the radishes were still there, not a single one touched. Changqing. After everything was packed up, it was dark. There was not much entertainment in this world, and Changqing lived alone, so he went to bed early. Chapter 455, The Heroic Hunter Cannon Fodder Who Saves the Beauty. The next morning, Changqing got up at dawn as it was time to go down the mountain to exchange supplies. It was more than 10 miles down the mountain to the town. The original owner usually set out before dawn, sold the goods in the town, and then had breakfast. So,
Changqing also planned to go earlier.
Set off.
Changqing was a little excited as it was his first time going down the mountain in this world. Half a piece of pork without the internal organs weighs only about 30 or 40 kilograms, and it doesn't feel heavy at all when carried on the shoulder. There's no need to lock the door, just close it. There's no one living around here anyway. The road down the mountain was overgrown with weeds and was not easy to walk on, but perhaps because my body was used to mountain roads, I was very steady carrying dozens of kilograms and could even jump over small hooks and gaps. However, even for him, when he reached the foot of the mountain, the first ray of sunlight had already begun to shine on the earth. At the three-way intersection leading from Chenjiazwang to the town, many people were gathered.
They're chatting.
Hey, Changqing, you hunted such a big wild boar. When the villagers saw him carrying the meat, they greeted him one after another, their tone full of envy. They were all dressed in coarse linen clothes, and most of them were pale and thin.
It was obvious that their living standards were not high. I've been pretty lucky lately. I can improve my life a bit. I can barely make ends meet.
Changqing kept walking and his voice spread far away. Everyone's faces froze. There's something wrong with this kid today. There is indeed something wrong with Changqing. And the plot, when the original owner hunted large prey, he would always give some to everyone to try when he met the tribesmen living down the mountain, to use his connections and ask for good luck. When I usually exchange meat for other things with others, I usually end up at a disadvantage. As a result, in the end, no one in the village said a word for him. Even after his death, those who had benefited from him did not think of helping to collect his body. So now, he doesn't want to deal with these tribesmen at all. Still want to take advantage of him? Impossible. He ignored the muttering behind him and strode through the village towards the market. Along the way, he did meet some people from the village, but he was fast and passed them after a few words. When he arrived at the market, the sun was already high in the sky, and even he was sweating.
Hey, Hunter Chen, you hunted such a big fat pig.
He came to the restaurant where he frequently did business, and the shopkeeper surnamed Zhang shouted in surprise when he saw him carrying pork in.
Yes, I caught it yesterday and sent it to you today.
Changqing leaned over, put half of the pork on the chopping board, and said with a smile, "It's rare to see wild boars this fat."
Shopkeeper Zhang exclaimed in admiration and quickly called for help in weighing the goods.
The price was based on the old rules, a total of 43 pounds. In the end, Changqing got 2 taels of silver.
Not bad at all.
Changqing walked out of the restaurant carrying a heavy bag of silver, with a relaxed look on his face. In this era, 2 taels of silver were enough for a family to live on for 2 or 3 months. Adding on the nearly 50 taels of silver the original owner had saved, to be honest, it was no problem for him to live a good life. If it weren't for treating Li Wanner's leg and later maintaining her relatively refined life, the money would never have been spent. The original owner was a frugal person. He didn't enjoy anything himself, but ended up giving it all to the heroine. Changqing didn't have so many thoughts. He thought that if he had money, he would live a good life.
With 2 taels of silver in his hand, he went to the restaurant without hesitation. I haven't had breakfast yet, but my stomach is already growling. Just buy 2 pancakes like the original owner did?
You can't treat yourself like that. Changqing went directly to Wangji restaurant, the most famous restaurant in town, ordered a roast goose, a pile of peanuts, a plate of cold dishes, and a pot of warm liquor, and sat by the window to eat for an hour. This town is called Liuqi Town, which is considered to be the place where the population is concentrated. Looking out at the street from the window on the second floor of the restaurant, you can see the bustling crowds of people. This scale would probably not even be considered a street in later generations. Changqing stroked the wineglass and pondered secretly. Hey, I heard that the king of Wu in the south has started a rebellion and has raised an army of 300,000 in a short time. I'm afraid the world will change again. Suddenly, a voice came into his ears. Changqing turned his head and saw a few people who looked like merchants sitting at the next table. The one who spoke was the man with a weather-beaten face. The world is in chaos, and the government's control over speech is not strong. Changqing has heard a lot of current affairs along the way. However, this merchant seems to have just come from another place, so he does know some things.
King Wu was a prince of the previous dynasty.
He may still have treasures from the previous dynasty. Of course, it is easier for him to gather troops than others.
Another merchant sneered and said,
Alas, the previous dynasty just ended, and now chaos has broken out again.
These days are so hard.
Now it's 18 righteous armies fighting for the world, and no one knows who will have the last laugh.
Another old man with white hair and beard couldn't help but sigh. In my opinion, the king of Wu is the most likely candidate.
His 3 sons are all adults, and each has their own abilities.
A father-son troop in battle is an advantage no one else can match. TSK, King Shang is not bad either.
Born in the countryside, he understands the sufferings of the common people. He has 28 sworn brothers, and they are all brave.
If you ask me, the new dynasty is still in a safe position.
After all, they control so many places. For example, their military supplies are much more stable than those of the rebels. Changqing listened carefully for a while, but it seemed that their news was heard from somewhere else, and it was difficult to distinguish the truth from the falsehood. It would be boring to listen for a long time.
Let's go back. After eating and drinking his fill and walking out of the restaurant, he walked around the street several times and bought a bunch of rice, flour, and other items, as well as some hammers, nails, rulers, and other tools. After returning, he planned to renovate the house a little to make himself more comfortable. He was carrying a large bag on his back, but he didn't walk far. While there was no one around, he put the items into the space and went back empty-handed, which was the original owner's thrifty style. We also met people from Chenjiazwang along the way, and they greeted us with a smile. "Hey, Changqing, you are still so frugal. Are you saving money to get married? You should have enough money. Do you want me to introduce you to one? How much silver did you sell it for this time? That fat half of a pig should be worth at least 1 or 2 taels of silver, right? Hunting is still the way to make money. We only make a dozen or so taels of silver from farming all year round." Changqing smiled and chatted casually with the villagers, but did not reveal any key information. "How can I save any money? I have to spend money on rice, flour, and oil. Getting married? The world is in chaos now, I don't have the energy to do that. I just want to live a good life. The mountains are right there. If you want to hunt, just go there. The mountains are your hunting grounds." Chatting with everyone at a leisurely pace allowed Changqing to learn more about Chenjiazwang. Present, there are about 200 people in Chenjiazwang, most of whom are members of the Chen family, with very few outsiders. All matters of the clan, big or small, are basically decided by the clan elders. The most important one among them is the clan leader Chen Shufeng, who can be said to be a big man whose words are law. He also learned that the patriarch had 3 sons and 8 grandsons. The youngest grandson was called Chen Shua, who was idle all day and was extremely naughty. He was not happy with any of the marriage proposals his family had offered him, and threatened to marry a young lady from a wealthy family in the city. Chen Shua? On the way up the mountain, Changqing frowned. The name sounded familiar. Host, have you forgotten? In the plot, this guy had a crush on Li Wanner. He came to the original owner's house to harass her and was beaten up several times by the original owner. The system's voice sounded in my mind. It turned out to be that guy. Changqing had an impression. Because of this incident, the original owner had a grudge with the clan leader's family. Speaking of which, the clan leader's family is well off, so Chen Shua always gives them some lipstick and eyebrow drawing items every time he comes. Li Wanner doesn't dislike him at all. Even when the original owner was angry and beat the boy, she tried to persuade him a few times. Of course, the reason was that she was worried that he would offend the clan leader and be retaliated against. This made the original owner feel that she was considerate. Now, in Changqing's opinion, it is really ironic. Without Li Wanner's tacit consent, how could Chen Shua spend money to buy those things to please her? After all, the women in the village don't need those makeup things. Chapter 456, The Heroic Hunter Cannon Fodder Who Saves the Beauty. 5. The way home is always brisk. Changqing walked quite fast, and the sun was setting slightly when he reached halfway up the mountain. Seeing the thatched roof from afar, my thoughts gradually settled down. After all, this is my home in this world. Meow meow meow, the mountain breeze blew, and a faint cat meow could be heard. This, the wild cat. Changqing inexplicably heard the urgency in the cry and was speechless. Is this because he is anxious because he didn't have time to eat? As I thought this, I subconsciously quickened my pace. Meow. Before he got close, his footsteps attracted the attention of the small shadow on the wall, and with a loud cry, a gray wild cat jumped down. It first stretched out its front paws, bent its back, then stood up, shook itself, and meowed again. It was as if she was condemning him for not being at home today. Are you hungry? I'll give you a piece of meat when I get back. Changqing found it a little funny. The cat acted like the owner of the house and was not at all shy. He opened the door and walked into the yard. This time the wild cat did not jump over the wall, but followed his footsteps and walked in. I'm really hungry, so I'll eat first. Changqing cut a small piece of meat in the kitchen and placed it on the stone table in the yard, then said to the wild cat, but I saw it jump onto the table, sniff it, and then jump down. He actually doesn't want to eat. Changqing was dumbfounded. They were eating raw meat yesterday. He even specially left a large piece of raw meat without salt. There is no way to not eat him. There is no cat food in this era. However, he soon found out what the cat wanted to eat. When he was making stir-fried pork for himself, the cat came over and jumped onto the stove several times to try to reach into the pot. Go away. It's not cooked yet. Changqing quickly reached out to stop him. He even cooked some lean meat for the cat without adding any oil, salt, or seasoning, but the cat showed no interest at all. Instead, she kept shouting at the stir-fried pork on his plate. I heard that cats tend to go bald if they eat too much oil and salt. Don't blame me if you go bald. Meow. It's autumn now. It will be very cold when all the hair falls off. Aren't you afraid? Meow. Although he couldn't understand what it said, Changqing could tell from its voracious eating that it didn't care at all. After dinner, the gray cat didn't leave. Instead, it lay down on the hay piled in the yard and combed its fur leisurely. You're so good, you just lie down after eating, and I still have to wash the dishes and clean up. Seeing it so leisurely, Changqing laughed and scolded it, but only got a nonchalant look in return. There was no choice but to stand up and work. After everything was done and it was still light outside, Changqing took out the things he had bought today and counted them one by one. He took out all the food, daily necessities, and tools from the space and placed them in the yard in different categories. At this time, the cat became interested and jumped down from the hay. It sniffed here and dug there. Finally, when it saw that there was nothing it could eat, it meowed and jumped back into the haystack. Changqing did not go hunting for the next 2 days. He washed all the bedding and clothes in the house. The original owner didn't live a very particular life, so some of the clothes were stained with blood and dirt and just hung there. The smell was really unpleasant. After cleaning, the house was reinforced, the nails that needed to be nailed were fixed, the leaks were blocked, and the gutters around the house were cleaned to prevent the room from being flooded when it rains. The cat would not come to see him when he was working, and no one knew where it ran to during the day. Anyway, it would come back every time it was time for dinner, as punctual as an alarm clock. Changqing observed for a few days and found no signs of hair loss. Instead, the cat's hair seemed to be smoother. Since that was the case, he had no qualms and always cooked an extra portion for the cat. He also discovered that the cat didn't like to eat anything other than meat, and simply couldn't live without it. However, Changqing was not that surprised. He had traveled to so many worlds and seen many strange things. The so-called spiritual existence of all things was just like this. He even felt that he had a strong affinity with cats. After all, he had traveled through time with a cat-like monster. After a few more days, everything that needed to be cleaned up was finished. Changqing prepared to go into the mountains again. As a hunter, you can't give up your job. Behind this is a stretch of dense forest with high mountains and lush forests. The original owner always brought dry food with him when he went into the mountains, and he would stay there for 1 or 2 days, so Changqing also continued this habit. There are quite a few things in his space, so he can travel more lightly than the original owner. After breakfast that day, he changed into clothes for going into the mountains, took the steel fork that the original owner often used, and went out. Meow, the wild cat, which had just finished breakfast and was basking in the sun, jumped up when it heard his movement and followed him closely. I'm going hunting. It's a long journey. Do you want to go too? Meow. Are you sure you can walk that far? Don't jump on me then. Meow. The little gray cat seemed unhappy to hear this. It meowed twice and ran straight to the front. It also looked back proudly, as if to say, see, I'm much faster than you are proud. Changqing gave it a thumbs up. He stopped talking and walked towards the center of the forest with his long legs. A cat and a man, one in front and one behind. The two figures gradually disappeared into the dense forest. At the beginning, the little gray cat was very fast, and from time to time it would jump onto trees, big rocks, and other evergreens. But as time went on, it slowed down, and after more than 10 kilometers it could hardly keep up the pace. Meow meow. Changqing slightly quickened his pace, and his short legs fell behind by a few steps, causing him to meow anxiously. Ha ha ha, I told you can't do it. Changqing couldn't help laughing when he saw that he was so anxious that he almost spoke. Meow, the little gray cat let out an angry howl, kicked its short legs several times, rushed to Changqing's feet, and lay down on his feet with a plop. It's quite heavy. This is cheating. Changqing moved his feet but failed to push the cat off his feet. Hey, get up, can't you walk very well? He asked with a smile. The little guy lying on my feet just opened his mouth and meowed twice, then turned over, with no intention of standing up. Okay, it still has to hang. He pinched the gray cat's hind legs, lifted it up and put it on his shoulder, freeing its feet and continuing on his way. The cat finally calmed down, probably because it was too tired. It lay on my shoulder, hooked its claws on my clothes, and soon closed its eyes. Fortunately, the cat was not heavy, and carrying the pendant did not affect Changqing's speed at all. Before noon, he had already gone deep into the forest. The forest was so densely packed with towering trees that even the midday sun could hardly shine, and Changqing will never treat himself badly. He will cook for himself when he is hungry. The pots, pans, and spoons are all placed in the space. Find a clean place to make a fire, pick some wild vegetables, heat oil in a pan, and soon a pot of stir-fried wild vegetables and meat will be steaming. Hot. This time, the little black cat came back to life, running back and forth, stretching its neck to look into the pot, its little paws ready to move. It's hot. Changqing reminded the little black cat, and it meowed and quickly retracted its claws. After the dishes had cooled down a bit and the rice was cooked, the man and the cat started to eat. The forest is filled with the chirping of birds and insects, and the air is exceptionally cool and clear, making eating there a unique experience. Hey, little black cat, why don't I give you a name so it's easier to call you? Meow. You agree? I'll take it as your agreement. You're so dark, so I'll just call you Little Coalball. It's just for your image. Meow. The little gray cat looked up at him and continued eating. Little Coalballs? Meow. Changqing found it interesting and called out Little Coalball several times. At first, the gray cat responded, but later it became too lazy to pay attention and only made purring sounds like it was eating. That's interesting. Chapter 457, The Heroic Hunter Cannon Fodder Who Saves the Beauty. 6, well, this is the day. Changqing stretched after his meal and was about to put down his bowl and chopsticks when he suddenly saw the little black cat meow and jumped directly onto a big tree next to him. Roar, a huge beast roar was heard. Big beast. Changqing was also startled. He waved his long sleeves and all the pots and pans in front of him were stored in the space. He turned around and immediately climbed up a big tree, holding the steel fork tightly in his hand, ready for battle. The original owner often hunted and was quite skilled, but Changqing didn't have the confidence to fight a big beast alone. He didn't believe that he could kill a tiger with just a slide tackle. The roar of the beast was getting closer and closer, mixed with the screams of other animals. Changqing stared at the direction where the sound came from. He first saw a few wild wolves running past quickly, and then wild deer and wild boars ran away, raising a cloud of leaves and dust. Then, I saw the real person who made the roar, a fat and strong golden tabby cat. Roar, the tiger roared in the forest, shaking the surrounding trees. It is probably because they wanted to drive away the wolves, which are also carnivores, that they made such a big move. Changqing thought to himself. This moment, the tiger seemed to have discovered the person hiding in the tree. Its huge head looked over here, and its sharp eyes carried an intimidating aura. The king of beasts is really not to be underestimated. Changqing held the branch with one hand and stood still with the steel fork in the other. He was not very scared. Tigers can climb trees, but if they attack from the bottom up, he has the advantage and can just stab the steel fork downwards. So he stared at the tiger's eyes intently, with no intention of retreating. The tiger roared again and jumped onto the big tree. Changqing only felt a flash before his eyes, and a golden shadow ran directly towards him from the roots of the tree. The speed was so fast that it was many times faster than a person climbing a tree. Ha! How dare you! He pumped his strength into his arms, and his strong muscles bulged. Call. The moment the tiger approached, the steel fork in his hand suddenly stabbed down, aiming at the beast's eye that was like a copper bell. The tiger didn't seem to expect that this man was not frightened at all and attacked so decisively. Seeing the steel fork coming at it fiercely, it could only turn its head away a few. The sharp point pierced the flesh, and the front end of the steel fork directly penetrated the tiger's neck. Boom! The tiger fell to the ground quickly, with 3 bloody holes on its shoulders, oozing blood. The wounds were not deep, but had penetrated into the flesh. Pity. Changqing sighed secretly. This tiger has thick skin and flesh, so it is difficult to kill it with the steel fork. However, this confrontation seemed to make the tiger feel that it had met a tough opponent. It roared wildly, circled the tree twice, turned around, and walked away. With quick steps, he disappeared at the end of the woods in the blink of an eye. Meow. At this time, a black cat hiding in another tree howled domineeringly, and the small figure rushed down in a step, stood on a stone, and looked up at Changqing, who was still on the tree. TSK, little coal ball, I was the one who chased him away. You don't think you deserve the credit just because you went down first? Changqing sneered unhappily when he saw its posture. However, no matter how funny it is impossible to get down from the tree as fast as it did. As the saying goes, it is easy to climb up a tree but difficult to get down. This was also true for Changqing. He first threw the steel fork down, then turned around, grabbed the tree trunk with both hands, slowly put his feet down again, and then went down step by step to the ground. There were also several meows in the middle, which seemed to be urging or mocking, but Changqing pretended not to hear them. Why bother with a little kitty? Because he encountered the tiger, he was more careful on the rest of the journey. He observed carefully and listened again and again before taking any action. Fortunately, little coal ball was very cooperative and lay on my shoulder with his ears perked up. When it was almost dark, the man and the cat finally arrived at the first trap set by the original owner. Well, I didn't catch anything. Changqing looked at the empty pit without any disappointment on his face. Wild animals are not stupid and cannot be caught by setting traps. It was getting dark, and he had no plans to go to the next trap. Considering the previous tiger attack, he didn't dare to set up the tent on the ground. Instead, he found a tree with lush branches and leaves, spread a small mat on the closely connected branches, and barely set up the tent. For safety reasons, they even placed a lot of spikes under the tree to prevent them from being attacked while sleeping. This time, little coal ball became active again, jumping up and down among the branches, sometimes sharpening his claws, and sometimes curiously watching Changqing take out something to cook. It was difficult to make a fire to cook on the tree, so Changqing directly used the alcohol in the space. As the aroma of the food wafted, it actually attracted some animals. When he was about to start eating, a dozen wolves came rustling under the tree and howling from time to time, but Changqing pretended not to hear them. Anyway, there are spikes underneath, so the wolves really can't get close. Meow. At first, little coal ball was so scared that he shrank back, but soon he found that the wolves could not get close to him at all, so he became proud again, standing on the branch, looking up and howling proudly. It's time to eat. Changqing shouted. The man and the cat began to eat surrounded by a pack of wolves. From time to time, Changqing would throw a bone in, causing the wolves to scramble for it. It does have a unique flavor. After dinner, there was nothing to do, so I just lay down that night. The place under the big tree was very lively, just like a forest meeting. The wolves had not left yet, and a wild boar came along, grunting and sniffing. Changqing even seemed to hear the roar of a bear in the middle of the night. Little coal ball was startled all night long, but Changqing was calm and slept well for a few hours. By daybreak, most of the wild animals had left, and only the wolves were still surrounding them. Changqing ignored them and made breakfast for himself. However, little coal ball didn't sleep well that night. He was shaking his head while eating breakfast and almost fell off the tree. Ha ha ha, I'll keep you awake at night. Changqing picked it up with one hand and laughed. Meow. Little coal ball seemed a little embarrassed and moved away, turned his head to eat. Without looking at him, after dinner, they prepared to set off. Changqing was not afraid of a group of wolves, as they were just delivering food. He climbed down the tree with a steel fork. Rowo. A wolf pounced and bit his leg. Oh, you really think I'm easy to bully? Changqing raised his hand, and the steel fork flashed and immediately pierced into the wolf's head. With the sound of miserable howling, the other wolves that were about to attack immediately retreated. Meow. Little Coalball also jumped down from the tree. Changqing only felt his shoulder sink. This guy actually jumped directly onto his shoulder. He finally understood. This cat responds to the situation. If the situation is dangerous, it will jump onto a tree long ago and won't show its face at all. When the situation is good, it will jump out and the sound will be particularly loud. Changqing ignored the wolves that were still watching from a distance, and directly picked up the wolf corpse that was pierced by the fork and hung it on the tree. He turned around and headed towards the planned route. The wolves looked at each other, but ultimately did not attack again. The last two traps were also easy to find. By noon, Changqing had cleared them all and harvested one rabbit, leaving nothing behind. Let's go back. We've gained something. After resetting the trap, Changqing returned along the same route and retrieved the wolf hanging on the tree from the previous camp. He then carried the rabbit in one hand and the wolf in the other and set off on his way home. He originally wanted to let the little Coalball get down and walk by itself, but it seemed to be stuck on his shoulder, and its claws were tightly holding onto his clothes and would not let go at all. There was no choice but Changqing just let it go. So lazy, what can I do? Chapter 458, The Heroic Hunter Cannon Fodder Who Saves the Beauty. 7. Although he was carrying dozens of kilograms of weight, Changqing's pace did not slow down at all. It was just getting dark when we arrived at the doorstep. The journey back was relatively smooth and we didn't encounter any wild animals. However, little Coalball was very excited along the way, looking left and right and meowing from time to time. When it saw the house from a distance, it jumped down with a plop, and its small shadow flashed and rushed to the front. When Changqing pushed open the door and approached the yard, it seemed to have been lying on the hay for a long time, raised its head and meowed lazily. It seems to be saying, "You were so slow, I got home a long time ago, Changqing. This cat has some spirit in it." He put the rabbit and the wolf on the ground, went into the kitchen and started cooking. After traveling for a whole afternoon, I was already starving. In the next 2 days, he processed the wolf and rabbit meat. He took the wolf meat to the town and sold it for some money, which he then exchanged for various items and stored in the space. He put all the good things in the house, including the silver saved by the original owner and the meat he had saved during this period, into the space. Although the place is remote, he has to go out every few days, so he still has to be careful of sneaky people. In the original plot, the original owner was often robbed, but he buried the silver underground, so ordinary people couldn't find it. The only loss was some hanging meat, and he didn't care about this with the villagers. Changqing was not that generous. The clansmen in the village were not very kind to the original owner. Every time he went out, they took away all the things in the house and left a few empty houses there. He didn't always get a harvest when he went into the mountains, but when he did, he would keep a portion for himself and sell a portion. If he didn't get a harvest, he wouldn't get anxious and would go home and wait for the next time to go into the mountains. Changqing was not in a hurry, but some people in the village where the original owner was generous. Every time he went down the mountain to sell meat, he would cut off some meat and give it to the villagers he met to ask for good luck. So there were a few families who kept an eye on him every day and deliberately met him by chance to get some meat. So, what happened to that kid recently? He's no longer respectful to his elders. Some people are not only anxious, but also angry. That day, Changqing had just come down the mountain carrying half a piece of venison when he saw a group of people at the intersection. The person leading them was Uncle Chen from the east of the village. "Hey, Changqing, you got so much meat again?" As soon as everyone saw him, their eyes were fixed on the flesh on his shoulders, and their mouths seemed to be drooling. "Uncle Chen, third aunt, second uncle, you're here so early? I just hunted this in the mountains yesterday." The road was blocked by so many people that Changqing couldn't just walk through. He had to stop and said with a smile, "Ahem, aren't you tired? Put the meat down and take a break. I brought some hot water. Drink some to moisten your throat." Uncle Chen was actually holding a pot of tea in his hand, and he looked like he cared about his younger generation. Changqing laughed in his heart. "Who wants to drink your water? Hey, this sip of water is like a piece of meat, it's a big loss. That's right, take a break. We haven't seen you in a long time. Are you used to living alone in the mountains? Take a break. You're fast and you can get to town in time." Others also talked and advised, "Well, I really have to take a break." Changqing really wanted to see what tricks they could come up with, so he simply grinned, put the flesh on his shoulder on the big rock next to him, and stepped forward to block it. His look of being on guard against thieves made everyone frown. "Wow, I want to eat meat, I want to eat meat." The little boy held by third aunt had been staring at the flesh on his back, and when Changqing blocked his way, he immediately started crying. "What meat to eat? Your father doesn't have the skills of your uncle Changqing, so he can't hunt. Don't cry." Third aunt stretched out her hand as if to hiti. In the past, at this time, the original owner would stop him and generously cut off a piece of meat and pass it over, but now, he just sat there motionless. "Aunt, this kid is really out of line. The clan leader always said that one should be able to handle as much as one can. He is embarrassing my uncle, brother Dang. He needs to be taught a lesson."
Third aunt's son, Chen Bodong, the child's father, is not here at the moment. As soon as Changqing said this, he saw that third aunt's raised hand froze noticeably. What are you talking about? She just wanted to scare the child and make a big noise so that the other person would feel bad and give her some meat. Third aunt, you can't be soft-hearted. How can a child become a successful person if he is not educated? Changqing said again. Third aunt's hand finally dropped. The child was slapped on the butt with a loud slap, and immediately began to wail heart-wrenchingly. I told you to want meat. I told you to want meat. Third aunt deliberately raised her voice very loudly, but Changqing remained unmoved. He even watched her beating the child with interest, and made a few comments from time to time. Third aunt, you didn't hit the child hard enough. The child won't learn his lesson at all. He stood up, jumped lightly, picked a bamboo stick from the bamboo forest next to him, and turned around to put it into Aunt San's hand. No, use this to hit me. It hurts, but I won't get hurt. Everyone, are you the devil? Third aunt took the bamboo stick almost subconsciously, but when the child saw his grandmother pick up the bamboo stick, he couldn't bear it at all and ran back home with a cry. Whoa, Grandpa, Mom, Dad, and Grandma are going to beat me to death, you little bastard. You haven't even had the meat yet. Why are you running away? The wailing sounds and third aunt's scolding were carried by the wind, causing a flash of embarrassment to pass across everyone's faces. Ahem, Changqing, your parents passed away early, so you still have to take the relationships in the village into consideration. After all, you'll need everyone's help when you get married in the future. Uncle Chen coughed twice and started to talk about profound principles. This principle was useful to the original owner. He maintained relationships with his clansmen because he was thinking about getting married in the future, which would require a wedding banquet and everyone's help, so he treated others with kindness in many things. However, Changqing didn't care. He is not obsessed with his wife, and he will not have anything to do with the heroine. Besides, he has long been fed up with those guys in the village who love to take advantage but are unwilling to give in return. Uncle, I'm afraid you rarely go out on the streets, so you don't know the situation. It's very chaotic outside, with the rebellious 18 route forces. It will soon be chaotic here too. Why bother getting married? It's more important to store more food. Then he stood up. I've rested. I won't chat with you guys anymore. See you later. He threw half of the meat onto his shoulder with a flick of his hand and walked over with big strides. Before everyone could recover from the news he had just said, they found that he had already gone far away. His uncle, is what Changqing said true? Uncle Chen frowned deeply. He knew that there was chaos outside, but Chenjiazwang was so remote. Could something really happen there? Probably not. Uncle Chen rarely goes out, so he subconsciously doesn't believe the news of such chaos. That guy must be unwilling to share the meat and is deliberately changing the subject. Someone complained loudly. That's right, he's too stingy. He hunts every day and has plenty of meat to eat. If anything happens at his house in the future, I won't go. When the system conveyed everyone's complaints to Changqing, he sneered angrily. What is this? The original owner had often distributed meat to everyone before, but because he didn't share it this time, he became hated by everyone. Is it true that if a bad person puts down his butcher knife, he will become a Buddha instantly, and if a good person stops doing good deeds, he will be considered an unforgivable sinner? He doesn't believe this. No one will take advantage of him from now on. Except for that little coal ball. Chapter 459, The Heroic Hunter Cannon Fodder Who Saves the Beauty. 8. In the following days, when Changqing went down the mountain to sell goods, he was too lazy to pay attention to anyone he saw. When someone called him, he would just respond casually and then hurried over without stopping. This made some people in the village even more resentful towards him. Some people even reported this to the clan leader, saying that he was not close to his clan members and would rather give the meat to outsiders. So, that afternoon, a group of guests came to the small house on the hillside of Changqing. The clan leader, along with the elders and some of the clan members, came and filled the entire yard. Changqing, family is the foundation of life. No matter what you do or where you are, you must never forget your roots. The clan leader Chen Shufeng is an old man over 50 years old. Yes, in this era, people over 50 years old are considered old men. He was also wearing linen clothes, with a bent back and an old face full of wrinkles, but he looked somewhat kind. Changqing was stunned for a moment after hearing what he said. He nodded. The patriarch is right. The general principles are always right. Meow. When little Coalball came back from a walk outside and saw so many people in the yard, he immediately jumped onto the wall with his hair standing on end. This immediately attracted everyone's attention. Hey, there's a wildcat here. Several young people in the crowd looked at each other and surrounded Xiao Meiqiu. In those days, people were short of roasted meat and even ate wild cat meat. Little kitty, I have meat here, come here. Chen Shou walked over carefully, bending over and imitating the cat's meow. Hey, this cat is mine. Chen Bodong was preparing to launch a sneak attack from behind, so he shouted and grabbed the man with both hands. Meow. The little Coalball's hair stood on end and his back arched. With a whoosh, its figure flashed by. Those people felt a pain on their faces. Before they could see what was happening, they were all hit by a claw. Ah! You little bastard, I'm going to beat you to death. Chen Shui yelled and was about to look for a stick,
but at this time little Coldball had already meowed, jumped onto Changqing's shoulder and squatted down. "Brother Shua, this cat is mine, stop looking for a stick." Since Xiao Meiqiu trusted him, Changqing had no choice but to offer his protection. The young people didn't expect that the wild cat they saw was actually raised by Changqing, and they were a little confused for a moment. "I was injured by the claws, you have to compensate me." Chen Shi reacted the fastest and filed a claim immediately. "Brother Changqing, you have meat from hunting, and I don't want anything else. Just give me a few pieces of meat, and I won't care about this matter. Otherwise, he." He sneered twice. This posture made Changqing laugh. "Otherwise, what can you do? I can kill wild boars, so why should I be afraid of your skinny arms and legs?" Changqing did not hide the sarcasm on his face. He sat up straight, like a small mountain. At this moment, he looked serious, which was really a bit scary. Chen Shua was so overwhelmed by the momentum that he was speechless for a moment. Others were also shocked. This guy used to be so soft-tempered. Why is he so tough today? Isn't he afraid that his tribe will turn against him? Changqing is really not afraid. He has no desires or demands, so what is there to be afraid of? Chief, you all saw it. These people tried to scratch my cat in public. Didn't they deserve to be scratched? And you're still asking me for compensation? The young man stroked the cat with one hand and looked at the patriarch with an extremely calm tone. Nonsense. How would anyone know if you hadn't told me it was your cat? My son is injured, shouldn't he get some nutrition? Chief, you have to make the decision for us. The one who was speaking was third aunt. Her son Chen Bodan also tried to catch the cat and was scratched. Now there were several shocking blood marks on his face. The cat is in my house, what else do I need to say? Can I just go to your house and catch the chicken before you tell me, then run away and it's my fault? Aunt, if you say yes, I'll go to your house today and catch some chickens. I can run very fast. Changqing didn't tolerate it at all and started to argue with him. Third aunt was so angry that her face turned red and she didn't know what to say for a moment. Okay, let's stop here. Chen Shua and the others caught the cat without asking clearly. They deserve it. You naturally don't need to compensate them. In the end, it was the clan leader who stood up and made the final decision. Seeing that Changqing was a little angry, and also worried that this young man would not give him any face at all, he softened his tone. However, Changqing, some people say that you would rather give the meat you hunt to others than to your clan members. That's wrong. The clan is the foundation, and clan members should help each other. The patriarch thought he had been very polite, but he didn't expect Changqing to stand up immediately after hearing his words. His face flushed red and he looked extremely angry. Chief, who spread this rumor? If I knew about it, I would definitely give him a good beating. The young man's muscles were bulging and his face was distorted, which made him look quite scary at this. Is this not true? The patriarch was also undecided. If the person in front of him was soft-spoken and easy to talk to, he wouldn't mind criticizing him, but now the other party seemed very tough and had a very explosive temper, so he really didn't know what to do. You used to share food with everyone, why don't you share now? Uncle Chen asked the question that everyone was concerned about. This is really funny. You can't blame me just because I gave it to you before but don't give it to you now. Changqing raised his eyebrows. My feelings are for this matter. It's been very chaotic outside lately. I have to make more plans for myself, just in case things get chaotic here too, so I won't starve to death. Besides. He paused, his tone becoming a little harder. I got that meat from hunting. I can divide it up if I want. If I don't want to share it, it's up to me whether to keep it or sell it. Who can control me? Second uncle, your family didn't give me a leg when they killed chickens and ducks? What direction is this heading? The elders were all a little confused. This is the truth, but it wasn't like this before. Uncle Chen opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but found that he had no reason. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Humph. If you have any problems in the future, don't expect us to help you. Uncle Chen snorted and stomped his foot heavily on the ground. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Changqing burst into laughter. You guys are really funny. I've shared a lot of meat with you before, but now you're blaming me. In that case, fine. Give me back all the meat I gave you before. I don't need your help. As he spoke, he extended his hand towards Uncle Chen. Uncle, you are my elder. You have eaten so much of my flesh, you can't deny it, right? The sarcasm on the young man's face was as real as day, which made those who had taken advantage of him before feel embarrassed. Changqing, don't be so impulsive. We're all family, why bother about it? Second uncle will definitely help you if anything happens. An elder of the tribe tried to smooth things over with a smile, but Changqing didn't even look at him. He looked directly at the patriarch. Chief, I think those are the ones who are complaining. The reason is very clear. They are dissatisfied with me for not giving them meat. Today, please give me some advice. Should I give you my meat for free? Who dares to say that it should be given? What if someone comes to your house to grab things after saying that? The clan leader is a smart person, so he will naturally not worry about this matter. Of course, nothing should be given for free. It's your duty to take care of your people and it's your responsibility to take care of yourself. Then he turned to the people behind him and said, "Go back and reflect on yourselves. We should be grateful. Changqing is usually such a warm-hearted person, but you have made him lose his heart." A farce ended. Everyone came in angrily and left in gloomy mood. I thought I could do something with him, but ended up getting scolded, especially Chen Shuo and Chen Bodong, who felt like they were hit on the face by a cat's claw and felt very aggrieved. "Bo Dang, let's talk for a while." After going down the mountain, Chen Shuo stopped a few young people and said with a sinister smile. Chapter 460, The Heroic Hunter Cannon Fodder Who Saves the Beauty. 9. The next day, Changqing took the cat into the mountains as usual, but this time he locked the door. Little Coldball was no longer polite. When he saw him leaving the house, he jumped directly onto his shoulders and was too lazy to take a step, but he didn't mind. The presence of the little guy actually added some fun to these boring days. "Let's go, we have to hurry up, we have guests coming today." Changqing muttered to himself and walked briskly with the cat, and soon disappeared into a dense forest. Not long after they left, a figure sneaked up to the cabin. He knocked on the door and shouted twice. When no one answered, he turned around and left quickly. After a while, 4 figures came to the front of the house in a swaggering manner. Looking closely, they were Chen Shuo, Chen Bodong, and others. "Ha ha ha, that guy must be hiding some meat at home. He even locked the door." Chen Bodong walked forward, pushed the door open, turned around and laughed. "Shoo! Keep your voice down. What if he hears us and comes back to kill us? We can't beat him," one person said nervously. "TSK, that guy takes 2 days to come back from the mountains. What are you afraid of?" Chen Shuo looked at the person who spoke with contempt and waved his hand. "It doesn't matter if the door is locked. Do you think such a low wall can stop us? Go in. Let's make a deal first. If we find the meat, we have to split it equally." "Okay." Several people responded immediately and climbed up the wall. Sure enough, there was a large piece of meat hanging on the branch of a big tree in the weed-covered yard. That boy is really dishonest. Chen Bodong's heart was burning with excitement, and he jumped down first. The knee-high weeds instantly buried him, but the next moment, a heart-wrenching scream suddenly came from the yard, causing the few people still on the wall to stop immediately. Borden, what's wrong? Others hurriedly asked. "Yes, there are clamps." Chen Bodong felt as if his legs were about to break, and waves of severe pain rushed straight to his brain. Having never suffered much, he immediately started to cry and have a runny nose. When they looked carefully, they found that there was a trap stuck on his leg. It was obvious that he was caught when he jumped down just now. How cunning! Damn it! Chen Shuo felt his scalp tingling. If he had jumped first, he would be the one lying there. "Hurry, save me!" Chen Bodong felt a sharp pain when he spoke, and for a moment he even had difficulty sitting up. This? How to save it? The people on the wall looked at each other, and they didn't dare to go down. "Sit up and pry that thing open with your hands," someone suggested. Everyone is familiar with animal traps. They have sharp teeth, and the more an animal struggles, the tighter the trap becomes. But people can pry them open with their hands. I don't have the strength." Chen Bodong struggled to sit up and tried to pry the clamps open with both hands. "Come on. You apply force from the top, where the angle is the largest and it's easiest to break open." Chen Bodong. "Damn, that's easy for you to say." He held it with both hands and tried to pull it apart. His face flushed red. This time, he was extremely disgusted with his own character of not working much. He was weak and his hands were shaking when he opened them. "Just like that, keep pushing." Seeing that the clamps were constantly opening, Chen Shuo also exerted force and couldn't help but shout. Ah! As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Chen's hand shook and the clamp was immediately clamped again. Secondary damage. This time, Chen Bodong's screams were even more shrill than before, and almost shook several people on the wall down. "I have an idea." One of them slapped his head and thought of a solution. He jumped off the wall and soon found a stick. "Hey! Use this to scan it first, and then you can see if there are any other traps." Chen Shuo also laughed. "You're quite clever, boy. Come on, let's go down and rescue them." I saw the man sweeping the area around with a stick. Puff puff puff, several clamps popped up immediately. Chen Bodong, who was lying on the ground, screamed again. At this moment, his body shrank. Fortunately, he did not roll around just now, otherwise he might have more than one clamp on his body. The people on the wall turned pale with fright. "Damn, that guy is really cruel." Chen Shuo wiped his sweat. "Okay, you guys go down first." He ordered his 2 younger brothers to explore the way. To be honest, Chen Shuo was really scared at this moment. He felt it wasn't worth taking such a big risk just for some meat, but now that I'm here, it would be embarrassing to back out. The 2 younger brothers looked at each other. A hint of hesitation flashed across their faces, but they were still afraid of Chen Shuo's power. Without saying anything, they closed their eyes and jumped down. Fine. When their feet touched solid ground and nothing dangerous happened, they couldn't help but shout out in joy. "If you're alright, help Bo Dang remove the clamp." Seeing that the two were fine, Chen Shuo also jumped in. With the combined efforts of several people, Chen Bodong was finally freed, but his foot was already covered in blood and it was difficult for him to even stand. I'm in so much pain I can't walk. Chen Bodong's eyes were filled with tears. He had never experienced such hardship before. At this moment, he deeply regretted participating in this matter. He was afraid that the injury on his leg was impossible to repair with the little flesh he had. If he needed to see a doctor, he didn't know how much money it would cost. Just rest here, we'll go get the meat. Don't worry, you'll have your share. Chen Shuo and his companions moved forward while exploring the way with sticks. Fortunately, except for the clamps set at the corners of the wall, other places were relatively safe. After rustling around, they finally arrived under the big tree. A large piece of meat was hanging on a thick branch, not too high, but not too low either. The faint aroma of meat wafted out, making everyone swallow their saliva. That kid probably still has some meat at home, let's get this piece first. Chen Shuo gave an order, and one of them immediately reached out and grabbed the rope hanging the meat and pulled it. Straw ropes are generally not very strong and can be broken with a little force. However, this rope is very strong. It did not break when it was pulled, but instead made the entire branch shake. This is a rope made of hay and cloth. Do you have a knife? Several people shook their heads. They really didn't bring any knives, then only great force could work a miracle. The three of them came over, grabbed it with both hands, shouted, and exerted force together. Drink, the rope broke. Chapter 461. The heroic hunter cannon fodder who saves the beauty. 10. Before they could feel happy, they felt their feet shake. The next moment, I felt a huge force coming from my feet, and my head was spinning in an instant. Chen Bodong, who had been resting against the wall, was startled by a scream. When he looked over, he found that the three people had been hung up. You guys, he struggled to stand up, but felt a sharp pain in his feet, which made him hiss. There's a trap. Chen Shuo's face turned purple and he couldn't help but curse. You bastard, you have no parents, how dare you harm me? The other two people's faces naturally didn't look good either. Their feet were tied with ropes, and the weight of their entire body was hanging on that point, which was extremely painful. Boden, come here quickly and put us down. They shouted in unison. Fortunately, Chen Bodong was injured just now and did not come with us, otherwise we would all be hung up and there would be nothing we could do. Chen Bodong had no choice but to jump over with one foot lifted. In less than 2 meters, even the clothes on the back of his back were soaked, but he doesn't have a knife. The rope that could hold a person up was extremely strong. He reached out and tried to pull it twice, not moving at all. You're stupid, go into the room and find a knife. Chen Shuo cursed angrily. He wanted to bend over and push himself, but he obviously didn't have enough strength. After being hung upside down for a while, he had difficulty breathing. My feet hurt. Chen Bodong defended himself. Go and see if there's a knife. We just saved you, you can't be disloyal. Seeing that he was angry, the other person quickly spoke to ease the atmosphere. He was really worried that Uncle Chen would just walk away in anger, and that would be the end of it. There was no other way, so Chen Bodong jumped to the door of the room and knocked on it. Every door was locked and very tight, you can't get in at all. Feeling the throbbing pain in his feet, he sat down immediately. Then go call for help. Chen Shuo felt like he was about to explode. I need to rest for a while. Chen Bodong was also angry. They hadn't rescued him immediately just now, but had watched the excitement for so long, and now that he had something to do, they were pressing him like he was dying. He really wanted to let them hang on for a while longer. Chen Shuo was so angry that he almost died, and now everyone regretted it. It's really ugly to end up like this just for ordering meat, but at this time, he didn't dare to urge Chen Bodong, and was still counting on him to call someone. This guy doesn't know what's good for him. I really don't want to take him with me anymore. Chen Shuo thought to himself. After a quarter of an hour, seeing that the other party had not moved, he became a little anxious. Bo Dang, we are all good brothers. Go and call anyone to help us. We can give him some meat. This big piece of meat is enough for many meals. Chen Bodong just took a look at the meat that fell on the ground and snorted coldly. Even if all the meat was given to him, it couldn't make up for the pain of the injury. Changqing naturally knew what was happening at home. However, he was not in a hurry to go back. He completed the route as usual and found nothing in his traps, but he did take out a few nests of bird eggs, so he didn't come away empty-handed. He even deliberately slowed down on the road. It took him 3 days to get home, a journey that usually takes 2 days. This time, a group of people had gathered at the door of his cabin. The clan leader, several elders, and villagers were all waiting for him there. Hey, what's this, everyone? Changqing raised his eyebrows and walked over. Chen Changchang. You set a trap and killed my son. You have to pay compensation. Before the clan leader could say anything, Chen Bodong's mother, third aunt, rushed forward, pointed at Changqing, and tears rolled down her wrinkled face. Uncle Chen was also very angry and stepped forward to help his wife up. Is this a ripoff? Changcheng almost laughed out loud. Third aunt, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want. Did Brother Bodong step into a hunting trap? Anyone can set this trap. You can't just accuse me. He spread his hands, looking clueless. Third aunt was furious. There's blood right here in your yard. You can't deny it. She was so angry that she was dizzy and spoke very loudly. Ha ha ha, Chongqing laughed out loud. That's strange. I set a trap in my own house, how could Brother Bodong fall for it? The young man raised his thick eyebrows and released a faint aura, which really gave people pressure. How to answer this? Third aunt was stuck there for a moment. He was just passing by and heard some noise in your yard, so he went to check it out. After stuttering out an excuse, she felt that she couldn't convince herself, so she lowered her head and took 2 steps back. It was hasty. I shouldn't have been in such a hurry to take the lead. Chongqing naturally scoffed at this reason. Ha, auntie, when did Brother Bodong become so enthusiastic? Besides, you don't have any land here, so what is he doing here? What did he see when he searched my yard? Why don't you call Brother Bodong over and have a good confrontation? His leg is injured. How could he come? Chongqing, do you still have any ties with your kindred spirit? Uncle Chen got angry when he saw Chongqing didn't let him go at all. He stepped forward and yelled loudly. Brotherhood among the same race? Chongqing sneered. Does the bond of kinship mean stealing things from my house when I'm away? Brother Bodong is 2 years older than me. A kinsman like him is a disgrace to our Chen family. Also, since he's in my yard, I have to take a good inventory of what's missing. Having said that, he rushed into the house without waiting for anyone to react. After a round of ping-pong, everyone saw him walking out with a gloomy face. The 20 taels of silver I hid in the cabinet are gone. Third aunt, you have to compensate me for this. The young man's eyes were red, and he suddenly roared, scaring everyone. Ha! Third auntie was so frightened that her legs started shaking. Impossible. My son couldn't have taken it. Yes, Chongqing, we are all from the same clan. Bodong should not dare to take such a valuable thing. The patriarch was also a little confused. The situation was more complicated than he had imagined. Then my silver won't disappear without a trace, will it? Chang opened a box, which was empty. This is the box where I put my silver. Now it's gone, it must have been taken by someone. You, third aunt pointed at Changqing and was speechless for a long time. Suddenly, she let out a cry and sat on the ground crying. Chief, you must make the decision for me. My son entered this yard, but he didn't take any money. Besides, before she could finish her words, she was stopped by Uncle Chen next to her. Old woman, stop talking nonsense. It's up to the clan leader to decide whether my son took it or not. Seeing that his wife was unrestrained and climbed onto the head of the clan leader's grandson, he quickly spoke up to stop her. Chongqing found their actions funny and was too lazy to continue talking nonsense. If he didn't take it, then someone else must have taken it. And the meat I hung in the yard is gone. Chief, I'm afraid this matter can only be resolved by reporting it to the authorities. After saying this, he put the box away and made a move to go down the mountain. Hey, the patriarch quickly stopped them, and others also stepped forward to persuade them. Chongqing, we are all one family, there is no need to take this to the authorities. In this era, people still have a natural fear of the government, and some minor conflicts are basically handled by the clan itself. Then, Chief, what do you think of my money? Also, besides Chin Bodong, who else has ever been to my house? This? Everyone was stunned. Were you all here to demand compensation? How did things suddenly turn out the other way around? No one else has been in there, only Uncle Chin. The patriarch's eyes flashed and he said, Oh? Chongqing raised his eyebrows and looked at his third aunt. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Uncle Chen. However, the patriarch changed the subject. You've been away for so long, maybe someone else went in before Bodong. So, your money may not have been taken by him. The patriarch's serious analysis made Chongqing, who already knew the situation, feel inexplicably funny. So I'm going to accept the loss? After hearing this, Chongqing frowned and said, No, I think we have to report it to the police for investigation. If it's a foreigner who steals, we can't let them bully us for nothing. Everyone quickly reached out to stop him. Is this something I can report to the authorities? If they investigate, everything will be exposed. Ahem, this isn't nice to hear. The government is charging money for investigating cases these days. What a waste. Well, I'll make the decision. The village will raise some money for you. 20 taels is hard to come by, but 10 taels is still possible. It will at least make up for your loss. The patriarch finally said this, and now that the government has come, he will have to pay a heavy price no matter what, especially since his grandson Chen Shua is the person involved. He has to be careful about this matter. This time, third aunt stopped talking, but her expression was extremely ugly. She originally wanted to get some compensation to buy some medicine for her son, but in the end, she still had to raise money from others. Seeing Chongqing so determined and angry, to be honest, she was also a little nervous. Could it be that those guys really took it? The clan leader and the fathers of several other people had almost the same idea. Although those guys were tied up after entering the yard, did they really find other people's silver before that? That's 20 taels, not a small amount. In fact, it is no wonder that everyone thinks this way. The main reason is that those people are idle and often steal money from home. Now they have entered someone else's yard, and it just so happens that the other person is short of money. I couldn't help but think in that direction. Chapter 462, The Heroic Hunter Cannon Fodder Who Saves the Beauty. 11. 2 days later, Changqing received 10 taels of silver. He also heard that those people were severely punished by their families, but they still couldn't find out about the money. Hey, let's see if you dare to steal from me again. Changqing sneered. Meow, little coalball responded and stretched lazily. I'm going to town. Do you want to come? Changqing asked with a smile. Little coalball simply closed his eyes and ignored him. This cat doesn't like crowded places, so Changqing didn't bother with it. He just packed up and went out. This time he had nothing to sell, but was simply going shopping. If you get an extra 10 taels of money, you should spend it. As soon as I got down the mountain, I met Chen Shua and a few others at the intersection. They all looked very ugly and their legs were bandaged. It seemed that they had been hanging for too long and were injured. Chen Changchang. You clearly didn't lose any money. And you're still cheating us out of our money. As soon as he saw him, Chen Shua stood up immediately, but his feet were unstable and he swayed several times before he could stand firm. The other people also had eyes full of anger as they stared at Changqing. As the main payers of compensation, their families were asked by the clan leader to pay some money as compensation. They have been beaten and scolded at home these days, but they really didn't take any money. As for that piece of meat, we divided it up among ourselves after we all arrived. Why? They obviously suffered a great loss, yet they still have to endure this injustice. They were all so angry that no matter how injured their feet were, they wanted to stop Changqing and get to know him clearly. Changqing laughed when he heard this. His laugh was very evil. Suddenly he leaned his head forward and lowered his voice. Oh, I didn't lose any silver, but there's nothing I can do. Who told you to enter my yard? After he finished speaking, he took 2 steps away and his voice became louder. That's what they call trying to steal a chicken but losing the rice. Ha 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 ha. A triumphant laugh accompanied his footsteps as he walked away, and the people behind him were gritting their teeth in anger. Shit, I'm going to tell my family. Chen Bodong punched the stone hard, and the pain made him gasp. Oh, what's the point of telling my family? We have no evidence. Chen Shua rolled his eyes at him unhappily. When my foot is healed, we'll target that guy together. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely. Changqing naturally wouldn't take the targeting of those people to heart. He had been hunting for many years and was in good health. Those idle thugs were no match for him. I was just arguing with him and didn't care at all. In the following days, people from Chenjiazwang often saw such scenes. Changqing went to sell goods, and several people followed him and tried to talk to the boss about the quality of the goods. However, they had been working together for a long time, so the boss didn't care about it. Instead, he reminded Changqing to be careful. When he went shopping, they followed him, and sometimes they even raised the price together. Just raise the price. If the price is too high, Changqing won't buy it. That day, he went to the town to sell his goods. On his way back, he saw a carriage overturned next to the pipeline, and cries for help came from inside the carriage. System, is this the carriage the heroine had an accident in? Changqing stopped and asked the system. Yes, she is still in the car. Host, do you want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? He. The system's voice sounded in my mind. Changqing, I'll see how it goes. TSK, Shin Changqing, you don't want to save anyone, do you? The 4 argumentative people also came over with some curiosity. They had no intention of saving anyone. Saving people was a losing business these days, and being a good person was not something that ordinary people could do. Changqing glanced at them and suddenly raised his eyebrows. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. I'm not like you, the guy who would watch someone die without helping. As he spoke, he strode forward, looking like he was going to save someone. Damn, I was despised. The unyielding Chen Shua was the first to step forward, and the others immediately followed, wanting to see what tricks Chen Changqing could come up with. The people in the carriage obviously also heard the footsteps, and their cries for help became more urgent. Help, please, kind person. The voice was whimpering and sounded very pitiful. Excuse me, are you hurt? I'm here to save you, please don't move. Changqing asked. Yes. We are here to rescue you too. I am Chen Shua, the grandson of the Chun clan leader of Chenjiazwang. Chen Shua also said unconvinced. Li Wanner's cry for help paused, and low sobs were heard. My leg seems to be broken. A broken leg can be cured. There's a doctor in town. This time, Chen Shua didn't wait for Changqing to speak and immediately took over. Thank you, sir. A gentle voice came from inside, which inexplicably made Chen Shua's face hot. Without waiting for Changqing to take action, he immediately waved his hand. Come here, some of you, and help dismantle this carriage. Several of his younger brothers followed his lead and came to help without delay when he gave them orders. Seeing this, Changqing simply took 2 steps back and stopped participating. They worked together and soon dismantled the carriage frame into pieces. When they opened the curtain, an extremely beautiful goose face appeared before everyone. Although Li Wanner expected that the people who rescued her would be several big men, she still screamed and covered her face when she saw the strange man. However, that fleeting glimpse was enough to shock several young people who grew up in the village. There is such a beautiful woman in the world. Several people were stunned to varying degrees. Chen Shuo was even more delighted. He had always looked down on the village girl introduced by his family. Now, his fate had come. A hero saves a beautiful girl. At this moment, he didn't care about anything else and quickly put on the most gentle smile. Girl, let's take you to town to see a doctor first. Your leg is injured, and it would be best if there were no sequelae. Li Wanner naturally knew what was important and what was not. The pain in her legs reminded her that she needed immediate treatment, but her bag of silver had been taken away by the coachman, and she had no way to pay for the medical treatment. I don't have any money. The driver stole it. She lowered her head and her voice was filled with tears, which immediately hit Chen Shua's heart. It's okay. I'll pay for you. You guys, go get an ox cart and take the girl to town right away. He originally wanted to say that he carried the girl on his back, but after looking at his body, he felt that it might be a bit difficult, so he changed his words to shouting for an ox cart. Brother Shua, this? Chen Bodong didn't expect Chen Shua to change his attitude so suddenly and be so active in saving people, but he had no money. What a big deal. Chen Shua took out some copper coins and gave them to him. Hurry up, don't delay the girl's treatment. By the way, what's your last name, young lady? My surname is Li, and my name is Wanyue. The girl's voice was soft and weak, which could easily arouse people's desire to protect her. At this moment, Chen Shua's heart had softened into a ball of cotton, and he didn't even know when Changcheng left. Wanyue, what a nice name. Chen Shua murmured. When several people helped the heroine onto the ox cart and prepared to go to the town, Chen Shua discovered that Changcheng had disappeared. Oh, that kid is quite sensible. He curled his lips, feeling that he had finally won and let out a sigh of relief. At this time, Changqing was already on the road back to Zhuangzi. He was extremely relieved to leave the heroine to Chen Shua. Host, you did it on purpose. The system popped up with a somewhat amusing tone, and the voice was affirmative, certainly. Changqing also laughed. Chen Shua was targeting him and competing with him in everything, so he gave him the opportunity to save people. Besides, that guy liked the heroine in his previous life. I'm just trying to help others. Changqing kicked a stone on the side of the road far away. System, I believed your lies. Chapter 463 The Heroic Hunter Cannon Fodder Who Saves the Beauty. 12. Changqing returned home in a good mood. In the evening, he made an extra dish for himself and took out the red wine that had been stored in the space for a long time. Great joy. There will be meat and wine. He sat down in the yard, poured himself a glass of wine, and sighed. Meow meow meow. Little coal ball seemed to sense his emotions and howled a few times as well. Come on. Let's eat. I felt happy and ate one more bowl than usual. He could predict that Chen Shua would not have the chance to appear in front of him for a long time. In fact, Chen Shua not only had no time to target Changqing, he was simply overwhelmed. It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone, and the cost of treatment is not a small amount of money. It is not money he can afford, but he fell in love with the girl at first sight and there is no way he can abandon her. So the money has to be paid by the family, but the problem is that although the patriarch's family is not short of money, it is unacceptable to spend money on strangers like this, and this requires a fight. Grandpa, Mom, and Dad, I just love Wanyue. If you don't help me save her, I won't eat. As the most favored grandson in the family, Chen Shua is also stubborn and will not change his mind easily once he makes up his mind. You unfilial son. Dad Chen was so angry that he trembled. The clan leader who was called in to preside over the important matter was so angry that he coughed repeatedly. Sure, what's so good about that girl? According to you, she's probably a refugee from out of town. Maybe her family was rich before, but now she has no relatives or friends, no one to help her, and she doesn't even have any luggage. Aunt Chen sighed and poured a glass of water for the old man. Think carefully, which of the people we introduced to you doesn't have a large family and can help out? Besides, this girl's leg is broken. This is not a small amount of money. 10 taels of silver may not be enough. She needs to be taken care of for several months. When Chen's mother heard what her son said, she felt very upset. What's so good about city girls? They can't work, and this girl is a refugee. Not only does she have no family property, but she also has to pay for everything. She was not satisfied just by hearing it, and her son even went on a hunger strike. What would happen if he really married her? How would she still have any status as a mother-in-law? I don't care. Those big, strong guys in the village don't act like women at all. Chen Shua was annoyed by his mother's nagging, and he just stiffened his neck and talked back. You unfilial son. When Father Chen saw that he was talking back to his elders, he raised his hand to hit him, but the clan leader, Grandpa, quickly stopped him. Xiao Shua. The clan leader said after a moment's hesitation, do you know about that girl's family situation? What do her parents do? Are they still alive? Is she married? Marriage is no joke. It's best to know everything about her. Don't be confused.
This does make some sense. Chen Shua lowered his head and said nothing. He really didn't know much about the girl. He only knew that her name was Li Wanyue, and she was from the county town. Her family had suffered a disaster, so she came to seek refuge with her relatives. However, her relatives had already moved away, and she was murdered by a black-hearted groom, which led to her ending up in this situation.
Think about it carefully.
Seeing his grandson lost in thought, the patriarch stamped his feet, stood up and left. He also understood the young man Muai. It's normal to be attracted to a pretty girl, but what's the point of just being pretty? It will only bring disaster. He did not agree, but seeing his grandson's behavior, he knew that forcible opposition would be counterproductive. Only when he can let go of it can this matter be resolved. But can Chen Shua let it go? Obviously not. After hesitating for a whole night, the next day, he actually stole more than 10 taels of silver from a house and ran away. They also found an ox cart and took the person to another town for treatment, leaving the Chen family's search team empty-handed. Changqing burst out laughing when he heard this in the afternoon. This Chen Shua originally had a crush on the heroine in the plot, and now he has finally gotten what he wanted. In the original plot, the original owner spent his own savings to heal Li Wanner's leg, took her home, and provided her with good food and drink. However, the original owner was the only one at home with no one to take care of her, so of course he could do whatever he wanted. And now, Chen Shua is the grandson of the patriarch, and things are not so easy.
Host, do you think the clan leader's family can find them? Do you want us to go and reveal some information? The system looks like it's causing trouble. No need, we'll definitely find it within 3 days.
Changqing said with certainty. Chen Shua was not someone who had any anti-reconnaissance awareness, and since he was taking such a big person with him, there would definitely be many people seeing him, and they would know where he was going with just a little asking. In fact, Chen Shua was found much sooner than Changqing expected. They had just settled down in the neighboring Changtian town when the clan leader brought his men to the small courtyard they rented.
You vixen, you seduced my son.
When Chen Ma saw the girl being protected firmly behind Chen Shua, she immediately became furious. Her son had never been so disobedient to her before. He actually stole all the family belongings and ran away to the next town with someone. The world is not peaceful now. If something happens, how can she survive? She rushed forward to scratch him, but Chen Shua grabbed her hand.
Mom! It has nothing to do with Wanyue.
I wanted to bring her here.
She kept asking me to go back.
It would have been fine if he didn't say anything, but once he started talking, Mother Chen became so angry that she started shaking. Look at the maintenance. Mr. Chen next to him was also very angry, but he was embarrassed to target the girl, so he just scolded his son.
You bastard, you stole the money from home and left. Do you know that your mother has been crying her eyes out these past 2 days? You're being unfilial, you know that?
Those dozen taels of silver are enough for the family's food supply, and you just take them away.
Do you think about how your family is going to live?
Chen Shua just lowered his head and remained silent, his body firmly blocking the girl and not giving way at all. However, the girl's expression changed after hearing what Chen's father said. She suddenly gritted her teeth, pushed Chen Shua forward, and tears immediately rolled down her face. Brother Chen, please go back with your uncle and aunt.
Wanyue is grateful for your help and will repay your kindness in the next life.
The girl was crying with tears in her eyes, her voice trembling, and Chen Shua's eyes were also red in excitement. He hugged the girl in his arms and looked at the patriarch in front of him.
Grandpa! I haven't asked you for anything before. This time I beg you to help Wanyue. She is very pitiful.
Patriarch, there are so many poor people and beggars on the streets. Don't you help them? However, looking at the girl's clothes and demeanor, she did not seem to come from an ordinary family, which made him worried. My grandson is completely fascinated by her, but the girl hasn't expressed her attitude yet. He looked intently at the girl who was in Chen Shua's arms but subconsciously shrank back to keep some distance.
Ms. Li, right?
I see Shua's feelings for you, but he doesn't have the money to support you.
You need your family's consent to use their money. I would like to ask, are you willing to marry my grandson?
The old man's eyes were sharp and his questions were pointed, which made the girl tremble. She raised her tearful eyes, but saw Chen Shua staring at her passionately, and she couldn't help but lower her head. She felt a little panicked. Chen Shua was nice to her, but he was just a villager. Is it possible that a daughter of an official family like her would commit herself to a farmer who works in the fields for a living? She was unwilling to accept it, but if she refused, it would definitely hurt other people's feelings, which she didn't want to see.
Brother Chen is very good to me, so of course I am willing to do it.
However, my parents have just passed away and my brother is separated from me, so I still need to observe mourning for 3 years. Her mind raced and she came up with an excuse. Yes, Miss Li's parents just passed away, so this matter is not urgent. When Chen Shua heard her say yes, he was immediately overjoyed and didn't mind what she said afterwards at all. The clan leader was speechless.
This grandson was completely ungrateful.
He didn't even know whether what others said was true or not, but he just blindly agreed, and he even pretends to be generous with the family's money. This is not okay. Then, the patriarch looked at the two of them with a cold look in his eyes.
Miss Li, you said he was from the county town, right? I'll have someone investigate to see if it's true.
Also, Chen Shua, if you despise what your family has arranged for you, then don't take the money. This is all they have.
Return the rest of the money now, and you can do whatever you want with it.
After saying that, without waiting for Chen Shua's reaction, he ordered someone to search and find the silver. Think about it carefully and come back when you've figured it out. The patriarch said this as he left with his people. Although Chen Shua was a reckless person, he still didn't dare to make a fuss in front of the clan leader, and he was as quiet as a chicken throughout the whole process. Li Wana was also frightened by the clan leader's words that he wanted to investigate her.
She didn't know how to react for a moment.
She only sat down dejectedly after the group left.
Brother Chen, what should we do? We don't have any money now.
The girl's voice was mournful and filled with worry about the future, which made Chen Shua feel an infinite desire to protect her. Don't worry, I'll find some work to help you heal your wounds. He waved his fist, looking very confident. Although he didn't do much work at home, he felt full of strength at the moment.
Making some money couldn't be a problem for him.
Chapter 464, The Heroic Hunter Cannon Fodder Who Saves the Beauty. 13. The clan leader is really powerful. This trick of cutting off the firewood from under the cauldron has really put Chen Shua under control. After listening to the whole process, Changqing smiled at the system. But Chen Shua didn't give in. He even said he wanted to find a job and earn his own money.
The system is a little confused.
This means it has not been grasped.
You don't understand this. The clan leader knows Chen Shua's character.
Changqing smiled and explained, he's never suffered any hardship since he was a child. Love will certainly make him feel omnipotent, but it won't truly change a person's character. Just wait, he'll be back in less than 2 weeks. System, I'm going to continue eating melon.
Go ahead.
Changqing waved his hand. He is now living a very comfortable life.
He goes into the mountains every few days.
It doesn't matter how much he harvests, but the food he gets from selling the mountain products is not enough for one person and one cat. It's nothing like in the original plot, where he brought Li Wana home, spent most of his savings on treating her legs, and then provided her with good food and drink. He even wanted to go into the mountains every day and hunt a wild boar every day. During that period, the original owner's chances of getting injured were much higher, and now, this hot potato has been thrown to Chen Shua, and the story becomes much more interesting. I don't know if the heroine can still remain as chaste as in the plot, hee.
Changqing smiled secretly. Little coal ball, let's go into the mountains today.
Meow. The little black cat became alert in an instant and immediately jumped up from the haystack. On the other hand, Chen Shua was in a dilemma. He found that it was not easy to find work. There was no shortage of people for the easy jobs, but the jobs that were lacking were those that were hard and tiring and did not earn much money. After carrying bags at the dock all day, I was so tired that my waist almost broke, and I only earned 100 copper coins, which was not enough to cover my expenses. The key is that after returning home, you still have to cook for yourself. Miss Li has difficulty walking, and she is a young lady who has never cooked. Chen Shua had never cooked before. But he had seen it a little in the village. The first time he cooked, he burnt the rice. The 2 dishes he fried either put too much salt or clumped together. They tasted bad and looked bad, not to mention that the girl didn't like it anymore. He himself almost vomited after eating a chopstick of it. This won't work. Coming back from work another day, he looked at the deserted yard and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Fortunately, the money for renting this yard has been paid in advance, otherwise I would have no place to stay.
Brother Chen, it's Wan Yue who is dragging you down.
The girl lowered her head in silence. This time Chen Shua didn't say anything. Life was so easy in the past. I could idle around with my little brother and never worry about food and drink. Now I have to worry about the next meal after every meal. Seeing him like this, Li Wana also felt panicked. Now she has no relatives or friends. Although her leg has been reconnected, she still needs to take good care of it, otherwise she will not be able to accept it if it becomes a disability.
Brother Chen, why don't you go back? Your uncle and aunt must be worried about you.
Seeing that Chen Shua was feeling a little down, she walked over and spoke softly.
No. If we go back, I will definitely take you with me. Chen Shua suddenly shouted.
Perhaps because he had been feeling depressed recently, he became bolder. He pulled Li Wana over and started biting her mouth. Li Wana let out a short cry of surprise, but the sound quickly got stuck in her throat. The stench of sweat from the man lingered in her nose, making her feel nauseous, but when she thought about her current situation and the attitude of the Chen family, she endured it. Well, Brother Chen, we can't. After a long while, she pushed the person away, lowered her head and was about to cry. I was abrupt, young lady. Chen Shua also realized that he had been impulsive and quickly apologized. The other party is still in mourning. This is a big deal and cannot be disobeyed. I'll go cook first. He stood up and ran straight to the kitchen. Perhaps because of this kiss, Chen Shua was able to hold on for a few more days, but in the end he couldn't hold it back. On a sunny morning, the two packed their bags and walked out of the small courtyard they rented. Wan Yue, when we get back I'll tell them we're already husband and wife, and my parents will eventually accept it.
You don't have to say anything, I'll do it.
Chen Shua looked back at the courtyard where he had lived for less than 10 days and said to Li Wana.
Li Wanner's voice was as thin as a mosquito's hum, because her legs were still inconvenient. Chen Shua saved some of the money he earned from working these days and hired another ox cart. The two of them hurried and finally arrived at Chen Jiazwang when it was getting dark. Hey, isn't this young Master Chen Shua? As soon as Chen Shua helped Li Wanner get off the ox cart, he saw Changqing resting by the roadside. He sat sideways on a rock with a large piece of wild boar meat beside him. Why are you here? Somehow, Chen Shua felt a little unhappy when he saw him, especially when he saw the girl next to him looking at him curiously. He felt even more unhappy. Li Wanner was indeed a little curious about the person in front of her. She had a good memory. That day when she was rescued from the wrecked carriage, this person was right next to her and seemed to be the first person to speak, and there was such a big piece of meat next to him. This was a bit enviable. She had no shortage of delicacies in the past, but now she hadn't eaten meat for more than 10 days. She couldn't help swallowing. Changqing naturally noticed the gazes of the two people and smiled. I'm back from town. The world is a bit chaotic right now. The restaurant we worked with is closing down, and the small restaurant can't afford the price, so I came back directly with the goods. This is the truth. He had finally hunted a little wild boar, but the owner of the restaurant in town was about to run away and refused to buy it. Other small shops also tried to lower their prices. He couldn't stand it anymore, so he carried it home and planned to keep it for himself. Oh, by the way, Master Chen, this girl is injured and needs nourishment. How about I sell you this half-pig? 1 tael of silver, no more. Changqing noticed that Li Wanner couldn't take her eyes off the meat, and said to Chen Shua. Chen Shua wanted to say that he had no money, but when he looked up and saw the girl's expression, the words got stuck in his throat and he couldn't say it. It is always difficult for men to admit that they are not good enough, especially in front of the woman they like. Want to buy it? I can send it to your home. Changqing stood up and looked like he was going to leave if she didn't buy it. Purchase. Chen Shua gritted his teeth. No one can wrong the goddess. Changqing couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Chapter 465, The Heroic Hunter Cannon Fodder Who Saves the Beauty. 14. The three of them arrived at Chen Shua's house, where Chen's father and mother were eating in the yard. The three sons of the patriarch all separated, but the rest of the family lived not far away. Someone had already spotted them along the way and told the patriarch. When the three of them arrived at Chen Shua's house, other uncles and brothers also rushed over. Son, you're finally back. When Mother Chen saw her son, tears immediately flowed down her face. She put down her chopsticks and took a few steps forward, then saw the girl behind him and Changqing carrying the meat. She looked confused. What was going on? Shouldn't he have come back after reflecting on himself? Why did he bring the girl home? And why was Changqing here too? Countless questions flashed through her mind. Uncle, Aunt, I'm here to deliver some meat. This is the meat Chen Shua wants to buy. It costs 1 or 2 ounces of silver. Changqing took a step forward, put the meat off his shoulder, and smiled. This, Chen's father and mother looked at each other, neither of them understanding what was going on. Crash. At this time, the clan leader and other relatives also arrived, and suddenly there were more than a dozen people in the yard. Everyone's eyes turned to the 3 people in the field, causing Li Wanner to shrink back and pull at the corner of Chen Shua's clothes. Changqing didn't care. He smiled and said it again. Chen Shua bought the meat, and I'm here to deliver it. After saying that, he stepped aside and gave the venue to the focus of today, Chen Shua and Li Wanner. At this time, everyone reacted. Chen Shua not only brought people back, but also bought meat and asked his family to pay for it. Changqing, we still have meat at home. This kid hasn't been home for a long time and doesn't know what's going on. Why don't you go back first? Father Chen felt his temples throbbing. What the hell had this unfilial son done? He was such a real worry. Changqing naturally didn't want to miss the excitement. It would be boring if he left, so he looked at Chen Shua. Young people are very concerned about their reputation, so they will definitely say something at this time. Sure enough, Chen Shua's expression changed when he heard what his father said. Dad, didn't you get 8 taels of silver from me last time? And look, where's the meat on the table? Miss Li was injured and needed nutrition, so I bought the meat. What does it mean to sabotage me? This is it. Father Chen's face immediately turned purple with anger, and even the clan leader who arrived later looked unhappy. This kid is really outrageous. Father Chen didn't want to save face for his son anymore, so he pointed at Chen Shua and started scolding him. The silver we found last time originally belonged to our family. Do you think you're justified in stealing from them? You're still buying meat for people to heal their wounds. Do you know how hard it is to earn a few copper coins at home? Can you even support yourself? Dad Chen was very angry and yelled at her, which made Li Wanner feel extremely embarrassed. She couldn't help sobbing. Chen Shua couldn't stand it when the beautiful woman cried that he could not tolerate the goddess in his heart being wronged. Dad, if you want to scold someone, just scold me, don't bring Wanyue up. Anyway, I don't want anyone else but Wanyue. We've already made up our minds. Wanyue is a good girl. Everything is my idea and has nothing to do with her. Chen Shua stuck out his neck and refused to give in, looking like a hen protecting her calves. Wow, the heroine is so charming. Seeing Chen Shua's performance, Changqing sighed secretly. This is simply turning a small gangster into a love saint.
However, considering that in the original plot, Li Wan'er was married to the original owner, it is understandable that Chen Shua still wanted to pester her. You, cough cough. Dad Chen was so angry at Chen Shua that he kept coughing. His grandfather, look at this child, Mother Chen was at her wits' end. The child was stubborn and wouldn't listen to anyone, so she had no choice but to turn to the clan leader for help. The patriarch is also having a headache right now. This precious little grandson used to be idle, but now he has become a love saint. He had no good feelings towards this girl who hid behind his grandson. He couldn't really send anyone to investigate, but he felt that this girl was not telling the truth. Chen Shua naturally knew that his grandfather was the one who made the decision in his family, so he immediately took the girl's hand and looked at the old man who loved him the most with red eyes. Grandpa, Wan Yue and I love each other. I have no other pursuits besides her. Please help us be together. As he said this, he knelt down, tears streaming down his cheeks. Li Wanyue staggered as he pulled her, and had no choice but to kneel down as well. She lowered her head, making it impossible to see the expression on her face. However, Changqing still noticed the disgust in that moment. She looked down on the people in the village, so how could she be so deeply in love with a guy from the village? In the plot, the original owner took care of her feelings and everything, and there was no parental supervision, but it didn't warm her heart. Now, I'm afraid even the people in the Chen family will hate her. For a moment, Changqing felt that there was nothing interesting about this excitement. Hey, do you want this meat? If not, I'll take it away. In the silence, Changqing's voice suddenly rang out, want? Chen Shua immediately looked up and shouted loudly. What about this silver? Just as Changqing was about to ask who would give him the silver, Father Chen quickly stepped forward, took out a tael of silver and stuffed it into his hand. He really had no idea what to do with his son. Seeing that he was about to follow the meat axis again, he simply bought him to avoid a big fight and lose face for his family. So, when Changqing walked out of the Chen family's gate, the meat he was carrying was gone, but he had an extra tael of silver in his pocket. Not bad, it's getting dark now, so it's just the right time to go back and cook. With less stuff to carry on his shoulders, climbing the mountain seemed extremely easy for him. The chirping of birds and insects in his ears did not seem noisy at all to him, but instead made his heart more peaceful. However, his heart would be more peaceful without the resentful look and angry meow of the little coalball at the door. As I reached the door humming a song, I was frightened by the resentful look of little coalball. Fuck, little coalball, why don't you scream? In the past, every time I went home from the market, I could hear cats meowing from far away, but today it was as quiet as a chicken. However, the next moment Changqing knew why it was so quiet just now. He saw a flash before his eyes, and then his shoulders sank. Ouch, a huge roar rang in his ears, and at that moment Changqing thought a wolf was roaring at him. This? A kitten can make this kind of sound when it's extremely angry. If it were in the future, he would have to search it on Baidu, and now, he had no choice but to hurry into the house and cook. After all, little coalball usually gets angry when he's hungry, and he doesn't usually hold such a strong grudge. His guess was correct. When little coalball smelled the smoky aroma from the kitchen, his temper calmed down a lot. After eating the delicious meat, he seemed to have forgotten his temper and instead made gurgling sounds. This cat is really easy to coax. Changqing picked up a piece of meat for himself and watched Sayamaikia slurping the food. He felt that his appetite had improved a lot. You know what, having this little thing around really makes life more fun. In the following days, he continued his hunting life. However, Chen Jiazwang gradually became lively. Everyone knew that the patriarch's most favored grandson had a wife from outside the city. Rumor had it that she was a young lady from the city. Many people wanted to see what was going on, and more guests went to visit on purpose. In the village, both men and women have to work, and the separation of men and women is not as important as in the city, so there are no taboos. There were so many people coming that even if Li Wan'er could hide, she would inevitably be seen once or twice occasionally. Then the rumor spread in the village that the out-of-town wife of the patriarch's grandson was as beautiful as a fairy. Chen Shua was very proud of this. The woman he likes is certainly not comparable to those fierce women in the village. Mr. and Mrs. Chen were not so happy. They didn't like this woman of unknown origin at all. She couldn't do any work and was very spoiled. She had no help from her family, but she had her son under her thumb. Besides, being pretty is not an advantage in the eyes of Chen's parents. They even think that being pretty will only bring trouble. There are so many curious people in the village that her home has become the focus of discussion recently. But what else can we do? I only have one son, and he is very stubborn. He goes on a hunger strike when things don't go his way. As a parent, you can't change your mind. When she went to bed at night, Mother Chen sighed. I think that woman is determined to take our son. Well, who says it isn't? Dad Chen also sighed. Anyway, I don't think I can let my son marry that woman. Mother Chen gritted her teeth. The Father Chen remained silent. He doesn't like those delicate young ladies now, but as a man, he understands young people at this stage. His son is too obsessed and will not be easily persuaded. Hey, Chen Laosan, say something. Mother Chen poked the silent Father Chen, a little angry. Of course I'm on your side, but it all depends on my son's attitude. After a long silence, Father Chen spoke in a muffled voice. Now, Mother Chen also fell silent.
Chapter 466, The Heroic Hunter Who Saves the Beauty, 15. Ever since Li Wan'er came to Chen Jiazhuang, there have been frequent noisy sounds in Chen Shua's house. There was no way, he had to fight with his parents for his love. More and more gossip about the patriarch's family spread in the village. Some people said that the girl from another place was the daughter of a high-ranking official in the previous dynasty. All her family members were beheaded by the new dynasty, so she fled here for refuge. Some people also said that the girl was the daughter of a foreign merchant. She encountered robbers on the way to escape the war. Her family and guards died together with the robbers, and only she managed to escape. Some people envied Chen Shua for being able to meet such a beautiful woman. Some people also swore that a beautiful woman would only bring trouble, and the patriarch's family might be in trouble. All kinds of rumors and speculations finally made the patriarch a little restless. He personally went to his son's house and came up with a final solution to the matter. Let them get married. The old patriarch looked unhappy, and a low-pressure atmosphere filled the entire yard. Didn't you, his grandfather, disagree before? Mother Chen was stunned. She was not willing to accept a daughter-in-law who needed to be served every day. Haven't you heard what's been spread in the village? As the clan leader, I can't afford to lose face like this. The couple stopped talking. They had heard some rumors these days, and there were indeed all kinds of them. Grandpa, do you agree that we can get married? At this time, Chen Shua and Li Wan'er also appeared at the door. When they heard the patriarch's voice from afar, they had different expressions. Chen Shua's face was filled with ecstasy, while Li Wan'er's face turned pale, but then she lowered her head. Things have become so out of her control that they are no longer under her control. Although her leg is almost healed now, she has nowhere to go. A weak woman who has no ability to survive independently in this world feels hopeless about her future. My parents' mourning period, she wanted to delay it, but the patriarch didn't give her any chance. Our rural rules are not that complicated. Since you are married here, you should follow the local rules. Besides, the world is not doing well now, so even the old rules need to be adjusted. The patriarch glanced at her and said in a voice that brooked no room for rebuttal that he even doubted whether what the woman said about her parents having just passed away was true, but he did not take any money to verify it at this time. Wan Yue, I think Grandpa is right. We can do the ceremony first to prevent the villagers from making random comments. Otherwise, it would be inappropriate for a girl like you to live in my house. Chen Shua certainly hoped that it would be finalized as soon as possible, and he spared no effort to persuade them. Li Wan'er felt sad, but she had no choice in the matter, so she could only nod silently. Chen Shua is going to marry Li Wan'er? Chang Qing had just returned from the mountain when he heard the system gossiping about this matter. I didn't expect it to be so fast. He thought Li Wan'er would hold on a little longer. In the original storyline, the original owner took care of Li Wan'er for half a year before she reluctantly agreed. And that was just a formality, not the family tree. Now, just over a month later? They have to officially get married and be included in the family tree. It seems that the original owner suffered from the lack of parental support. Living alone, he had no way out when he was bullied. Although Chen Shua is now under control, he still has a large family behind him. His father, mother, and the clan leader are not so easy to deal with. TSK, I guess the heroine is not in a very good mood. He laughed. I'd been crying all day. The system laughed. Evergreen understanding. Li Wan'er is proud and arrogant. The original owner is much better than Chen Shua. He hunts and eats the best food and drink, and is devoted to her. But in the end, he looks down on her. What's more, now I have such in-laws who are so difficult to get along with. At this moment, she must be feeling despair in her heart, but this has nothing to do with him anymore. I just live my life well. The restaurant in the town went bankrupt, so he simply stopped going to the town. He would keep the food he hunted for himself. After all, the food could be kept fresh and there was no need to worry about it going bad. This made his life a little more leisurely. When he had nothing to do, he cleaned up the house again, cleared the weeds around it, transplanted some wildflowers in an interesting way, and paved the yard with bluestone slabs. The entire living environment has been greatly improved. He had not gone down the mountain for many days and had almost forgotten about Chen Shua. But one day, while he was having dinner, two guests came to his house, Chen Shua and Li Wan'er. When little Coalball saw a stranger, he immediately got angry, stopped eating the meat, arched his back, and looked like he was ready to fight. This little guy is really not afraid of people. Chang Qing quickly reached out to stroke its fur and looked up at the two people at the door. The man looked very proud, but the woman looked a little haggard. What do you two need? Come in and sit down. Chang Qing noticed a hint of surprise in the two men's expressions, but he didn't care. At least at this time, the two men couldn't be here to cause trouble. TSK, eating in the middle of the day. Chen Shua muttered and walked in with Li Wan'er. When he stepped into the yard, he noticed that the scene was different from the last time he came. All the weeds had been cleared and some unknown wildflowers had been planted. The house at the back also seemed to have been tidied up and looked very new. The faint fragrance made Li Wan'er feel a little less depressed. She even felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity here, which made her feel a little strange. When she heard Chen Shua muttering about Chang Qing eating lunch, she curled her lips uncomfortably. Is lunch a normal meal? She used to eat not only lunch but also afternoon tea and snacks at home.
which adds up to 4 or 5 meals a day. It was only when I arrived at Chen's house that I discovered that the villagers did not eat lunch and only had 2 meals a day. The two sat down as they were told, only to find that the dishes on the table were actually quite rich: 2 plates of meat, one with stir-fried pork with wild vegetables, one with spicy rabbit meat, one with fried peanuts, and a large pot of bone soup. I don't know what seasoning was added, but the aroma wafted out. Your food is so good? Chen Shua couldn't help but swallow. His family is well off, but he is still one of the few who eats meat like this. Although he knew that the hunters might not be short of meat, he still felt jealous when he saw Changqing living like this. Li Wanner also felt her appetite grow. She noticed that there was some meat in the small bowl next to it. It was what a cat had been eating just now, and now it had jumped onto the wall. She felt inexplicably angry. This is such a waste. Cats have such good food? She can't even eat such food at the Chen family. How about you guys eat something too? Changqing saw that the two men were staring at the food on the table, so he had to say something polite. Chen Shua opened his mouth to refuse, but what he said was, "I'll just try it." Okay, Changqing turned and went into the house to get bowls and chopsticks for the two of them. That bowl contains my cat's food, don't make any mistake. He gave some instructions and started eating. Chapter 467, The Heroic Hunter Cannon Fodder Who Saves the Beauty. 16, Chen Shua was used to the social scene and didn't feel restrained. Since he had already taken the bowl and chopsticks, he decided to fill his stomach first. Some people couldn't wait to pick up a piece of meat for themselves, and when they put it to their mouths, they could smell the rich aroma, which made their lips and teeth water. The aroma explodes when you put it in your mouth. The meat slices are just right, neither dry nor fatty. The freshness of wild vegetables and the mellowness of meat make you linger. This guy is also quite good at cooking. This was Chen Shua's first thought. It tastes okay. He praised it casually, but his chopsticks reached out to the plate of spicy rabbit meat. As the spicy, salty, and fragrant taste burst in his mouth, Chen Shua, who was not used to eating lunch, also began to pick up dishes quickly. After Li Wanner took the first bite of the dish, her eyes lit up. She had a more delicate palate and could taste some of the condiments in the dish that were not common in rural areas, which made her secretly puzzled. The man in front of me looks big and strong, but I didn't expect that he is so particular about food. To be honest, looking at these dishes in front of us, even the chefs at home might not have been able to make them taste this good. The two of them were eating faster and faster, and before they knew it, all the food on the table was gone. Changqing didn't say anything, but he kept looking at the little coal ball on the wall and meowing anxiously. Well, I forgot about it before. I didn't eat yours. Changqing stood up, carried the plate of meat to the wall, then sat back down and looked at the two people who looked a little embarrassed. Tell me, what's the matter? You can't be here just to eat for free. Ahem. Chen Shua coughed dryly twice. Wanyue and I are getting married, aren't we? Here's an invitation for you. Come over for a drink on the 3rd day of next month. When saying this, Chen Shua's eyes revealed the pride of a winner, as if to say, see, what's the use of knowing how to hunt? The beauty still married me. Changqing just pretended not to notice his behavior, and he didn't feel envious at all. You don't even know the girl's real name. What are you so proud of? However, he really wanted to go and see the excitement, so he agreed on the spot. Chen Shua tried hard to see disappointment on Changqing's face, but of course he found nothing. This made him inexplicably unhappy, and he reached out and knocked on the table. Also, I want to buy some meat from you. I want fresh meat. Big deal. We need a lot of meat. When he mentioned this topic, he felt a little proud, and there was a hint of contempt in his eyes when he looked at Changqing. So what if you can hunt? I will use the meat you hunt to marry a wife. Changqing had reason to suspect that he brought Li Wanner here on purpose to show off. He found it a little funny. Getting involved with the heroine will cause a lot of trouble. However, he had to do business. After all, he couldn't eat all the meat he hunted. Buying meat is no problem. You can't write 2 Chen characters with one stroke. This deserves support. He went back to the kitchen, and when he came out again, he was holding half a venison in his hand. This was just caught a few days ago. It weighs over 50 pounds and has a market value of 2 taels of silver. Look, it's still fresh. Chen Shua looked at it and found that it was indeed very fresh, just like the texture of meat that had just been peeled. However, 2 taels of silver were not cheap, and he only felt a pang of pain in his flesh. We're all from the same family, can't we get a discount? And there's blood on it. Did it bleed too slowly? This kind of meat will taste worse. He stared and found fault. Changqing will not indulge him. He picked up the meat and turned to leave. Hey, I'll buy it. Chen Shua quickly called out, the market price is the market price. It's much more convenient than buying it on the street. He took out 2 taels of silver very reluctantly, feeling that his heart was being hollowed out. Li Wanner, who had been watching the two people bargaining next to them, felt even more sad. It was just 2 taels of silver, and they had to bargain back and forth like this. She used to spend dozens of taels of silver without blinking an is she going to have to live this kind of penny-pinching life in the future, especially when she saw that Chen Shua couldn't gain any advantage and was always at a disadvantage. She felt even more dissatisfied. He is not as good as this burly hunter. He has meat to eat, money, and can cook. It was a pity that he was not rescued by this man that day, but Chen Shua got there first. She couldn't help but feel some resentment in her heart. It would be great if I could live alone in the mountains, without any complicated family relationships. Changqing noticed the change in Li Wanner's expression, but he didn't care. Chen Shua didn't notice these details at all. He stood up and weighed the large piece of meat handed to him by Changqing, with a look of satisfaction on his face.
Wanyue, our wedding will definitely be a lively one.
Li Wanner felt sad, and her eyes turned red when she heard him say that, but Chen Shua thought she was touched and looked proud.
Yuer, I will definitely treat you well for the rest of my life. Don't worry, if you marry into my family, you will have a comfortable life and no farm work for you.
Changqing almost laughed when he heard this. He thought of a joke from later generations. An old farmer saw a photo of a female star inside to the people next to him, saying that if he could marry a wife like her, he would definitely not let her go to the fields.
By the way, can you come help with the cooking?
I think your cooking skills are pretty good. You can come and help, and you'll be paid.
After saying that, Chen Shua looked at Changqing again with an arrogant tone. Well, you're also interested in his cooking skills? He's not interested in that.
I'll be here for the drinks, but as for helping in the kitchen, it's better to ask someone else to do it.
He refused directly and stood up as if to see the guest off. You don't know what's good for you.
Chen Shua muttered something and walked out with the meat. Li Wanner was stunned for a moment, then followed him in small steps. The patriarch's most favored grandson is getting married.
In the following days, the news spread throughout Chenjiazwang.
These days, Chen Shua took the girl to visit some relatives, and everyone in the village knew that the person he was going to marry was a fairy-like girl. However, not many people envy him. After all, where does the strength of the patriarch's family come from? They are a unique family in Chenjiazwang, and everyone has heard that the girl does not work, so an ordinary family really cannot afford to support her. The happiest person among them was Chen Shua. He seemed to have grown up suddenly overnight and became mature. When he spoke to people, he seemed to have the unique charm of a married man. From time to time, he would teach young people that it was time to get married and to seize the opportunity. Li Wanner had no expression on her face most of the time. She felt sad. It was not her wish to marry a villager, but she knew that the current situation was beyond her control. The other members of the Chun family were not very happy either. Chen's father and mother were not very happy with their daughter-in-law who had no family support, no dowry, and could not work, but there was nothing they could do. Their son had made up his mind, and they could not change it. The clan leader didn't care much about this matter. As long as it was done in a dignified manner and without losing face, it was fine. Changqing didn't pay much attention to what was happening down the mountain. Now he was far away from the center of public opinion and his situation was much better than the original owners. In the plot, the original owner brought Li Wanner home, which caused a lot of discussion in the village. Some young people coveted her beauty and came here from time to time. After being beaten by him, it caused even greater conflicts. Now, he just has to live his life according to the routine. Chapter 468 The heroic hunter cannon fodder who saves the beauty. 17. The wedding at the patriarch's house is naturally extremely lively. Not only did people from the village come, but many people from other villages and even the town came. The buffet with dozens of tables was set up for 2 days, and more than 20 helpers were hired. Changqing also saw the bride and groom dressed in their best clothes, but compared with the cheerful Chen Shua, the bride Li Wanner did not look so happy. It looks acceptable on the surface. At the banquet, Changqing was also a small focus. After all, he was good at hunting and his family was well off, so some elders of the same clan wanted to introduce him to a partner. Hey, Changqing, I have a niece from my family, from the next village. She's gentle, housekeeping, and beautiful. I can talk to her for you. If she does, just prepare a pork leg for me. The one who spoke was my third aunt. Changqing glanced at her directly. How beautiful is she? I don't want her if she's not as beautiful as the bride today. As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Shua, who was toasting nearby, immediately gave Changqing several looks of satisfaction. He even walked over to Changqing and patted him on the shoulder. Brother Changqing, as long as you work hard, you will definitely be able to find a wife, but if you want to find someone like Wanyue, you have to work even harder. Changqing smiled and clinked glasses with him.
Then I wish you a happy wedding and a baby soon.
He saw Chen Shua's expression change and laughed in his heart. Sure enough, the heroine still used the old routine in the original plot. I think she had already made it clear to Chen Shua in advance that they would not sleep in the same room until the mourning period was over.
Have a baby soon. Have a baby soon.
The people around him also started to make a fuss, but Chen Shua fled in panic.
He's shy, ha 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 ha.
Changqing pointed and laughed, ha 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 ha. The others also burst into laughter, forgetting the matter of introducing a date to Changqing. After the meal, Changqing didn't stay long. He just said congratulations and went back. To be honest, although the meal was quite rich, it lacked the modern condiments that we were used to, and the taste was quite a bit worse. Besides, he has a cat to take care of at home. He got home early today, and little Coalball was very happy. While he was cooking, he kept circling around his feet, and his tail would sweep across his legs from time to time. Changqing was in a good mood and even prepared 2 more dishes as a snack.
The man and the cat ate their fill in the yard. The heroine married someone else, and no matter how her life went, it would be difficult for her to have anything to do with him in this life. Stay away from the heroine to stay safe, worth celebrating. However, what Changqing did not expect was that Chen Jiazhuang was attacked by bandits that night. To be precise, the patriarch's house was attacked by bandits. It rained a little in the evening. Changqing was sleeping soundly when he was woken up by a burst of urgent knocking on the door and shouting outside. Changqing, Changqing, bandits have come to the village. The clan leader asks you to go down and help. He opened the door and the person who came in was Chen Bodong. He was soaked by the rain and looked panicked. He only calmed down a little when he saw Changqing. Changqing was a little confused. This? Shouldn't it be half a year before the bandit problem spreads to this area? Why are there bandits now? Tell me in detail, what happened? I'm not sure. They seem to be from outside the area. They heard that the clan leader's family was having a grand wedding, so they wanted to come and grab the money. Chen Bodong said, panting. Changqing wanted to ask for more details, but he knew nothing. Changqing, please come with me. The clan leader has guests at home. They are all surrounded and asked to raise money. The clan leader said that you are good at fighting, Changqing? Even if you are good at fighting, you can't take risks. Bandits are not easy to talk to. Those desperate criminals chop off people's heads at the slightest provocation, so he won't go with them. I can't do anything by myself, you go back. Bandits are reasonable too. Give them the money they deserve. Don't hesitate. Nothing will happen. He had an embarrassed look on his face, but spoke very politely. You are all from the same family. You can't just stand by and watch someone die. When Chen Bodong heard this, anger appeared on his face and he pointed at Changqing and questioned him. Changqing didn't like to hear this. A family? This family only showed him calculations, but not the warmth of mutual help. When you came to my house to steal things, I didn't see my family say a word of justice. Now you come to me when you have problems? Don't use my family as an excuse. Changqing's brows furrowed and he retorted directly. After that, he closed the door, went back to his room and lay down. Chen Changqing, aren't you afraid of being kicked out of the family? Outside the door, Chen Bodong's voice was trembling, but Changqing was not panicked at all. Whoever wants to treat this broken family can treat them as they pleased. He really wasn't afraid of being kicked out. Listening to the footsteps outside gradually fading away, Changqing's eyes flashed. System? What's going on? He asked. There have been several bandit attacks in the plot, but not this early, and not targeting the clan leader's family. This is a bit strange. I'm not sure either. It might be the butterfly effect of you, the host, not taking good care of the heroine. The system popped up, and the voice sounded a little confused. This? Changqing was also a little confused. Would the bandits massacre the village? With so many villagers and guests, they would surely resist, right? Having more people doesn't necessarily mean we'll be defeated by the bandits. I'll go check out the situation. The system was still very adventurous. As it spoke, it disappeared from the spot with a flash of light. However, within a few minutes, it reappeared. Host. Several bandits are coming up the mountain road. They are going to rob you. Oh shit, Changqing jumped up. Where are they? We just got up the mountain. Changqing's eyes flashed, thinking that the villagers at the foot of the mountain had sold him out, saying that he had money. Otherwise, since he lives in such a remote place, the bandits would not have known about it. Those people are really no different from the original plot. Changqing sneered. However, he is not afraid. Even if the bandits really want to provoke him, then let's teach them a lesson. He got up, put on his straw raincoat and hat, picked up his hunting pitchfork and homemade bow and arrow, and rushed out the door. Meow. Behind him, little Coalball had caught up at some point and let out a curious cry. Aren't you most afraid of rain? Go back to sleep. He stopped and said to the little Coalball. Flutter. The next moment, little Coalball actually jumped directly onto his shoulder, showing no intention of going back. Okay, the cat was already a bit strange, so Changqing didn't care about it anymore. He stretched out his long legs and soon disappeared in the rain. This time, 5 figures were struggling forward on the rugged and winding mountain road. Damn it! Does that hunter live halfway up this mountain? I'm so tired. One of them suddenly stopped, looked at the distant mountainside, and cursed. Hey, you didn't mean to lead us the wrong way, did you? Damn it, if you dare to play tricks on us, we'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs when we get down the mountain. The other man kicked the hunched young man in front of him and cursed him. No, I dare not deceive you, sir. Chen Changqing does live halfway up the mountain. This is the only way. The young man who was kicked had rain all over his face. He didn't dare to lash out at all. Instead, he bent his waist even more and spoke in a flattering voice. After walking for half an incense stick, several people were so tired that they stopped to catch their breath. Damn, I shouldn't have come to this place. The village chief's granddaughter-in-law is so pretty. Tsk, someone suddenly said. Hey, is that what you think? We can only watch. If we take this job, we might even get a few coins. That's right, if you have money, you can find many beautiful girls. Why would you bother to compete with the boss for a girl? The few people talked without avoiding the young man who was leading the way, which scared him almost to death. Let's go, everyone be careful, that guy is a hunter, he must be quite skilled. The leader looked ahead. Chapter 469, The Heroic Hunter Cannon Fodder Who Saves the Beauty. 18, Brother Zhang, you are too cautious. He is just a hunter. I used to be a hunter. We are fork puff. Before the man could finish his words, something strange happened. The people in front only heard a puff sound, and the person who was talking stopped talking abruptly, and then fell to the ground with a thud, with a shaking arrow feather stuck in his neck. A third brother, who? The remaining few people immediately drew their swords. There is only the sound of wind and rain in my ears. Zhang, brother Zhang, the third brother is dead. Someone bent down to check the breath of the person who had just fallen, and immediately started screaming. Careful, brother Zhang only had time to shout before the sound of breaking wind, covered by the sound of wind and rain, suddenly came. Before the person who had just spoken could react, an arrow pierced his temple. Another person died. Meow. Suddenly, an eerie cat cry came from the wind, frightening several people. Another person suddenly let out a strange cry and ran down the mountain. Fourth brother, come back. Brother Zhang shouted, but it was too late. The man had just run a dozen steps when he fell down, obviously having been shot by an arrow. You are the hunter. Brother Zhang stepped back and pulled the young man who was leading the way to block the way in front. This is Chen Bodong from your village. Show yourself. Otherwise I will chop off his head immediately. He threatened loudly, but his voice trembled unconsciously. In just a few moments, 3 of the 4 people died, and Brother Zhang was really panicked. The only answer he got was the noisy sound of wind and rain. Brother Zhang was even more confused. He exerted a little force with his hand, and the sharp blade immediately cut Chen Bodong's neck, and drops of blood flowed down. You, speak quickly. He let out a low cry. Chen Bodong was so scared that he wet his pants. If it weren't for the heavy rain, he would have fainted. When he felt the warmth on his neck, he didn't care about anything else. Brother Chongqing, I'm Bodong. Please let us go. I'll give you money, as much as you want. He pleaded with a trembling voice, but his body was slowly led back by Brother Zhang. He is actually older than Chongqing, but now he is calling him brother. Snort. Suddenly, a cold snort was heard in the wind and rain. A figure wearing a straw raincoat and a straw hat suddenly appeared in the sight of the 2 men. He was holding a bow and drawing an arrow, facing forward. The low-pressure straw hat covered his face, but Chen Bodong recognized him as Chongqing at a glance. Brother Chongqing. Spare my life. He shouted immediately. If Brother Zhang hadn't been holding him from behind, he would have been kneeling on the ground at this moment. Brother Zhang was also panicking at this moment. The fatal arrow was right in front of him. He felt like hiding his entire head behind Chen Bodong. Chen Chongqing. I am the elder of the wolf gathering gang, think it through. Right now, we still have a chance to reconcile. If you kill me, we'll fight to the death. He shouted loudly but in a cowardly manner, and slowly retreated with Chen Bodong. This time, he no longer had the courage to rush forward to fight. He knew that as soon as he showed his head, he would be hit by an arrow. The only way to survive was to make good use of the hostage. Sure enough, although the figure in front of him was holding a bow, he did not move and stood in the rain like a sculpture. He felt a little relieved. Just then, a gust of wind blew past with rain, and he only felt a flash before his eyes, and a black shadow suddenly flashed by. Meow. Brother Zhang heard the cat's cry particularly clearly, but the next moment a burning pain on his face was clearly transmitted to his brain. Oh shit. He stretched out his hand to swat the black cat away, but suddenly his heart trembled. The sense of crisis that comes from years of living on the edge of life and death suddenly hits me. It's over. Brother Zhang quickly fell back, but he was a step too late. Whoosh. The sound of breaking wind scraped across Chen Bodong's scalp and directly penetrated the eyebrows of Brother Zhang, who had just emerged. He didn't even make a sound, and simply fell backwards to the ground. Plop. Water splashed everywhere. Followed by another plop, and Chen Bodong suddenly fell to the ground. Brother Chongqing, please spare my life. It wasn't me. They said you were rich. I was forced to lead the way. He spoke in an urgent tone, fearing that the other party would not give him a chance to speak and would understand him in one shot. However, the other party didn't even look at him, turned around and went straight down the mountain. It's okay. Chen Bodong immediately put his heart back in his stomach. Meow. Suddenly, he heard a cat's meow, and before he could react, he was clawed in the face. A burning pain immediately came up, but the small shadow had already followed the footsteps in front and disappeared into the distance. Hiss. Chen Bodong covered his face with one hand and took a long breath. He struggled to stand up, but found that he had no strength at all. There were 4 corpses lying around me, and the relentless wind and rain were in my ears. Chen Bodong felt as if he had been to the hall of hell. After a long time, he tried to stand up again, staggered, and walked slowly down the mountain. He walked very slowly, and the journey that should have taken half an hour took him about an hour. As a result, as soon as he reached the foot of the mountain, he met his old father, who came to look for him. Dad. Aren't you being held captive by bandits at the clan leader's house? He widened his eyes in disbelief. The bandits are all dead. His father was silent for a while, then spoke in a trembling voice. Ha? Chen Bodong shuddered. Yes, Chen Changcheng? How are Mom and Xiuqin? There was a storm in his heart, there were more than 20 bandits, and they were all dead? Yes. Your mom and the others are fine. His father nodded, his eyes full of fear. Let's go to the clan leader's house. The clan has important matters to discuss. The two men walked slowly along the way, and Chen Bodong finally learned the whole process from his father. It turned out that the bandits gathered people together, robbed some silver and money, and then kept them hostage, sending them home to get the money. The villagers were angry but dared not speak out, but after the bandits got all the money, they became lustful and wanted to attack the girls and wives in the village, which made some people unable to tolerate it. Chen Shui is the type that cannot be tolerated. He had worked so hard to marry his wife, but he hadn't even touched her yet. Of course, he couldn't stand the bandits trying to touch her. Amidst the cries and shouts, Chen Shui took the lead in resistance, and the clan leader's persuasion could not stop him, resulting in a war breaking out. While fleeing, the villagers also picked up farm tools and ironware as weapons. Although they were not as strong as the bandits' swords, they still caused some casualties. Of course, the villagers suffered heavier casualties. Even the clan leader was killed in the chaos, and dozens of other people also died. At the critical moment, Changqing arrived. He was very skilled and first shot and killed several people secretly. Later, he stabbed several more people to death with a steel fork. He even shot and killed the bandits who were trying to escape. Chen Bodong had seen Changqing's archery skills, so he believed what his father said about 80%. Let's go check it out. As soon as the two of them walked outside the patriarch's yard, they heard bursts of mournful crying. A strong smell of blood wafted out, making people sick. Chen Bodong suppressed his nausea and stepped into the yard, only to see corpses scattered all over the ground, some of them villagers and some of them bandits. While the families of the dead were crying beside them, everyone else had a sullen look on their faces, and apart from the crying, there was no other sound in the yard. He noticed Changqing sitting in front of him calmly, and for some reason, a fire suddenly rose in his heart. To everyone's surprise, Chen Bodong quickly took 2 steps forward and grabbed Changqing by the collar. You could have come down the mountain earlier and saved everyone. Why? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes turned to the two of them. Some were confused, some were angry, and some, like Chen Bodong, were filled with blame and resentment. Tsk, is it because the rescuers came too late? Changqing almost laughed. He calmly pulled Chen Bodong's hand away and glanced around. What? Do you all have the same idea? Do you want me to pay you back? The young man's voice was full of sarcasm, but his eyes were indeed cold. For a moment, no one dared to speak. After a long while, a voice was heard. With great power comes great responsibility. Changqing, you really should have come earlier. Changqing looked over coldly. The person who spoke was an elder of the clan. At that moment, he was holding his son's body with tears streaming down his face. His beard was shaking as he spoke. It seems that this is the true thought of many people. Changqing sneered. He took a step forward and kicked Chen Bodong to the ground, his voice as cold as frost. You're just using moral blackmail, huh? I won't fall for it. I'll tell you the truth. I'm not here to save you. One of you betrayed me, and the bandits found me up the mountain. So, I'm here for revenge. He glanced at them coldly, holding the big knife he had taken from the bandits in his hand, and his aura was very terrifying. Who is it? Suddenly, a loud shout was heard, like a spring thunder exploding in everyone's ears, frightening everyone so much that they trembled. Even the family members who were still crying stopped crying. Who would dare to talk about compensation at this time? Everyone saw that he looked more vicious than a bandit, so they just wanted to avoid provoking him. Changqing, we are all clan members. You, the elder who had just spoken, came over and was about to persuade them when he felt a chill on his neck and a bloody big knife was raised at him. Is that you? You're courting death, old man. The young man in front of him had his eyes wide open and his hands were ruthless. The elder only felt his neck getting hot and a trickle of warm blood was dripping from his neck. He was so scared that he immediately knelt on the ground. No, not me. His teeth were chattering and his legs were shaking. Suddenly, Changqing smelled a strong smell of urine and was so frightened that he became incontinent. That's what the patriarch said. Changqing looked at everyone, and everyone lowered their heads. The patriarch is already dead, so there is naturally no way to pursue the matter. Snort. Changqing then put away his knife and strode out. If anyone dares to speak nonsense in the future, don't blame me for being rude. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a whoosh and the long knife flew in from outside the door and stabbed into the wooden board of the house behind the yard. The handle of the knife shook and made a buzzing sound. Everyone gasped. This guy, why is he like a god of death now? Chapter 470. The heroic hunter cannon fodder who saves the beauty. 19. Changqing no longer cared about the affairs of Chen Jiazwang. When the man and the cat returned to the cabin halfway up the mountain, it was almost dawn. After changing clothes and making breakfast, he went back to sleep and didn't wake up until dark. Call. It turns out that staying up late is harmful to your health. Changqing sat up and a cat slid down from the quilt in front of his chest. Meow. The little coal ball made a dissatisfied sound, jumped up, and jumped in front of him. You guy, you're even grimmer than me when you wake up. Changqing smiled unhappily.
grabbed its furry body and put it on the stool next to him.
Stop jumping around, it's time to make dinner.
Little coal ball seemed to understand the word dinner.
It flashed its eyes in a very human way, and instead of jumping onto the bed, it lay down and started combing its hair. Changqing then got up quickly and started to cook dinner. A day passes in the blink of an eye. While eating, he asked about the situation in the system village.
What's the big deal? The dead are buried, so just get on with your life. The system said.
Huh?
They didn't report it to the police?
Changqing was a little surprised.
No. It costs money to report to the police now, and when people come, they have to treat them to food and drinks. Okay, Changqing also understood. What's going on with the heroine? He asked again. At this moment, the system finally came to life. It blinked its eyes and chuckled twice. The heroine was really shocked and terrified. The tree in the clan leader's house fell down, and Chen Shua's parents were also seriously injured. Now their family is in chaos. Hearing this, Changqing was silent for a while. He was a little confused. In the original plot, it seemed that such a thing did not happen in the patriarch's family, but he soon figured it out. In the original plot, the heroine lived with the original owner in the mountains. Even if there was a bandit incident, Chen Shua would not take the lead in resisting, so that his parents and even the clan leader would not be the first to bear the brunt. It is even possible that Chen Shua covered up for the original owner for the heroine's safety, causing the bandits to be unaware that there was someone else on the mountain. Never mind, this matter has nothing to do with him. Changqing continued to eat. In the following days, Chen Jiazwang became much quieter apart from working. Everyone stays at home and rarely has the leisure to visit each other and gossip as before. Families whose members died in banditry incidents were like frightened birds, and it took a long time for them to recover from the trauma. The same is true for Chen Shua's family. After the patriarch died, the family's status declined greatly, and the clan affairs were controlled by several elders. Fortunately, Mr. and Mrs. Chen's injuries gradually healed and they were able to walk around slowly at home. The three brothers of Chen's father also quarreled because of their father's death. Uncle Chen and Uncle Chen blamed Chen Shua for being impulsive for a woman and eventually killing their grandfather. Several families had a big quarrel and finally parted ways unhappily. Chen Shua also felt uncomfortable. A grandpa is the big tree of the family and the person who loves him the most. Although he is not in charge of the affairs, he knows what the family has lost by losing his grandfather, and now that his parents are injured, he has to take care of all the matters at home, but Li Wanner couldn't help at all. Not to mention taking care of the wounded, she couldn't even cook a meal. He ran around and was busy outside all day, and when he came back he still had to cook, and his resentment gradually grew. You can't do this, you can't do that. What good are you? When he returned home and saw the cold stove again, Chen Shua could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and yelled at Li Wanner. That's right, your daughter-in-law only brings disaster. This family disaster might be related to her. Mother Chen appeared at the door with a crutch. When she saw her son yelling at Li Wanner, she felt extremely happy. This woman is a disaster, there has been no peace in the house since she came. Li Wanner covered her face and cried. She really didn't know how to do those things. In the past, servants at home did them. How could she learn those things? Besides, she didn't think that as a young lady, she should do those rough work. That would be no different from the rural people. She cried bitterly, but this time, Chen Shua had no intention of comforting her. His stomach was growling with hunger, so how could he have the mind to think about romance? Now that all the pressure at home was on him, he began to understand his parents' painstaking efforts. To be honest, he regretted his previous impulsiveness. If he had listened to his parents and married a capable wife, at least he could have a hot meal when he returned home. Chen Shua went to the kitchen and cooked a meal in a hurry. The food was tasteless for the whole family, and he became even more annoyed when he saw Li Wanner crying. She's not a very capable woman, yet you're not allowed to touch her. He felt very unhappy. At night, when the two of them entered the room, he automatically went over. My wife, ah. He was answered with a scream. Chen Shua, we agreed. Bah. What did we agree on? You are my wife. What's wrong with me sleeping with my own wife? Chen Shua only felt a surge of evil fire rising up. He really had enough, because they were already married. It was not easy for them to have separate rooms under their parents' supervision. Usually, Li Wanner slept on the bed, while he slept on the floor outside. It's not that he hasn't tried to have sex with her, but Li Wanner's reaction was always very intense, and since he did have some special feelings for her, he didn't force herself on her. At this moment, seeing Li Wanner shrinking back while hugging the quilt, he felt inexplicably angry. Flutter, Chen Shua rushed over without caring about anything. Wan Yue, I love you the most. You are my wife, and I really can't stand it. He murmured to himself and reached out to tear Li Wanner's clothes. No. You can't. Li Wanner kept dodging, tears streaming down her face, but Chen Shua kept pressing forward, not giving in at all. Suddenly, he was kicked in the waist and fell out. Chen Shua. Grandpa just passed away, we can't. There were traces of tears on Li Wanner's face. She had taken out a pair of scissors from her hand at some point and was now facing Chen Shua with her hands shaking. Oh, we in the countryside are not so particular. Chen Shua said this, but he still felt a little guilty.
He glanced at the scissors that were flashing with cold light, and finally went to sleep on the floor. However, he had already made up his mind that he could not waste any more time on this matter, that he has paid too much, it's time to get his money back. Chapter 471 The Heroic Hunter Cannon Fodder Who Saves the Beauty. 20. Chang Ching went to the town a few more times and found that there were fewer people in the town, fewer people were doing business, and purchasing items became difficult. However, he didn't care too much. There were already a lot of things stored in the space, so at least he wouldn't starve to death. The people in Chenjiazwang basically didn't dare to get close to him. Every time they saw him, they would stay away from him, which made him feel more at ease. He met Chen Shua on the road several times, and he ran away immediately as if he had seen a ghost, but he didn't care. I heard that Chen's parents are in much better health, so Chen Shua has some free time. However, after experiencing such an incident, he seems to have matured a lot and is no longer as idle as before. When he came back from the town again, he met the heroine Li Waner on the roadside. She was carrying a basin of clothes to wash, and immediately lowered her head when she saw Chang Ching. The hostess actually started working? Chang Ching is a little unbelievable. Chen Shua has already consummated his marriage with her. The system popped up and laughed. Now that Chen Shua has gone through a big change, his love mind has become clearer and he won't indulge me anymore. Chang Ching, no wonder the heroine looks so unhappy. However, he is a little curious. With the current trend, will sparks fly when the hero and heroine meet? That would be a year later, and I don't know if that time point will come earlier due to changes in the plot. Chen Jiazwang finally elected a new clan leader, who was also a highly respected elder. Of course Chang Ching didn't go, and no one in the village notified him, so he was happy to have some peace and quiet. He was quite surprised to hear from the system that the new patriarch was organizing training for young people to resist bandits. This patriarch does have some ideas. Several times when he went down the mountain, he saw a group of young people brandishing swords and sticks and shouting slogans in the square, which was quite impressive. It's better than before. The days passed one by one. Later, several waves of small bandits came. They were not numerous and were directly driven away by the village militia. This further stimulated everyone's enthusiasm for practicing martial arts, and some older people also began to learn it. In the autumn, he met Li Waner again. This time, the heroine's belly had grown bigger, her skin began to roughen, and her body became bloated, looking a bit like a rural woman. TSK, you're already pregnant. Chang Ching didn't pay much attention and went straight to the town. Little Coalball has grown a lot. The strange thing is that even though it eats meat every day, it doesn't get fat at all. It has a body full of tendons and looks like an athlete. As it grew bigger, it became much braver. Sometimes it would go down the mountain with Chang Ching and was not afraid of people at all. At the end of spring the following year, another group of more than 40 bandits came to Chenjiazwang. The two sides fought a fierce battle. Although they drove away the bandits, the village also suffered some losses. Chang Ching also heard that the woman had a miscarriage, and the Chun family hurriedly invited a midwife. It's also interesting. When the male and female protagonists met, the female protagonist had already given birth to a baby. Ha 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 ha. He burst into laughter. At this moment, in Chen's room, Li Waner opened her eyes, but was confused. The environment in front of me is extremely unfamiliar, but the pain under my body is extremely real. Congratulations, ma'am, on giving birth to a girl. Li Waner shuddered, and only then did she realize that the old woman standing next to her was holding a swaddling cloth in her arms. Is that her baby? She just gave birth. She stretched out her hands and took a look, and her face immediately turned pale. These were a pair of relatively rough hands, with thick joints and some cracked skin. What was going on? She remembered that she had just been discussing with the emperor the difficult days she had spent in Chenjiazwang, and that the emperor was somewhat jealous of her fake marriage to Chun Changqing. How come I ended up in such an unfamiliar environment? The next moment, is this a military camp? She remembered that her first child was born in the military camp. At that time, Wu Luo had just defeated several of his brothers, which could be said to be a double happiness. When is this? She was stunned for a long time before asking in a hoarse voice. 3/4 noon, ma'am. No. I'm asking what era? The old woman was stunned for a moment, but still told her the specific era. After hearing an answer that was completely different from what she expected, Li Waner was really confused. She actually went back to the past, and at this time she should still be at Chun Changqing's house. Could this child actually be Chen Changqing's? How dare he? A surge of anger suddenly rose in my heart. Chen Changqing! She screamed hysterically. Chen Shua and his parents, who were busy outside, were shocked by the roar and ran over. Li Wanyue! You are my wife now, why are you calling Chen Changqing? Chen Shua's face looked extremely ugly. He would look ugly if anyone's wife shouted another man's name shortly after giving birth. Ha! Li Waner was stunned again. The moment she saw Chen Shua, a large number of memories flooded into her mind like slides. Those were the memories of her life. Her expression immediately turned extremely ugly. Everything changed from the day she was rescued from the carriage accident. Her life had been completely transformed. Why? She should have been a virgin at this point. And yet she gave birth to Chen Shua's child? Li Waner felt like the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. Chen Shua is just a gangster from Chenjiazwang. In his previous life, he tried to please her and was beaten by Chen Changqing several times. In fact, he is far inferior to Chen Changqing, who is good at hunting. How could she fall for him? You. Li Wan'er looked at Chen Shua with red eyes. Why did you save me? It was obviously Chen Changqing who should have saved me. Her expression was somewhat ferocious, and Chen Shua was so frightened that he took a step back. Bah! If my son hadn't saved you and spent money to treat your leg, you would have been a pile of ashes. Mother Chen was not afraid of her. Seeing that her son's momentum was suppressed, she immediately stepped forward and fought back with her hands on her hips. She was already unhappy with her daughter-in-law, and now she blamed her son for saving her? This was totally unreasonable. You crazy woman! Who asked your son to save me? Someone will naturally heal my leg. When Li Wan'er saw Chen Ma, she thought of her memory of how she treated her nose as if it wasn't a nose and her eyes as if they weren't eyes, and she became furious. If she was rescued by Chen Changqing, she would not have a mother to worry about her and her life would be very carefree. But when she thought about having to help with laundry and chores in Chen's house, she became very angry. I clearly lived in the mountains with Chen Changqing in my previous life, and he washed my clothes very well. Naturally, Mother Chen refused to admit defeat, and the two of them started arguing on the spot. However, Chen Shua was too lazy to listen and just walked out with the child in his arms. He now just felt that women were indeed trouble, and Li Wanyue was the most troublesome of all. Although the heroine has experienced 2 lives, this is the first time she has quarreled with a rural woman like this. Naturally, she cannot win the argument and is scolded by Chen's mother. In the end, she rolls her eyes and faints. Chen's mother, who won the argument, didn't even bother to take a look and just left. After waking up, Li Wan'er cried bitterly. She carefully recalled her experiences in this life and found that she had reached a dead end. They are married, have a child, and their parents-in-law are a powerful family. The key is that Chen Shua's attitude is not good either, and he is simply putting pressure on them. After thinking about it, she thought of Chen Changqing in her previous life. She knew that he had a lot of money, and he must have saved even more in this life. If we want to break the deadlock, we have to rely on him. At this moment, Changqing, who was in the mountains, couldn't help but sneeze and felt a chill on his neck. Someone wants to harm me. He sighed to himself. Meow, the little coal ball on the shoulder, responded immediately. Chapter 472, The Heroic Hunter Cannon Fodder Who Saves the Beauty. 21. Chen Shua has been very annoyed recently. Not only Chen Shua, but also Chen's parents are very annoyed. My daughter-in-law used to do what she could, but now it has been 2 months since she gave birth and she still doesn't do any work. She even doesn't want to breastfeed the baby and says she wants to hire a wet nurse. Oh my god. Where can I find a wet nurse in this small village? What's wrong with her? Giving birth to a child is like being possessed by a demon. Mother Chen said hatefully as she fed her child rice soup. She had never seen such a woman who didn't even want to feed her own child. And she kept saying incomprehensible things all day long. How should I know? Chen Shua looked at the skinny child with anger in his eyes. He really regrets it now, and if I had known that this was the kind of woman she was, I shouldn't have saved her. I let Chen Changqing rescue her, and then I had to watch his life in chaos. Now that he is married and has a child, he feels that his life is hopeless. If she doesn't want to nurse the baby, she should go to work, otherwise she won't be fed. Dad Chen walked in and heard the conversation between the mother and son, and said with a frown he originally did not interfere in the affairs of his son and his wife, but this daughter-in-law was really outrageous. She didn't breastfeed the child, didn't work, and yet she wanted to eat and drink well. How could such a good thing happen? He was considered a wealthy family. As a result, Li Wan'er's life became even more difficult. She lay in bed until dark and no one called her to eat. When her stomach growled with hunger, she got up and walked to the yard. Chen's father and Chen Shua were doing carpentry work, and Chen's mother was holding the child and coaxing him, without even looking at her. Hey! Why didn't you call me when you were having dinner? She was furious and spoke in a rude manner. You need someone to treat you to a meal? My family doesn't owe you anything. I don't feed the children, I don't work, why do you eat and drink for free here? When Chen Shua heard her tone, he felt a surge of anger in his heart. The beautiful thoughts he had at the beginning had long been replaced by the troubles of daily life. Now that he saw her still acting so as if it was a matter of course, he lost his temper. Your Chen family is too bullying. Li Wan'er didn't expect Chen Shua to have this attitude. The grievance in her heart suddenly burst out and tears flowed down, but the people in front of him remained unmoved. Why are you crying? You're useless. Mother Chen cursed and tried to coax her granddaughter. In the end, it was Chen's father who spoke and made the final conclusion. There are leftovers in the kitchen. You can heat them up and eat them yourself. Starting tomorrow, you have to breastfeed the baby yourself. If you don't want to, your mom can help you, but you still have to work. It's the rule in our family that you have to work before you can eat. After hearing this, Li Wan'er cried even more sadly. It turns out that every good person in that family bullied her, leaving leftovers for her. Treating her like a servant, she didn't even go to the kitchen to heat up the food, and rushed out the door in anger. Wan Yue! Chen Shua shouted, but was stopped by his father. Leave her alone. Let's see how long she can last without food. She'll be back in disgrace soon. Father Chen waved his hand unhappily. On the other side, Changqing had just returned from the mountain. This time he had a good harvest, including some bird eggs and a half-grown wild boar. Little coal ball, you did a great job. Let's have a big dinner tonight. Meow meow meow. Little coal ball meowed in response, causing Changqing to burst into laughter. This cat is quite magical. Although it cannot hunt large prey, it has some skills in tracking. It follows Changqing every time he hunts, and gradually it has become his little helper. This is quite interesting. Game is not easy to sell nowadays, and Changqing is too lazy to sell it. He cleans the wild boar and hangs the meat in the yard to drain. I'm making pork soup and braised pork ribs tonight. Changqing quickly got busy. He had long since adapted to a self-sufficient life and was adept at cooking. As it was getting dark, a pot of fragrant rice, a pot of hot pork soup, and a plate of tender and bright red roasted pork ribs were served on the table. Dinner is ready. The little coal ball who was taking a nap turned on the computer in a second, stretched himself, meowed, and walked over slowly. It was almost summer now, and there was a gentle breeze in the yard, making the leaves rustle. There was no heat at all halfway up the mountain, only the freedom and leisure of being alone. It's a nice day. Changqing took a bite of the ribs, savored the aroma spreading in his mouth, and praised it. Meow. Little coal ball responded, seemingly expressing his agreement. While eating, little coal ball suddenly meowed loudly again, and the little figure immediately ran out. Changqing? Don't you want to eat anymore? However, he soon found out the reason. He heard footsteps outside the door, and soon a woman appeared at the door. I wonder, how did she get here? And alone, Changqing frowned. Meow meow meow. The little coal ball retreated back, hunched over, bared its teeth, and its hair stood on end, as if it was ready to attack at any moment. Little coal ball, come back. Changqing shouted quickly. Both women and cats hold grudges, so don't make them mortal enemies, as it will only cause trouble. After hearing his shout, little coal ball jumped back onto the table, but it still kept watching Li Wanner vigilantly, without relaxing its gaze. It's called little coal ball, right? Ah, so cute. Li Wanner's face was still covered with traces of tears, and the smile she forced out at this moment looked a little funny. The young man in front of him was obviously living a good life. He seemed stronger than he remembered. Sitting there like a small mountain, he gave people a great sense of oppression. In her previous life, Li Wanner had thought that with Changqing's skills, if he had not died early, he would definitely have become a general if he joined the army, and now she has a new idea. She is already an unclean woman. If she wants to stay with Wu Luo, she may need a bigger bargaining chip. The animal tooth pendant is a must-have for her. With it, she can heal all kinds of injuries. I believe that even after giving birth to a child, Wu Luo will look at her differently. Moreover, the person in front of him has good skills. After some training, he will definitely be a powerful general. If he is recruited over, he can become his assistant. Mrs. Chen, what are you doing here? The young man's voice was a little hoarse, waking Li Wanner from her thoughts. Mrs. Chen? This unfamiliar name made her face change slightly, but she quickly realized what was happening and smiled. He walked into the yard leisurely. Changqing, your last name is Chen too, so you can't just call me Madam Chen casually. She had memories of her past life, so she tried her best to walk in a charming and seductive manner and smile in an enchanting way. This was something she learned after becoming a queen in her past life. However, she seemed to have forgotten her current condition. There were traces of weathering on her face, and her figure was a little bloated from having just given birth. Changqing felt sick to his stomach when he saw her acting like this. He frowned and his voice became 2 degrees colder. Mrs. Chen, although there aren't many rules in our countryside, it's still inappropriate for you to visit someone alone. Please go back. Is this a direct expulsion? Li Wanner's expression changed. She remembered that in her previous life, this man fell in love with her at first sight, and could even be said to be obedient to her in everything. Even if Shinshua got there first by accident in this life, the feeling would never change, right? It was because of this thought that she had the confidence to come here. Chapter 473. The heroic hunter cannon fodder who saves the beauty. 22. Li Wanner lowered her head and her voice became even gentler. Changqing, your voice was the first thing I heard in the carriage that day. Unfortunately, when I came out, you had already left. If it was you who saved me that day, how different would it have been? After saying this, she raised her head and sighed deeply, feeling infinitely melancholy. Changqing, what a speechless incident. He curled his lips. There aren't so many ifs in this world. All I can say is that Madam Chen, you and Chen Shua are a perfect match, created by heaven. Your fate is determined by heaven, and no one can influence it. Who would be a perfect match with that gangster? Li Wanner almost couldn't keep her composure after hearing this. She was about to say something when her stomach growled. She couldn't help but look at the food on the evergreen table and licked her lips. You should at least invite her to dinner. Thinking of the meal she had here last time, she felt even hungrier. However, Changqing didn't react when he heard her stomach growling. Instead, he took a big mouthful of rice and put a piece of meat into his mouth. Mrs. Chen, you'd better hurry back home for dinner. Rural wives have to cook, and if you don't cook, your parents-in-law might be unhappy. What kind of rural wife is this? What kind of food does she cook? Li Wanner was so angry that she felt dizzy. Especially when she saw the black cat meowing in agreement and eating the meat in big mouthfuls, she felt like a wall was blocking her heart. A surge of anger rose up in her, and without thinking twice, she rushed into the kitchen, got the bowl and chopsticks, filled a bowl of rice, picked up some dishes, and ate them in big mouthfuls. She was not afraid of Chen Changqing at all. She didn't even plan to leave tonight. She didn't want to go back to the Chen family. She worked like a slave but didn't get a good treatment. Meow meow meow. Changqing didn't say anything. Seeing her being so rude, little Coldball started cursing and slammed her claws on the table, ready to rush forward. As a result, his body felt lighter and Changqing picked him up and walked straight down the mountain. Li Wanner was very hungry. When she saw him taking the cat out, she didn't care and just focused on eating. The meal lasted until dark. She had eaten all the dishes on the table before she put down her bowl and chopsticks and breathed a sigh of relief. Changqing, when you become a general in the future, you will definitely be grateful to me. It is your blessing to take care of this queen now. She decided to wait for Changqing to come back and wash the dishes, and then have a good talk with him about the situation. It would be best if he let her take her to seek refuge with King Wu. However, her idea was shattered the moment Changqing appeared, because she found that Chen Shua's family was following Changqing, and they all looked very ugly. Uncle, aunt, I'm not saying anything, but no matter how lazy my daughter-in-law is, she still has to take care of the meals at home. But now she comes to my house and directly grabs the food, and as a man, I can't stop her. The young man led his men into the yard, pointing at the empty bowls and pots on the table with a look of regret on his face. Look, it's all been eaten up. Now my cat and I are still hungry. Meow. Little Coldball also let out a sound of grievance. Li Wanner was stunned. Was this even human language? When did she start snatching food? The expressions of the Chen family members were indescribable. This is really embarrassing. I thought this woman would go home when she was hungry, but I didn't expect her to go to someone else's house to steal food, and it was a single man's house. Fortunately, Changqing is righteous and keeps himself clean. We pay for whatever she eats. Chen Shua felt he had never been so embarrassed before. He took out 20 copper coins and stuffed them into Changqing's pocket. This money is enough for a big meal at the restaurant. Take it. Then he grabbed Li Wanner's hand and dragged her out the door. Shame on you. Come back with me. I won't leave. Li Wanner screamed and looked at Changqing for help. Would Changqing speak up for her? Of course not. He narrowed his eyes and said something to persuade him to reconcile. Well, Madam Chen, it's normal for couples to quarrel. They quarrel at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed. Don't be so willful. Chen Shua is much more sensible now. We will definitely live a good life together. These words sounded nice and made sense, and the expressions of the Chen family members all relaxed. Li Wanner's heart sank to the bottom. This kind of profound truth sounded familiar to her, but she also felt something was wrong, and the key was that she couldn't refute it. At this moment, Chen Shua pulled her hard and she was pulled out staggeringly. The Chen family members were deeply moved. This kid finally said something sensible and did not take advantage of others. Changqing, you are a good person. If you like a girl in the future, I will be your matchmaker. When leaving, Chen Ma said this. Changqing naturally didn't take the other person's words to heart. He was still hungry at the moment, and Zayamikyu was not full either. There was no choice but to cook some more food myself to get through dinner. Lying in bed at night, he called out to the system. Is this heroine reborn? He asked. Changqing noticed that Li Wanner's eyes occasionally swept over the animal tooth pendant hanging around his neck. She was obviously very interested in that thing, which made people feel weird. Yes. The system popped up. Not only has the heroine been reborn, but the hero has been reborn too. He. The system looked like it was enjoying the show. Did the male protagonist also regenerate? This is even more interesting. Changqing seemed to be lost in thought. The original owner and the male protagonist did not have much interaction, and there was not much hatred between them. However, now that the other party has been reborn, it might be a bit troublesome. Changqing touched the pendant around his neck. I'm afraid that not only the heroine wants this pendant, but the hero is also determined to get it. Does this have to happen? His eyes sharpened. Host, can you please make a contract with this pendant first? In the original story, the heroine also broke her hand occasionally, and it was after blood dripped onto this pendant that it developed healing functions. Seeing Changqing lost in thought, the system couldn't help but remind him. Yes. Changqing jumped up. That's possible, but that didn't make much sense. He had a better idea. After breakfast the next day, Changqing got busy. He first found all the pig tusks and wolf tusks he had obtained from hunting, carefully compared their sizes, picked out the big ones and threw away the small ones. Then he took out various tools from the space, compared them with the pendant on his chest, and processed the fangs. File it shorter, thin it, grind it into an arc shape, and pierce it. After working on it for more than 10 days, he actually made more than a dozen identical crescent-shaped pendants. Well, it's almost done after making it look old. Changqing compared it carefully, looked at it again and again, and finally said this, meow meow meow. Little Coldball also came over and sniffed with great interest. Do you like it? Meow. I'll give you one. Changqing simply hung one around its neck, and it swayed as it walked. Meow meow meow. The little Coldball stretched out its claws and grabbed twice, and suddenly Meow Meow made two sounds and rushed out excitedly. It must be showing off to its friends. The system popped up and said, Chongqing. System, host, this is something I didn't expect. Do you want to give these to the hero and heroine? Of course not, it's selling.
Chongqing waved his hand afterwards. He mixed some medicinal juice and soaked the newly made pendant in it, making its color turn yellow and dark, as if it had gone through time. That's it. Chongqing looked at these pendants. Their appearance was no different from the ones hanging around the neck. He took off the pendant from his neck, put it into the space, and randomly replaced it with another one to hang around his neck. He put the others in a wooden box and put them in the cabinet.
Mission accomplished. Chapter 470 for the heroic hunter cannon fodder who saves the beauty. 23. You can't do this, it's against the law.
Li Wan'er banged on the door and shouted, but she only heard the sound of the door being locked from outside.
Chen Shua. You will not die well. The king of Wu will chop off your head. Your whole family will not die well.
When she heard the footsteps fading away outside, she cursed even more angrily. Outside, Chen Shua, who was leaving, heard the scolding and showed a wry smile on his face. There's nothing he can do. This daughter-in-law is becoming more and more unreasonable. Since she was brought back that day, she has wanted to run away several times. Naturally, he was stopped by his family who had been paying close attention. Everyone in the family was very angry.
This woman didn't take charge of the family at all.
Chen's father and mother even wanted their son to divorce her, but Chen Shua didn't agree for some reason. So now when the family members go out to work, they just lock her in the room to prevent her from running out again. But if you spread rumors everywhere, your family's reputation will be ruined. I in the room, Li Wan'er cursed for a while, but finally couldn't bear it anymore. She covered her face and sat on the ground crying. She felt that she was harmed by the Chen family in this life. She was forced to marry, lost her virginity, and now even her freedom, and was being guarded like a prisoner. She ran out just to discuss important matters with Chen Chongqing, and she remembered seeing the pendant hanging around his neck last time. That guy doesn't know how to use the pendant. He can buy it for just 2 taels of silver, but now I can't even go out. What should I do? She felt terrible.
Wu Wu, Luo Gu, when will you come? No one in the Chen family is a good person. You must avenge me.
Tired of crying, she fell into a deep sleep. When having dinner in the evening, Li Wan'er's eyes were swollen. Looking at the mixed grain rice in the bowl and the lack of meat on the table, she felt even more upset.
King Wu will not let you go. I am the third prince's beloved concubine, and you will all be beheaded.
She cursed through gritted teeth. However, this was of no use to anyone else, and Chen Shua simply sneered. He had heard this so many times that his ears were numb. This woman must have gone crazy. She started talking nonsense after giving birth to a child.
What she said was totally incomprehensible. Look at yourself, do you look like a princess?
He took out a bronze mirror and placed it in front of Li Wan'er. This woman really needs a mirror to wake her up. Looking at her current face full of resentment and harshness, he has no appetite at all. What about the princess? It's so funny. Li Wan'er quickly took the bronze mirror and took a look at it, then immediately screamed. The person in the mirror had disheveled hair, chapped lips, and a pale face, looking very old, no different from a rural woman.
This is not me.
She suddenly screamed, and the bronze mirror fell far away. Then she seemed to be stunned, standing there in a daze, with 2 lines of tears running down her cheeks.
It's all your fault.
You didn't let me take good care of myself after I got married. And you forced me to work.
After a while, she seemed to have found another excuse and started cursing at the people who were eating. However, no one paid any attention to her.
The Chen family members seemed to have gotten used to her chaotic temper and just focused on eating. This made Li Wan'er even more angry, and a surge of resentment rose to her head. She strode forward, lifted the table with both hands, and overturned all the food on the table to the ground.
You all deserve to die.
She pointed at the astonished people, her body trembling slightly. Bang! But the next moment, she felt as if her face was hit by a wall, and her whole body fell to the left under this great force.
Who do you think you are? You're eating for free, and you don't even care about the food.
Chen Shua shook his sore hands and cursed. He had been tolerant enough, but this woman was still pushing him too far, and now she was even flipping the table in front of her parents.
Didn't she know how hard it was to get food because she didn't work? Did she really think the food she ate was blown in by the wind?
Since you don't want to eat, don't eat for the next few days.
Sure, send this woman back to her room. Father Chen also had a gloomy face. What kind of daughter-in-law is this?
The family has not set any rules for her, but she is so ignorant. She is simply the nemesis of his family. Good. Chen Shua agreed, grabbed Li Wan'er roughly and dragged her into the room. At this time, Li Wan'er also realized that she was going to be punished by not being able to eat for a few days. She began to struggle, but her strength was no match for Chen Shua. She was dragged into the room staggeringly, and the door was locked again with a clang.
Chen Shua. You all will die a miserable death. I want to divorce you. I'll live in your Chen family.
She yelled at the top of her lungs, but all she heard outside was the sound of footsteps gradually fading away. As the days passed, people in Chenjiazwang gradually became panic-stricken. The situation outside was getting more and more chaotic, and the bandits were becoming more and more rampant.
The rebels and the imperial court had several major battles, with both sides winning and losing. It was even heard that a great battle broke out between the king of Wu's army and the imperial court on the outskirts of Tianhe County, not far away. True and false news were brought back by passing refugees, fleeing merchants, and villagers who were out shopping, causing panic among the villagers. The older generation of villagers have feelings for the previous dynasty and hope that King Wu can win and restore the former glory of the dynasty. The young people are rebellious and always have some good feelings towards the rebel forces. There were even young people who packed up and left, threatening to join the rebel army in order to gain the merit of following the leader and have a bright future. Every time someone in armor passed by, the villagers were full of respect and would even offer them food. However, this place is remote, and the soldiers passing by here are usually deserters. Traveling in groups of 3 or 4, not large groups, they would bring some news, but they had no way of taking the young people from the village to join the army. However, the villagers still welcomed them warmly, and some families even wanted to recruit such people as sons-in-law, as if they had a natural admiration for those who had been on the battlefield. Chang Qing naturally also heard about what happened down the mountain, but it had nothing to do with him. But he was not idle either. These days, he sharpened the original owner's hunting steel fork to make it sharper, and also cut a lot of arrows as backup. Several safe houses have been built deep in the mountains so that people can take shelter in case of any emergency. The daily necessities in the room are also stored in the space as much as possible, and can be taken out whenever needed. It's better to be prepared, he said as he looked at the yellowing leaves in the yard. It's autumn and the wind is about to blow. Chapter 475. The heroic hunter cannon fodder who saves the beauty. 24. Around October, a group of soldiers came to Chenjiazwang. Yes, it was a group, not just a few people. The small team of nearly 50 people immediately caused a sensation when they arrived at Chenjiazwang. Although they were exhausted, their military appearance was neat, and each of them was wearing armor and holding a sword, and they were full of momentum. This is it. Wu Luo coughed and stopped his horse, memories flashing in his eyes. I didn't expect that when I woke up I found myself back in the past. Even though he has already ascended the throne, he has to go through the same dangerous path again. However, he was not panicked, and even felt ecstatic. After all, when he ascended the throne, he was almost 50 years old, and his body had suffered irreversible damage after years of fighting. Even the queen's animal tooth potion was unlikely to work. Besides, years of fighting inevitably left many regrets. Since he has to retrace his past steps, he has to make up for all these regrets. Moreover, with the memories of his past life, he has to seize the throne faster in this life. The sooner you ascend the throne, the sooner you can enjoy life. Third young master, do you have any old friends here? A soldier with a rough appearance rode forward and asked with a smile. More than an old friend. Wu Luo was also in a good mood and replied with a smile. Let's go visit the Chen clan leader first. He had an impression of the Chen clan leader. In his previous life, the clan leader had received him politely and had protected him in times of crisis. Therefore, after he ascended the throne, he conferred a title on him, which was considered not to be unfair to him. Now that he has been reborn and avoided the difficulties of his previous life, he still has to come to Chenjiazwang because there is someone he wants to find here, and the magical healing ability is a treasure that must be in his hands. This time, they had seen many villagers coming to watch curiously. A soldier stepped forward to inquire about the location of the patriarch's house, and soon a young man stood up. The clan leader's house? I can take you all there. Okay, thank you very much. Wu Luo smiled and asked someone to give him a piece of silver. Then the group followed the young man and walked around until they arrived in front of a large courtyard in the east of the village. Yes, this is the patriarch's house. Someone had already informed the clan leader in advance. When they heard the noise outside, a group of people rushed out from the yard. An old man was walking in front and immediately bowed when he saw Wu Luo and others. Chen Kelly, the head of the Chen clan, greets all the generals. Wu Luo frowned. Chen Kelly. He was not familiar with this name. Is there any unexpected change? You're welcome, old sir. He reacted quickly and reached out to help the man up. After the group entered the yard and sat down as host and guest, he talked about his doubts again. Mr. Patriarch, thank you for your hospitality. I remember there was an old man here named Qin Shufeng. Is he still here? After these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. After a long while, the patriarch sighed. General, are you here looking for Brother Shufeng? He was the former patriarch of our Chen family, but unfortunately, he died in a bandit attack a year ago. Ha! It must be said that this news shocked Wu Luo for a moment. He actually died? He was clearly alive and well in his previous life. However, he quickly calmed down and realized that this person was not his main target. Before I came here, I heard that the Chen family has a young hunter who was very skilled. He often sells game in town. He is very skilled. Is he in the village now? At this point, the faces of the clan leaders and elders on the opposite side changed again. That guy is not someone you can easily mess with. He basically has no contact with the villagers. Could it be that the general in front of them wanted to recruit him? Several people couldn't help but feel a little guilty. There is a hunter, general. Do you want to recruit him? Many young people in the village have practiced martial arts, and they are no worse than him. Several elders in the clan want to recommend their own family members. Ha 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 ha. Wu Luo burst into laughter when he heard this. That person is married, right? But he might not be willing to engage in violence.
His original intention was to inquire about Li Wanner's situation, but he didn't expect that after hearing this, the faces of several elders looked very strange. The clan leader even showed a sarcastic look on his face. That boy is unruly, his parents died young, and he lacks family education.
What woman would be willing to marry him? Now he's 25 or 26, and still a bachelor.
Wu Luo's expression changed immediately. This is impossible. He remembered that Li Wanner had been taken care of by the hunter when she was stranded here, which was why she was able to meet him smoothly. Now she is not at his house. A deep sense of uneasiness welled up from the bottom of my heart. He felt that things were developing beyond his control.
Are there any other girls from other places in the village? Wu Luo couldn't hide the anxiety on his face. The elders looked at each other, feeling somewhat bewildered. Is she here to look for her relatives?
If we talk about girls from other places, it would be the granddaughter-in-law of the former patriarch.
It seems that she was rescued from another place. Could it be the young general's sister?
Or some other relative? It has to be said that at this time, several people actually felt jealous. However, this was not something that could be concealed. After all, there were so many people in the former patriarch's family, and the situation could be known by just asking around. So an elder of the clan coughed twice and told the story.
The former clan leader's granddaughter-in-law is a girl from another place. She's very pretty. She was rescued from the town a year ago. She had a broken leg back then. Clang! Before he finished speaking, Wu Luo stood up, his expression extremely excited. It's her. She's his queen. In her previous life, she had also broken her leg and was saved by a hunter. He finally found her. Let's go and visit the former patriarch's house.
He didn't care about anything else and wanted to see the woman he had been thinking about. Immediately after the boss gave the order, the others did not dare to delay, and the group walked towards Chen Shua's house in a mighty manner. There were also villagers who came to watch the fun, and even the clan leaders and elders followed. In fact, Chen Shua's family had also heard that a group of soldiers had arrived, and Chen Shua was a little excited because some people said that they were the troops of King Wu. The legend of King Wu has been widely spread. The previous dynasty was orthodox and had strict military discipline, making it the team most likely to win, and that would be the future emperor. However, he was also a little worried because his daughter-in-law was talking nonsense about herself being the queen or something like that. It wasn't that he believed it was true, but he was worried that she had offended the nobleman. If the king of Wu's men heard a village woman say that she was the queen, wouldn't they laugh their heads off? So, the moment he learned the news, he locked Li Wanner up immediately, not wanting her to run away accidentally. He didn't even let her out for dinner, but instead brought the food over to her.
I won't eat it.
Come on, King Wu's men.
Ha, you'll all lose your heads.
Li Wanner smashed the bowl directly, with madness in her eyes. The only person who could come here could be the third prince, Wu Luo. This happened in her previous life, she was sure of it. The vows made in her previous life seemed to be right before her eyes, and she felt that her hope was coming back. At this moment, she forgot about her distorted figure and obviously old face. She only knew that her destiny was about to change. She had a feeling that the third prince came here just to find her, and the Chen family had no way to stop it. In the room, Li Wanner's eyes gradually became firm. Chapter 476 The Heroic Hunter Cannon Fodder Who Saves the Beauty, 25. It was not until the evening that Changqing heard from the system that the male and female protagonists had met. Ha ha, the male lead was so scared that he staggered and almost fell down. When describing the system, he laughed in a very unkind way. Changqing also laughed. This situation was foreseeable. After all, the heroine was no longer the well-served young lady in the original plot. She had given birth to a child and was still going through some hardships. She looked old. Did the hero take the heroine away? He asked. This made the system a little confused. Wu Luo was indeed frightened by the heroine's appearance, but he took her away on the pretext that she was his lost cousin, and even asked the Chen family to divorce her. Changqing laughed again. This is quite interesting. I just don't know how much the hero can pay attention to such a heroine. In fact, Wu Luo really cared about Li Wanner. They brought their people to live in the villagers' homes, arranged a separate room for Li Wanner, and even paid someone to cook for her.
Brother Luo, the Chen family harmed me. Why don't you avenge me?
Li Wanner ate a large bowl of food, raised her head and brought up the topic again with tears in her eyes. Wanner, you know, our army is a benevolent and righteous army.
We can't kill people indiscriminately.
Wu Luo comforted softly, yet he was also very angry in his heart, but after finding out the whole story, he realized that there was really no reason to blame others. After all, Chen Shur rescued the person and healed his leg. Moreover, he did not treat her unfairly in the countryside. Other people's wives worked in the fields every day, but she did not. If you kill someone like this, what kind of reputation will you get in the future? Besides, he had also seen that many young people in the village were learning martial arts, and he wanted to recruit a team to take back with him. How could he kill people at will and chill everyone's hearts? Li Wanner just cried. She found it difficult to release the grievances and hatred in her heart. In addition, she was also worried. She had not forgotten the expression on Wu Luo's face when he first saw her.
Could she still catch his eye now? Do the vows made in the previous life still count? Luo go, when were you reborn? She asked. Wu Luo was silent for a while before replying, months ago. Brother Luo, do you still want me? She asked again. This time, Wu Luo was completely silent. He is not a saint. To be honest, the woman in front of him is no different from an ordinary village woman in his eyes. If it were not for the affection they had in their previous life, he would not even look at her. After a long while, he tried to open his mouth. I'm too late. Li Wanner immediately burst into tears. It's too late. It was so late that she got married and had children, and it was so late that she was worn down into a village woman, but this is not what she wants. He came even later in his previous life. It's all the Chen family's fault for harming her. Then, will you take me away? I don't want to stay here. Li Wanner's voice was a little humble. Fortunately, this time, Wu Luo was silent for a while and then nodded. In your previous life, your pendant, Li Wanner's eyes lit up. With the pendant, she might be able to regain her beauty, but then her eyes fell silent again. She had told Wu Luo all the secrets about the pendant in her previous life, even the method of opening it with blood. If he got it now, he would probably open it himself, right? She suddenly felt that she needed to try harder and get that thing in her hands. The pendant is still in Chen Shangqing's hands. I saw it last time, but he has no idea how to use it. Give me 20 taels of silver, and I'll go take it back from him. You eat first, I'll go with you. Wu Luo stood up directly. Li Wanner's expression changed, but she didn't say anything in the end and picked up the dishes silently. After all, it's not like usual. Changqing finally met the male and female protagonists at the same time. The male protagonist in front of me is handsome and elegant, while the female protagonist looks bloated and old. As the two of them walked into the yard, they did not seem intimate at all, but instead kept a distance from each other. Ah, General, and Madam Chen, your presence at my humble abode is truly a great honor to you. He put down the spear he was sharpening, stood up, and a look of just the right amount of surprise appeared on his face. When Li Wanner heard this, her face darkened. Mrs. Chan again. That wasn't a name she liked. I heard that Brother Chen makes a living by hunting and is quite skilled, so I took the liberty to visit you. Please don't be offended. Wu Luo clasped his fists. After some polite exchanges, the host and guests sat down, and Changqing even made a pot of tea for them. The hospitality was quite good, which made the two of them secretly puzzled. Li Wanner looked at Changqing making tea smoothly in disbelief, and her memory seemed to be confused. In his previous life, this man was clearly a rough man. He could hunt, but he couldn't do these fine work at all. In this life, he could speak in an elegant manner and even make tea for guests. A little tea is not a sign of respect. Changqing poured a cup of tea for each of them, then looked at them with a smile. I know Madam Chen. I wonder what the relationship is between the general and Madam Chen. I'm a little surprised that they're visiting together. Li Wanner's face immediately darkened several shades. What, Madam Chen? She got the divorce papers a long time ago. Okay, it was simply bringing up something that was not related to the topic. That was her dark history. However, Wu Luo's answer made her feel even more uncomfortable. She heard him say, Wanner is my cousin. She ended up here and was forced to marry Chen Shuo. They are now divorced. Oh, my cousin now is this because she can no longer be the main wife? Chang looked at Li Wanner's ugly expression and laughed in his heart. The general is so righteous that he even came all the way to save my cousin from danger. I admire him. He replied with a smile. The few of them chatted again. When talking about the situation outside, Changqing said that he was not interested in what was happening outside and just wanted to spend his days hunting. They chatted until the sun was setting, and then Wu Luo got to the point. He sighed. My cousin has lived in Chenjiazwang for a year and her health has deteriorated. I want to take her home to recuperate. However, she still has some feelings for this place and wants to take something away as a souvenir. The last time I came to Brother Chen's house, I saw the pendant on your neck and she felt very familiar with it. So she kept nagging me and wanted to buy it. What do you think, Brother Chen? Changqing seemed stunned for a moment, then smiled. If Madam Chen wanted to keep the child, why didn't she take him away? Why did she fall for this little thing of mine? He touched the animal tooth pendant around his neck, a puzzled look on his face. This? Li Wanner's face turned even darker. It was like a knife stabbing into my heart. How could she take that child with her? That wasn't the child she wanted to have, right? Chen Shangqing, you are targeting me on purpose, right? She stood up suddenly. Cousin, don't get excited. Wu Luo quickly pulled her sleeve and asked her to sit down, then he smiled again. Brother Chen, you misunderstood. We have already made proper arrangements for the child. He is my cousin's flesh and blood, so how could we not care about him? In addition to money, we have also hired a wet nurse. When my cousin is well again, we will consider bringing the child and his family to live in the city, right? Cousin. Changqing looked at Li Wanner with a dark face and nodded, and felt funny in his heart that he suddenly lost interest and took off the pendant from his neck. Although this thing is simple, it was passed down to me by my father. It's not impossible to sell it to you. 10,000 taels of silver, no bargaining. Chapter 477 The Heroic Hunter Cannon Fodder Who Saves the Beauty, 26, What?
10,000 taels of silver, Liwana almost screamed. She was planning to get it within 20 taels, but she wanted so much. Wu Luo's expression beside him also changed slightly. 10,000 taels is not a small amount. Although he can afford it, such a large expenditure may affect his future plans. Chang Qing was in a relaxed mood. He stroked the pendant with his hand, his eyes filled with contemplation.
My father gave me this pendant before he died when I was 12.
He said that seeing it was like seeing him. I have kept it with me all these years, never leaving it. Alas, if it weren't for the current chaotic world and the hardship of life, I wouldn't be willing to sell it for any amount of silver.
That's what I was thinking too.
Liwana, Wu Luo. After a long silence, Wu Luo finally spoke. In that case, let's just give it 10,000 taels.
Thank you, Brother Chen, for giving it up.
He had thought about snatching it away directly, but the man in front of him looked very strong and powerful. Although he practiced martial arts, his physical foundation was not good, so he might not be his opponent. If I go back and send more people, I'm afraid there will be more trouble. If it fails, it will damage my reputation and cost me manpower if it gets out.
I want cash.
Chang Qing added another sentence. In this world, silver notes are not very useful, cash is more reliable. Tomorrow, I'll bring some silver up tomorrow. Wu Luo gritted his teeth. The next day, he really brought people to deliver the silver, and Liwana actually followed him. Chang Qing was not vague either. He pulled off the pendant from his neck and stuffed it into his hand.
Payment and goods are settled. He stood there, looking at the excited expressions of several people, his face calm. He even waved to the backs of the people as they walked down the mountain.
Goodbye, no, never see you again. After everyone's backs had completely disappeared, Chang Qing turned around and returned home. He had already packed his things and was ready to go into the mountains to hide from the disaster in the safe house he had prepared long ago. Before it got dark, a figure walked out of the small wooden house halfway up the hill, with a black cat squatting on his shoulder. The figure stood at the door for a while, then turned and went into the mountain behind the house, and soon disappeared into the dense forest. This time, in a room at the foot of the mountain, Wu Luo and Liwana were huddled together. On the table in front of them was the animal tooth pendant that they had just obtained. You said that if it gets blood on it, it can activate the healing function of this pendant, right? There was a hint of fanaticism on Wu Luo's face. In his previous life, he knew that the pendant was a treasure. The spiritual fluid it produced could heal various injuries and strengthen the body. However, the pendant is useless in the hands of others, and it will only produce spiritual liquid in Liwana's hands. According to Liwana, after her blood stained the pendant, she developed a special connection with it and could even sense its location. In this case, if he stains it with his own blood first, wouldn't he be able to control the treasure himself?
Yes. Liwana nodded. I think I got blood on it at this location.
She naturally reached out to touch the pendant in front of her, but was grabbed by Wu Luo the next moment.
Don't play tricks.
He snorted coldly, turned over Liwana's hand, and sure enough, he saw a little blood on her fingers. This woman actually pricked her finger secretly, wanting to be the first to sign the contract. Wu Luo's face immediately turned as cold as frost.
Liwana.
You're so brave. Thump. Liwana immediately knelt on the ground.
Waner deserves to die.
Sweat broke out on her forehead. At this moment, Wu Luo exuded the aura of an emperor in his previous life. She could not bear the pressure at all. It's just that Waner wanted to stay by the emperor's side and be useful to him, so she resorted to this desperate measure.
Please forgive me, Your Majesty.
When Wu Luo heard her call him the emperor, some scenes from his previous life flashed through his mind, and his expression eased slightly.
Stop playing tricks on me.
If it weren't for our past friendship, your actions just now would be enough to make you die 100 times. Wu Luo said coldly. After saying that, he no longer hesitated, took out a sharp knife, cut a cut on his finger, and carefully smeared the blood all over the pendant. He took a deep breath and carefully felt the changes. Liwana also raised her head and held her breath. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After a long time, she saw Wu Luo open his eyes in confusion.
What's going on? I don't feel anything.
A fierce look flashed in his eyes. Liwana, you're not hiding something from me, are you?
Liwana trembled with fear. I'm not hiding anything. Back then, I also accidentally established a connection after getting blood on it.
She replied with a trembling voice, feeling inexplicably happy in her heart. Could it be that this magical object is destined for me? No one else can control it. That's what she thought and that's what she said. Wu Luo's expression changed several times after hearing this. To be honest, he also felt it was a bit strange. In their previous life, they had a very deep relationship. At that time, Liwana said that they had made a blood pact, so she shouldn't have lied to him. But why can't I do it? Could it be that this magical object really depends on fate?
And Liwana is the destined one, you try it.
After a long pause, he finally said. Liwana was overjoyed.
As expected, this opportunity was hers. She got up and walked quickly forward, also cutting her finger with the knife and staining the pendant with blood. Wu Luo watched her operation carefully throughout the process, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that she did not make any unnecessary movements. He stared at Li Wanner's expression, trying to find the ecstasy of success in it, but failed. Li Wanner's face was full of hope at first, but it was gradually replaced by surprise, and then turned into disbelief. Wu Luo knew what the result would be. No! Impossible! Li Wanner screamed and frantically squeezed out blood with her hands to drip onto the pendant, but in the end it was all in vain. She had no choice but to sit down dejectedly, her eyes full of unwillingness. Wu Luo looked at her actions coldly, and was certain in his heart that she really didn't know any other way. Think carefully, were there any other conditions that were different when you made the contract? He reminded. Li Wanner pondered for a long time and finally shook her head. She just scratched her hand and the blood accidentally got on the pendant. It's not that complicated, yes. Pendant, she suddenly thought of something and raised her head abruptly. This pendant must be fake. That guy is lying. He must have been reborn too. Hearing this, Wu Luo sneered. Do you think rebirth is so easy to come by? I am the ruler and mother of a country, so I have such great fortune. Why should a hunter be reborn? But Li Wanner was now more certain. She recalled that the change in her fate in this life began with the day she was injured in the carriage. Chen Shanqing was clearly there that day, but he did not help her. Instead, he let her be rescued by Qin Shua and others. The change of her fate started with him, and in the subsequent times they met, he seemed to be hostile to her, mocking her openly and covertly. This kind of unreasonable disgust could probably only be explained by rebirth. He hates himself. Li Wanner suddenly confirmed this. After listening to Li Wanner's analysis, Wu Luo was also shocked. So it's really possible that he was taking revenge on you, which led to you marrying Qin Shua? This person is really hateful. In his previous life, he clearly wanted to die, so how can he blame others? And if that's true, he actually cheated me out of 10,000 taels of silver, so he deserves to die. I'll take people to find him right away. I'm going too. The two men led people up the mountain in a mighty manner. The villagers didn't know what was happening, and some who came to watch the fun also followed them. Result: the room was empty, no one had left. Chapter 478: The Heroic Hunter Cannon Fodder Who Saves the Beauty. 27. Search for me. Wu Luo's eyes turned red with anger, and he had lost his usual composure. He waved his hand, and the soldiers following him began to search with a bang. Some villagers wanted to take advantage of the situation and get something for free, but they were driven out with just one order from him. No one is allowed to touch anything in the house. Anyone who violates this rule will be killed without mercy. He roared, scaring the shit out of the villagers. Li Wanner, with a gloomy face, also joined the search. Wu Luo followed closely behind her and observed. After all, she had lived here for more than a year in her previous life, so there might be some clues. In fact, Li Wanner was indeed faster than others who searched blindly. She went straight into the bedroom, opened the cabinet, and pressed a few buttons. With a click, there was a secret compartment in the cabinet. There is a discovery. Wu Luo immediately stepped forward, pushed Li Wanner away, and took out an ordinary octagonal box from the secret compartment. Come and see what it is? Li Wanner was a little excited and didn't care about being pushed just now. The box didn't have any mechanism, and it was quickly opened under the expectant gazes of the two. However, the contents of the box made their expectant gazes freeze in an instant. Li Wanner looked at the dozen or so identical animal tooth pendants lying in the box and felt that her thoughts were overturned. How can there be so many? Wu Luo also felt a lump in his heart. What's going on? Is that person dealing in animal ivory pendants? Why would he have such a large box? Is there any truth in this? He really wasn't sure. Take them all back. He stuffed the box into his pocket and asked others to continue searching. As a result, some things were found, but they were all common items. It was obvious that the other party left in a hurry and forgot a lot of things. Does anyone here know where Chen Shanqing went? Tell me if you know. There will be a huge reward. After the search was completed, Wu Luo asked the surrounding villagers. Obviously no one knows the specific situation. Some people speculate that he hid in the mountains, some say that he fled to other places, and so on. No way. Wu Luo arranged for 2 people to guard the room, and he led his men down the mountain. This time, Changqing had just woken up in a safe house in the deep forest. Call, not bad, the air in the forest is fresh, but a little cool. This is a house built on a giant tree. It is not big, just the size of a tent. The dense branches and leaves hide the entire house. From a distance, no trace of it can be seen. There were thorns everywhere under the tree, and wild animals could not get close at all. Little Cole. Changqing stuck his head out and shouted. Meow. A dark shadow suddenly jumped out from between the branches, staring at him with a pair of round eyes. Okay, go play. I just wanted to see if you were there. Changqing smiled and waved. Meow meow meow. The little coal ball complained a few times in a bad mood, and then his figure flashed and disappeared among the leaves again. System. Changqing shouted again. Here I am. Did the hero and heroine search my house? They searched, and all the animal tusk pendants you left behind were taken away. Then I feel relieved to system. On the other side, Wu Luo and Li Wana were also lost in thought as they looked at the box full of pendants. To try or not to try, the contract requires blood, so much blood. Wu Luo felt a dull pain in his finger from where he had bled. Do you think there's anything real here? He asked Li Wana. Whether it's true or not, I'm willing to give it a try. Brother Luo, you are of noble status, please let me do it. A determination flashed in Li Wana's eyes. This was her chance. If it was true, she could turn things around overnight. Then I'll try it too. When Wu Luo heard Li Wana say this, he also became angry. He poured the entire box of animal tooth pendants onto the table, cut a finger, and smeared it all over with blood. No response, hiss, the pain at his fingertips made him gasp, but he didn't give up. He squeezed out the blood with his hand and smeared it on the second one. No response, after applying more than 10 of them, his face became paler, but none of them reacted. Damn it! It's all fake. He couldn't help but slap the table, making a loud bang. You try it. Wu Luo looked at Li Wana. Maybe it really was due to her physical condition. Li Wana calmed herself down and walked forward. She took a deep breath, cut a finger, and carefully smeared an animal tooth pendant with blood. The pain in her fingertips made her body tremble slightly, but her eyes were extremely discerning. No response, when she applied the second one, the amount of blood decreased significantly, and she cut another finger without hesitation. Wu Luo was a little shocked when he saw her actions, and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration in his heart. However, it was of no use. She cut her 10 fingers and tried each pendant, but found nothing. Oh. After reading to the end, Wu Luo knew clearly that there was definitely no genuine item here. He snorted coldly and turned away. Li Wana stood there in a daze. The pain in her heart had already filled her eyes with tears, which were now falling like crazy. The feeling of powerlessness of giving everything but ultimately getting nothing in return filled her heart, making her feel the malice of the world at that moment. Chen Chongcheng. I'm going to kill you. Hysterical howling came from the room, frightening the guards outside. At this time, Chang Qing, whom Li Wana wanted to kill, had already started cooking. The system, which had just finished eating the melon, was talking and laughing. Ha ha ha, Li Wana cut all 10 of her fingers and couldn't even stand steadily. She even said she was going to kill you, host. You're done. Ha 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 ha. She wants to kill me, but she doesn't have the ability to do so. Chongqing chopped the ribs into 2 pieces with one knife. Is the male protagonist going to send someone to cause trouble? He asked. No, I just sent someone to guard your house, waiting for you to come back. The system said this? Changqing was speechless. He certainly won't go back so soon. Host, why don't you go and kill them all? Seeing Changqing lost in thought, the system switched over. Kill him? Why should I kill him? That's not my mission. Changqing is justified. He is a peace lover, okay? Besides, he just earned 10,000 taels from the other party. He is a high-quality customer, so there is no reason to kill him. The most important thing is that the male protagonist and the original owner have no intersection and no hatred, so he doesn't bother to care about her and just treats her as a stranger. Give them the house if they like it. It's worth 10,000 taels of silver. As for me, I'll just stay here for a while and then go out and have a look around. Ha 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 ha. The system also laughed. This seems like your style, host. But aren't you worried that the hero will hold a grudge against you? He'll be the emperor in the future, and if he puts you on the wanted list, you won't be able to hide anywhere in the world. Hearing this, Chongqing laughed again. In this life, the plot has long since changed. It's still uncertain whether the hero can become the emperor. Besides, even if he does, it will be many years later. Why should I be afraid? He really doesn't worry about it. After living in the forest with Xiao Meiqiu for a while, the male protagonist didn't want to wait any longer and evacuated Chen Jiazhuang with his men. So, Li Wana wasn't taken away? Instead, she was left in Chen Jiazhuang? After listening to the system's description, Changqing was a little surprised, but on second thought, it seems reasonable. In this life, the heroine has lost her beauty and has given birth to a child. She is no longer the woman in Wu Luo's heart. Moreover, she didn't have the ability to heal, so what was the point of carrying it with her? It was just a burden. Being abandoned is reasonable. However, it seems that the hero is not that interested in the heroine. He clearly has all kinds of memories of his past life, but in the end he just abandons her. The male protagonist said that not killing her was out of nostalgia for the past, and he advised her to take care of herself. The system said again, ha 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 ha. Changqing was amused by these words. What a sentimental emperor. However, there is a problem. The heroine has already divorced. If she is left behind, where will she live? Upon hearing this question, the system showed a teasing look. She's living in your house now. She's waiting for you to come back and get the pendant. Ha 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 ha. Oh shit, Changqing couldn't help but swear. It's so shameless. What about Chen Shua? Doesn't his family care about him? No matter. They don't even dare to care. The system almost couldn't hold back its laughter when it saw the host was so angry. That's unfair. Changqing couldn't help but sigh, however, he didn't plan to care about it. He just thought of the money as buying a house. Changqing didn't plan to go out for the time being anyway, live off the land and you will never have to worry about anything. Chapter 479 The Heroic Hunter Cannon Fodder Who Saves the Beauty, 28. In the following days, Changqing settled down in the forest and gradually moved deeper into it, going wherever he went and completely forgetting about the outside world. Of course, with the system, he is very clear about the situation outside. For example, the alliance of 18 factions attacked the imperial court. After the king of Wu died in battle, the kings fought for the throne, and the hero defeated his two brothers and was named the new king of Wu. To his surprise, the 18 forces were united in the struggle for supremacy and eventually formed three strongest forces, including the forces of the new king of Wu, the forces of the bandit-born King Shang, and the forces of the Lin family, a rebel general from the imperial court. TSK, possessing the memories of a past life doesn't mean he can conquer the world? Changqing couldn't help but feel a little strange. In his previous life, the hero had the heroine's help, so he could be fine no matter how serious the injury was. But now he only has one life left, so where is the sharpness from his previous life? The system explained. 20 years later, the troubled times finally came to an end, and the ultimate winner was King Shang, who came from a bandit family. He first joined forces with King Wu to defeat the Lin family, and later in the Battle of Wuqi Mountain, he defeated King Wu and became the ultimate winner of the troubled times. It was winter and it was already dark. On the narrow path behind the mountain of Chenjiazwang, a figure in tattered clothes and broken armor was stumbling forward. He used his sword as a crutch, staggering with every step, sometimes looking at the vaguely visible wooden house in front of him, and sometimes looking around vigilantly. If someone familiar with him saw him like this, they would definitely be shocked, because he was none other than the king of Wu who conquered the world and made great strategic plans. Now Wu Luo's hair has turned white, his waist is hunched, and his legs seem to be injured and are tightly wrapped with dirty cloth. Here we are. It's here. He took advantage of the moonlight, looked up at the house which was getting closer, and muttered to himself, now he has nowhere to go. King Shang has announced his death, but is secretly sending people to capture him. He and his personal soldiers all died on the way to escape, and he is the only one who managed to come here with his last breath. Finally, he reached the middle of the mountain, panting. The sound of laundry coming from the yard made him pause when he wanted to knock on the door. Is she still the one living here? She should hate him, right? Memories of 2 lifetimes flashed through Wu Luo's mind, leaving him in a trance. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. After all of the noise in the yard fell silent. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked 3 more times, and finally there was movement inside. He heard a pair of lighter footsteps approaching. Whoosh! The door was opened and a beam of white light came straight towards him. Wu Luo quickly rolled on the ground to avoid the attack, but his not very agile body was still a step too slow and a cut was made on his shoulder. He raised his head with difficulty in the moonlight, and saw an extremely unfamiliar woman in front of him, but her face made him feel inexplicably familiar. When the other party tried to attack again, he finally tentatively called out the familiar yet unfamiliar name. The woman paused with the knife she had raised. She opened her mouth and made a hoarse sound. Obviously she didn't speak often. Wu Luo. Wu Luo nodded frantically, but only saw the woman's expression froze, and then she burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Wu Luo, you have come to this day. It really is karma. Li Wanner's hoarse laughter was a bit crazy, which made Wu Luo's heart tremble, but he didn't have much choice at this time. He gritted his teeth and stood up. Wanner, I was sorry for you before. After all, we have so many memories. Please, he was interrupted by Li Wanner. Are you asking me to take you in? Hatred flashed across her eyes, and then she grinned. Yes, Your Majesty. A few days later, Changqing got the news that the male and female protagonists were reunited again. They settled down in my house? He asked the system. Yeah, hey. The system said. However, the two of you no longer have the love and affection you had in your previous lives. After so many things have happened, are you just torturing each other now? The system added with a smile. Changqing shrugged indifferently that he was not surprised by this situation. Wu Luo and Li Wanner were not easy to deal with. In the original plot, their love and affection were just because they needed each other. Now both of them were in extremely bad circumstances, so how could they maintain the so-called love and affection? Oh, love. Changqing shook his head. This time, several palace maids came in and bowed deeply to Changqing when they saw him. Grand Master, His Majesty invites you to the palace to discuss the coronation ceremony and the bestowal of titles. Okay, I got it. Changqing waved his hand impatiently, and the few of them bowed again before leaving cautiously. Changqing watched them leave before shaking his sleeves. Little coal ball, he shouted. Meow. A strong black cat jumped out from somewhere and landed on his shoulder. Let's go. System, host, you are going to the palace to discuss something, so you need to change into your official uniform. I'm not going there. Let's go to Chenjiazwang. Changqing said. System, the host is so willful. Changqing took out a farewell letter that he had written long ago from the space, put it on the table, and walked out of the house in a swagger. Host, since you don't want to be an official, why do you want to help King Shang? 3 days later, on the official road, Changqing was galloping on his horse when the system suddenly asked. Hee hee, that's because I don't like the male protagonist and don't want him to take over the world. Changqing responded with a smile. System, I don't believe you. I think you're just bored staying in the forest, so you want to go out and do something. It curled its lips and said. Changqing narrowed his eyes and said nothing more. Naturally, he had his own considerations when helping King Sheng. First of all, he was really bored and wanted to stir up trouble. Secondly, although King Sheng was born a bandit, he was indeed a person who understood the people's sentiments. He failed the imperial examinations many times, and his family's money was seized by bullies who colluded with the government. He had no choice but to become a bandit, so he especially hated bullies and corruption, and had his own views on governance. Of course, the most important thing is that Changqing does not want the world to fall into endless wars because of his arrival. It would be best if the general course of history is not changed. 3 days later, the wooden house halfway up the mountain in Chenjiazwang welcomed a guest. No, it should be the original owner. Changqing looked at the male and female protagonists in front of him, and he almost couldn't recognize them at all. Wu Luo was wearing bandages and had scratches on his face. He didn't look very good and had a decadent vibe. Compared to Wu Luo, Li Water had a thick waist and round arms, a weather-beaten face, and looked like she was used to doing farm work. There was some swelling on the right side of her face, as if she had been slapped. When going up the mountain, Changqing noticed that many fields had been opened up on both sides of the mountain and some crops had been planted. They were obviously the work of Li Waner. We'll move out right away. Li Waner trembled slightly and stammered. My husband and I are from out of town. We saw this house was empty and decided to move in without realizing it was owned by someone else. We're leaving right away. Wu Luo spoke from the side, with caution in his eyes. Both of them were extremely shocked. They had never expected to see Changqing again, and he seemed not to have changed much from before, with no signs of aging on his face. However, seeing that he did not call out their names, the two of them tacitly pretended not to know each other. I just came to take a look and revisit the old place. This house was indeed mine before, but I don't need it anymore. Since you chose this house, it is your destiny, so I will give it to you. Changqing smiled and said. Meow. At this time, little Coalball suddenly cried out, jumped onto Changqing's shoulder, and the pendant around his neck swayed. The pupils of the two people opposite suddenly shrank, but soon darkened again. I just kept thanking Changqing. Goodbye, my destined one. Changqing waved his hand and walked down the mountain path with the small Coalball behind him. Wu Luo and Li Waner stood at the door in a daze. Do you think he recognized us? Wu Luo asked. What does it have to do with you whether he recognizes me or not? Get back to work. Li Waner raised her eyebrows and kicked Wu Luo on the leg. Wu Luo was kicked by her and was irritated. You bitch, do you really think I'm afraid of you? He waved his hand to slap her, but Mu Waner took 2 steps back and dodged the attack. She picked up a stick and swung it towards Wu Luo's head. You eat my food and live my house, but you still refuse to obey me. I'll beat you to death, you useless thing. You think you are the emperor. Bah! You are just a lame farmer. Li Waner beat and scolded him, and Wu Luo's face turned red. After all, he was injured and could not resist in the end. I'm going to work. He opened his mouth to soften, but hatred flashed across his eyes. This time, Changqing, who was slowly walking down the mountain, was in a good mood. Little Cole. Meow. How do you feel about revisiting the old place? Meow meow meow. Little Coalball, have you become a spirit? How can you still be so energetic after living for so long? Meow 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 meow. After that, Changqing continued to enjoy the mountains and rivers. Although he was not present when the new emperor ascended the throne, he was still appointed as the imperial teacher and the whole world was informed of this. He didn't pay attention to the expressions of the male and female protagonists after they learned the news. At that time, he and Xiao Meiqiu had already arrived in Jiangnan. Later, he witnessed the introduction and implementation of one reform measure after another, and witnessed the transformation of the world from chaos to order, but he only witnessed these and did not participate again. Sometimes, he wondered why the small Coalball had such a long lifespan, but it was obvious that the small Coalball could not answer his question, so he did not delve into it. After all, having traveled through so many worlds, he wouldn't find anything strange anymore. He lived in this world until he was 80 years old before he chose to leave. At that time, the little Coalballs were still full of energy. Chapter 480, Escape from the Fraud Industrial Park in northern Myanmar. 1. Welcome to my world, my precious little princess. As Changqing just returned to the dormitory door, he heard a very loud cell phone sound. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and saw 5 or 6 roommates watching short videos on their phones, occasionally exclaiming in admiration. Hey, I heard that northern Myanmar is full of gold and beautiful women. Wow, going there is like entering heaven. Su Ziguei played the short video of northern Myanmar by a certain Saigao internet celebrity again, then raised his head and sighed deeply. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately aroused the interest of others. Brother Gui, you're not planning to go to northern Myanmar, are you? I heard they use RMB there too. Hey, this crappy electronics factory doesn't have any young girls, only middle-aged women. Brother Gui, if you want to go to northern Myanmar to pick up girls, you have to take me with you.
I've long since given up on this lousy job that pays $9 an hour. Brother Gue, don't leave me behind when you get rich.
Everyone was laughing and there was a look of longing on their faces.
Hee, don't tell me, I actually have a cousin working on a project in northern Myanmar, and he even bought a Maserati.
Su Zhigue saw everyone's eyes focused on him, and his face seemed to be glowing. He patted his chest and said, "After May Day, I'll ask my cousin, and then we can just pack up and run away. This broken factory is useless."
Everyone cheered again, except Changqing, who had just walked in, who remained silent.
"Hey, Ren Changqing, we're talking about going to northern Myanmar to make a fortune. Do you want to go?" Su Zhigue was somewhat displeased when he saw Changqing remain silent. "Changqing, going to northern Myanmar? Scamming people?"
That's not a good place, however. Thinking of his mission in this world, he still managed to smile.
Who doesn't want to get rich? Of course I want to go too.
However, going abroad requires a visa and other things, as well as travel expenses.
That's going to cost a lot of money, right? Don't worry about that. Su Zhigue patted his chest. "My cousin went directly over the mountains from Yun province. It's very safe. He doesn't need a visa and it doesn't cost much."
As he said this, he took out the photos and showed them to everyone.
"Here, this is my cousin.
Look, this is where he works, and these are photos of him playing outside."
Changqing also came over.
The photo showed a middle-aged man with long hair. He drove a luxury car and had beautiful women with him. Sometimes he worked in a luxurious office, and sometimes he walked on the beach.
He lived a very comfortable life. Wow, northern Myanmar is so nice. I really want to go there. Everyone exclaimed like this. At night, Changqing lay on the hard bed, lost in thought. The plot of this world is very simple. The former director, Changqing, started working in the factory right after graduating from junior high school. This is an internet age, and also an age where truth and falsehood are difficult to distinguish. Everyone wants to get rich quickly, but wealth is always concentrated in the hands of a few people. Therefore, many young people want to take shortcuts and try their luck abroad. Among these young people were his roommates. No one had ever thought about the spacesuits, production lines, and three-shift work. The cases of getting rich quickly on the internet were even more exciting. It just so happened that one of the roommates, Su Zhigue, had a way to make a fortune in northern Myanmar. Under his encouragement, everyone reached a consensus to go to northern Myanmar to make a fortune, pick up girls, and live a life of luxury. The original owner was timid and didn't want to go, but Su Zhigue tried his best to persuade him, even using brotherhood to pressure him. The other roommates also encouraged and threatened him, and asked him if he wanted to inform the police. "Ha, Ren Changqing, you know our plan. If you don't go, are you planning to call the police to stop us? Do you want to be a traitor?" Under such righteousness, the young original owner had no choice but to agree to go with them. But is northern Myanmar really a paradise? Obviously not. Led by the human trafficker, the group crossed the border and arrived at their dream place, the RR Industrial Park in northern Myanmar. After arriving, everyone found that there were no jobs paying 50,000 or 100,000 yuan a month as they had imagined, nor were there beauties in gold everywhere. Instead, there were only armed guards, monthly fraud missions, and inhumane punishments for any slight mistake. Su Zhigue's cousin is not the boss of a project, he is just a scammer. Those photos are staged and used to deceive people. They, including Su Zhigue, were all deceived. A few days after arriving, two roommates tried to escape, but were caught and beaten half to death. They were forced to undergo fraud training and gathered together to carry out fraudulent business. Those whose monthly sales did not reach 300,000 would be punished. Su Zhigue had it a little easier because he had his cousin to protect him, but everyone else was punished without exception, with electric shocks, water dungeons, whipping, and every method you can imagine. Several of them are from rural areas, and their families must be poor. Most of their relatives and friends are poor, so it would be strange if they could cheat them out of money. The original owner's family didn't even have a phone, making it difficult to contact him. Naturally, he was punished the most severely. In less than 2 months, he was tortured beyond recognition. He was stripped naked and beaten until his skin was torn and flesh was exposed, then locked in a stinking water dungeon and not released until his body was completely stinking. Of course, the situation of others is not much different. Some people couldn't bear the torture and chose to commit suicide. Some people escaped many times and were sold to other places and never heard from again. In just half a year, only the original owner and Su Zhigue were still holding on. The reason why Su Zhigue was able to hold on for so long was entirely because his cousin helped him recruit so many people, became a small leader, and always protected him. The original owner relied entirely on luck. 1 month after he arrived in the park, a woman named Shitsai saw the punished original owner. For some unknown reason, she helped the original owner a lot. In the following days, she was deceived and brought here by a scammer while traveling in another place. However, her family was well off and was willing to pay a high ransom, which made her life much better than others. At least the supervisors in the fraud area were very polite to her. She would occasionally speak up for the original owner and was even willing to help with performance. In addition, she was extremely beautiful, so she naturally became the white moonlight in the original owner's heart. The original owner wanted to repay the other party's kindness, but there was nothing he could do. This made the original owner frustrated. Chapter 481, Escape from the Fraud Industrial Park in northern Myanmar. 2. The original owner never expected to leave, but he was happy that Chitsai had the opportunity to leave. A woman like this shouldn't be in a place like this. However, there are always surprises in the plot. After Chitsai's father transferred the money, those people changed their minds. Instead of letting her go, they presented her to the leader of the park. That's right, here, women also have no human rights, and a beautiful woman like Chitsai has been targeted by the big guys for a long time. The favor shown to her before was just a special permission granted by the other party in order to get a large sum of money, but when the money is in hand, hell begins. It had been a month since the original owner saw Chitsai again. She had lost her former spirit and stood numbly beside the pot-bellied inspector leader with scars on her face. Her wings had been broken. When she saw the original owner, she showed a smile that was even more miserable than crying. She opened her mouth and said 2 words silently. Save me. The original owner saw it, but he lowered his head. What could he do? He himself was a weakling, so how could he save others? Even after so long, he could barely meet his monthly performance targets and was often covered in bruises, let alone saving people. A month later, the leader came to inspect, but the woman was no longer with him. He was panicked and asked around, only to find out that Chitsai had committed suicide one night because she could not bear the abuse. At that moment, he fell into deep pain and confusion, and he felt that life had lost its meaning. He gave up his business, worked tirelessly all day, and numbly accepted the punishment. He even felt that death would be better than living in such pain, but he did not die. The reason was that Su Ziguei contacted the domestic police, and with the coordination of multiple departments in the 2 places, all the people trapped in the park were rescued and everyone returned home safely. Of course, legal judgment also awaits them. He was sentenced to 1 year in prison for participating in fraud, and Su Ziguei's cousin was sentenced to 5 years in prison as a small leader. However, Su Ziguei did not receive any punishment because he cooperated with the police in reporting the case. After the incident, it caused a huge response in the country. Su Ziguei took advantage of this opportunity to do live broadcasts, explaining the situation in northern Myanmar and dissuading people from going to northern Myanmar. He became an anti-fraud propaganda figure and made a fortune. The original owner, who had long lost his faith, still could not find a reason to live after being rescued. In prison, he was tormented by nightmares all day long and eventually chose to commit suicide. Only after his death did he realize that this was a fictional world, and the male protagonist was Su Ziguei. The trip to northern Myanmar was just a small episode for him. After becoming famous in the live broadcast industry, he founded his own company. His career grew bigger and bigger, and he also met his true love, Shi Kaifeng. Here we have to talk about the situation of the Shi family. The Shi family is considered a well-off family in Nanchang. Shi's father runs a furniture business and has a small fortune. His first wife died early, and he later remarried and had a daughter. Chitsai had no good feelings towards this younger sister. After all, her arrival took away her father's unique love for her. Her strategy was to become even better so that she could better consolidate her position. The Shi family business was built by Shi's father and his ex-wife together. Shi's mother still owns a lot of shares, which should have been inherited by her. However, he did not expect that such a thing would happen during a trip. As a result, after losing his daughter, Shi's father poured all his love into Shi Kaifeng, and even handed over the company to her in the end. Of course, these eventually became the driving force for the male protagonist's development. After he married Shi Kaifeng, his career further developed, from point to surface, radiating across the country. In the end, he even became a nationally renowned businessman, and that little episode in northern Myanmar is just an inspirational footnote to his legendary life. No one has mentioned those roommates who disappeared in northern Myanmar for a long time. Changqing, it's a bit troublesome. The original owner's wish was to save Chitsai and prevent her from suffering such a tragic fate, so Changqing asked the system to help find her phone number on the first day after crossing over. However, the other party didn't believe him at all and was blocked after several calls. For this, I have to go to northern Myanmar myself. He was a little irritable. If I go with everyone, it would be considered illegal border crossing, which would be very troublesome, but if I don't go, I won't be able to complete the mission at all. Well, let's go. Changqing simply closed his eyes. In the following days, in addition to going to work, Su Ziguei often shared his cousin's situation with everyone and shared some videos of northern Myanmar on the internet. Everyone was even more excited after watching them, and they were all eager to escape to northern Myanmar. Changqing felt speechless. Do they really think that foreign countries are as safe as their own country? Even in some developed countries, walking at night is still a relatively dangerous thing. However, he did not pour cold water on it, because he knew that pouring cold water on others at this time was useless and would only make him hated, but he felt that he still had to make some preparations first. By some things, ask someone to apply for an overseas bank card, check the map, understand the specific situation, and even exercise. Although the original owner was tall, he was skinny and looked unhealthy. As a result, his roommates noticed that Changqing became busier. In addition to working, he often bought some strange things online, and even started exercising every day. His appetite also increased a lot. 2 months later, May Day, the factory only had 1 day off, but early in the morning, the 8 people from dormitory 407 had already boarded the train to Yunnan province. In the carriage, everyone's seats were very close to each other, and everyone's faces were filled with excitement. Finally saying goodbye to that crappy factory is so cool, ha 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 ha. Ha, the security guard asked me how I was going to carry the bucket out, and I just said I quit. The security guard is usually very fierce, but today he didn't dare to fart. The supervisor must be pissed off, haha, with so many people gone all of a sudden. Everyone was talking at once and was very happy. Hey, Ren Changqing, why did you resign early? We agreed to run away together. Amid the noise, Su Zigui suddenly asked, and everyone else looked over. Changqing, who was playing with his mobile phone, paused for a moment, then raised his head with a look of surprise. Wouldn't it be better to quit and get more money? I resigned a month ago, and it doesn't affect our work. I thought you all quit. If he ran away, he would lose a month's wages, and he didn't want to let the factory get away with it. The others looked at each other. It's good to get more money, but we should be together, brothers on the same front. Someone said with an unhappy look, does this mean that we brothers will suffer together? Chang almost laughed. I am the original plot. These guys also used moral blackmail on the original owner in this way, but now, he doesn't buy it. His eyes flashed. I'm not your buddy. I don't care what you do. It's not your turn to talk about my affairs. You, the person who spoke just now, felt that he was in a righteous position and was very powerful, so he stood up immediately. Wow, are you still trying to make threats? Changqing was not afraid at all. He put his phone on the table and stood up immediately. The guy immediately felt the pressure. Changqing was half a head taller than him, and his body looked a little stronger due to the exercise he had done recently. At this moment, he had a cold and stern look on his face, which made him look very intimidating. His momentum immediately weakened. Chapter 482, Escape from the Fraud Industrial Park in northern Myanmar. 3. Ahem, we are all brothers, why be so impulsive? Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Su Zigui quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. That's right, let's all get rich together, so let's all take a step back. Others also hurried to persuade him. The roommate who was very angry just now snorted and sat back. Of course, Changqing would not hold on to it. He took out his cell phone and sat down. However, the atmosphere became a little different after that. Others looked at him with strange eyes. No wonder they were puzzled. Although the original owner was tall, he was thin and had always been honest and dull. He didn't talk much and rarely got into conflicts with others. He never dared to do anything that would offend the public. Today, he actually confronted someone in public and refused to give in. Everyone found it a bit weird. However, Changqing didn't care what they thought. He just played with his mobile phone. At noon, he bought 2 lunchboxes and ate them all in big mouthfuls. It takes 2 days to take the train from their workplace to Yun Province. During this time, the others were chatting and laughing, intentionally or unintentionally isolating Changqing. If the original owner were here, he would probably be a little sensitive, but Changqing didn't care at all. He was having a lot of fun watching videos on his phone. He only brought a large backpack, which contained clothes and some daily necessities, so he was traveling light. If it wasn't a bit weird to travel empty-handed, he would have stuffed all his things into the space. Although it's not as fast as the world of immortal cultivation, this kind of group travel has its own unique flavor. When the train arrived at the station, Changqing took a step with his long legs and stepped out. There were a few roommates who were carrying large and small bags and dragging suitcases. They squeezed for a long time before they could get out, and their faces were all flushed. Oh, I brought too much stuff. It's really heavy. Changqing heard a roommate sigh from behind. Are you asking him to help you? How is that possible? It's not too late to throw some away now. We still have to cross the mountain when the time comes. It will be difficult to carry so many. Changqing turned around and made a serious suggestion, then saw that several of his roommates looked unhappy. In the original story, the original owner had taken the initiative to help others carry things. He had clearly streamlined his equipment for ease, but he was still exhausted. Now, wanting him to help? Changqing would only roll his eyes. Su Zigui also had a lot of things, and he wanted to say a few words relying on his status as the boss, but after hearing what Changqing said, he shut up in disappointment. He and his men took several buses and finally arrived at a meeting place in a small town. Changqing took a look. Wow, in addition to them, there were more than a dozen people waiting. They were not young and dressed very simply. It seemed that they were also ready to make a fortune. Just wait here. My uncle said he'll arrange for someone to pick us up. His voice was quite loud, immediately attracting other people's attention. A middle-aged man came over and handed him a cigarette. Hey, little brother, does your cousin have any connections over there? Please take care of him when the time comes. Su Zigui took the cigarette naturally and laughed. Let's get rich together. Then he started chatting nonsense with others. Changqing had no impression of these people, and he was too lazy to pay attention to them, so he simply leaned against the wall and closed his eyes to rest. When it was getting dark, 3 men came and took everyone on a shabby bus. After driving us for a while, they took us on another long journey of several hours, and finally we entered the mountains at a rather circuitous place. There are small paths in the mountains and forests, but they are definitely not easy to walk on. Changqing followed the main group and walked slowly. At this time, the results of his training in the past few months were evident, especially since he was still traveling light. It was even easier. It wasn't so easy for the other roommates. They carried a lot of bags and had to give up some unimportant things after entering the mountains. They still felt tired as they walked and had to throw away some more. Since we were traveling on the mountain road at night, even with a flashlight, there were still some bumps and bruises. It was naturally more dangerous with more things. Hey, brother Chongqing, you have the foresight to only bring one bag. When they were resting in the middle of the night, Su Zigui said to Chongqing. At this moment, he was sweating profusely and his clothes were soaked. He looked a little embarrassed. However, Chongqing had a big bag and looked extremely relaxed. If I had known earlier, I would have just brought one bag. It would be a shame to throw these things away now. The other person also looked at Chongqing and sighed. Ha, I just simplified my equipment to make it easier. You guys, why don't you check the map? Chongqing took a sip of water and smiled. He took less things just to make things easier. You guys are too embarrassed to ask him for help, right? However, Su Zigui was really shameless. Seeing that Chongqing pretended not to understand, he spoke directly. Brother Chongqing, you are so relaxed. Help me carry a box. I will protect you over there and make sure you are the first to get rich. Others immediately cast envious glances at him. This person has a background there, and my cousin is already a big shot. Chongqing just curled the corners of his mouth. Who is he trying to fool? His cousin is just a fraud now. He hasn't even become a small boss yet. Why is he pretending? If you want 2,000, I don't mind helping you carry the suitcase. I'm short-sighted and can only see the immediate benefits, but I can't see things that are so far ahead. He smiled, looking greedy for money. Everyone, Su Zigui, the total amount of things in my box is less than 2,000. Chongqing stood up. Then you can either throw it away or take it yourself. Want him to work for nothing? That's wishful thinking. Su Zigui's face immediately turned ugly, and hatred flashed across his eyes. Chongqing had no doubt that he must have immediately thought of how to deal with him after arriving in Myanmar, but he doesn't care. No1 disturbed him on the rest of the journey, and it continued like this until dawn. When they crossed several mountains and arrived at a village, many people's legs began to tremble. Have breakfast here, a car will come to pick you up later. The leading man stopped and led everyone to a noodle shop. The environment here looks no different from that in China. The noodle shop owner speaks Chinese and accepts RMB, which makes everyone feel less nervous. Brother Gue, this doesn't look like a place where you can make money. Is it really full of gold? While eating noodles, one of my roommates couldn't help but raise a question. This place is really no different from an ordinary rural area. Even the noodle shop owner looks pale and thin, which makes people suspicious. Ha, little brother, this place is remote and poor, so it's normal. Once you get to the park, you'll understand. There, every inch of land is truly worth a lot of money. Before Su Zigui could say anything, a man who was leading the way answered with a smile. Chongqing, I'm afraid some people will be scared to tears when they get to the park. Of course, he didn't say this out loud. He just finished his noodles silently, and then followed everyone onto the bus that came to pick them up. Chapter 483, Escape from the Fraud Industrial Park in northern Myanmar. 4. The lush green countryside gradually receded, and the scenery outside the car window began to look somewhat familiar. The low buildings began to gather together, and Chongqing felt like entering a remote small county town. TSK, there's gold everywhere? He couldn't help but sneer. The excitement of the others also mostly disappeared. After all, this environment didn't look like one where one could make a lot of money. It felt more like returning to the county town. This? Did we take the wrong road? Some people couldn't help but ask such questions. Stop talking nonsense. You'll know when you get there. This time, he didn't get a patient answer from the big man who led the way. Instead, he glared at him and yelled at him. Everyone's heart trembled. This is nothing like what I imagined, and an ominous atmosphere begins to spread. Even Su Zigui's expression changed. This atmosphere reached its peak when the car drove into a gate where armed men were standing guard, and many people immediately started shouting. Is this a park? It's not a restricted area, right? Why are there people with guns? Stop the car. I want to go back. I don't want to get rich anymore. Some people were in a panic, and the noise filled the entire carriage. Shut up. Everyone, get out of the station. The car stopped and a man with a gun came up. He had a face full of flesh and looked very fierce. His loud shout scared everyone so much that their legs went weak. Chongqing watched everything coldly, his expression unchanged. These are all things that have happened in the plot. Don't make a fuss at this time. The more you make a fuss, the more severe the punishment will be. When the others heard the roar of the man with the gun, they didn't dare to shout anymore. Who doesn't understand at this time that there is no so-called rich beauty here? I'm afraid you have fallen into a trap. The group got off the bus tremblingly and were asked to line up. The air was filled with an ominous smell, and a faint smell of blood. Chongqing took a quick glance and saw that most of the buildings here were low, with only a few slightly taller buildings, about 7 stories high. See that building up ahead? You'll be working there from now on. A skinny man in a suit walked up and gave him a lecture. Everyone looked in the direction of his finger and saw a 7-story building. It looked quite old, like a converted old factory. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. This place didn't look like a wealthy place at all. It felt even worse than the old residential areas in a rundown county town. The man in the suit seemed to see through everyone's confusion, but he had no intention of explaining. Instead, he snorted coldly and said seriously, "When you come here, there's only one rule: do whatever you're told. Obedience is the most important thing. You'll figure out the rest over time." Everyone's faces looked unhappy. It sounded like this was not normal work management at all. "So, how much are our salaries?" someone asked. The scene immediately became quiet. The man in the suit gave a wink, and a man with a stick walked up to the person who had just spoken. "Salary? You're asking for death." Bang! The stick hit the man hard in the abdomen, and he immediately bent over in pain. Then the man hit him on the back with a stick, knocking him to the ground, and then kicked him a few times. The screams that pierced the sky immediately echoed in everyone's ears. "All right." The man in the suit finally called a halt. "I believe everyone has some understanding of the rules here. Mr. Wu will guide you through the details," he said to the pale man next to him, then turned and left. "Come with me." Mr. Wu didn't say much and led everyone into the office building. So the group of people trembled in fear and followed behind. The man who had just been beaten also got up, and everyone dared not breathe. This is a 7-story building, with each floor serving a different function. As soon as they entered the first floor, everyone felt a little bit of shock. In northern Myanmar, there are 2 areas on the first floor. The left side is the information area. Mr. Wu asked no one to go there and get a set of information. You have to learn these things carefully. Only by learning them can you survive here. Mr. Wu's words were extremely gentle, but they sounded like thunder in everyone's ears, and the information in their hands seemed to have an unusual weight. Is this a matter of life and death? Changqing flipped through it casually. In addition to a detailed introduction to the park, there were also fraudulent tactics, including how to add friends, how to chat with people, how to guide people to remit money, etc. He glanced around and saw that everyone had obviously read the content, and their expressions were very unhappy. This is not a serious job at all. It's a fraud gang, and a gang without any legal constraints. Don't ask me if you have any questions. I will arrange training for you when the time comes. Mr. Wu's words silenced many people who wanted to ask questions, and then he led everyone to the functional area on the right. The right side is a bit more serious. It is specially arranged as a corporal punishment area. There are all kinds of torture instruments. There is also a water dungeon on the left, emitting a foul stench. In the right corner, a man covered in blood is being beaten. The 2-finger-thick leather whip makes a crackling sound, and the screams echo throughout the hall. This is what happens when you don't obey. So you know what to do, right? Mr. Wu pointed at the scene of the beating and said to everyone. This time, no one dared to say no. Everyone was almost scared to death and just nodded frantically. The second floor is a huge office area. There are computers and several mobile phones on each desk. There are 40 or 50 people typing and chatting there. They are wearing simple t-shirts, and the exposed skin is stained with blood. It is obvious that few of them have not been beaten. Some of them are even wearing shackles, which makes everyone's scalp tingle. This will also be your office from now on. We have a strict assessment system, and there will be punishment if you fail to complete the task. Mr. Wu pointed to the office area and introduced it to everyone. Everyone was trembling with fear and didn't dare to speak at all. Fortunately, Mr. Wu was quite accustomed to the state of new employees and took everyone to the 7th floor without saying anything. Yes, this is your dormitory. It was a fairly large room with 40 or 50 beds densely packed together. You could smell the stench in the room even when standing at the door. The conditions are too bad. The Black Factory only has a dormitory for 8 people, and there are already 40 or 50 people here. You can slowly discover the other functional areas. You just arrived, so remember one thing: be obedient and you will survive. After Mr. Wu finished speaking, he answered a phone call, turned around and left, leaving everyone stunned. Su Zigue, didn't you say you came here to make a fortune? In the silence, a loud roar suddenly broke out. One of the roommates rushed forward, grabbed Su Zigue's collar, and pushed him against the railing outside. The others also looked at Su Zigue angrily. There was nothing they could do. Everyone had realized by now that this was not a work park at all, but a fraud group that was even more evil than a Black Factory, and Su Zigue is the culprit who brought everyone here with a solemn vow. At this moment, the anger in everyone's heart suddenly erupted, and the person who attacked had a distorted expression, as if he wanted to kill someone. I don't know that either. Su Zigue's face was filled with panic, and his voice was trembling. He had been panicking since he got off the bus. This situation was completely different from what he had imagined. Zhao Zishu, you let me go first. I'll find my uncle and ask him. Maybe he can help us. If my cousin knew that you were bullying me, I'm afraid not only would he not help you, he would even cause trouble for you. At this time, Su Zigue could only rely on his cousin's banner to work, and he would use his cousin to scare people every few words. However, these words really worked. The man hesitated for a moment, then really let go, took a few steps back, sat on the ground and started crying. What can I do? This is clearly a place where the law is not respected.
If I offend someone, I might end up dead without knowing how others were infected by this emotion, and many of them also had red eyes. Su Zigui's eyes were also red. He calmed himself down and said, since it has come to this, we must unite together. When I find my cousin, maybe we can still have someone to rely on, Zigui. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man in a flowered shirt came up to the stairs. Uncle! Su Zigui also stood up immediately and walked over. In the surprised eyes of everyone, Changqing leaned against the wall and watched everything in front of him. When he saw Su Zigui walking downstairs with his cousin, he turned around and entered the room. Although the conditions are poor, there is no other way but to stay here for a while. Many wooden beds in the room were already covered with bedding, indicating that someone had already occupied them. At the innermost position, there were more than a dozen empty beds. Changqing walked over directly and found a bed against the wall to put down his backpack. His cell phone had been searched when he got off the bus just now, and his backpack now only contained some clothes, toiletries, and a blanket. It was summer at the time, so there was no need for a quilt. However, the room smelled strong and there were quite a few mosquitoes. Not long after I sat down, I felt 2 bumps on my hands. Others also came in one after another, and everyone had an expression of grief on their face. This was the 7th floor, and it was basically impossible to climb out. They would fall to their death immediately. Chapter 484, Escape from the Fraud Industrial Park in northern Myanmar. 5. The next 2 days were spent on training. Everyone was gathered in a large room similar to a classroom, where a teacher explained in detail how to carry out the work by referring to the materials. Of course, in addition to the teachers, there were also thugs with sticks to maintain order. What surprised Changqing was that Su Zigui did not attend the training. He never came back after leaving with his uncle that day. He must have made other arrangements. This is interesting. Uncle Su Zigui was the culprit who tricked everyone into coming to northern Myanmar, and Su Zigui was the one who actually operated it. But after arriving here, he ended up living a comfortable life. Changqing gritted his teeth when he thought about the plot, in which Su Zigui, after returning to China, made a big fuss about being a victim and establishing the image of someone who, despite facing adversity, still stuck to his bottom line and didn't defraud his compatriots. In other words, the roommates died or disappeared, and the original owner was sentenced, but no one spoke out. In this life, he wanted to stay out of it, but Changqing wouldn't agree. System, help me check the situation of Su Zigui and his cousin. Okay. The system agreed readily. That night, Changqing got the information he wanted. It turned out that Su Zigui's cousin was called Zhang Zicheng. He was deceived here 2 years ago. He had good performance and was good at dealing with people. He was doing well. This time, he used Su Zigui to deceive 8 people and was promoted to a small fraud boss in another building, and Su Zigui was also taken to another building by him. There are several buildings, divided into several groups. Each group is managed by a small leader with thugs, and most of the people here are actually locals. It's really a case of why are you so anxious to hurt each other? Changqing was also angry after knowing the situation. After becoming a small boss, you don't have to commit fraud yourself. You'll be in charge of more than a dozen people and can beat them up at will. The system explained. Changqing, no wonder Su Zigui had no record of fraud in the original plot. It was probably his cousin who used his authority to do something. What does Zhang Zicheng usually do? Changqing asked again. Besides supervising and beating people and reporting on performance, he would also go to the bar to drink and have fun, and he would go there almost every weekend. Changqing understands clearly this park is like a small society. Apart from the fraudulent pigs, it has all kinds of entertainment venues, including KTV, bars, casinos, which are the basic ones. There are also many red light districts. As long as you have money, you can really live a very carefree life. However, it is also extremely chaotic here. Killing a few people is not a big deal. The banner at the gate also says that corpses cannot be discarded at will. Host, do you want to take action? The system is ready to move. Let's take a look at the situation first. A sharp light flashed in Changqing's eyes. Zhang Zicheng could be considered the mastermind behind the murder of the original owner, and he was also the one who pushed the Shitsai incident in order to gain merit in front of the leader and further consolidate his position. Changqing doesn't mind sending such a person to hell, but he doesn't have much freedom now, and it's not good for him to run around during training all day. Let's wait and see after a month. However, if you have good performance and money, you will be more valued. Not only can you avoid punishment, you may even get many privileges. This is a good idea. The 2-day training period passed quickly. The process was relatively smooth and no one was beaten. After all, everyone was subdued and no one dared to make trouble or even ask questions. The discipline during the class was incredibly good, and each student was even more well-behaved than in a high school class taught by their head teacher. Of course, life was not very good. After all, the place we lived in at night was like a quarantine center, with dozens of people living together. Not only was it smelly, but there were also many mosquitoes and snoring. Only a few people could sleep well. The food in the cafeteria was not tasty and extremely expensive. Changqing would always eat a little bit and throw it away. He would mostly secretly eat the various things he had prepared in advance. After all, he was a person with a space, others were not so lucky. They had to starve because they couldn't get used to the food, and they lost a lot of weight in a few days.
This world is too hard.
It's really hard to survive without cheats. Changqing couldn't help but sigh. System. After the training, we started working and a group of more than 10 people were assigned to the office area on the second floor. There is a computer and 3 mobile phones on each person's desk. Every day, you have to make progress.
How many friends you add, how much income you get. If you don't meet the basic standards, there will be penalties.
The head of the office area is called Song Yen, a fat man with big ears. At this moment, he is wearing slippers and a vest, giving a speech to the newcomers.
I don't care what you said in training. Once you come here, you have to listen to me.
Standing behind him were several middle-aged men who were equally fat and big-eared. They were glaring at everyone, which was extremely intimidating. The first day was not smooth for everyone. Although they had received training, they were not sure if they could bring themselves to make phone calls, add friends, and chat with people. Several roommates that Changqing was familiar with did not complete the task. When they counted in the evening, they were all standing in the punishment area on the first floor.
That's your attitude on your first day at work? Are you looking for death? Don't say you can't do it because you have no experience. How come when Changqing does it so well and earns 200,000 yuan?
Song Yen pointed at Changqing, who was standing next to him, and started cursing at the dozen people in front of him.
20 lashes each, no eating tonight.
He waved his hand and more than a dozen men rushed forward. The sound of whipping and screams immediately filled the entire space.
Woo woo woo, brother Song, stop hitting me. I will definitely complete the task tomorrow. Brother Song.
I will not only complete the task tomorrow, but I will also make up for today's task.
Trust me. My family has money.
I've already contacted them today, and they'll transfer the money in a few days. Immediately, a voice begging for mercy was heard. The wet whip heard when it hit their bodies, and the opponent had no habit of not hitting them in the face. After a while of whipping, everyone had no choice but to hold their heads with their hands. The thin clothes in summer were soon stained with blood.
Well, my family is going to take the money, you come out first.
Song Yen shouted, and the young man who had just said that his family was going to get the money was immediately dragged out.
My family can also pay. I can do it too.
Others also shouted quickly. At this point, I can't care about so many things anymore.
I can say anything as long as I don't get beaten less.
Chapter 485, Escape from the Fraud Industrial Park in northern Myanmar. 6. Changqing shook his head secretly when he saw this scene. Most of the people who came here with the dream of getting rich do not come from well-off families, and only a few of them can really afford to pay. If they lie now, they will only be beaten more severely if they cannot pay when the time comes. Fortunately, he has a system. It is much more convenient to directly hack into foreign black markets and transfer money through the dark web, and he will get the money back sooner or later with interest. He is just keeping it here for the time being. After dinner, we had to continue working until 11 o'clock in the evening before everyone was able to return to the dormitory. Here, the performance from last night to this afternoon is reviewed at 5 or 6 o'clock every day, so that the punishment of not being allowed to eat dinner can be carried out. Being beaten and hungry will undoubtedly destroy a person's willpower more easily. At night, the atmosphere in the dormitory was very low pressure. After being beaten and not having eaten, the roommates looked at Changqing with strange eyes, some with surprise, some with curiosity, and even with anger. Why is it that he is the only one who doesn't get beaten and can still eat? Changqing pretended not to notice their expressions and lay on the bed with his eyes closed.
Hey, Ren Changqing, how did you get the money? Finally, someone couldn't help but ask.
Of course, to make a rich woman fall in love with me. Changqing opened his eyes and said confidently.
But, it's only the first day. Another person was a little unconvinced. Then you're wrong. Experts say it only takes 0.1 seconds to fall in love with someone.
You need to read more study materials.
Changqing said again. Everyone. After a while, someone else spoke. I'm so hungry, Changqing. Can you buy us something to eat? We are all from the same dormitory and should help each other. Everyone looked over.
Yes, help us.
Also, go to the pharmacy and buy some ointment.
You are getting more and more greedy. Changqing raised a brow.
In the plot, the original owner was always considerate of everyone and helped out whenever he could, but how did these roommates treat him?
They thanked him profusely in front of him, but called him a fool behind his back. They even ganged up on him and isolated him when he was close to Shitsai, snitching on him to Su Zigue.
The supervisor said you can't eat. This is a punishment. Aren't you afraid? Changqing silently pressed the recording button. His performance today was excellent and he had his phone back.
However, his SIM card had been taken away, but there was no problem with recording while playing games.
What a jerk. Damn, this is even worse than a black factory. Just go ahead and buy it, we're not afraid.
Someone said immediately, these people are really interesting.
Don't they know that buying things for someone who is being punished will also result in punishment? I'm well fed and well drinking, why should I risk my life for you? Don't worry, Why don't you buy it yourself? We were whipped and were feeling unwell. Changqing put away his phone and stood up.
Then you just wait. He went out and was gone for half an hour, but when he came back he didn't bring anything, but manager Song. Everyone was immediately dumbfounded. This is completely different from what we agreed upon.
You ignored my words, didn't you?
You're not allowed to eat, yet you dare let people buy things.
Everyone, get downstairs.
Manager Song did not listen to the man's explanation and took him to the first floor and beat him up.
This time he was so angry that he even used an electric baton.
The man's crying and screaming could be heard clearly outside the building. The group got beaten up badly, and when they returned to the dormitory they found that Changqing had already moved out. I don't know what means he used, but he managed to bribe the supervisor and get a single room arranged for him.
Damn, how did that kid become so cunning?
One roommate grimaced in pain and couldn't help but kick the foot of the bed and curse. The others also shouted and cursed, and then burst into tears. On the other hand, Changqing has already moved into a single room on the 5th floor. This was originally a reward for outstanding employees, but Changqing said that if he reported those people, they would definitely retaliate against him, which would affect his work. He also promised to give half of his future salary to his supervisor, and only then did he get this special treatment. Although it's about the same as a 30 yuan hotel in China, compared to the 7th floor, this place is already a paradise. Changqing muttered to himself while lying on the bed. After all, it is an independent bathroom, and the smell is much better than that in the dormitory with 40 or 50 people that night. Most of those who were beaten could not sleep, but Changqing slept soundly until dawn. While having breakfast in the morning, Changqing ran into his former roommates.
He simply ignored their resentful looks.
These guys had no ability to retaliate against him anyway, so he really didn't care. After yesterday's punishment, everyone obviously worked harder today. Of course, Changqing was the only one who got the money, but the others also made some progress. Manager Song was worried that he would cripple everyone at the beginning, so he let everyone go.
You're in good spirits today, keep it up. Everyone should learn from brother Changqing. People like him are born for this job.
I'll just teach you a few tricks, which will be enough for you to achieve your goals. Before dinner, Manager Song said to everyone this was the first time he had seen such a talented person. He had never seen him making phone calls or chatting all day, but he could always make money. This made Manager Song very pleased. Compared with the first group on the opposite side, the performance of the second group he led was always worse every month. Now with this capable person, it seems that they will make a comeback this month. Everyone was extremely surprised, especially Changqing's roommates, who looked as if they had seen a ghost. They never expected that the usually silent man was so talented in this area and was so successful at it.
Hey, brother, is there really any trick?
After Manager Song left, a bunch of people surrounded him like zombies, all trying to get some tricks out of him. In response, Changqing just smiled. If you carefully comprehend the contents of the study materials, you will definitely be able to do it. Everyone, after what happened last night, no one dared to cause trouble for him, and the matter passed smoothly. This went on for more than a month. During this period, some people were beaten from time to time, but generally speaking, everyone managed to get through it. The end-of-month settlement is a big deal. The 8 groups in the park calculate their results together, which is a kind of competition among each other. Those with good performance will be rewarded, while those with poor performance will be punished. At this conference, Changqing met Su Ziguei again. He had not changed much, his clothes were clean, and it was obvious that he had not suffered much. Su Ziguei was also a little surprised to see Changqing. He thought that this somewhat dull roommate would be covered in scars, but it turned out that he seemed to be doing well and even seemed to have gained some weight. They had to gain some weight. In the first month, they were not allowed to run around outside. They had to sit in the office all day to commit fraud. After dinner, they were asked to go back to the dormitory and had no aerobic exercise.
Changqing, I'm sorry for you. The monthly sales requirement here is 300,000. If you don't reach it, you will be punished and even go to jail.
I will buy some medicine for you. Changqing didn't miss the smug look in his eyes.
Was he showing off his accomplishments? Or was he showing off that someone was backing him up? Just give them to me, I don't need them. Changqing pointed at his former roommates gathered over there, his voice cold off.
Su Ziguei was a little slow to react, and Changqing had already walked past him and sat down in front.
I don't know how to appreciate kindness.
Su Ziguei muttered to himself, then walked up to the other roommates and said the same thing. This time he got the expected reaction. Those people were quite angry when they saw him, but when they heard about the water dungeon, their faces turned pale and they begged him to help plead for them. Sure enough, it is still difficult to achieve the results.
My cousin is the supervisor of Group 3, and he's in charge of Group 2's affairs. I'll ask him to talk to me.
Also, I'll buy some medicine for everyone. After all, we're all together, and we should take care of each other. His words really made those people feel extremely grateful, and they said many words of thanks. Su Ziguei accepted them all, with a look of satisfaction on his face.
By the way, what's going on with Rin Changqing? How are his performance?
After a while, he asked casually. The atmosphere immediately fell silent.
Chapter 486, Escape from the Fraud Industrial Park in Northern Myanmar, 7, What? Ren Chongqing actually achieved a sales volume of 5 million? Upon hearing the news, Su Zigui's jaw almost dropped to the ground.
We're not too sure, but he seems to have impressive results every day.
The supervisor often praises him as the top performer. Now, no one in our second group dares to mess with him. One of the roommates said unhappily. Su Zigui staggered back to his seat. He found it hard to accept the result. My cousin said that he was allocated 500,000 yuan in sales this month, and he would definitely be able to win the Rookie of the Year award. He would receive a reward of more than 10,000 yuan, and he would also be taken out shopping. Is this a dead end?
How could it be possible? That guy is obviously from the countryside and his family must be poor. Could it be that he is really lucky to meet a rich woman, as they say? A sense of sourness suddenly rose in my heart. This sour feeling reached its peak when Chongqing went on stage to receive the Best Newcomer award, so much so that he suddenly stood up and shouted, "Impossible." However, his voice was drowned out by the applause, and no one noticed him except the people around him. Chongqing certainly didn't notice Su Zigui's reaction. He received a thick envelope on the platform, which contained a stack of cash. Employees here were not allowed to have bank cards, and all transactions were done in cash.
TSK, there are so many scammers in this park. Seeing the huge crowd below the stage, Changqing couldn't help but sigh. System, host, you are also a fraudster now. TSK, I'm undercover. Changqing responded with confidence. After the inventory, it was time for punishment.
Of course, this had nothing to do with Chongqing. The waves of wailing that reached his ears did not affect his good mood at all. When he went downstairs for dinner, he saw that the water dungeon in the punishment area was full of people, including several of his former roommates. When they saw Chongqing walking by, they gave him complicated looks, which contained envy, jealousy, hatred, and other emotions. However, no one asked him for help because they already knew that this was a ruthless guy. Chongqing naturally would not feel sympathy for these people. He was an indifferent person. He had traveled through many lives and had seen a lot of life and death separations. The battles between the powerful people in the world of immortal cultivation could destroy a city at any time. This situation was nothing to him. On the other side, in the private room of the Blue Bar, Su Zigui was drinking alone.
Uncle, that guy is so hateful.
You arranged everything for me, but he took advantage of it. Zhang Zicheng was wearing a flashy floral shirt and his face didn't look very good at the moment.
What's that guy's family background? He asked. He's just a country dog. We worked together in the electronics factory.
Su Zigui curled his lips. I heard he was lucky and hooked up with a rich woman who transferred a lot of money to him. He gritted his teeth, feeling very unconvinced. It's a reward of more than 10,000 yuan. If he were working in China and earning so many sales, he would definitely think that 10,000 yuan is too little. But this is the market here, it's hard to get a penny, and that 10,000 yuan is enough for him to live a life of luxury for a while. Oh, if your family doesn't have any background, don't worry. It's just a piglet. Even if it has some ability, it can't turn the world upside down.
Zhang Zicheng put down his wine glass.
Don't worry, I'll take care of that kid.
Didn't you say last time that a few classmates were also interested in making money? Follow up and have them come over quickly.
Su Zigui curled his lips and said okay. He knew that the punishment his uncle was talking about was probably at least breaking off his hands and feet, or even cutting off his tongue.
In any case, it would be impossible for that kid to achieve better results in the future. What can we do?
This is the rule here, the law of the jungle, no laws or discipline at all for the sake of better survival.
Who told you to block my way?
Su Zigui picked up the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. Changqing naturally knew that someone was going to deal with him, and he had been looking forward to this for a long time. After dinner that day, he even went to the bar on the west side and ordered 2 drinks. As the best performer among newcomers, he had won himself a lot of freedom. Feeling the vague gaze cast on him, he grinned.
Boss, check out.
He turned and walked out of the bar, and sure enough, several people followed him. If someone looked from above, they would see the young man staggering forward, with several men following him not far behind. The young man seemed a little drunk, and he staggered from side to side. Instead of taking the main road, he ran into a small alley. The people behind him quickened their pace and followed him closer, which seemed to arouse the young man's vigilance. He looked around and quickened his pace. The people following him also immediately quickened their pace. Suddenly, he seemed to sense someone behind him and became a little panicked. He walked faster and faster and took many detours. Soon he turned into a dark alley.
Oh, you're really young, you're already scared.
Luofeng Alley is where many murders have happened. The people behind him were too lazy to hide, so they showed up and shouted directly, "Stop!" The person in front who was about to run actually stopped.
Ha, Xingji, is this the boy you were talking about?
You're such a coward, you must have found the wrong person. Changqing heard someone asking in confusion. He turned around and saw 4 dark shadows in front of him. One of them was playing with a dagger in his hand, and the cold light was flashing in the dark night. Zhang Zicheng.
Is he worried about his subordinates and coming here to supervise them personally? Changqing raised his eyebrows. It's this kid.
The middle-aged man in the flowered shirt took a step forward with a sinister grin on his face.
Kid, you're spending your prize money lavishly. Didn't your parents teach you to be low-key? Hand over the money, and we can give you a quick death. This requires both money and life. Changqing stood against the wall and glanced at the few people. He was worried that Zhang Zicheng would just send someone, but he didn't expect that he would come in person. This saved him a lot of trouble. Don't you know that killing is illegal? The young man's voice was drunk and trembling. As soon as he finished speaking, several people on the opposite side held their waists and laughed. Ha, you're talking to me about the law here, you really are young. Kill him. $200 each. The three of them rushed up immediately. Oh, since killing is not against the law, then it's easy. Changqing straightened his back immediately. Although he still smelled of alcohol, his eyes were clear. He didn't know when a baseball bat appeared in his hand. Seeing several people rushing towards him, he took a step to the side, then took a step back, and smashed the baseball bat at the three heads. Bang bang bang. Following three muffled thuds, the three people who rushed over fell to the ground without a sound. You're the only one left. In the faint moonlight, the young man grinned, revealing his sharp white teeth. Zhang Zicheng had seen many scenes, but at this moment he also felt a chill in his heart. You're not drunk, he shouted. Of course, I've been waiting for you. The young man smiled like a devil, and seeing the three people lying motionless on the ground, Zhang Zicheng immediately lost the courage to fight. He screamed, turned around and ran, but was caught up after a few steps. He felt a sharp pain in his legs, and before he could take a step, he hit the hard earth with a bang. Aren't you going to do me? The cold voice reached his ears, making Zhang Zicheng, who was already sweating, feel his scalp tingling. He struggled to raise his head, and what he saw was an emotionless face looking down at him. Young man, you still have a long way to go, but please don't go down the path of crime. Sweat broke out on his forehead, his voice trembled, and fear was like a pair of big hands gripping his heart, making it difficult for him to breathe. TSK, now is the time to persuade people to be good people? Changqing sneered. You are still young indeed. Changqing returned his words to him, and then, in Zhang Zicheng's incredulous eyes, hit him hard on the back of the head with a stick. TSK, that's boring. He symbolically wiped the non-existent sweat from his head and muttered to himself. Chapter 487, Escape from the Fraud Industrial Park in northern Myanmar. 8. Changqing thought that someone would investigate the deaths the next day, but he didn't expect that the entire park would continue to operate as usual as if nothing had happened. Human life is really worthless. No one called the police, and no one from the park investigated. It was as if nothing had happened. The little boss is just a piglet who was promoted. There are many people like him. The park doesn't care about his life or death. The system explained. Changqing, however, this was a good thing for him, so he continued his life as usual, but for Su Zigui, it was a shocking change. He didn't know what exactly happened, he only knew that one morning, the supervisor of his group was replaced by another person, someone he was not familiar with at all. Impossible. Where's my cousin? He's the leader of our group 3. He immediately stood up anxiously. The new supervisor gave him an unhappy look. Was this a lack of respect? It seemed the new official had already made his first move. Is your cousin Zhang Zicheng? He asked with a squinting eye. Without waiting for Su Zigui's reply, he snorted coldly. If it's Zhang Zicheng, you don't have to wait any longer. He's already buried in the mountains. Ha! Su Zigui felt as if his head had been struck by a hammer, and his entire expression became dazed. How is that possible? He had a drink with his uncle a few days ago, and his uncle told him to invite his classmates to come and make money, separated overnight? He found it hard to accept such a result. It's you! You must have killed my uncle, right? Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he looked at the short and fat middle-aged man standing in front of him with red eyes. This guy was originally my uncle's competitor, but he was defeated because he brought so many people with him. My uncle also said that he has never been convinced. It must be him. The short and fat man was amused by his behavior. He was just looking for an excuse to deal with this guy, but he actually came up to him on his own initiative. His face immediately became serious. Zhang Zicheng's death had nothing to do with me. I was sleeping at home that day. This perfunctory attitude obviously did not convince Su Zigui, but he had no intention of making anyone believe it. Instead, he glared at Su Zigui and attacked him. But you, disrespecting the leader, should be punished. After saying that, without waiting for Su Zigui to speak, he shouted to the person behind him. Take him away, 20 lashes. It was not until the two men stepped forward and grabbed Su Zigui's hand that he realized what he had lost. The anger in his heart was immediately replaced by overwhelming fear. This time, he no longer cared about his uncle and knelt on the ground. Manager Wang, I was too excited just now, please forgive me. As he said this, he cawed out loudly, with tears and snot streaming down his face. The other employees watching this scene were all secretly impressed. Was the emotional transition so natural? From indignation to heartache in just a dozen seconds? This boy can become a great man. Everyone sighed inwardly. The two big men who were going to take him away for punishment were also a little confused by his actions. They stood there without moving for a while, looking at the new supervisor, waiting for his further instructions. The short and fat middle-aged man seemed to be quite satisfied with the current situation. He grinned, walked forward and patted Su Zigui's shoulders twice. I, Zhao Lu, am not a petty person. I won't do it again. Then he glanced at everyone and his voice became serious. But everyone must work diligently. There are no special cases here. Everyone is treated equally. Performance is the foundation of your livelihood. You, go back to your seat first. I, Zhao Lu, am not a narrow-minded person. After hearing this, Su Zigui felt even more desperate. It's over. He was protected by his cousin in the first month and shared other people's performance. Now he has no foundation at all. How can he achieve his goal? Do your best. Su Zigui heard Zhao Lu's words ringing in his ears, and felt his shoulders being patted twice more. What else could he say? He could only nod frantically. I will, and I will definitely live up to the expectations of my supervisor. What can I do? In an instant, Su Zigui realized that he had no one to rely on. Are they going to be whipped, electrocuted, or imprisoned in a water dungeon? No. This is not the result he wants. He decided to be self-reliant and strong, and he thought of Ren Changqing. Ren Changqing's eloquence was not as good as his, but he had achieved such great results. No matter how he spoke, he would not be worse, but the reality was so disappointing that he failed to even complete the basic task of adding 100 friends in a day. Ha, I'm not targeting you, Xiao Su. You didn't complete the task, so it's the rule to be punished. At this time, Zhao Lu took off his kind mask and revealed his fangs that were ready to bite anyone. Those who haven't completed their mission, those who haven't completed the basic mission in a month, will be taken to the first floor. They won't be allowed to eat dinner and will be kept in a water dungeon overnight. Everyone was silent. This is definitely a severe punishment. That water dungeon is not a swimming pool where the water is changed frequently. It is a pool of stagnant water that has been there for who knows how long. It stinks and is full of mosquitoes and maggots. It is not easy to survive in one night. Of course, this is nothing compared to the punishment for those who want to escape. Those people may be locked up in a water dungeon for a week, and when they are released, their skin will have rotted. The system that had been keeping an eye on the male protagonist naturally told Changqing about this, which made him laugh happily. This is sour and refreshing. I'm afraid it's enough for him to bear. In the plot, Su Zigui didn't suffer much. He was always protected by his cousin and lived a very carefree life here. In the end, when police departments in many places jointly rescued him, he turned into a complete victim. He returned to China to gain sympathy and earn a wave of traffic. I hope he can hold on. In fact, as soon as Su Zigui arrived at the dungeon, he vomited because of the smell, but there was nothing he could do. With several men watching him, he had to endure it. When his feet touched the coldness, he shivered all over. They were tied tightly to the wooden stakes with ropes, with only their heads exposed to breathe. The slippery touch and disgusting smell made him feel itchy in less than 10 minutes, but he had no way to free his hands to scratch. The other cries, please, and vomiting sounds were equally irritating. Whoa, the thin man tied next to Su Zigui finally couldn't bear it anymore and started vomiting violently. A foul smell immediately wafted over. This made Su Zigui's already empty stomach feel nauseous again. Wow! He opened his mouth to curse, but ended up vomiting instead. He vomited so much that he felt dizzy and even vomited out acid. He felt like he was going to faint, but he didn't. In fact, this hazy state of consciousness lasted until dawn. When the punishment was over, Su Zigui felt like half his life was gone. This is simply not a place for human beings to stay. At this moment, he also had the idea of escaping, but escaping was not so easy. The only road was guarded by armed men, and behind it was an endless jungle. He had no confidence that he could cross the jungle, and he would be in danger of death if he entered. But there is no way. There is still one day's task to complete, otherwise I will fall into an endless cycle of punishment. That guy killed my uncle, so he definitely won't let me go. He was determined to find a chance to escape from this place. However, the most important thing is to complete the mission first and avoid continuing to be imprisoned in the water dungeon. He never wants to experience that feeling again in his life. Chapter 488, Escape from the Fraud Industrial Park in northern Myanmar. 9. Changqing finally met the person he was assigned to do the mission, Shitsai. During this period, many seats in the office area were empty. No one knew where the employees who had been typing there had gone. Perhaps they had died, or perhaps they had been sold to other places to be blood slaves. No one cared. Everyone knows that this is the result of poor performance, but on this day, the usually silent office area suddenly became lively because a very beautiful girl came among the new employees. It's no news that there are new people here. There are new people coming from time to time, one or two, or a group, but no time has caused such a big response. There were 5 or 6 men coming with her, but everyone's attention was focused on the girl at the edge. There was no other reason, just because she was so beautiful that she didn't fit in here. This is Miss Shitsai, a top student. It's our honor to have her join our group too. Everyone, applaud. Song Yen had deliberately said a few more words when introducing her earlier. His eyes swept across the exquisite figure, and a fiery look flashed across his eyes. Chongqing joined in the applause. The girl before him had a slender figure and fair skin, her face taut and somewhat serious. He remembered that Shi Tsai in the story was a top student, who must have just graduated from college and was about to start an internship at the company. After all, you are still young. Changqing noticed the hint of panic in Shi Tsai's eyes. It was obvious that she was not as calm as she appeared. Song Yan did not introduce the other newcomers one by one. He just said a few words and let everyone find a seat and sit down. Hey, beautiful lady, there's an empty seat next to me, come here. My seat is by the window, with good ventilation. Come over here. My cousin is an insider and can protect you. Come here. The old employees immediately erupted in booing, but the supervisor did not stop them and even watched everyone's performance with interest. There was no empty seat next to Chongqing, but when he saw Shi Tsai trying to remain calm, he inexplicably felt a pang of heartache and guilt. The next moment, he rushed over, took the girl's hand in front of everyone's surprised eyes, and pulled her to sit in his seat. From now on, you sit here. The young man moved very quickly. Not only did everyone else not react in time, even the person involved, Shi Tsai, was stunned to find that she had already sat down. She was always calm and composed, but now her face was slightly hot and she didn't know what to say for a moment. Others were even more stunned. Is this really that aggressive? Don't they even need to start a conversation first, or are they familiar with the language? They just go straight in and pull him over. He is indeed the best at getting rich women. This time he is one step faster than others. Many people secretly admired him and gave him admiring looks. Hey, little brother Rin is really quick-witted and swift-handed. He deserves to be the top performer. Song Yan also walked over with a smile, reached out and patted Chongqing's shoulder. With a warning look in his eyes, Chongqing pretended not to see it. Now his daily sales are hundreds of thousands, so he is not really worried about being bullied. He usually doesn't come to the office area and lies in the dormitory. It was only today that he came because the system said that the task target had arrived. Seeing Chongqing's indifferent look, Song Yan's eyes darkened. Okay, everyone, get to work. We can't forget today's performance. Immediately, the entire office area was filled with the sound of typing. Chongqing stared at Shi Tsai from a close distance. She had delicate eyebrows and eyes, and was well dressed. At first glance, she was an extremely beautiful girl. But at this moment, her brows were slightly furrowed, and her expression seemed a little stubborn. Were you tricked into coming here too? My name is Ren Chongqing. My roommate tricked me into coming here, saying I could make a fortune here. Chongqing brought up the topic. Shi Tsai felt a little annoyed by his gaze, but she had just arrived here after all, and subconsciously wanted to find someone with experience to understand the situation. Now that Chongqing brought up this topic, she became somewhat interested. I was scammed while traveling, she said, without much worry in her eyes. Chongqing knew that her family had already agreed to pay the ransom, and seeing that she had no sense of crisis, he felt it necessary to remind her. Ahem, let me tell you, there's no law here. Someone's family paid a ransom before, but they were still sold out in the end. After saying this, he clearly saw Shi Tsai's expression change. She lowered her voice and asked, why are you telling me this? And they said you were the top performer. You must be pretty good at lying, right? There was a look of vigilance in her eyes and she moved to the side. Chongqing, the little girl is quite smart. And this is your seat, don't you need to do some performance? Shi Tsai had received training and obviously knew something about the situation. This is the privilege of being the top performer. I don't need to work in the office. Chongqing said casually. I'll tell you more after get off work. This is an office area after all. Although you are not being watched all the time, it is not a place to talk. Without waiting for her to answer, he picked up the phone on the table and walked out. Shi Tsai, what a strange person, she felt inexplicably curious. Of course, Chongqing didn't want to go shopping. After leaving the office area, he went straight back to the dormitory, threw himself on the bed and closed his eyes. Call me at noon, he said to the system. System, host, you treat me as an alarm clock. IT wanted to complain, but found that its host was snoring softly and had fallen asleep. This is really worrying. The system spread its hands helplessly just as Chongqing fell asleep. Shi Tsai fell into deep thought. She was not worried about performance issues. Before the training, she told everyone that her family could pay a ransom as long as they released her, so she was not participating in the so-called assessments. But what Ren Chongqing said just now made her worried. Although they spoke with great confidence, they did not seem to be people who kept their word, and the way they looked at her made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Could it be that he was waiting to take action against me after receiving the money? Shi Tsai suddenly felt uneasy thinking of the last time at home when her father announced that he was about to join the company for training, and the ugly look on her stepmother's face. She couldn't help but expand her thoughts. Could it be that the misfortune I've encountered this time is also related to her and that so-called stepmother and sister? She couldn't help but clench her teeth. If it is related to those two people, it would be really dangerous. They definitely don't want to see her return safely. She began to worry. We need to find out more about the situation from that guy. He seems to be very familiar with this place. Chapter 489, Escape from the Fraud Industrial Park in northern Myanmar, 10. So when she saw Changqing while having lunch in the cafeteria, she walked straight over to him. Hey, you seem to know this place pretty well. Changqing looked up when he heard the voice and saw Shitsai with a worried look on her face. I know it very well. There is nothing here that I don't know, he said with a smile, looking confident. Seeing him like this, Shitsai felt inexplicably dissatisfied. TSK, then do you know how to leave? She put the plate on the table and sat down. Of course I know. Changqing put down his chopsticks and smiled. As long as we kill the guards at the door, we can leave. Shitsai's pretty face turned serious. This joke is not funny at all. At this time, a young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes walked over. Hey, Changqing, long time no see. Su Ziguei looked a little haggard, and came over with a forced smile. When he saw Shitsai sitting opposite Changqing, a flash of jealousy appeared in his eyes. Is this the newcomer in group 2? I'm Su Ziguei, and I used to be roommates with Changqing. He sat down with a familiar manner, and the smile on his face became more sincere. Yes, this is the roommate who tricked us into coming here to make a fortune, Su Ziguei. Changqing also said with a smile. Su Ziguei's face froze. What's wrong? Brother Ziguei looks so haggard. Didn't your uncle protect you well? I heard we went into the water dungeon yesterday. How was it? As soon as these words were spoken, Su Ziguei's face turned ugly again. What the hell is going on? He felt his body starting to itch and ache again, and the foul smell of the dungeon seemed to linger at the tip of his nose. Vomit. Suddenly, he couldn't help but vomit. The filthy food on the plate gave off a strong stench, attracting everyone's attention. Ah! Shitsai screamed and immediately stood up, moving away from him. The disgust in her eyes made Su Ziguei feel extremely embarrassed. Changqing, on the other hand, just sighed softly before slowly standing up. Brother Ziguei, please enjoy your meal. I won't be accompanying you. The two of them walked away leisurely under Su Ziguei's ashamed and angry eyes. At this time, Su Ziguei remembered that his original intention was to cooperate with the other party and find an opportunity to leave together. Feeling the disgusted and pitying gazes of the crowd, he didn't care about anything else. He quickly stood up, cleaned up, and took the plate to the recycling area. On the street outside, Changqing was walking side by side with Shitsai. Perhaps because the scene just now was very uncomfortable, Shitsai's face still looked a little unhappy. I didn't expect that guy came here just to disgust us and make us unable to eat. Suddenly, the young man sighed helplessly and said something. Puff. Shitsai couldn't help laughing. It was you who just mentioned the water dungeon and brought back bad memories for him. She solemnly corrected herself, saying that she had seen a water dungeon before and that the thought of that scene made her sick, so it was easy to understand. Besides, I haven't eaten enough now. As she smelled the normal air outside, she also felt her stomach growling. Okay. Changqing made a gesture of surrender. Then as compensation, can I treat Miss Shi to a meal? Shitsai turned her head, looked at him intently for a while, and suddenly smiled. I think you did it on purpose. But I want the most expensive one. Don't try to trick me with fried noodles. How can I? Treating such a beautiful lady to fried noodles, Changqing also straightened his expression. At least 2 eggs should be added to make it worthy of my status as the top-performing newcomer. Ha 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 ha. Shitsai laughed loudly. Having said that, Changqing still took her to a relatively good Chinese restaurant in the park. The two ordered 3 dishes and a soup and started eating with rice. This is much better than the pig food in the cafeteria. Shitsai commented. Changqing also nodded. Of course, when I was working in the factory before, people said that the food in the factory canteen was pig food, but it was not until I came to this industrial zone in northern Myanmar that I knew what real pig food was. The food in the cafeteria had a strong musty smell, and was sometimes mixed with all kinds of strange things. The dishes were basically just rotten vegetable leaves, and there was no oil at all. And it was still not cheap, at least more than 30 yuan for a meal. Of course there are places to eat outside, but the prices are not affordable for low-level fraud practitioners. A meal costs hundreds of dollars, which is an unattainable luxury for low-level piglets. Changqing only had the money to spend here because he received the 10,000 yuan reward for being the Rookie of the Year last month. You know what, after a few dishes, my stomach really hurts. Is there really no way to leave here? After dinner, the two walked on the bumpy street, and Shitsai sighed softly. Changqing was silent. It's impossible for ordinary people to leave here. It's even harder for beautiful girls to escape unscathed. In this lawless place, everything is just about money. In the eyes of those people, beautiful women are nothing more than resources. Even if they have money, it can only protect them temporarily. In the end, they will either become the mistress of the top leaders of the park, or be bullied by those small leaders, and eventually become a source of customers for the red light district, bringing continuous benefits to the park. Those people have no mercy on women. No, it can be said that it is difficult to define them as human beings. They have released their nature in violence and are no different from beasts. It has only been over a month, and several people from the group that came together are gone. Changqing did not ask where they went, but he could foresee that those who disappeared would definitely end up in a bad way. He himself was not too worried, but it might not be safe for Shitsai to stay here for too long. I can take you away, he said suddenly. Ha? Shitsai was stunned. I said I can take you away. The young man's voice was very confident, and it made people feel inexplicably reassured when they heard it. You mean? She blinked. You don't want to kill those guards and leave through the door? Shitsai felt some hope, but also some disbelief. Of course not. Chang Qing denied it immediately, just climb over the wall and go out through the jungle. But, I heard that walking through the jungle didn't succeed. Shitsai was a little bit unbelievable. Yesterday, she saw someone being caught by the patrol team from the jungle and beaten half to death at the door of the building. That's because they don't have any cheats, they just don't have the ability. The young man spoke with such certainty that he gave people an inexplicable sense of confidence. She'd say, at night, after returning to the dormitory, she couldn't fall asleep for a long time, and was awake even longer than the first day she came here. Is that guy crazy? He actually wants to leave through the jungle, but he spoke with such confidence that it inexplicably made people feel a bit confident. Could it be that he really had experience in surviving in the wild and could cross the jungle, but could he be just as successful if he brought people with him? She was aware of her own physical strength and found it hard to imagine that she could walk out of the jungle safely. However, she also felt that the man was a strange person who gave people a very reassuring feeling. I heard that he is the top performer among newcomers, and the supervisor here has to give him some face. I guess such a person would not make such a joke. So was it true what he said about taking her away? Shitsai couldn't help but feel a little skeptical. She looked at herself in the mirror and found that she was indeed naturally beautiful and looked very good. At love at first sight, if you think about it this way, it's possible, but the two of them obviously haven't known each other for long. She was struggling with it all night and couldn't make up her mind. The next day she wanted to talk to Chang Chang about it again, but when she arrived at the office with panda eyes, she found that the guy didn't come at all. Ask Rin Changqing. He exceeds his daily performance targets and has a special permit, so he doesn't have to come here. The young man next to her heard Shitsai's question and explained to her with a blushing face. Miss Shi, that guy is very lazy and usually sleeps in the morning. I wonder if I can treat you to lunch at noon. There is a fried noodle shop on West Street that is particularly delicious. The young man had a decent business performance and some savings, and when he saw the beautiful woman talking to him, he boldly extended an invitation. Fried rice noodles? Shitsai suddenly remembered what Chang Qing had said yesterday about fried rice with eggs. No, I don't eat fried noodles. She immediately shook her head like a rattle. Chapter 490, Escape from the Fraud Industrial Park in northern Myanmar. 11. Su Zigui has been punished these past 2 days, which has caused him to feel a bit mentally broken. I thought that with my eloquence, it would not be a problem to make some money, but I didn't expect that Zhao Lu would always find some faults in me and give me a good beating. That bastard is targeting me. He was beaten with an electric baton again after work that day, and he felt like his body was no longer his own. As soon as I went out, I saw Changqing and that woman walking leisurely on the road. Damn it, why do they have such an easy life? Hatred grew in his heart, especially when he saw the two of them joking and laughing. He became extremely jealous. That guy used to follow his lead in the dormitory, but how come he became a different person here? He became so good at pleasing women. Not only did he hook up with rich women to complete his sales, but even such a beautiful employee was polite to him. The more I thought about him, the angrier I got. This girl. He suddenly took 2 quick steps and blocked the two people's way. Don't be fooled by this guy. Su Zigui had an expression of reluctance on his face, as if he had to be a bad guy for the other person's good. He had just been beaten up, and his look of deep hatred and bitterness was quite realistic. How? Shitsai blinked curiously and gave Changqing an interested smile. Changqing shrugged, but looked indifferent. His behavior further angered Su Zigui. He pointed at Changqing and raised his voice several octaves. He's the top performer here. You know what? He hooked up with rich women and scammed them out of millions. A guy like that has absolutely no character. As if he felt that he had grasped the key point, Su Zigui spoke with full confidence, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Oh, what a damn angel of justice. Chang Qing thought he would reveal some secrets, but when the others heard this, their expressions became strange. Pa pa pa. Chang Qing suddenly clapped his hands. Well said, Su Zigui. It seems you're very skeptical of our work. Didn't you listen to the trainer's words? This isn't a lie, it's a reallocation of resources. He watched Su Zigui's expression change and continued, with your words and mentality, it's no wonder that completing the mission is difficult. I think I really need to report this to your supervisor Zhao. After saying that, he turned and left without waiting for Su Zigui's reply. Su Zigui immediately panicked. This was a result he had never expected. Report it to Zhao Lu? That guy was targeting him in the first place, and he could easily stir up trouble out of nothing. He couldn't afford to get beaten up again right now. Hey, brother Chongqing. He quickly ran forward to stop her, the smile on his face uglier than crying. I just said something out of turn. Please forgive me for once. As he said that, he took out a pack of cigarettes and stuffed it into Chongqing's hand. Now he knows to call me brother? His expression changes very quickly. The male protagonist's reaction is okay. However, Changqing really dislikes such narrow-minded people. He took the cigarette in one hand and a warm smile appeared on his face. Since you apologize sincerely, I will be magnanimous and not hold it against you, but he glanced at the dozen or so people watching. I'm not going to report it, but there are so many people here. I'm afraid your one pack of cigarettes isn't safe. Su Zigui. Everyone, if you hadn't told us, we really wouldn't have thought of it. These people are not moral people. This matter is not a big deal nor a small one. If the supervisor wants to make trouble for someone, it is really an excuse. Seeing how nervous this kid is, he is probably afraid that the supervisor will find out. At that moment, several people walked towards the office building, and Su Zigui immediately became anxious. With so many people here testifying against each other, it's hard to explain why. Brothers, please give me some face. I'll give you a pack of cigarettes each. I'll treat you all. His face looked countless times uglier than when his uncle died. TSK, you really are that guy's nemesis. Watching Su Zigui leading a group of people away as if they were visiting a grave, Shitsai couldn't help laughing out loud. She also felt strange in her heart. She had only known the man in front of her for a few days, but it felt like they had known each other for a long time. Especially when she saw his serious look when he was cheating people, she found it even more interesting. Hey, did you really start working in a factory right after graduating from junior high school? She couldn't help but ask while they were eating. She was really curious. This person's conversation was extraordinary. He seemed to know something about every topic, including Chinese and foreign history, celebrity anecdotes, and even some rumors she had never heard of. He made them come alive. Was this really a level that a young person who graduated from junior high school could achieve? Of course, I usually like to read miscellaneous books, so I know more. Chang Qing replied, and when she seemed unconvinced, he added, if you don't believe me, I'll show you my junior high school diploma after we get back. He was not worried, because the original owner really started working after graduating from junior high school, and he was the real deal. After dinner, the two talked about leaving on their way back. If you could really leave, why would you want to take me with you? Shitsai was very curious about this. She had been thinking about it for several nights but couldn't figure it out. It was possible that it was love at first sight, but the other party didn't seem to be in love at first sight. They had eaten and walked together many times, but there was no tendency for any intimate behavior. Although he was willing to pay for the meal, she felt that she still needed to ask. This woman is really curious. Chang Qing raised his eyebrows. I said, it's for the mission, do you believe it? Mission? Shitsai couldn't help laughing. Don't be ridiculous. How is that possible? You got here before me. Chang Qing didn't say anything else. There are many impossible things in this world. Many things cannot be measured by common sense and cannot be explained clearly. Maybe someone around you suddenly undergoes a huge change, or even travels through time. Let's get ready. We'll be leaving in 2 days. When they parted, Chang Qing said solemnly, leaving here is not difficult for him, a cheater. He lived in the forest for most of his life in the previous world and is very experienced. Moreover, he also has a system to provide directions and navigation. There are many things in the space, so it is not a big challenge to get out of the jungle. Even if he wants, it is not a big problem to take out the weapons in the space and blow up the industrial park. I'm just too lazy to go through so much trouble. Seeing his serious expression, Shitsai nodded. The two of them have been close during this period, and she knows that Chang Qing is not the kind of person who jokes easily, so maybe she can really get over it. More importantly, the longer she stayed here, the more afraid she became. This place was a lawless place, where one person's death was nothing. During the time she had been here, she had seen several people beaten to death. It's not advisable to stay here for long. Chapter 491, Escape from the fraudulent industrial park in northern Myanmar. 12. On the other side, Su Zigui, who had lost a lot of money, gritted his teeth. He felt that his life was so unlucky and he felt aggrieved every time he saw Ren Changqing at this time. I suffered a huge loss. Damn it, how could that bastard be so cunning? At night, at his workstation, he became more and more angry as he thought about it, and slammed his fist on the table. You're fucking sick, aren't you? You don't want to work properly, but we still want to. The coworker next to him immediately started cursing. This guy used to be very proud of himself because of his relationship with his supervisor, but now he has lost all his connections and is down and out. What's the point of being so arrogant? His coworkers are not afraid of him. Sorry, I got excited just now. Su Zigui was cursing in his heart, but he kept apologizing. The worker snorted and ignored him. Damn it, it's all Ren Changqing's fault. The scene of Changqing and Shitsai walking together, and the scene of those people threatening him to buy cigarettes flashed through his mind again. I still can't stand this. That woman was so beautiful, yet she was hanging out with that guy. When he thought of this, he felt like his chest was about to explode. Beautiful? His eyes suddenly lit up. Got it. Zhao Lu is the most lustful guy. If he knew about it, he would definitely find a way to get it. I can take this opportunity to improve our relationship so that he won't keep targeting me. Let's see how crazy Ren Changqing will be in a few days. The more you love now, the more pain you will suffer in the future. He couldn't help but laugh sinisterly. Changqing didn't know that Su Zigui had set his sights on Shitsai. In the evening, as usual, he did not go to the office area, but instead wandered around the industrial park.